Ling Tian traverses the Douluo Continent, awakening the Primordial Divine Weapon, the Xuanyuan Sword, at the very outset. While Tang San desperately seeks his soul rings, his rings unlock automatically. Chaos Xianjin, Hongmeng Purple, overwhelming a million years. As Yu Xiaogang extols his theories, Ling Tian cleaves through the 10 core competencies with a single stroke. Soul hunting? Far too inefficient. The Spirit Hall rejoices, eagerly adoring him. Bibi Dong designates him as the Holy Son, while Liena willingly approaches him, and Qian Renxue secretly harbors affection. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are all captivated, and the godly faction? All are quelled. Tang San declares, belief in the divine realm is the true path. Ling Tian, with the Xuanyuan Sword aimed at the heavens, proclaims, the fate of humankind shall not be dictated by divine slaves. On this day, the 9 rings merge into one. The Emperor of Humanity is crowned, and the sword subdues the gods. Chapter 1. The Blackstone Boy. Ling Tian, as the Xuanyuan Sword draws astonishment from heaven and earth. In Blackstone Town, a barren land shrouded in the shadow of the Spirit Hall. The shanties are lowly, and filth flows freely. Ling Tian abruptly opens his eyes amidst a stench and a cold, clammy sensation. Ugh, cough cough. The wave of nausea causes him to curl up, struggling to sit up and survey his surroundings, a heap of refuse. His ragged garments are stained, and his arms are frail. Ling Tian, an orphan of Blackstone Town, had fainted from hunger and fallen into the refuse pit last night. Goodness, has it been a year in Douluo, and I'm still in a garbage heap? Ling Tian wipes his face, his hands filthy. Tang San at least has a father, while he curses, scrambling out on all fours, filled with the resentment and confusion of the lower class. A commotion arises in the distance. A throng surges towards the square. Hurry! Lord Qian has arrived. The awakening is about to commence. Dear heavens, grant us sight. The awakening of martial souls. Ling Tian's heart leaps. A chance to change his fate. He disregards the foul stench, running with all his might, his heart racing. I don't seek the Qian hammer, a soul-powered hoe will suffice. Just enough to fill my belly. The square is crowded to the center. A middle-aged man clad in a black and gold-trimmed uniform of the Spirit Hall stands with his hands clasped behind his back. His countenance is stern. His gaze piercing the 6 sword insignia on his chest symbolizes the strength of a soul Emperor Qian, an elite dispatched from the Spirit Hall. His voice, though not loud, commands the tumult. Silence. The ceremony begins. Those stepping forward. Focus your minds. Ling Tian, panting heavily, edges to the periphery, the overwhelming stench eliciting disgust. Get lost. It stinks. Where did this filthy thing come from? Does he even deserve to awaken? Derisive glances and scathing remarks rain down upon him. Ling Tian's face burns with shame, both angry and humiliated, fearing expulsion. He shrinks back, his eyes fixed intently on the glowing, awakening stone on the platform. Heavenly Lord, grant me a sliver of hope. Next, Qian's tone remains indifferent. Children step forward. Sickles, hoes, blue-silver grass, ordinary, a few with soul power levels, eliciting whispers of envy. Most retreat disheartened. It is Ling Tian's turn. Steeling himself, he ascends the platform against the disdainful gazes. The acrid odor causes nearby children to recoil, covering their noses. Qian's cold gaze sweeps over, his brow furrowing, displeasure evident. Extend your hand, press upon the stone, concentrate. His tone is frigid. Nervous sweat mingled with grime beads on Ling Tian's palms, his heart thundering as he takes a deep breath, casting aside his meager pride, and firmly presses his trembling, dirty palm upon the icy stone. Boom! Transmutation arrived in an instant, manifesting with unparalleled ferocity. No radiance accompanied its arrival. A vast, profound terror, reminiscent of ancient cataclysms, erupted violently from Ling Tian's frail and soiled form. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. The air thickened like lead, leaving all present pale and breathless. Even the sole Emperor, Qian, experienced a drastic change in countenance, letting out a stifled groan as the stone platform beneath him cracked ominously. His previously austere gaze was replaced by boundless astonishment, and instinctively he recoiled. What manner of power is this? Clang, hum, a sound that tore through the heavens reverberated. The gray clouds above Blackstone Town were instantly shattered by an unseen force, revealing a brilliant azure sky, the sunlight piercingly bright. In Ling Tian's trembling, dirt-streaked right hand, the void twisted. A colossal and solid sword shadow descended resplendently. The blade extended over 3 feet, one side adorned with the ceaseless cycles of the sun, moon, and stars. The other side depicted mountains and flora in vibrant detail. The hilt bore engravings of agriculture and the unification of the seas, an ancient inscription. The sword was enveloped in chaotic and profound energies, its edge quivering, causing ripples in the space around it. A supreme will, capable of severing all and obliterating any law, swept across the arena. It was as if an ancient beast had opened its eyes, demanding reverence from all existence. Well, what? Ling Tian himself was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief, mouth agape. He gazed at the object in his hand, his mind blank. Is this truly my martial soul? Such a grand commotion. An overwhelming blend of exhilaration and shock left him in a state of paralysis. Where was the promised hoe? This was astonishingly formidable, yet the pressure was unbearably terrifying. He felt as if he might crumble under it. This is impossible, Qian exclaimed, his voice trembling. His martial soul was in a frenzy, issuing dire warnings deep within his consciousness. This might was unprecedented. He stared at Ling Tian, who appeared utterly dazed and devoid of any semblance of a strong individual. Incredulous. How could this young man possess such power? At the very moment, the earth-shattering sword shadow emerged. In the holy city, within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, suddenly opened her eyes. An unprecedented mixture of astonishment and gravity erupted within her deep purple gaze. A terrifying aura that froze time and space erupted forth. An utterly pure power, of unknown origin. She rose abruptly, her regal demeanor shattered. Spatial anomalies detected, source identified. Blackstone Town, violet black divine light blazed forth as her figure instantly tore through space and vanished. In the depths of the offering hall, Qian Dao Lu abruptly opened his radiant golden eyes. His calm visage transformed dramatically, pure, tyrannical, its intensity rivaling divine might. What entity descends from the lower realm? His eyes shone with golden brilliance, piercing through the void as if he beheld that sacred sword. The angelic throne, experiencing fluctuations. With a thunderous flap, 6 angelic wings unfurl behind him, divine radiance rending the heavens, his form transmuting into a golden lightning bolt that raced towards Blackstone Town. In the square of Blackstone Town, unbeknownst to anyone, 2 pinnacle existences of the continent had been stirred by this sheer intensity of power and were racing through the void. The full manifestation of the Xuanyuan Sword did not endure. After the anomaly, it quickly solidified, retracting into a 3-foot-long, ancient sword shadow, swirling with a subtle yellow and black aura in Ling Tian's palm. The oppressive force subsided, and its brilliance faded into obscurity. Ling Tian felt his legs weaken, almost collapsing as he gazed at the normal sword in his hand, a cold sweat trickling down as he thought, that nearly scared me to death. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Buzz! Buzz! 2 beams of concentrated light emerged without warning, entwining around the retracted Xuanyuan sword. The first beam, profound and heavy, akin to ancient bronze deep within the earth, emanating a luster that spoke of ages past. The second beam, pure and radiant, resembling the essence of the moon distilled from the heavens, glimmering with a cold, sharp silver light. 2 soul rings, automatically attached, colors never before witnessed. Soul rings. What the hell? They appeared on their own? Ling Tian was once again taken aback, pointing at the dazzling bronze and silver rings encircling him. Such unconventional colors? Do I no longer need to slay spirit beasts with all my might? Ecstasy clouded his mind as an exceedingly foolish yet exhilarated grin spread across his face. Incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. I've stumbled upon divine gear while scavenging. Qian observed Ling Tian's silly demeanor, then glanced at the remarkable sword that remained extraordinary even when retracted, alongside the astonishing dual soul rings. Remembering the sword energy that had torn through the sky moments earlier, he forcefully suppressed the overwhelming tide of emotions and the sense of a shattered worldview. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, that he stepped forward briskly, his previously stern expression now replaced with intense astonishment and fervor, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Tian. Youth, what is your name? Ling Tian. Ling Tian felt a shiver under Qian's penetrating gaze and instinctively took a step back. Ling Tian. Qian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Your martial soul is unprecedented. The essence of your power is unheard of. Your soul rings defy comprehension. Such an existence can only belong to the Spirit Hall. His tone was resolute. The Spirit Hall possesses the continent's finest resources and the most formidable strength. Joining us is your only correct path. Immediately, come with me to the Spirit City. Ling Tian was taken aback. Join the Spirit Hall? That colossal entity. As a mere beggar, he now seemed to possess some measure of power. But this transformation had come too swiftly. He glanced at the townsfolk below, who regarded him with awe and trepidation, then at the sword and soul rings in his hands. Joining the Spirit Hall? It sounded impressive, but were there many rules? Were the leaders fierce? As a lowly individual, would he be crushed? Ling Tian's heart raced with uncertainty, his face a canvas of hesitation, confusion, and the anxiety of an insignificant person. He opened his mouth, his throat dry, the word yes lodged within. Ling Tian hesitated, still in a daze.at that moment. Boom! A terrifying pressure, seemingly capable of crushing heaven and earth, descended abruptly from the skies above. The heavens were instantly torn asunder, one half transformed into a deep, purple-black vortex that consumed all, its essence freezing the soul in an aura of death and destruction. The other half became an endless golden divine realm, radiating an eternal, sacred brilliance that illuminated the earth. Two figures, akin to gods and demons that had opened the heavens, descended with a cataclysmic might, tearing through the vast expanse above the plaza. Their mere presence caused the very fabric of space to emit a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. Pope Bibi Dong, with ice-like purple eyes, pointed her staff to the ground, exuding a terrifying aura that froze all things. Grand Elder Qian Douluo, with golden eyes like the sun, unfurled his 6 wings, his overwhelming divine pressure compelling all creation to submit. The two absolute sovereigns of the Douluo Continent, their gazes akin to tangible searchlights, instantaneously penetrated all, imbued with unparalleled scrutiny, astonishment, and inquiry, fixating intently. Upon the slender, dark-hued youth upon the elevated platform, he clutched an ordinary sword, adorned with peculiar soul rings, his countenance a portrait of bewilderment and trepidation. Ling Tian. In that moment, the entire plaza fell into a profound silence. Even the Soul Emperor, Emo Qian, felt as though an invisible mountain bore down upon him, rendering thought itself frozen. Their bodies, uncontrollable, knelt in unison, trembling like leaves in a tempest, foreheads pressed firmly against the cold ground. Ling Tian, what on earth? His mind lay barren, overwhelmed by a singular, resounding thought, while his body remained as rigid as stone. Chapter 2. The Clash of Titans at Blackstone Square. Ling Tian pays homage to the Pope. The square was enveloped in an absolute silence, as if time itself had been frozen. The air was thick and viscous, akin to congealed glue, with each breath inducing a pain that felt as though it could tear the lungs apart. The two formidable presences descending from above were not deliberately aimed at anyone. Their mere existence was overwhelming, akin to two ancient divine mountains crashing to the ground. Bibi Dong radiated an aura of deep purple-black, embodying the essence of death and decay, as if capable of freezing souls and returning all to silence. In contrast, the golden brilliance emitted by Qian Douluo represented boundless divinity and majesty, akin to the scorching sun, making it impossible to gaze directly upon, inciting only reverence and worship. Ling Tian, positioned at the eye of the storm, felt the intensity more acutely than anyone else. The two distinct yet equally domineering pressures bore down upon him like an invisible millstone, threatening to utterly crush his newly acquired and still fragile form. He felt as though he had been cast into the depths of the ocean, with immense pressure closing in on him from all sides, ready to reduce him to mere pulp. Simultaneously, he was caught in a tormenting juxtaposition, being seared by the fires of the sun while encased in the icy grip of the abyss, his very soul lamenting under the unbearable weight. Panic surged within him. He felt he was on the brink of death. His legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to grains of wheat in a sieve, sustained only by a primal instinct for survival and the faint warmth radiating from the ethereal image of the Xuanyuan Sword in his grasp, preventing him from collapsing like others around him. In the presence of these godlike beings, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, where even breathing seemed a sacrilege. Cold sweat drenched his already tattered garments, mingling with the filth from before, clinging to him in a chilling embrace. He kept his head bowed, too fearful to glance at the two figures suspended in the air, feeling as though his very essence would be laid bare under their unseen scrutiny. Just as Ling Tian felt he would be ground to dust by this dual pressure, his consciousness beginning to blur, an unexpected change occurred. A soft yet remarkably clear humming resonated from the Xuanyuan sword, which had been quietly floating in his palm, its brilliance subdued. Suddenly, The layer of profound yellow aura surrounding the sword surged forth, akin to an enraged hidden dragon. A faint yet profound aura emerged, reminiscent of the weight of human history and imbued with an indomitable spirit, rippling outward like water waves. Though this aura was exceedingly faint, when juxtaposed against the vast pressures of the two tidal Douluos above, it was akin to a firefly beside the bright moon. Yet, it was remarkably resilient. Rather than attempting to combat or disperse the overwhelming forces, it stood firm like the most unyielding of rocks, steadfastly shielding a small space around Ling Tian, creating a fragile sanctuary amidst the cataclysmic storm. The pressure abruptly lessened. Ling Tian gasped for air, akin to a drowning man finally surfacing, greedily inhaling the precious oxygen. Although his chest still ached, he had at least survived. With his heart still racing, he glanced at the Xuanyuan Sword, which continued to hum and radiate the profound yellow aura, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. Incredible. Truly incredible. Brother, my life will depend on you from now on. In the sky, Bibi Dong's deep purple eyes, at the moment when the aura of the Xuanyuan Sword surged forth, flickered with an almost imperceptible ripple of emotion. This ripple was not one of fear, but rather an indescribable tremor of excitement, akin to a tranquil pool disturbed by a single, small stone. Her slender fingers, gripping the scepter, instinctively tightened for a fleeting moment. On the other side, Qian Daoliu's radiant golden eyes also shimmered with a hint of divine light. As the aura ascended, a subtle undercurrent of repulsion, almost undetectable, coursed through the sacred power flowing within him, derived from the angelic deity. It felt as though two utterly distinct sources of power were cautiously probing one another. This sensation was profoundly unfamiliar, stirring a ripple in his usually placid heart. The six-winged angelic figure behind him seemed to pause, its brilliance momentarily stilled. After a fleeting, nearly imperceptible hesitation, the gazes of the two tidal Douluos remained firmly fixed upon Ling Tian, their scrutiny intensifying, as if they sought to dissect him and the extraordinary sword he wielded, layer by layer. The stifling silence was shattered by a voice, cool and authoritative, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. This youth possesses a unique martial soul, with self-generated spirit rings, unprecedented in history. Bibi Dong's voice, though soft, penetrated the frozen atmosphere like an ice pick striking cold jade, resonating within the very souls of those who knelt in reverence. She slightly advanced the scepter in her hand, the tip glimmering with a flicker of purple light, locking onto the frail, black-haired boy who stood trembling beneath the protective aura. His potential is a marvel not seen in the spirit hall for a millennium. He ought to join my papal hall, under my personal tutelage. Each word bore the weight of ice, striking the plaza with a chilling finality. The prostrate crowd trembled even more violently. The Pope herself had spoken of recruitment and personal instruction. What an unimaginable honor. Mo Qian buried his head lower, engulfed in boundless relief and trepidation. How fortunate he was to have reacted swiftly, expressing his interest at the first opportunity. Otherwise, however, before Bibi Dong's words could settle, another grand, authoritative voice reverberated through the heavens. Humph. Qian Daoliu's light scoff resonated like a great bell, causing the very space to quiver. The brilliance of the six-winged angelic figure behind him surged forth, the divine golden radiance momentarily overwhelming Bibi Dong's purple glow. His golden eyes shone like twin suns, fixed upon Bibi Dong with open scrutiny and skepticism. Your Holiness, you err in your assessment. Qian Daoliu's voice sounded like a divine decree, imbued with an innate authority that transcended the mundane. This youth's martial soul is magnificent and profound, his self-generated spirit rings requiring no external aid, already displaying a semblance of transcendence. Such an entity, what future could the mere papal hall possibly encompass? He slightly raised his head, his gaze directed towards the boundless sky, infused with an almost fervent reverence. Only by basking in the supreme radiance of the angelic divine light, receiving the purest sacred baptism, can he be guided towards true exaltation. The Hall of Offerings is his only rightful sanctuary. The old man shall personally guide him, accepting the trial of the divine. The angelic radiance? A cold smile curved at the corner of Bibi Dong's lips, devoid of warmth, instead laced with a piercing mockery. Has the high priest forgotten that the essence this child just exhibited seems not to align with your sacred power? Not aligned. What a farce. The golden light in Qian Daoliu's eyes surged explosively, akin to tangible blades piercing towards Bibi Dong. The angelic radiance purifies all things, encompassing the universe. Supreme. Can it merely be gauged by superficial appearances? The potential of this child is vast. Only the divine trial can truly awaken it. The legacy of the Hall of Offerings has endured for millennia, its profound depth unmatched by the mere decades of accumulation in the Hall of the Pope. Your Holiness, do not let personal desires hinder this extraordinary talent from the ages. Hinder? Bibidong's voice suddenly escalated, her violet eyes radiating a chilling light. Surrounded by a surging purple-black aura akin to a boiling tempest, clashing violently with Qian golden divine light in the void, emitting a crackling sound that could make one's teeth ache, as if the very space were on the verge of distorting under pressure. The high priest speaks too harshly. As the Pope, it is my duty to lead the Spirit Hall in discovering and nurturing talents. Yet the high priest, who is typically aloof and detached from worldly matters, now stirs such commotion over a mere awakened child, even daring to confront me. Could this not suggest an overstepping of boundaries? Their words clashed like thunder, each syllable laden with terrifying soul power and willpower. The purple-black decay of death and the golden brilliance of the sacred violently collided above the plaza, compressing and annihilating. The terrifying energy released from the turmoil made the kneeling crowd below feel as if they were engulfed in an apocalyptic storm. Some weaker individuals even began to bleed from their mouths and noses, while the soul masters sensed their soul power rapidly depleting, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain their defenses. Mo Xian felt his soul power shield on the verge of collapse, lamenting internally, yet he dared not make a single move. The dispute between the two titled Douluos was beyond his capacity to interject. Ling Tian, nestled within the small shield formed by the yellow and black aura, felt the pressure significantly lessen, yet the mental shockwaves from the clash of their wills still caused his head to throb painfully, as if two colossal hammers were mercilessly pounding within his skull. Goodness, when deities clash, mortals suffer. Ling Tian felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Why do these two grandees seem to be vying for a treasure? Are they fighting over me? Am I truly that valuable? He inwardly scoffed, while outwardly maintaining a facade of bewilderment and terror, desperately trying to shrink away, wishing he could vanish into thin air. What the Hall of the Pope can offer, the Hall of Offerings can provide just as well, if not better. Qian Daoliu's voice was resolute. What the Hall of Offerings can bestow, the Hall of the Pope can equally grant, and more directly. Bibidong remained unyielding. The brilliance of purple gold and dark gold swirled in the air like two roaring dragons, their terrifying pressure causing the very structures of Blackstone Town to tremble faintly, as if on the brink of collapse. The standoff persisted. Finally, Bibidong's ice-cold violet gaze shifted slightly. Her eyes, sharp as ice shards, once again settled upon Ling Tian. The gaze seemed to penetrate through his flesh and bones, reaching deep into the recesses of his soul, causing Ling Tian to shiver involuntarily, as if his very blood was on the verge of freezing. Humph! Bibidong emitted a vague, enigmatic hum, her staff retracting slightly, causing the raging purple-black energy in the air to subside just a fraction, yet the chilling aura that froze the soul remained unyielding. She regarded Ling Tian, her voice returning to its lofty, frigid tone, infused with an undeniable authority. Boy, lift your head. Ling Tian's body stiffened, his neck akin to a rusted gear, laboriously rising bit by bit. When his gaze finally met Bibidong's deep, swirling purple eyes, akin to a cosmic vortex, he felt as though his soul was being drawn into the abyss, leaving his mind blank. I am Bibidong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Her voice resonated clearly in Ling Tian's ears, imbued with a peculiar enchantment that forcibly quelled the chaos in his thoughts. What I can offer you is the supreme core of power within the Spirit Hall, the full support of the Papal Palace. She extended her other hand, as white and delicate as jade, pointing towards Ling Tian, her fingertips enveloped in mysterious purple energy. First, I shall personally take you as my disciple. Throughout the entire Douluo Continent, few are worthy of my direct tutelage. Second, all resources of the Spirit Hall, including the finest Soul Master simulation training environments, the rarest foundational nurturing elixirs, the most formidable self-created soul skill compendiums, and the richest reserves of soul guiding devices, shall be laid bare before you. They are inexhaustible and boundless. Third, Bibidong's gaze swept over the bronze and silver soul rings adorning Ling Tian, a flicker of curiosity passing through her purple depths. I shall employ the full might of the Spirit Hall's intelligence and research capabilities to assist you in exploring the mysteries of your soul and soul rings. We shall unravel this unprecedented enigma, allowing your potential to be fully realized. Fourth, her voice bore a subtle, almost imperceptible allure. For the Papal Palace possesses the most elite young generation of the Spirit Hall. The Golden Generation, including who Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin, are paragons among men. You shall become their core, and the future of the Spirit Hall shall be led by you. Fifth, Bibidong's voice suddenly rose in pitch, imbued with a commanding authority that seemed to overlook the world. If your talents are extraordinary and your strength sufficient, the position of Pope may not be beyond your reach. Boom. This final promise resounded like thunder in Ling Tian's mind. The position of Pope, the supreme authority over the entire Spirit Hall. Even with his humble mentality, he was rendered dizzy and parched by such overwhelming wealth and power. However, before Ling Tian could digest this earth-shattering promise, another grand and divine voice descended with immense, irresistible force. Humph! Such grand promises from your holiness the Pope. The six-winged angelic shadow behind Qian Douluo radiated brilliance, its sacred aura attempting to dispel the icy chill brought by Bibi Dong. Yet this warmth bore an unbearable pressure for Ling Tian. Boy, listen well. I am Qian Douluo, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, the earthly representative of the angelic god. His golden gaze radiated warmth akin to the sun, casting its light upon Ling Tian with an expectation reminiscent of a master appraising a precious gem. The sanctuary, exalted above the Pope's hall, a direct conduit to the realm of the divine. What I can offer you reaches heights that the Pope's hall could never aspire to. Firstly, Qian Douluo's voice resonated with solemnity. I shall personally bestow upon you the sacred baptism, guiding you to comprehend the supreme radiance of the angelic light. This is the foundation for divinity. Such an opportunity is reserved solely for those with unparalleled talent. Secondly, the richness of the sanctuary transcends your wildest imagination. Within its confines lie fragments of divine artifacts passed down from the ancients, chronicling the secrets of ascension to godhood, and even remnants of insights imparted by angelic beings. All of this shall be unveiled to you. Thirdly, his gaze fixated intently on the ethereal silhouette of the Xuanyuan Sword in Ling Tian's grasp. The sanctuary boasts the most divine cultivation environment in the Douluo Continent, the angelic sacred realm. There, the passage of time diverges from the outside world, and the concentration of soul power is 100-fold greater. Furthermore, the sacred force will refine both body and soul, propelling you towards unprecedented advancement. Fourthly, a note of pride colored Qian Douluo's tone. The inheritor of the sanctuary, the most gifted of this generation, is none other than my granddaughter, Qian Renxue. She wields the six-winged angelic martial soul and has qualified for the inheritance of the angelic divine position. Training alongside her, nourished by her holy aura, will undoubtedly yield boundless benefits. Fifthly, Qian Douluo's voice reverberated like a tolling bell, delivering a profound impact that resonated with the very soul. Should you navigate the trials and earn the angelic deity's acknowledgement, in the future, you shall ascend as the foremost divine attendant beneath the new angelic god. You will share in the glory of the divine. Indeed, attaining your own divine inheritance is not mere fantasy. Divine attendant of the angelic god. Qualification for ascension. The weight of these terms is on par with the papal position promised by Bibi Dong, especially for Ling Tian, a transmigrator. The prospect of becoming a deity is akin to a lofty dream. Ling Tian was utterly bewildered. His mind felt as though it had been thrust into a whirlwind, thoughts clashing violently. The Pope's hall, the sanctuary, direct tutelage from Bibi Dong, baptism by Qian Douluo, the enchanting Liena, or perhaps the divine essence of Qian Renxue, the papal position, or the divine attendant, or even ascension to godhood. The overwhelming influx of information and the weighty choices before him made his head feel as though it might burst. He was merely a lowly individual who had just clawed his way out of the refuse. What merit did he possess to bear such monumental choices? Just as Ling Tian's mind spiraled into chaos, feeling suffocated, a deep and authoritative hum emanated from the ethereal Xuanyuan Sword, suspended quietly in the depths of his consciousness. A sound only he could perceive, a surge of vast, profound will, embodying the enduring spirit of humanity's arduous journey, surged into his awareness. It was not language, but a pure, primal resonance. Emperor of humanity, ruler of the 8 desolations, shepherd of the multitude, fear not the divine, fear not the demonic. Humanity shall triumph over heaven. This is my path. This will was tyrannical yet lucid, imbued with an innate detachment and scrutiny towards the so-called deities, especially when it sensed the rich, sanctified aura inherent in Qian Douluo's words. This will instinctively manifested a sense of repulsion, akin to an irreconcilable clash of fire and water. The surge of willpower emanating from the essence of the Xuanyuan Sword instantaneously clarified Ling Tian's thoughts. Qian Renxue, the heir of the angel god. That sounds astonishingly impressive. A divine angel, both powerful and beautiful. However, it seems the Xuanyuan Sword harbors a distinct aversion towards that so-called angel god light. Accompanying Qian Douluo and bathing in divine radiance daily, one might fear being scorned by their own martial soul. Moreover, the divine attendant? It sounds like a mere servant. How pleasant it would be to be the Pope, the master of one's own fate. On the other side, there is Bibi Dong, and Liena, the legendary vixen. Naturally enchanting. And then there is the Pope herself. Though her demeanor is somewhat frigid, her presence and beauty are undeniably captivating, a paragon of elegance. Furthermore, the position of the Pope commands immense authority. In a moment of raw clarity, An exceedingly crude yet profoundly genuine thought struck Ling Tian like a flash of lightning, overwhelming all other considerations with an intense desire to survive and an indescribable impulse. Choose the one with ample allure. No, that is not it. Select the one who resonates best. Yes, the Xuanyuan Sword evidently aligns more harmoniously with the Pope. Moreover, the Pope has openly promised to take on disciples, offering abundant resources. The papal position is incomparable. Even the finest divine attendant is merely a laborer. I yearn to be the master. In that electrifying moment, Ling Tian's gaze instinctively swept across the two titled Douluos hovering in the air. Bibi Dong, regal and resplendent, her magnificent papal robe accentuating her breathtaking curves, was indelibly etched in his suddenly lucid vision. In a flash of reckless determination intermingled with the fervor of an underdog rising against the odds, a surge of audacity flooded his heart, just as Qian Daolu's grand voice echoed throughout the square. And as Bibi Dong's icy gaze cast its final scrutinizing glance upon Ling Tian, he suddenly stepped forward. This step seemed to consume all his energy, shattering the invisible shackles that bound him. He knelt heavily on the cold, cracked ground, bowing his head deeply. His voice trembled violently with excitement, anxiety, and immense pressure. Yet it rang out clearly, akin to a vow, reverberating in the silent expanse of the plaza. Disciple Ling Tian, I wish to follow your holiness the Pope. I seek entrance into the papal hall. Please, your holiness, take me in. Boom. This kneel, this shout, was like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. The crowd, kneeling in reverence, trembled suddenly, countless gazes converging upon that humble yet resolute figure, filled with utter astonishment and bewilderment. He actually chose her holiness the Pope. He rejected the offerings leading to the divine realm. Qian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, soon followed by profound shock and dawning comprehension. The Pope's conditions, particularly the promise of the papal position, held unparalleled allure for those struggling at the lowest rungs of existence. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through Bibi Dong's deep, icy purple eyes. It seemed she too had not anticipated that this timid, filthy boy could, under the immense pressure of two peaked Douluos, make such a resolute choice in such a brief span of time. Yet, the moment of astonishment was fleeting. Almost immediately, the exquisite corners of her lips subtly lifted into a chilling arc. This minute curvature seemed to melt the frigid air surrounding her. Success. A cold snort, imbued with boundless wrath and resonating like thunder from the heavens, erupted fiercely from Qian Daolu's lips. This contemptuous sound was more terrifying than any before. A golden, sacred radiance erupted violently like a tempestuous sea, and the oppressive force of divinity descended upon Ling Tian, akin to a crushing hammer, striking him while he knelt on one knee. Ling Tian felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, a sweet taste surging in his throat as he nearly spewed forth blood. Every bone in his body groaned under the unbearable weight. The primordial aura enveloping him surged violently, flickering ominously as if on the verge of collapse. The ethereal image of the Xuanyuan Sword emitted a piercing wail. Qian Daolu's resplendent golden eyes now resembled two blazing furnaces, fixated intently on Ling Tian. In that gaze, there was no trace of divinity or tranquility left, only an icy rage, reminiscent of millennia-old frost, and a hint of overwhelming murderous intent. As if a lofty deity had been grievously insulted by a mere mortal. That bone-chilling malice pierced through the defenses of the primordial aura like a tangible needle, plunging deeply into Ling Tian's very soul, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his blood seemingly frozen. The shadow of death loomed ominously. It was over. A wave of cold dread enveloped Ling Tian. A profound fear gripped him. This ancient being had turned against him. Was he to perish? However, that terrifying intent and pressure erupted for but a fleeting moment. Well, very well. Qian Daolu's voice was as frigid as the winds of the far north, each word carrying a biting chill. He cast a deep glance at Ling Tian, a gaze that seemed intent on freezing his very soul, then swept his eyes to the humming, resistive image of the Xuanyuan Sword in Ling Tian's hand. A flicker of unfathomable complexity crossed his countenance. Anger, confusion, wariness, and even a hint of subtle doubt. Finally, his gaze settled upon Bibi Dong, his icy voice pronouncing judgment. Your Holiness the Pope, indeed, splendid tactics. I trust you will guide this young man well. Before his words faded, the six-winged angelic silhouette behind Qian Daolu erupted into an unprecedented, blinding golden brilliance. The intensity of that light made the entire Blackstone town feel as if a second sun had risen in an instant. All present instinctively shut their eyes. When the radiance receded, where was Qian Daolu's figure in the sky? Only a straight golden streak, piercing upwards as if traversing the heavens, lingered. attesting to the former presence of the titled Douluo. Chapter 3. The first encounter in the Pope's Hall, Xuanyuan's roots hard to awaken. The chilling sensation of the space tore through like the flick of a serpent's tongue, barely grazing Ling Tian's skin when an unfathomable force descended. Yet, this power was not one of destruction, but rather of protection. A resonant hum enveloped him, a layer of condensed, deep purple radiance flowing like the most exquisite jade, instantly wrapping Ling Tian from head to toe in its gentle embrace. Ling Tian felt as if he had been immersed in a warm and vibrant spring. His body cradled by a gentle, yet immensely powerful force, gliding smoothly through the fantastical void. This unexpected comfort and security abruptly relaxed his previously tense nerves, inducing a fleeting sense of unreality. Is this the might of a peak Douluo? The ability to rend space with effortless gestures and to shield others with a mere flick of the wrist? Before he could fully comprehend this, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. A purplish-black rift in space silently closed around him, as if it had never existed. Beneath his feet, he felt a solid, icy, and mirror-smooth surface. Soft yet radiant light cascaded from all directions, illuminating everything before him. Ling Tian stood firmly on the ground, his body unwavering, devoid of any anticipated nausea or dizziness. He instinctively lowered his gaze, revealing vast black stone tiles, deep as ink, polished enough to reflect his indistinct silhouette. A crisp, pure fragrance with a hint of coolness wafted into his nostrils, instantly cleansing his mind of all the sordid memories associated with the black stone town. He lifted his head in awe, taking in the grandeur of his surroundings. Before him lay an entrance to a hall that defied description in its magnificence and solemnity. The ground was an endless expanse of jade-black tiles, shining with brilliance. On either side loomed colossal pillars, towering several dozen meters high, seemingly supporting the heavens themselves. These ancient and noble pillars bore a dark golden hue, intricately adorned with elaborate and mysterious reliefs depicting sacred angels poised for flight, ferocious beasts in mid-roar, and arcane, inscrutable runic arrays. Under the gentle yet radiant light emanating from an unknown source, these reliefs appeared to come to life, exuding an ancient pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. The air was exceptionally fresh, yet imbued with a chilling absence of warmth, entering the lungs with an aura of profound solemnity and authority. The lofty dome, shrouded in a soft halo, seemed to connect to the starry sky. Here stood the epitome of power and strength on the Douluo Continent, the Hall of the Pope. Bring him down, cleanse him. A voice, devoid of emotion, yet as clear and melodious as ice-striking jade, resonated from the lofty heights of the hall, where light converged. Although the voice was not loud, it carried an extraordinary penetrating quality, echoing deep within the soul with undeniable authority. Ling Tian followed the sound, his heart racing. At the far end of his vision, atop a seemingly cloud-kissed staircase, sat a figure upon an opulent throne fashioned from countless brilliant gems and mithril. The distance was great, and the light somewhat hazy, rendering only a vague and resplendent silhouette, alongside a pair of deep purple eyes that seemed to pierce through the soul, as profound as the endless night sky. Just this fleeting glimpse enveloped Ling Tian in an indescribable sense of oppression, tightening his previously relaxed spirit, causing him to instinctively hold his breath. Indeed, it was His Holiness the Pope. Two soft yet expertly trained female voices resonated beside Ling Tian. It was only then that he noticed, at some unknown moment, two women clad in the elegant attire of high-ranking servants from the Spirit Hall had silently appeared at his sides. They possessed enchanting beauty and exuded a serene grace. Their eyes cast down respectfully, movements as light as if they were weightless. Bowing deeply towards the direction of the elevated seat, they turned to Ling Tian, inclining slightly. Their voices gentle yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Please, follow us. Ling Tian, somewhat bewildered, nodded like a marionette, led by the two attendants away from the vast and hauntingly empty entrance of the main hall, towards a side passage. He couldn't help but glance back at the towering throne, the violet glint in his heart lingering like an echo. The next hour unfolded for Ling Tian like a profound, cleansing experience, a complete transformation from the outside in. He was ushered into an extraordinarily spacious bathing chamber, adorned as if it were a dream. The floor and walls were paved with warm jade, and the air was suffused with a delicate fragrance, a blend of rare flowers and herbs that was utterly enchanting. At the center stood a magnificent bath, carved from solid milky white jade, its surface shimmering with undulating azure waves, adorned with petals that glimmered softly, while ethereal white mist, infused with rich spiritual energy, rose gently. For attendants, even more graceful and refined than before, awaited him. Their movements were gentle yet efficient, possessing a rhythm that was utterly comforting. As he shed the ordinary garments that felt awkward despite being brand new, he hesitantly stepped into the warm, inviting waters of the bath. The soothing water enveloped him instantly, every pore seeming to rejoice in its embrace. But this was merely the beginning. 2 attendants wielded soft brushes crafted from the fur of a gentle spirit beast and infused with a special elixir, their touch exquisitely delicate. Dipped in a fragrant, milky paste, they began to tenderly and meticulously cleanse his body. Their pressure was just right, the ointment possessing remarkable cleansing and nourishing properties. Wherever they passed, years of accumulated grime and dead skin melted away like snow. Ling Tian could even feel a gentle energy seeping through his skin, nurturing his long-depleted body. Meanwhile, the other 2 attendants continuously rinsed his hair with warm water imbued with a faint spiritual essence, meticulously massaging it with a fragrant herbal paste. The murky black water flowed away, and his hair, once as dry and tangled as withered grass, gradually transformed into smooth, lustrous strands, radiating with health. The cleansing process continued for an extended period, changing the water 3 times and utilizing various fragrant lotions and elixirs. When Ling Tian was finally wrapped in a large, soft, highly absorbent white towel and assisted out of the bath, he felt as though he had been reborn. The skin no longer bore the pallor of malnutrition, but instead radiated a healthy, long-lost luster. Although still somewhat frail, the frame was well-proportioned, and the contours of the muscles began to subtly emerge. The delicate features, long obscured by grime, were now fully revealed. Although one could not deem him exceptionally handsome, his features were well-defined, and his eyes sparkled with a clarity that exuded youthful vigor, possessing a charm that was pleasing to the eye. The maidens adorned him in a pristine outfit. Beneath was a soft, form-fitting white silk shirt and trousers, complemented by a tailored, structured black robe. The robe's collar, cuffs, and hem were intricately embroidered with the emblem of the spirit hall and cloud patterns in silver thread, reflecting a restrained silver brilliance in the light. At his waist, a silver belt embellished with smooth white jade cinched the ensemble, and his feet were clad in soft, comfortable black leather boots. When Ling Tian was led before a colossal crystal mirror by the maidens, he gazed at his reflection, nearly unrecognizable. The youth in the mirror stood tall, his visage clean and refined, his eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment and lingering trepidation. He was a stark contrast to the wretched beggar who had once huddled amidst refuse. Reeking of filth, His Holiness awaits you in the inner chamber. Please follow me, the lead maiden softly reminded, her tone imbued with respect. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of complex emotions within him, and nodded. He understood that the true trial was only beginning. As he traversed the grand and solemn hallways once again, this time he was guided to a deeper, higher sanctum. The air seemed to grow heavier, and the light more concentrated. At last, before a towering 10-meter door, crafted from dark golden metal and adorned with grand reliefs of angels and scepters, the maidens halted, bowing deeply before silently stepping aside. The great door opened silently inward, unleashing a more intense, purer chill that bore an authority that penetrated the soul. Steeling himself, Ling Tian stepped forward. The inner chamber, though smaller than the outer hall's entrance, possessed an exquisite, solemn, and oppressive aura. The dome above mirrored a profound starry sky, with countless tiny gems embedded like stars, exuding a gentle glow. The floor remained as polished as a mirror, and in its center lay a broad, deep red carpet embroidered with golden thorns and lilies, extending to the farthest reaches of the chamber. At the carpet's terminus, atop 9 steps hewn from solid black crystal, stood the papal throne, a symbol of the spirit hall's ultimate authority. In that moment, the figure upon the throne was rendered without ambiguity or obstruction, clearly visible to Ling Tian. Time seemed to freeze. Ling Tian felt his breath catch, his heart gripped tightly by an unseen hand. The silver crown, reminiscent of the moon, was set with pigeon blood rubies and pure diamonds, its silver chains cascading like tassels, gently brushing against the smooth, full forehead. Beneath the crown lies a visage so exquisite that it renders the sun, moon, and stars dim in comparison. Her skin, fair as snow, is as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade, seemingly crystallized from moonlight, devoid of any blemish. Her nose is elegantly sculpted, while her lips, tinted with the softest shade of cherry blossom pink, form a slightly austere line. Most captivating, however, are her eyes. The deep violet orbs resemble swirling galaxies, containing the essence of the entire night sky, akin to an unfathomable abyss. This richness of purple is unyielding, exuding a chill, wisdom, and an all-seeing brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the illusions and facades of the world. At this moment, those violet eyes gaze calmly and devoid of emotion upon the arriving Ling Tian, their penetrating stare akin to tangible icicles, leaving him feeling utterly transparent, as if scrutinized to his very core. She is draped in an opulent purple papal robe, intricately designed to the utmost degree. The robe, crafted from the finest dark night purple velvet, is adorned with intricate emblems symbolizing the supreme authority of the spirit hall. Embroidered with gold, silver, and mithril threads finer than a strand of hair, depicting angelic wings, a crown of thorns, and esoteric runes. The voluminous sleeves cascade naturally, their cuffs inlaid with a delicate band of shimmering obsidian. The robe is tailored to perfection, exquisitely outlining her tall, graceful silhouette. With a generous bosom that still reveals breathtaking curves beneath the solemn garment, and a slender waist that seems to invite a gentle embrace, flowing down into lines of strength and elegance. She sits there quietly, one hand casually resting upon the grand papal scepter, set with a magnificent amethyst, while the other lightly touches the armrest of her throne. The air is filled with her regal presence, embodying an icy majesty that transcends all beings, compelling all who enter this sacred space to instinctively wish to prostrate themselves. Beauty, astoundingly breathtaking, so enchanting it takes one's breath away, evoking a sense of self-abasement that deters any thoughts of desecration. Ling Tian's mind is a blank slate, overwhelmed by pure astonishment. In his previous life, he had encountered countless so-called divine visages online, yet none could compare to this living embodiment of supreme authority and power. All those others fade into insignificance, mere flickers in the presence of a radiant moon. He finds himself at a loss for words to encapsulate this awe, sensing that no language could ever do her justice. Is this the pinnacle of femininity on the Douluo Continent? Is this the master he has just chosen? Your talent, Ling Tian, a cool voice, reminiscent of ice beads falling onto jade, shatters the suffocating silence, resonating clearly in his ears and jolting him from his stupor. The awakening of your martial soul has summoned an extraordinary phenomenon, with soul rings emerging spontaneously, an unprecedented occurrence. Even I have never heard of such a thing. Her tone is calm, betraying little emotion, yet the weight of her words tightens Ling Tian's heart. Such talent is truly a miracle unparalleled in the annals of the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong's violet gaze remains steadfast upon Ling Tian, as if stating an objective truth. It is indeed a fortune for the spirit hall to possess you. Ling Tian found himself momentarily flustered by the unabashed praise. His face flushed slightly as he instinctively lowered his gaze, only to be held in place by an unwavering stare, leaving him rigid and with a dry throat. Thank you for your commendation, Your Majesty. However, Bibi Dong swiftly changed the subject, a glimmer of profound insight flickering in her violet eyes. Your circumstances remain somewhat elusive to me. The essence of your martial soul and the origin of your spirit rings are shrouded in mystery. Her gaze settled upon Ling Tian's empty right hand. Unleash your martial soul. The command was succinct and unequivocal. A shiver rippled through Ling Tian's heart. Here it comes. He inhaled deeply, striving to concentrate as he endeavored to connect with the dormant sacred sword deep within his consciousness. Xuanyuan Sword, arise, he silently urged, his thoughts surging towards the ancient silhouette of the sword. Yet, this summons proved to be 100-fold more arduous than his initial awakening. The spectral Xuanyuan Sword appeared ensnared in the depths of a profound slumber, as if bound by invisible shackles. Ling Tian's intentions dissipated like a drop of water in the ocean, stirring only a faint ripple. He sensed his mental energy flowing like a torrent, desperately trying to pry loose the divine blade. Beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead, and his complexion began to pale. Come forth, Ling Tian roared inwardly, gritting his teeth and channeling every ounce of his spirit. Finally, just as he felt his mental strength waning and his head spinning in agony, a faint sound, akin to a distant sword's cry, resonated within his consciousness. With a sudden flash, a concentrated bronze light erupted from the palm of his right hand, followed closely by a radiant silver glow. Two peculiar spirit rings materialized instantaneously, pulsating with energy. Subsequently, the ancient, weighty sword silhouette, suffused with a deep, enigmatic aura, began to coalesce above his palm, as if it had traversed countless barriers to manifest. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a low hum as though it bore immense pressure. Compared to the resplendent form it exhibited during his awakening, the current manifestation of the Xuanyuan Sword appeared considerably dimmer, its presence subdued to the utmost. Yet the ancient patterns of sun, moon, stars, and landscapes continued to exude a mysterious brilliance. Ling Tian gasped for breath, his robes drenched in cold sweat once more, his pallor betraying the sensation of being utterly drained. Summoning his martial soul had nearly exhausted all his strength. This entity consumed far too much energy. Throughout this ordeal, Bibi Dong's gaze remained steadily fixed upon the laboriously materializing sword silhouette. Her violet eyes, profound as the abyss, seemed intent on imprinting every detail of the sword's textures and energies. She scrutinized it meticulously, lingering over the patterns of celestial bodies and nature, probing into the enigmatic aura. and examining the bronze and silver spirit rings. As moments elapsed, the inner chamber echoed only with Ling Tian's labored breaths and the sword's low hum. At last, after an extended silence, Bibi Dong spoke, her voice still cool yet tinged with an imperceptible hint of confusion. "This sword I do not recognize." Her gaze shifted from the sword blade to the pale and tense face of Ling Tian, her violet eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. The sword possessed an ancient form, a vast intent, and an inherent power that encompassed the universe. It was neither metal nor jade, nor composed of any known material. The soul ring emanated from within, displaying an extraordinary hue, its essence of power markedly distinct from the ordinary. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. More astonishingly, this sword exhibits a profound intelligence and remarkable autonomy. Earlier, on the square, it withstood the pressure from my presence and the grand offering, safeguarding you thoroughly. Furthermore, at the moment when the intent to kill surged, it instinctively shielded its master, resonating with your essence. Such spirituality is beyond the comparison of ordinary weapon spirits, verging on that of a sentient being. Ling Tian felt a jolt within, astonished. Can she truly perceive all of this? This woman is terrifying. Is her gaze a fusion of light and soul scanning? He had previously assumed the Xuanyuan sword was formidable. Only upon hearing Bibi Dong's words did he realize the sword's intelligence was preposterously high. Bibi Dong's gaze swept over the gently trembling illusion of the Xuanyuan sword and Ling Tian's feeble appearance, his soul power depleted and on the brink of collapse. A flicker of understanding passing through her violet eyes. Your constitution is too weak. Her voice returned to its prior calmness, yet it carried an undeniable decisiveness. The soul power is thin, the foundation unstable, and both vitality and blood are compromised. Possessing a divine artifact, yet wielding it as a child with a massive hammer. Injuring oneself before the enemy. Ling Tian felt his face flush with embarrassment, unable to refute her words. Indeed, he was merely a lowly warrior with a divine artifact. This day shall conclude here. With a gentle wave of her hand, Bibi Dong commanded, and the illusion of the Xuanyuan sword in Ling Tian's palm seemed to receive a reprieve, emitting a sound of relief as it transformed into two streams of light. Vanishing into his body, the oppressive weight suddenly lifted, causing Ling Tian to stagger, nearly falling, but he quickly steadied himself. Emotion. Bibi Dong's voice rang out. The figure, who had been like a shadow standing in the dimness of the grand doorway, promptly stepped forward and knelt on one knee. I am at your service. Take him to the Xuanyuan Hall. Provide the finest medicinal cuisine to strengthen his foundation. Bibi Dong's tone was imbued with an air of unassailable authority. Inform him of the rules. At dawn tomorrow, bring him to the martial arts hall. I shall obey your command, your majesty. Mo Qian replied respectfully. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on Ling Tian, her profound violet eyes seemingly capable of discerning all his thoughts. Eat well, rest. Tomorrow, I shall personally instruct you on how to wield the hammer in your hand. As her words settled in the air, she ceased to regard anyone else, slowly closing those eyes that seemed to perceive all, remaining as silent as a deity upon her throne. The entire inner hall was once again enveloped in a suffocating silence and majesty. Ling Tian gazed at the stunning figure on the throne, meditating with closed eyes, feeling the pervasive chill of her oppressive presence. Reflecting on her earlier statement about teaching him to wield the hammer, a myriad of emotions stirred within him: reverence, trepidation, uncertainty regarding the future, and an ineffable anticipation. Master Ling Tian, please follow me. Mo Qian's voice resonated in his ear, filled with unprecedented respect. Ling Tian cast one last glance at the figure perched atop the pinnacle of power, took a deep breath, and turned to follow Mo Qian, exiting the cold and sacred inner hall. Chapter 4. A fortuitous encounter at Xuanyuan. The golden shadow, the divine sword indifferently observes the divine light. The air within the hall of culinary essence is heavy, imbued with a rich vitality. This is not the ordinary aroma of common fare. Rather, it is a magnificent essence exuded from countless rare spirit herbs and the quintessence of soul beasts, intertwining life force and pure soul energy during the cooking process. With just a single breath, Ling Tian felt a slight alleviation of the fatigue that had weighed down his limbs, accompanied by a soothing relief in his consciousness, which had been subtly aching from the forced summoning of the Xuanyuan sword. He was guided by Mo Qian to a long table, meticulously carved from a single piece of warm jade. The table was already set, and though it lacked the ostentation of golden plates and jade cups, the vessels holding the food were crafted from delicate spirit jade, softly glowing with an ethereal luminescence. The dishes before him transcended Ling Tian's understanding of dining. There was no greasy meat or heavy sauces, but rather an array of artistic creations, each with unique forms and translucent colors, exuding peculiar fragrances and enveloped in a haze of energy. A bowl of soup, as clear as water, contained thin, gossamer mushrooms shimmering with a spectrum of colors, while glistening droplets of amber oil floated atop, emanating a richness akin to the earth and a freshness reminiscent of the forest. A fist-sized, creamy white tuber, resembling a lotus root, was neatly sliced, its cross-section sparkling with a jade-like luster and radiating pure earth attribute energy. There was also a small dish of vibrant green leaves, seemingly freshly plucked and still adorned with dew, their veins pulsating with a visible azure glow. Master Ling Tian, Xian's voice carried a subtle note of respect. This is the essence of all herbs soup, primarily made from the 7-colored cloud mushroom and millennium earth vein spirit milk, which fortifies the foundation and nourishes the sea of consciousness. The jade mucus earth emperor root, sourced from the core of a 10,000-year-old earth vein, is most effective in solidifying one's foundation. The wind dew soul leaf, harvested from the heart of the starry forest, rich in wind elements, can nurture the spirit and cleanse impurities from soul energy. Please take your time and enjoy. His Majesty has instructed that you be well-fed and well-nourished. Xian paused, observing Ling Tian's slightly awkward demeanor, and added, the Hall of Culinary Essence has few rules. You simply need to dine quietly, without wasteful noise. If you encounter other disciples within the hall, a nod will suffice. There is no need for excessive formality. I shall wait outside, and you may call for me at any time should you require assistance. With that, Xian bowed again and silently withdrew, leaving Ling Tian alone to face this table of priceless delicacies, enough to drive soul masters outside into a frenzy. Gulch. Ling Tian swallowed hard as his stomach audibly protested. Memories of fainting from hunger amidst refuse remained vividly etched in his mind. Now, confronted with this celestial feast, an overwhelming sense of unreality and immense joy surged within him. He cautiously picked up the jade spoon and scooped a spoonful of the clear soup into his mouth. Boom. It felt as though a gentle, warm spring coursed through his entire being, cleansing every weary muscle and meridian. The soup appeared light, yet contained an indescribable richness, gently yet firmly permeating his flesh and bones. A warm current rose from his stomach, quickly spreading throughout, washing away the emptiness he had felt from summoning his martial spirit, invigorating his spirit. The previously dormant phantom of the Xuanyuan Sword in his sea of consciousness seemed to flicker with a hint of light. Oh, how delicious! This is truly the life one ought to lead. Ling Tian was on the verge of tears, disregarding all decorum as he indulged heartily. The Earth Emperor's root melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a rich, earthy energy that sank into his dantian, slowly yet steadfastly solidifying his wavering foundation. The soul-nurturing leaf was gently chewed, releasing a refreshing essence that surged into his sea of consciousness, akin to nourishing rain revitalizing parched land, alleviating the sharp pain in his mental faculties, just as he immersed himself in diligent work, reveling in the abundance of energy. The heavy jade door of the dining hall was silently pushed open. 3 figures entered in unison. At the forefront was a youth, approximately 11 years of age, already strikingly tall, clad in a well-tailored dark red outfit that accentuated his somewhat slender, yet powerfully explosive physique. His visage was extraordinarily handsome, almost eerily exquisite, with fair skin, eyebrows that arched dramatically, a prominent nose, and thin lips pressed firmly, exuding an intensity far beyond his years. What captivated the eye most were his slightly upturned eyes, a profound dark red akin to solidified blood diamonds, surveying the hall with a cold, discerning gaze. His fiery red hair was styled meticulously, resembling flames swept back with precision. This was Xiaoyu, a paragon of the younger generation within the papal hall. Close beside Xiaoyu stood a remarkably robust youth, also around 11, yet towering over Xiaoyu by a substantial margin. His broad shoulders and muscular build stretched his similarly dark red attire to its limits. His facial features were sharply defined, as if sculpted by a chisel, with vibrant, flame-like red hair standing erect. His thick eyebrows framed fervent, wild eyes that radiated an unabashed defiance and aggression, exuding a searing aura akin to a walking volcano. This was Yan, an exceptionally gifted fire attribute soul master. A step behind them trailed a petite figure, seemingly no more than 7 or 8 years old. She wore an exquisitely tailored pale pink dress adorned with silver trim, her soft, golden locks flowing like sunlight, shimmering enchantingly under the hall's gentle illumination, intricately braided into 2 strands that hung before her chest, each tied with a delicate silver bell that chimed softly with her every step. Her face was small and exquisitely crafted, with skin so flawless it seemed almost ethereal. Her eyes, particularly captivating, resembled those of a fox, with translucent amber irises and naturally upturned outer corners that sparkled with innocence yet hinted at an endless charm, a harmonious blend of purity and allure. She was Liena, the only direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. The arrival of the trio shattered the tranquility of the dining hall. Yan's gaze casually swept across the room, landing on the wholeheartedly indulging Ling Tian, his brow immediately furrowing in disapproval. Without concealing his disdain, he let out a huff, exhaling a sulphurous breath, his eyes scanning dismissively as if brushing aside an eyesore, completely ignoring Ling Tian as he strode confidently toward a nearby dining table. The dark crimson eyes of the sinister moon lingered upon Ling Tian for less than half a second, their gaze sharp as a blade, cold and devoid of any emotion. As if merely assessing the value or threat of an object, he did not utter a word, nor did his expression betray the slightest change, striding directly towards Yan. Only Liena paused in her steps. Her amber eyes fell upon Ling Tian with a childlike curiosity, imbued with a pure sense of exploration. She seemed entirely oblivious to Ling Tian's somewhat awkward demeanor and the incongruous air of unfamiliarity that clung to him amidst the opulence of their surroundings, finding instead this new face quite intriguing. Tilting her small head, the soft chime of her bells ringing, she approached Ling Tian's table with a light-hearted gait. "Hey, newcomer." Liena's voice was crisp and melodious, carrying the charming innocence characteristic of a young girl, yet tinged with an unexpected poise that transcended her years. She curiously surveyed the delicacies on Ling Tian's table, exclaiming, "Wow, it's the imperial jade root, and the herbal essence soup." Just as Ling Tian was choking on a piece of the jade root, he was startled by the sound of her bright voice beside him, nearly causing him to fling his spoon away. In a flurry, he swallowed his food, looked up, and was instantly entranced. What a beautiful little girl. She resembled a little angel. Those eyes, how could they feel so dizzying the longer he gazed? His heart seemed to quicken. Yes, I'm the newcomer," Ling Tian stammered, his cheeks flushing slightly as he hastily set down his spoon and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. This action elicited a disdainful chuckle from Yan, who was retrieving his meal from a distance. In the presence of Bibi Dong, Ling Tian felt a deep-seated awe and pressure. Yet, before this remarkably beautiful girl, he was beset by a nervousness and an inexplicable attraction. "My name is Liena," the little girl introduced herself with grace. Placing her small hands behind her back and leaning slightly forward, her curiosity piqued. "What is your name? Are you the teacher's newly accepted disciple? I've never seen you before." A faint, floral fragrance reminiscent of blossoms in bloom wafted from her. Her closeness intensified Ling Tian's nervousness, the delightful aroma enveloping him, causing his heart to race inexplicably. Ling Tian," he managed to reply, his voice somewhat dry. "Ling Tian." Liena blinked her enchanting yet remarkably pure large eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "What a lovely name. I am a disciple of the teacher." She pointed to the two individuals who had already seated themselves and begun their meal. "This is Brother Xiaoyu and Brother Yan." Noticing that Ling Tian was noticeably smaller and frielier than herself, she naturally added, "You look rather small. From now on, I'll call you Ling Tian, little brother." "A little brother?" Ling Tian was taken aback, only then realizing that his current body was merely 6 years old. No wonder Liena regarded him with the gaze of an older sister observing a little one. His face grew warmer, and he could only mumble in response. "Oh, hello." "Hello, Nana, senior sister." He tentatively addressed her, feeling his tongue trip over itself. "Hee, you can call me Nana Jia as well." Liena appeared to find Ling Tian's nervous and bewildered demeanor quite amusing. Her laughter curved her eyes into crescent moons, exuding an enchanting allure that felt both natural and infused with the innocence of childhood. "Ling Tian, did you come from afar? What is your martial soul? May I see it?" she asked incessantly, her voice flowing like a crystal-clear spring, imbued with an irresistible charm. Though she was young, having experienced family turmoil and grown amidst the brilliance of the spirit hall, her maturity far surpassed that of her peers. She keenly sensed the unique, vast aura emanating from Ling Tian, one that stemmed from his martial soul. Ling Tian, overwhelmed by her barrage of questions, mused to himself, "This little sister is rather forward. Isn't she?" At just 8 years old, her speech is so fluid and natural, more composed than many adults. And what is this inexplicable urge to be close to her? Could this be innate charm? She appeared blissfully unaware of her own allure. My martial soul is a sword," Ling Tian replied vaguely, haunted by the painful memory of summoning the Xuanyuan Sword. He had no desire to embarrass himself again so soon after regaining some vitality, especially in front of this little sister. "I just awakened it, and am not very adept yet." "A sword?" Liena's interest seemed to deepen. "Brother Xiaoyu's martial soul is the Moonblade, and it's quite formidable. Brother Yan's Flame Sovereign is even more powerful, but your sword feels different." She tilted her head, her amber eyes sparkling as if she were trying to sense something. At that moment, Xiaoyu's cool voice interrupted Liena's inquiries. "Nana, come eat." Do not disturb others. His tone was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Oh, got it, brother. Liena playfully stuck out her tongue in response, exhibiting both mischief and obedience. She turned back to Ling Tian, offering him a sweet smile. Ling Tian, I'm going to eat now. We'll be in the Papal Palace from now on. So I'll come find you to play. With that, she skipped away to sit beside Xuanyuan, leaving behind a lively and adorable silhouette. Ling Tian sighed in relief, yet felt a twinge of loss. Although their conversation had made him anxious, it had also been rather pleasant. Moreover, she seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him. Unlike those two icy and fiery personalities. Shaking his head, he refocused on the medicinal meal before him, striving to absorb its energy. Before long, it was evident that the trio had finished their meal. Xuanyuan and Yin rose first, walking towards the palace exit with unwavering gazes. Liena trailed behind, turning back at the door to wave goodbye to Ling Tian, her large eyes brimming with joy, before she scampered off to catch up with her brother. Once again, Ling Tian found himself alone in the hall. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, feeling the warm currents coursing through him, repairing his body's deficiencies and solidifying his shaky foundations, just as he was about to place the last piece of wind-dew soul leaf into his mouth. Relishing the refreshing essence cleansing his consciousness, the grand door of the hall was pushed open once more. This time, only one person entered. A distinctly different aura suddenly enveloped the space, imbued with an ineffable sense of sanctity, purity, and a chilling detachment. Ling Tian instinctively raised his gaze. A figure with golden hair appeared at the entrance. She appeared to be around 11 years old, her slender frame already taking shape. Adorned in an exquisitely tailored gown of pure white with golden accents, the hem embroidered with simple yet divine patterns of angelic wings. Her golden locks flowed like molten gold, dazzling and radiant, meticulously styled at the back of her head, secured with a delicate platinum hairband that revealed her smooth, full forehead and elegant, swan-like neck. Her skin was so delicate it seemed almost transparent, bathed in the soft light of the hall, as if enveloped in a subtle halo of sanctity. Her features were perfection, as though sculpted by a master artisan. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her nose was straight and refined, and her lips, a soft cherry blossom pink, were tightly pressed, exuding an air of detachment and aloofness that belied her tender age. Most striking were her eyes, a pair of pure, golden orbs. Her pupils resembled two miniature suns, radiating a warmth akin to molten lava, yet possessing an absolute chill, as if they could pierce through all worldly illusions, embodying an innate nobility and an indifferent superiority over all beings. At this moment, her golden gaze was cast emotionlessly upon Ling Tian. Her presence was immaculate, akin to a lotus atop a snow-capped peak, yet she emanated an icy aura that repelled all who dared approach. She was Xuanyuan, the heir to the angelic throne, and the granddaughter of Qian Douluo. As she gracefully entered the dining hall, her steps were light and elegant, each movement seemingly measured, resonating with an innate rhythm. She did not approach the dining area but, as if surveying her domain, her gaze slowly swept over the hall's furnishings, ultimately resting, seemingly by chance, in the direction of Ling Tian's table. In that instant, Ling Tian felt an involuntary tension grip his scalp. An invisible pressure descended upon him, far more intense than the sensation evoked by the previous trio of golden figures. The dormant shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword within him seemed to awaken, emitting a faint yet vigilant hum within his consciousness. A primordial will, vast and profound, quietly stirred, accompanied by a subtle, indifferent presence. It was as though a mighty dragon had sensed the gaze of an ant at its feet, too indifferent to even consider suppression. Mere existence was an insurmountable chasm. Renxue glided gracefully, seemingly at random, towards a jade plate adorned with exquisite fruits, positioned not far from Ling Tian's table. Her posture was flawless, reminiscent of the most regal princess. As she picked up a translucent ruby fruit, her molten gold eyes, seemingly by chance, fell upon Ling Tian's youthful face, which bore a hint of rosy hue from medicinal nourishment, yet was now etched with tension and astonishment. The hall fell into a profound silence. Ling Tian felt his palms grow slightly clammy, his heart thundering in his chest like a drum. He longed to utter something, perhaps a simple greeting, "Hello. Is there something you need?" But his throat felt constricted, rendering him utterly voiceless. In the presence of Bibi Dong, there was a sense of reverence. Before Liena, a blend of nervousness and innocent affection surfaced. Yet, confronting the golden-haired maiden before him, he was engulfed by an icy animosity intertwined with an innate timidity. After all, she was the granddaughter of the formidable figure who had been spurned by her grandfather, instilling in him a primal fear. As Ling Tian fidgeted uncomfortably, nearly burying his head in his plate, an extremely subtle yet palpable mental force, sharp as an invisible needle, suddenly emanated from the molten gold of Qian Renxue's eyes. This energy harbored an unparalleled purity, imbued with the weight of divine judgment akin to angelic power. This mental essence did not seek to assault the physical form, but aimed to pierce the depths of Ling Tian's consciousness, probing for the enigmatic source of the unique martial soul that had caused her grandfather to retreat in defeat. It was a test, executed with remarkable finesse. However, just as this concealed thought was on the verge of grazing the periphery of Ling Tian's mind, a faint, almost languid sound of a sword's resonance echoed from the depths of his consciousness. The ethereal image of the suspended Xuanyuan sword trembled not at all, resembling a colossal dragon merely disturbed by a mosquito, letting out a subtle, instinctual hum. An overwhelming, weighty presence, reminiscent of a vast and indifferent will that had witnessed the ebb and flow of time, exhaled like the breath of a slumbering giant. There was no cataclysmic clash, no violent surge of energy. The pure and sacred angelic thought, upon encountering this indifferent will, was akin to snow meeting the blazing sun. Nay, it was like a stone cast into an unfathomable abyss. No ripples stirred. With a soft thud, Qian Renxue's delicate form quivered slightly. The red fruit in her grasp nearly slipped from her fingers. She tightened her grip, her fingertips paling from the exertion. Her molten gold eyes abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks, and for the first time, an unmistakable pallor swept across her flawless visage, as if she had glimpsed something profoundly terrifying, far beyond her comprehension. Her consciousness felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer. The pain not of physical harm, but of a crushing and sacrilegious sensation emanating from the very essence of power. The pure and sacred strength that she so proudly derived from the angelic legacy now appeared minuscule when faced with that vast will. Like a trickling stream against the boundless sea, or a firefly beneath the resplendent moon, insignificant, fragile, and utterly defenseless. It lacked even the merit to warrant acknowledgement. That will existed indifferently, rendering her divinely sourced power a mere instinctual source of suffocating dread. She acutely sensed that her probing thought was not vanquished. It was, rather, disregarded, much like a giant would pay no mind to the ants scuttling provocatively beneath its feet. The will of the sword loomed high above, its authority unquestioned. A bone-chilling cold surged through Qian Renxue's spine, and at that moment, the angelic power within her trembled like a frightened rabbit, transmitting an unprecedented, primal terror. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Ling Tian approached, he sensed that Qian Renxue's gaze had grown even colder and sharper, sending a shiver down his spine and quickening his heart, leaving him utterly bewildered. He observed her picking up a fruit, her fingers seemingly squeezing it with force, causing her complexion to pale ever so slightly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she regained her pristine and aloof demeanor, as if the momentary lapse had never transpired. Qian Renxue forced herself to suppress the tumultuous surge of blood and the sharp pain in her consciousness, locking away the deep-seated fear that arose from her very soul. Her breathtaking visage swiftly returned to its icy and haughty state, concealing any sign of the earlier discomposure. However, within the depths of her molten golden eyes, as she regarded Ling Tian, there was not only the frigid animosity and offended ire, but also an indescribable hint of trepidation and suspicion. She no longer cast a glance in his direction, treating him as though he were a speck of dust unworthy of attention. With an elegant turn, the hem of her pure white gown traced a flawless arc as she walked towards the entrance of the dining hall with the same precision as her arrival, yet seemingly quicker. Her golden hair flowed in the interplay of light and shadow, exuding a sacred beauty, yet shrouded in an unshakable chill. It was not until the heavy jade door silently closed behind her, severing the connection with her golden figure and the cold atmosphere, that Ling Tian's tensed body finally relaxed. Collapsing against the warm jade chair, gasping for breath, he felt inexplicably unsettled, his heart still racing. That gaze from Qian Renxue was terrifying. It felt 100 times more menacing than Liena's. Did she seem to loathe him simply because he refused to accompany her grandfather? Ling Tian clutched his still thumping heart, utterly perplexed. Never mind, it's best to avoid trouble. I should finish my meal and return to rest, for tomorrow I must meet the esteemed Pope. The first meal at the Pope's hall was indeed a heart-stopping experience. Ling Tian glanced at his empty plate, the lingering scent of medicinal cuisine in his mouth. Yet his mind was consumed by a singular thought. The dignitaries in this place are exceedingly intimidating. Meeting the Pope tomorrow. Will I truly be able to wield a hammer with steadiness? Chapter 5. The initial grasp of the Holy Sword in the Martial Hall. The Huang and Qian severely striking the Pope's majesty. Morning light pierced through the towering stained glass windows of the Pope's hall, slicing the cold and solemn martial hall into a mosaic of light and shadow. The air was thick with the chilling essence of millennia-old stone and metallic weapons. occasionally tinged with a faint, metallic scent of blood, as if countless battles and sweat had seeped into every inch of the floor tiles. The vast space was hauntingly empty, with a lofty ceiling and walls adorned with the grotesque reliefs of monstrous beasts and heavily worn weapon racks, upon which glimmering blades silently testified that this place was no sanctuary. Dressed in a brand-new black disciple robe with silver patterns, Ling Tian's sleeves were so wide they nearly enveloped his entire hands. At 6 years old, his small frame appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust within the grand hall. He followed closely behind him, Qian, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful that the sound of his boots might disrupt the stillness and attract some dreadful gaze. Bowing his head, he focused on his breathing, yet his heart thundered within his slender chest. Yesterday, within the grand hall of the Xuanyuan Palace, the chilling gaze of Qian Renxue, resembling molten gold, evoked a profound tremor within his very soul, as if a silent yet terrifying trial had been conducted upon him. The instinctual and formidable counterstrike of the Xuanyuan Sword, born of an instinct he himself could scarcely comprehend, surged forth. Each detail remained vividly etched in his memory, causing cold sweat to threaten to break forth upon his back once more. "Your Holiness," came the deep and respectful voice of, resonating softly within the expansive hall. As he knelt upon one knee, his head bowed low. Startled, Ling Tian hastily mimics posture, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his forehead nearly grazing the frigid floor. He dared not raise his gaze, his vision fixated solely on a pair of opulent high-heeled boots adorned with fragments of amethyst, and a small segment of a deep purple robe, embroidered with thorny lilies in dark golden thread, that lay draped upon the ground. "Look up," came the voice of Bibi Dong from above, icy and unwavering, piercing through the air like an icicle striking his eardrum. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, his neck stiffly lifting as his gaze struggled to ascend the intricate patterns of her resplendent robe, traversing her slender waist, ultimately colliding with her eyes, deep, swirling purple orbs that seemed to devour all starlight in their depths. She stood there nonchalantly, her imposing figure cast against a grand relief that symbolized the authority of the spirit hall, the very light of the martial arts hall seemingly drawn into her presence, transforming into a chilling pressure that weighed heavily upon him. Ling Tian found it difficult to breathe, his throat constricting as his fingers unconsciously dug into the crevices of the tiled floor beneath him. Regarding the events of the Xuanyuan Palace from the previous day, Bibidong's piercing gaze lingered upon him momentarily, her tone devoid of inflection, revealing neither joy nor anger. In the face of Qian Renxue's probing, you did not falter nor boast, but instead remained silent and restrained. "Well done." Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, his face ablaze with embarrassment. Silent? Restrained? He had been utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by that sacred and frigid aura. His mind had been a blank slate, consumed by thoughts of impending doom. Yet, the Pope interpreted this as a strategic retreat. As a disciple of this esteemed seat, one must understand when to advance and retreat. Bibidong's voice sliced through his discomposure as she took a deliberate step forward, her heels striking the stone tiles with a crisp and resonant sound, each step akin to treading upon Ling Tian's taut nerves. To display one's brilliance is the mark of a fool, while to retreat without cause is the trait of a coward. Your demeanor yesterday, upon entering this place, was indeed a prudent means of self-preservation. However, her tone suddenly turned frigid, her violet eyes flashing with a sharp glint, akin to a coiled serpent suddenly unfurling its vertical pupils. Such a stance cannot endure. Under my command, this hall is no refuge for the timid. If you wish only to curl up in a corner, seeking mere survival, then begone from the Pope's palace today, and return to your wretched heap. The final word resonated like thunder, an icy and bone-chilling intent mingled with the terrifying pressure of the title de law, sweeping through the martial arts hall like a tangible blizzard. Buzz. Deep within Ling Tian's consciousness, the dormant shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword jolted, unleashing a vast and profound aura of dark yellow energy, forming a thin yet resilient shield upon his exterior, barely withstanding the pressure capable of reducing an ordinary person to mere pulp. Ling Tian was abruptly thrust backward by an overwhelming surge of terror, stumbling a step before his back collided heavily against the cold stone pillar adorned with intricate carvings. The impact caused him to grimace in pain, his heart threatening to leap from his throat. He gazed in horror at the figure on the throne, which had transformed into a visage of a demonic deity, icy purple eyes betraying a disdainful scrutiny that lashed against him like a whip. "Coward? Weakling? Go back to the garbage heap?" These words seared into the depths of Ling Tian's soul like a branding iron. The putrid stench of the refuse in Blackstone Town, the scornful gazes of the townsfolk, and the chilling disdain of Qian Renxue surged forth, mingling with the shame of public reprimand and the terror of death looming over him, colliding and igniting within his chest. "I am not," With a sudden surge of defiance, he lifted his head, his face as pale as death, lips trembling as he nearly expended all his strength to shout, his voice cracking with desperation. I am not a coward. I do not wish to return. For the first time before Bibi Dong, a fierce flame ignited in his dark, bright eyes, a conflagration fueled by wounded pride and mingled with fear. It was not that he wished to be bold. He had been thoroughly terrified the day before. It felt akin to a rabbit being targeted by a dragon. What could he do but tremble? Yet how could he articulate such a stifling reason? A fleeting glimmer of almost imperceptible satisfaction flickered in the depths of Bibi Dong's eyes. Fire, even if laced with fear, was preferable to stagnant waters. The oppressive aura surrounding her receded like a tide, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. The suffocating air within the martial arts hall relaxed momentarily. Very well. Her voice returned to its previous frigid tone, as if the earlier fury had been but an illusion. Remember this unwillingness. Now, grasp your sword. Ling Tian, still shaken, gasped for breath, the pain in his back and the rapid beating of his heart yet to subside. At her command, he instinctively lowered his gaze to his right hand, which was empty, summoning the Xuanyuan Sword. The agonizing experience of nearly exhausting his mental energy in the inner hall flooded back, sending a shiver down his spine. What are you hesitating for? Bibi Dong's voice carried an undeniable command. Gritting his teeth, Ling Tian resolved to go all in. He closed his eyes, his consciousness diving into the sea of his mind, silently imploring the ancient sword suspended in the chaotic aura. Come forth. Help me. His thoughts vanished into the void, the sword remaining utterly still, indifferent as ever. Fool. Bibi Dong's icy voice struck like a whip. The sword is an extension of your arm, a manifestation of your will. It is not an ancestral spirit to be summoned from the sea of consciousness. You must grasp it, not beckon it forth. Command it with your will. Perceive it with your soul. Treat it as part of your very being. Ling Tian jolted at her reprimand. Command? Perceive? Part of his body. He cast aside all distractions, ceasing attempts at communication, instead focusing all his mental energy into a nearly brutal will, forcefully crashing against the Xuanyuan sword in his consciousness. Come. Out. Now. Buzz. A sound far clearer than the day before erupted in the sea of his mind, imbued with impatience. 2 soul rings of bronze and silver suddenly manifested around Ling Tian's right hand, pulsating with urgency. The ancient 3-foot-long sword's ethereal shadow materialized, as if it were a ferocious beast, forcibly awakened from slumber, exuding an unwilling heaviness and sharp radiance. Abruptly coalescing in the palm of his hand, a tremendous force surged from his palm, causing Ling Tian to feel his right wrist groan under the unbearable burden, his entire arm plummeting downward with alarming swiftness. The seemingly insubstantial sword weighed more than 1,000 pounds. He emitted a muffled grunt, channeling strength from his core, his legs firmly anchored to the ground, his body trembling violently as it resisted the sudden weight. Veins throbbed on his forehead, beads of sweat rolled down, and his face flushed crimson. Why tremble? Your arm is heavy, your shoulders sagging, yet the strength must flow into your fingertips. You wield a sword, not bear a stone. Bibi Dong's reprimand was precise and unyielding. Unbeknownst to him, she had already positioned herself 3 feet before Ling Tian, wielding a slender, resilient black teaching rod that radiated a chilling luminescence. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as the rod, slicing through the air, mercilessly struck Ling Tian's trembling right forearm. A searing pain shot through him, as if flesh were being torn apart. Ah! Ling Tian cried out in agony, instinctively retracting his arm, nearly losing grip on the heavy phantom of the Xuanyuan sword. Retract? Your strength dissipates. The sword's intent falters. Grip tightly. Bibi Dong's voice pierced through like an icicle. The rod lifted once more, aimed at his instinctively bent elbow, arm straight, elbow like a bowstring. If you cannot endure this pain, how can you wield a divine weapon? Crack, crack, crack. The rod struck with relentless precision at the flaws in Ling Tian's posture, the angle of his wrist incorrect, shoulders raised, core not properly aligned to exert force. Each strike was accompanied by excruciating pain and suppressed groans, leaving glaring red marks on his exposed forearm and hand. Ling Tian bit his lip fiercely, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. Agonizing pain, exhaustion, and the relentless pressure from the Xuanyuan sword threatened to crush him. With each fall of the rod, it felt as if another flame was added to his nearly crumbling resolve. He longed to surrender, to cast aside the cursed sword, to curl up and lick his wounds. Yet, when he raised his gaze, he met her cold, scrutinizing purple eyes, and her words, "Return to the garbage heap," echoed in his ears like a sinister incantation. No retreat. If he retreated, he would truly lose everything. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes, akin to a beast, as he swallowed back his cries and thoughts of retreat. His arms, glistening with cold sweat and marked with red welts, bulged with exertion as he valiantly resisted the weight of the Xuanyuan sword, striving to adjust his posture as corrected by the rod. Sweat mingled with the fine droplets of blood seeping from his arm, soaking the sleeves of his new disciple robe. Time dragged on amidst the agony and stalemate. Just as Ling Tian felt his arm nearing numbness, and his mental fortitude teetering on the brink of collapse from the persistent resistance against the Xuanyuan sword's unwelcome presence, a low hum resonated. The phantom of the Xuanyuan sword, which had consistently resisted with heaviness, seemed to waver ever so slightly, its aura of profound yellow energy pulsating faintly. An indescribable notion surged through the hilt of the sword into Ling Tian's nearly numb consciousness. It was not mere language, but a sense of indifference and fury, akin to that of an ant, incessantly disturbed until it could bear no more. In that fleeting moment, a violet light surged in Bibidong's eyes. The aura she had long contained erupted violently. It was not the cataclysmic pressure from the square yesterday, but rather a palpable force, cold and piercing, imbued with the terror of judgment. This power, formless and intangible, was 100 times more fearsome than a teaching staff, akin to countless icy needles that disregarded physical defenses and ruthlessly pierced deep into Ling Tian's soul. It was a pure, high-level annihilation of a lowly spirit. Ling Tian felt a resounding thud in his head, as if struck by a battering ram. His vision darkened in an instant. Golden stars danced before him, and an overwhelming dread, like a frigid tide, engulfed all his consciousness, just as his soul was on the brink of freezing, and his will was about to shatter at the precipice of life and death. The seemingly indifferent, even impatient, ethereal image of the Xuanyuan sword deep within Ling Tian's consciousness erupted with unprecedented fury. It was as if a slumbering primordial beast had been thoroughly provoked. A surge of wrath, emanating from his bloodline, carrying the torrents of humanity and embodying an indomitable will against the heavens, erupted like a dormant volcano. In that moment, the strand of Xianhuang Qi, originally reserved for passive defense within Ling Tian's right palm, suddenly solidified into a tangible form as his will teetered on the brink of collapse, and the essence of his martial soul was provoked to its core. No longer a gentle shield, it transformed into a brilliant, golden lightning-like sharpness, with a resolute intent to sever all shackles and shatter myriad illusions. It surged forth from the tip of the sword. This radiance, slender as a thread yet condensed to perfection, did not strike at Bibidong's physical form, but rather aimed with astonishing precision at the chilling mental pressure that had infiltrated Ling Tian's consciousness. A silent collision erupted on the spiritual plane. There were no earth-shattering roars, only a chilling, soul-shuddering crack akin to shattering glass. The terrifying mental pressure of the Pope, under the brilliance of the Xianhuang radiance, seemed to part like delicate ice crystals, creating a minuscule fissure. Though insignificant, it was sufficient to grant Ling Tian's frozen awareness a fleeting breath of relief, like a drowning soul finally breaking the surface for air. With a sudden gasp, Ling Tian inhaled as if a suffocating being had come back to life. His scattered gaze instantly sharpened, fixating intently on the Pope before him. His body still trembled under the oppressive weight of the Xuanyuan sword, yet his spine instinctively straightened slightly, and the fingers gripping the sword turned pale from exertion. In that moment, Bibidong's pupils imperceptibly contracted. She distinctly sensed that her concentrated mental assault had been forcefully torn open by an overwhelmingly tyrannical and ancient power, proclaiming absolute sovereignty. The nature of that power resonated with the aura that had withstood her and the grand offering's pressure in the square, yet it was sharper, more furious. Like a monarch aggrieved in their territory, her exquisitely beautiful visage remained frozen in ice, yet within the depths of her profound violet eyes, tumultuous waves surged forth. Shock, inquiry, a hint of offended chill, and an ineffable thrill intertwined. It was as if the most elite of hunters had finally glimpsed the true fangs of their prey. The martial arts hall was enveloped in utter silence. The only sounds were Ling Tian's heavy, labored breaths, akin to a battered bellows, and the ethereal image of the Xuanyuan sword in his palm, still vibrating with a resplendent golden aura, silently narrating the breathtaking clash that had just transpired. Bibidong slowly retracted her terrifying mental pressure, her aura once again becoming a reserved chill. She gazed upon the trembling youth before her, whose arms bore crimson marks. His pale face stark yet resolutely clutching the sword, his eyes a tumult of fear and a trace of forced ferocity. After a moment of silence, she declared, "This ends here for today." Her frigid voice shattered the silence, devoid of any discernible emotion. Her gaze swept over Ling Tian's sweat-soaked robes and the whip marks on his arms. "Qian, your subordinate is here." The statue-like Qian immediately stepped forward. Take him to the apothecary hall to tend to his injuries, using the jade mellow bone ointment and concentration elixir. Bibi Dong's tone brooked no dissent. At dawn tomorrow, return to the martial arts hall. Your command shall be followed, your majesty. Mo Qian replied respectfully, his gaze towards Ling Tian imbued with a complicated mix of awe and unspoken admiration. To endure such rigorous training under the Pope's guidance, this lad possessed remarkable tenacity. Bibi Dong spoke no further. Her violet sleeves brushed lightly as she turned, retreating into the towering shadows of the martial arts hall, her presence regal and untouchable, as if the perilous encounter had never transpired. Only when her violet figure vanished from sight did Ling Tian's taut nerves finally relax. As if all strength had been suddenly siphoned away, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to one knee, still gripping the formidable Xuanyuan sword, its tip resting on the ground. Emitting a low, resonant hum, sweat streamed like a brook from his forehead and temples, pooling on the cold black jade tiles beneath him. Sir Ling Tian? Mo Qian's voice held a hint of trepidation. Ling Tian gasped for breath, and after several moments, he laboriously raised his head, revealing a smile so weak it resembled a grimace. Mo Qian, would you be so kind as to lend me a hand? I cannot rise. His voice was hoarse and dry, trembling with the relief of survival. Mo Qian hurried forward, extending his hand to support Ling Tian's nearly exhausted form. The youth felt weightless in his grasp, his body still twitching uncontrollably. Mo Qian's gaze fell upon the boy's tightly clenched sword hilt. His knuckles pale against the backdrop of gruesome whip marks, then flicked to his paper-white face, which bore a trace of stubbornness, prompting a silent sigh from within. Young master, bear with it a moment longer. I shall take you to the apothecary hall at once. Mo Qian's voice softened. Ling Tian was half supported, half dragged as they made their way toward the hall's exit, each step a laborious effort. He could not help but glance back towards the dim shadows at the hall's depths, as if still feeling the chill of that icy gaze upon him. Every part of his body screamed in agony and fatigue, his arms aflame with pain. However, amidst this profound weakness and agony, deep within his consciousness, the ethereal figure of the Xuanyuan Sword, which had consumed vast amounts of his mental energy and inflicted upon him endless suffering, instinctively retaliated to protect its master. Yet it no longer resisted with the same heavy reluctance as before. It continued to hover quietly, its ancient blade flowing with a mysterious yellow aura, exuding an air of almost languid indifference. It seemed as though the magnificent strike that had severed the Pope's mental oppression was merely a trivial breath to it. Ling Tian felt the weighty yet seemingly more docile sensation emanating from his palm, as he reflected upon the indifference conveyed by the sword within his consciousness. Akin to crushing a bothersome mosquito, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, causing his facial muscles to ache. Yet within him surged an absurd yet self-deprecating realization. It was not that this novice could not wield the hammer. Rather, this hammer simply did not regard him as significant. To the sword, the Pope's mental assault was perhaps no more than a buzzing mosquito. Chapter 6. Medicinal Alchemy and the Knight's Knocking Sword. Would dance of the dark yellow concealing the edge. After the torturous lesson in the martial arts hall, Ling Tian was half carried back to his quarters by Mo Qian. The fiery welts on his arms felt like brands, each movement of his muscles bringing excruciating pain. His mental energy was utterly depleted, akin to a riverbed drained of its waters, with sharp stabs of pain in the depths of his consciousness causing his vision to darken. His body felt as heavy as if filled with lead, each step akin to treading on cotton, sustained solely by a willpower that resisted complete collapse. Mo Qian placed him in a spacious, yet simply furnished room, containing a wide stone bed covered with thick animal hides, a stone table, and 2 stone chairs, nothing more. A faint, cool fragrance permeated the air, harmonizing with the solemn ambience of the Pope's palace. Please wait, young master. The medicinal bath and cuisine will be prepared shortly. Mo Qian's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible concern as he bowed and exited. Ling Tian collapsed onto the cold stone bed, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Every inch of his body silently protested, especially his right arm, where the swollen welts rose prominently. And even the lightest touch caused him to wince in pain. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, heavy and dim, yearning to sink into the boundless darkness. Damn it, this is not teaching a disciple. This is a matter of life and death, he murmured, his lips moving to emit a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz, while his mind replayed the chilling gaze of Bibi Dong, the merciless strike of the teaching rod, and the terrifying mental assault that had nearly frozen his very soul. Fear and grievance entwined around him like creeping vines, threatening to engulf him entirely. Fortunately, the efficiency of the martial soul hall was astonishing. Before long, 4 silent yet swift maidservants filed in, carrying a massive onyx bathtub capable of accommodating 2 or 3 adults. The tub was filled with a viscous liquid of an unusual, profound bluish-purple hue, exuding a strong, acrid scent that combined the refreshing bitterness of herbs with the cold, metallic tang of minerals and even a faint trace of a bloody, rusty aroma. Another maid held a jade platter, upon which rested a steaming bowl of broth, its golden hue translucent, exuding a rich vitality that seemed almost tangible. Just a whiff of it sent a faint tremor through Ling Tian's parched dantian. "Please, young master, enter the bath." The leading maid spoke softly yet with undeniable authority. Gritting his teeth, Ling Tian, with the maid's assistance, struggled to shed the garments soaked in cold sweat and blood. Upon contact with the viscous medicinal liquid, an excruciating pain surged through him, akin to countless fiery needles piercing his very marrow. Gasping, Ling Tian instinctively arched his back, his teeth clattering, veins bulging on his forehead, and a deluge of cold sweat erupted forth. Was this a medicinal bath? It felt more like a torture. He sensed that the overpowering potency of the medicine was on the verge of tearing him apart. However, just as this agonizing torment threatened to overwhelm his senses, an extraordinary transformation occurred. A low hum resonated within his sea of consciousness, where the ethereal image of the Xuanyuan Sword, long dormant and exuding an air of languid indifference, seemed stirred by this intense external stimulus, trembling ever so slightly. A faint yet remarkably pure stream of energy flowed through Ling Tian's meridians like a gentle brook. This essence did not directly alleviate the pain of the medicinal liquid, but enveloped Ling Tian's nearly collapsing meridians and damaged muscles and bones like a resilient membrane. In an instant, the tearing pain felt as though it had been paused, transforming into a deeper, more profound sensation of burning. Within this burning sensation, hints of an indescribable coolness and tingling emerged. The aggressive force of the medicinal liquid seemed to have encountered a higher-level guide and receptacle. The chaotic impact swiftly tamed and orderly. It no longer wreaked havoc, but, enveloped by the energy, meticulously permeated every minute injury within Ling Tian's body, fervently mending, nourishing, and strengthening. The grotesque, swollen whip marks on his arms faded at a visible pace, shifting from purplish red to deep crimson, and gradually to a dark hue, their edges even beginning to contract and heal. The deep-seated ache within his bones also dissipated rapidly. The exhausted source of soul power, like parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rain, greedily absorbed the abundant essence of life and pure soul power particles contained within the medicinal liquid. The hollow dantian began to warm. A faint yet resolute warmth blossomed anew, coalescing within. To Ling Tian's astonishment, his mental recovery was even more profound. The needle-like pain in his sea of consciousness was soothed and nurtured by a warm, weighty force, as steady as the earth itself. His fatigued and parched mental energy revived rapidly, akin to soaking in a hot spring, clarity returning to his thoughts. Was this the essence of a high-grade medicinal bath? Ling Tian, submerged in the viscous liquid, felt his body undergoing a metamorphosis, his astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. The pain remained, yet it had transformed from destructive devastation into an essential path of refinement and rebirth. Moreover, it was evident that without the passive protection of the energy from the Xuanyuan Sword, he would have been utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of this medicinal power. He did not dare to neglect the moment, promptly accepting the bowl of golden medicinal soup offered by the maid. Upon tasting the concoction, he was pleasantly surprised. It was devoid of the anticipated bitterness, instead presenting a peculiar sweetness intermingled with the refreshing fragrance of herbs. Instantly, it transformed into a purer, gentler warmth coursing through his limbs, harmonizing with the external medicinal liquid to cleanse his body of lingering ailments and fortify his weakened foundation. After half an hour, as Ling Tian rose from the bath, he felt as though he had been reborn. Though the whip marks on his arms remained, they had scabbed over, leaving only a slight sensation of soreness. The fatigue that had enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of vitality and an unprecedented lightness. His depleted soul power not only recovered completely, but also grew more robust and solid. His spirit was invigorated, and his thoughts were clearer than ever before. The maid assisted him in donning a dry silk nightgown. Standing before the grand crystal mirror, Ling Tian observed the reflection of a still slender youth. Yet with bright eyes and skin glowing with health, his posture instinctively straighter than before. For the first time, he truly felt the transformative power of resources and strength. This was indeed a worthy investment. He grinned. Although the process had been excruciating, the results were immediate and gratifying. In the stillness of the night, Ling Tian lay upon the soft, comfortable fur-covered stone couch, yet sleep eluded him. The fatigue in his body had been soothed by the potency of the medicine, but his mental exhilaration was restless. The events of the day, the grueling training, the Pope's oppressive presence, the defensive strike of the Xuanyuan Sword, swirled in his mind like a revolving lantern. Communicate with the Xuanyuan Sword. This thought burgeoned wildly within him. The sword was shrouded in mystery and power. It seemed to possess its own will, lofty and indifferent, yet instinctively protective at critical moments. What was its origin? Why had it become his sole weapon? Did it recognize him as a traveler from another world? Were there any extraordinary sword techniques it could impart? Curiosity clawed at him like a cat's paw. Ling Tian took a deep breath, casting aside distractions, and plunged his consciousness into the depths of his mind. The scenery before him shifted, and his awareness arrived in a vast, chaotic expanse. At the center of this space, the ancient 3-foot-long sword's ethereal shadow floated serenely. Its blade suffused with a restrained aura of black and yellow, an ancient, desolate, and indifferent presence permeating the surroundings, as if it were the true sovereign of this realm. Ling Tian concentrated his thoughts, cautiously approaching, and attempted to vocalize a pure mental inquiry. Sword, brother sword? Great Xuanyuan, are you there? His thoughts sank into the void like a stone in the sea, with the Xuanyuan sword remaining utterly unresponsive, even devoid of a hum. Great one. Look, we are now one entity, right? At least give me a hint. Why am I here in this Douluo Continent? Don't you know something? Silence persisted. The black and yellow aura flowed with remarkable tranquility, producing not even a ripple. Great one, could you provide some feedback? You see how miserable my day was. I nearly got ruined by that Pope. At least teach me a few formidable sword techniques for self-defense. They don't have to be too advanced. Just something that could take down a titled Douluo would suffice. Ling Tian entered a mode of incessant murmuring, his thoughts shooting towards the indifferent long sword like a barrage of cannon fire. Esteemed master, your formidable presence surely transcends mere instinctual intimidation, does it not? Are there no extraordinary techniques, such as the Xuanyuan Sword art or the 9 styles of the human emperor concealed within your grasp? Where might they be hidden? Could you impart your wisdom to me? Given my apparent frailty, the repercussions of my failures reflect upon you, do they not? Oh, great one, ancestor of the sword? A sign of acknowledgement, perhaps? Can you hear me, venerable Xuanyuan? No matter how Ling Tian varied his entreaties, how he lamented his plight, or attempted to coax with subtle persuasion, even resorting to a hint of petulance, the Xuanyuan sword remained steadfast, as immutable as ancient stone, exuding a singular essence. All beings are but ants, disturb not my tranquility. A wave of frustration washed over Ling Tian. He felt akin to a fool incessantly buzzing around an iceberg. This aloof sword was insufferably frigid, colder than the fierce snow, more chilling than the Pope's gaze. Just as Ling Tian's thoughts were on the verge of freezing amidst that indifferent aura, ready to withdraw from the realm of consciousness, an exceedingly faint yet impatient emotional fluctuation emerged, akin to a dragon irritated by incessant buzzing of flies, subtly emanating from the spectral image of the Xuanyuan sword. The emotion was nebulous, yet Ling Tian distinctly comprehended its meaning. Silence. Depart. Before he could fully grasp this sentiment, a weak yet extraordinarily pure stream of thought was forcibly injected into his consciousness. Buzz. Ling Tian perceived a flash of golden light before his eyes. Not a tangible image, but a pure projection of consciousness, indelibly stamped upon the depths of his mind. It was an exceedingly vague and succinct human silhouette, sketched with the most primitive lines. The figure bore no facial features, merely an outline, clutching within its grasp a similarly indistinct sword shadow. Then, the silhouette began to move. The motions were painfully slow and fundamentally simple. Chop, slice, stab, lift, block, sweep, thrust, burst. Only these 9 movements, repeated ad infinitum. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no arcane transformations, only an ineffable rhythm, as profound as the earth and as fluid as water. Each swing harmonized perfectly with the most fundamental trajectory of force, reminiscent of pure instinct honed through relentless practice. The pace of the figure's movements accelerated, the 9 basic actions flowing together like a stream, intertwining and evolving into an endless array of variations, as if embodying the very foundation of all swordsmanship in existence. Yet, the core 9 styles remained unambiguously clear, like a stabilizing anchor amidst turbulent seas. Ling Tian was entranced. Though he lacked understanding of sword techniques, the images imprinted in his consciousness. The primal power inherent in each movement seemed capable of cleaving through chaos and severing bonds, sending tremors through his very soul. This was no mere fade. It was the true genesis of the path of combat. The projection of consciousness persisted for approximately the duration of an incense stick, ultimately transforming into 9 ancient runes, flickering with a faint yellow glow, indelibly inscribed in Ling Tian's consciousness, the fundamental 9 styles of Xuanyuan. After completing all of this, the silent phantom of the Xuanyuan sword seemed to have exhausted its last shred of patience. The aura of Xuanyuan suddenly retracted. and the entire blade emanated a powerful expulsion of intent, as if to say, "Disturb me further, and you shall face dire consequences." In an instant, Ling Tian was thrust out of his consciousness. He abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from the stone couch, his heart racing violently, yet his face radiated sheer ecstasy. Incredible. There truly exists a secret manual. The fundamental 9 techniques. Astonishing. Absolutely phenomenal. He was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to find a sword and practice immediately. Though merely the most basic of techniques, they were crafted by the Xuanyuan Sword itself, undoubtedly divine in their essence. The palace chamber was devoid of any presence, enveloped in silence. Ling Tian glanced out of the window, where the moonlight cascaded like liquid mercury onto the cold stone steps of the papal hall, the night deep and profound. Yet, in this moment, he was invigorated, far from the realm of sleep. Practice. He must practice. A fervent impulse compelled him. He rolled out of bed, disregarding his nightwear, and dashed barefoot out of the chamber. The corridors of the papal hall were vast and silent, illuminated solely by the frigid moonlight filtering through the towering glass windows, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The patrolling guards seemed to have received prior instructions, making no effort to hinder this young lad running about in his pajamas at such an hour. Drawing upon his memories from the day, Ling Tian navigated through the twists and turns, ultimately discovering a relatively secluded, unoccupied outdoor training ground near the martial arts hall. The area was adorned with stone locks, wooden stakes, and in one corner stood a weapon rack, holding several ordinary wooden swords. He rushed to the rack and seized the heaviest, most robust wooden sword. It felt slightly heavy in his grasp, the wood coarse, a stark contrast to the majestic holy sword within his consciousness. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian endeavored to recall the imprint of the Xianhuang fundamental 9 techniques etched in his mind. He assumed a somewhat clumsy stance, gripping the sword's hilt with both hands, and, following the vague movements of the shadowy figure in his memory, slowly executed a strike. His actions were stiff, the trajectory skewed, and his power lacked coherence. Yet, at the moment his intent focused on the fundamental slicing motion, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. Deep within his consciousness, the silent phantom of the Xuanyuan Sword seemed to sense his yearning for mastery over the swordplay, resonating ever so slightly, almost instinctively. Suddenly, a faint, nearly imperceptible, yet extraordinarily pure and refined Xianhuang sword qi coursed through his arm, silently flowing into the ordinary wooden sword held in his hand. Buzz, the rough wooden blade, under the moonlight, began to emit a faint, almost transparent bronze-hued glow. At the edge of the blade, an imperceptible sharpness glimmered, capable of cleaving through iron. Ling Tian remained utterly unaware of this transformation. He was entirely absorbed in practicing the 9 fundamental movements. Chop, slash, thrust, flick, parry, block, sweep, point, burst. Again and again. His movements remained awkward, his steps disordered, and his breath grew heavy from the exertion. Sweat quickly soaked through his nightwear, clinging to his slender back. The familiar ache returned to his arm muscles, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He remained oblivious to the sword's transformation, pouring all his intent into each swing. He envisioned not a wooden sword, but a sacred blade that bore the weight of humanity's torrent. He imagined severing the shackles of fear, and the humble spirit that once struggled for survival amidst refuse. Beneath the moonlight, his diminutive figure repeatedly wielded the seemingly ordinary wooden sword. Each motion was imbued with a near-reverent focus, combined with a hint of the intangible, profound strength that the Xuanyuan Sword bestowed upon him. Deep within the martial arts hall, atop the shadowy dais connecting to the Pope's inner sanctum, a regal figure clothed in purple had quietly taken her stance, merging seamlessly with the night. Bibidong's gaze pierced through the cold darkness and vast distance, honing in on the secluded training ground, on the small figure drenched in sweat beneath the moonlight, tirelessly repeating the most fundamental movements. Her exquisite face bore no expression, her deep purple eyes flickering with an enigmatic light under the moon's glow. The icy severity of daylight had long since dissipated. She observed the boy's clumsy yet intensely focused demeanor. She noted the taut line of his jaw as he gritted his teeth in determination, the sweat-soaked fabric of his nightclothes, and the slight tremor of his arms. More importantly, she recognized the faint yet remarkably resilient and pure essence of the sword energy emanating from the ordinary wooden sword, mirroring that of the Xuanyuan Sword in the plaza. Though that energy flickered like a candle flame in the wind, to someone of Bibidong's caliber, it was as discernible as fireflies in the night. In the martial arts hall during the day, she had employed almost brutal methods to awaken his potential, even resorting to spiritual pressure to compel the divine sword to reveal its brilliance, all to shatter the deeply rooted cowardice ingrained in his very bones. She sought a blade capable of shattering the shackles of fate, not a mere servant trembling before power. The papal throne? That promise was merely a means to an end. What she truly valued was the unknown power represented by that sword, one potent enough to alter the existing paradigm. And the boy himself, seemingly timid, yet capable of astonishing resilience under extreme pressure, even resonating with the indifferent divine sword. To endure the first lesson under my tutelage? Bibidong's voice was barely a whisper, a sound only the night wind could catch, an unexpected notion. Her gaze seemed to transcend time and space, envisioning a possibility where this boy, emerging from the refuse, could truly grasp the hammer of destiny, no longer needing to endure as she did in her youth. Nor like that pitiful puppet known as daughter, bound by blood and fate. The world has always revered strength. To breathe freely, one must stand atop the unattainable pinnacle. The trials she offered were merely the thorns leading to the first step of that summit. The moonlight flowed like water, elongating the small figure of Ling Tian. Unbeknownst to him, the piercing gaze from the shadowed platform above scrutinized his every move as he tirelessly repeated the 9 fundamental actions. Sweat dripped onto the frigid stone floor, creating barely perceptible splashes, as if striking at the very bedrock of fate. Bibidong observed in silence for an extended period, her attention only diverted when Ling Tian, fatigued to the point of stumbling, nearly fell. She did not reveal herself nor intervene. The opulent purple sleeves of her robe brushed silently against the icy railing as she turned, her figure gradually merging into the deeper shadows of the martial hall, leaving behind a whisper that dissipated into the wind, imbued with an indescribable hope. Tomorrow, I hope you can grasp it more firmly. Chapter 7. The Emergence of Xuanyuan. Astonishingly enchanting, the sole refinement of dual prodigies, underlying currents surge. The morning light, akin to a chilling blade, pierced through the towering dome of the papal hall, slicing the millennia-old inked jade floor of the martial hall into a checkerboard of light and shadow. The air was thick with the metallic tang of sweat and the lingering scent of blood and rust from the previous day, oppressive and heavy. The vast expanse was hauntingly empty, with the grotesque reliefs of monstrous beasts lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce like spirits of malevolence. In this immense martial hall, only Ling Tian remained. His 6-year-old frame appeared exceedingly diminutive amidst such colossal surroundings. Although the miraculous medicinal bath had alleviated his physical pain and fatigue, even healing the ghastly whip marks on his arms to mere faint red scars with slight soreness, the imprints on his spirit had deepened. He instinctively moved his right arm, sensing the lingering warmth of the medicinal flow coursing through his veins, bestowing upon him a sense of lightness and strength as if he were reborn. The viscous azure-purple liquid and the golden bowl of medicinal broth contained an unimaginable vitality, not only mending his injuries, but also solidifying his previously tenuous foundation. At this moment, he was brimming with soul power, his spirit invigorated, even faintly perceiving the presence of the dormant holy sword within him. No longer as distant as it had seemed the day before, Ling Tian took a deep breath of the cold, oppressive air of the martial hall, striving to dispel the remnants of trepidation within. He approached the spot where Bibidong had stood the previous day, closed his eyes, and endeavored to recall the 9 fundamental styles of Xuanyuan imprinted deep within his consciousness the night before. The 9 actions, distilled to their essence yet brimming with infinite variations, floated in his mind like stars. He slowly raised his hands, grasping at the void as if wielding an invisible heavy sword, beginning to mimic the trajectory of the slicing movement. His actions were awkward, his steps stiff, far less fluid than when he had wielded the wooden sword under the moonlight the night before. Yet, his focus surpassed that of the previous night, as his entire being immersed in the rhythm of those 9 movements. At that moment, a clear and melodious sound, reminiscent of a mountain stream striking against jade stones, rang out, shattering the silence of the martial hall, drawing nearer. Ling Tian paused, turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. From the vast side door of the martial hall, a petite figure frolicked in, her long hair intricately braided into 2 strands cascading in front of her chest, the tips adorned with delicate silver bells that chimed with each step she took. She donned a fitted pale pink training outfit, elegantly outlining her slender form, which was just beginning to blossom. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, and her amber eyes sparkled with a lively and mischievous glint, the outer corners naturally upturned, exuding an enchanting innocence. It was none other than Liena. "Oh, brother Ling Tian." Liena immediately spotted Ling Tian standing in the center of the spacious hall, her amber eyes lighting up with unabashed delight. She trotted over, the sound of her bells ringing sweetly. "You've come early for training too? Did the teacher ask you to come today?" Ling Tian hastily halted his clumsy sword practice in midair, standing awkwardly as a shy smile crept onto his face. "Sister Liena, good morning." "Yes, it was His Holiness the Pope who sent me." In the presence of this little senior sister, 2 years his elder and the Pope's sole disciple, he instinctively adopted a humble demeanor. Liena tilted her head curiously, her gaze scrutinizing Ling Tian, lingering momentarily on his previously exercised right arm. Brother Ling Tian, you must have had a tough time with the teacher's training yesterday, right? Her voice carried a note of concern, mixed with a hint of childlike curiosity. Recalling the sting of the teacher's whip and the terrifying mental pressure, Ling Tian nodded apprehensively, instinctively rubbing his arm. It was quite strenuous. He hesitated to admit that he had nearly been worn out, opting instead for vague expressions. Liena leaned in closer, a faint, floral fragrance wafting from her, reminiscent of blossoms in their prime. With her enchanting, fox-like eyes blinking playfully, she lowered her voice, imbued with the thrill of sharing a secret. The teacher can be a bit, stern. But don't worry, the teacher is actually very kind. The medicinal baths and dishes she gives us are the best. Just look at me. She spun around gracefully, her skirt billowing. When I first started training, I often felt too exhausted to rise, but now it's much better. The teacher said we are to train our mental strength together today. Observing Liena's lively and unpretentious demeanor, Ling Tian felt his earlier awkwardness dissipate significantly as he scratched his head. Thank you, Sister Liena. The medicinal baths are indeed remarkable, he remarked sincerely. Of course. Liena raised her petite face slightly, a hint of pride gracing her features. By the way, Brother Ling Tian, what exactly is your martial soul? That sword felt so special yesterday in the dining hall, warm and heavy, completely different from Brother Xiao's moonblade. She finally voiced the curiosity that had been building within her all night. Mentioning the Xuanyuan Sword tightened Ling Tian's chest. Summoning it was quite a challenge. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands dismissively. It's just an ordinary sword. It doesn't listen well yet, and it's quite the effort to summon. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself in front of you, Sister Liena. Seeing Ling Tian's flustered expression, Liena giggled, her eyes sparkling with an unintentional allure. Hee, why be shy? There will be plenty of opportunities to see it later. But then, a thought struck her, and her amber eyes glinted with mischief. Did you sneak in some extra practice last night? I think I heard some noise coming from the training ground. Ling Tian felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that his clandestine sword practice would be discovered. Stammering, he replied, No, I was just unable to sleep and was merely stretching. Just as the two were amicably engaged in conversation, an icy, commanding aura, as if capable of freezing one's very soul, descended without warning. The air within the martial arts hall instantly grew still. Both Ling Tian and Liena froze simultaneously, their bodies rigid as they turned their gazes toward the entrance of the main hall. A majestic figure draped in purple stood silently there, having appeared unbeknownst to them. Bibi Dong remained adorned in her ornate and noble papal robe, her deep purple eyes as fathomless as the abyss, calmly surveying the two before her. Ultimately fixing her gaze upon Ling Tian. Teacher, Liena promptly reined in her smile, bowing respectfully, her youthful face adorned with seriousness. Ling Tian swiftly followed suit, his heart racing uncontrollably. Your Holiness. Bibi Dong approached with deliberate grace, the sound of her heels striking the obsidian bricks resonating crisply. Each step echoing like a tremor through Ling Tian's taut nerves. She halted just a pace away from him, her gaze resting on his right arm, which bore faint traces of red and still exhibited a slight awkwardness in movement. How is your arm? Bibi Dong's voice remained cold and devoid of discernible emotion. Ling Tian quickly responded, It is much better, Your Holiness. The medicinal bath has proven quite effective. He dared not voice even a hint of complaint. Her scrutiny swept over the two of them. Soul power is the foundation of martial souls, the source of soul skills. Mental strength is the key to mastery. The blade of will. Her gaze finally settled on Ling Tian, sharp with an essence that seemed to pierce through to the core of his being. Ling Tian, though you possess the soul power of level 20, your foundation is as insubstantial as a sand tower. Your soul power muddled and impure, sluggish in its operation. Even summoning your martial soul is laborious, and discussing soul skills is out of the question. You possess mere rank. It is but a castle in the air. 20 level? An incredulous exclamation erupted from the side. Liena gasped, quickly covering her mouth, her enchanting amber eyes widening in shock. Filled with an overwhelming astonishment and a hint of barely perceptible defeat, she stared intently at Ling Tian, as if seeing her diminutive brother for the first time. You, Ling Tian, have reached level 20. I am only at level 18. Her voice quivered with disbelief, its pitch rising in astonishment. Attaining level 18 at the age of 8 was already a remarkable genius, heralded as the core of the golden generation. Yet here was this 6-year-old, who had appeared quite disheveled just yesterday, astonishingly possessing level 20. This completely shattered her understanding. Ling Tian felt a bit bashful under Liena's gaze, his face growing warm as he scratched his head, displaying an exceedingly shy, almost foolish grin. Just luck. He could hardly admit that it was a gift of his martial soul, could he? That flush of embarrassment only deepened Liena's intrigue. Bibi Dong observed Liena's reaction with keen interest, her purple eyes betraying no emotion, simply adding, "Nana, you too must strive doubly hard, lest you be easily surpassed by those who follow." This statement pricked at Liena's pride, igniting a flame of determination in her amber eyes, her small fists tightening resolutely. Now, for the first task, mental strength against pressure. The voice of Bibi Dong abruptly drew the two back to reality. She did not unleash her soul power, rather. Her deep purple eyes suddenly became more profound, resembling two whirlpools that threatened to consume everything. A resounding impact reverberated through the air as an invisible, yet heavy mental pressure enveloped the entire martial arts hall. This pressure was not aimed at the physical body but directly penetrated the depths of the soul, like icy tides seeking to freeze and shatter consciousness. Liena, having anticipated this moment, tensed her petite frame, her amber eyes constricting as a faint pink halo radiated from her brow, barely forming a mental shield to withstand the surging onslaught of pressure. Her complexion paled slightly, and her body trembled gently, revealing that she was far from at ease. Ling Tian felt a buzzing in his mind, as if struck by an unseen hammer. Stars exploded before his eyes, and his consciousness blurred instantaneously. The frigid and oppressive weight left him breathless, his legs uncontrollably bending, yearning to kneel. Steady your mind. Sense your martial spirit. Willpower like iron. Bibi Dong's icy voice cracked like a whip against his tumultuous thoughts. Ling Tian bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain bringing a fleeting clarity. He clung desperately to his sea of consciousness, striving to mobilize his meager mental energy in resistance, while instinctively calling upon the deep recesses of his mind. Xuanyuan Sword. Aid me. In the depths of his consciousness, the dormant shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword trembled minutely, as if disturbed by external forces. A surge of purer and denser mysterious yellow energy, no longer a gentle shield, transformed into an exceedingly subtle, yet exceptionally resilient mental barrier. Abruptly expanding over his wobbly mental defenses, a crackling sound echoed within Ling Tian's awareness, reminiscent of ice fracturing. The heavy mental pressure suddenly lightened, although the burden remained immense. Akin to carrying a colossal stone, at least his consciousness was no longer obscure. He could distinctly sense the existence of the outside world. This was the passive protection of the Xuanyuan Sword's inherent will. Bibi Dong's deep purple gaze keenly captured the instantaneous shift within Ling Tian's mental realm. The moment that mysterious yellow energy propped open the barrier, her imposed mental pressure collided with an invisible wall, forcibly creating a slight opening. The essence of that power was vast and resilient. Her expression subtly tightened. The second task, refining soul power. Bibi Dong's voice resonated once more, and the mental pressure receded like a tide. Ling Tian and Liena gasped in unison, as if they had just emerged from the depths of water, their backs drenched in sweat. Bibi Dong lifted a hand as white as jade, a strand of condensed black soul power swirling at her fingertips, forming a small, remarkably stable black vortex that emanated a formidable gravitational pull, as if it could consume even light itself. Soul power is not merely about quantity, but rather about purity, refinement, and meticulous control. Chaotic and superficial soul power resembles inferior fuel, capable of producing flames yet incapable of driving a powerful engine. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the two. Release your soul power. Strive to condense and compress it, forming a stable vortex like mine. When will it be possible to compress to the utmost? To distill it as fine as silk, and to operate with ease? At what point does one truly grasp the fundamentals? Liena took a deep breath, gathering the soul power within her. A soft pink glow emanated from her palm, imbued with a hint of allure. She focused intently, carefully guiding the soul power to converge at the center, compressing it. The radiance gradually became more substantial, akin to swirling pink mist, its edges striving inward, attempting to form a vortex. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, the pink orb of soul power in her hand fluctuating violently, like a mischievous sprite, sometimes swelling, sometimes collapsing, far from achieving a stable vortex. Ling Tian also extended his palm. Rings of bronze and silver soul power quietly emerged around his wrist, pulsating. He delved his consciousness into his dantian, striving to harness the immense soul power of rank 20. However, this colossal energy was like scattered sand or a silted river. Once summoned, it surged explosively in his palm. Boom. A chaotic conglomeration of bronze and silver light intertwined erratically, manifesting a vast sphere of soul power in Ling Tian's hand. The sphere roiled violently, roaring, emitting extremely unstable fluctuations. It was not only incapable of being compressed into a vortex, but even maintaining a basic form seemed perilous, threatening to erupt uncontrollably. Ling Tian grunted, feeling a tearing pain in his meridians. The violent backlash of the soul power left his face ashen, his arm trembling violently. Nearly unable to contain the rogue energy. Steady yourself. Bibi Dong's cold reprimand rang like thunder, possessing a treasure trove, yet failing to excavate. The soul power, muddled like mire, could not even achieve the most basic compression. What good was rank 20? Steady it. Control it. Eliminate the impurities. The will must govern the soul power. Not the soul power lead the will astray. Ling Tian flushed with embarrassment from the reprimand, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He fervently concentrated, disregarding the sharp pain in his meridians, forcibly attempting to bind and suppress the tumultuous soul power. His thoughts became like countless invisible hands, laboriously probing into the chaotic sphere, striving to separate the wildly surging bronze and silver energies, to streamline and forcibly draw them toward the center. This process was torturous and slow, akin to wading through a quagmire. Each minute contraction of the immense soul power left him feeling intensely fatigued and dizzy. Liena, too, gritted her teeth in perseverance. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Ling Tian's vast, yet chaotic sphere of soul power, igniting her indomitable spirit. She was only at rank 18. She could not afford to be outpaced by her 6-year-old brother. A glimmer of determination flashed in her amber eyes as she took a deep breath. Frantically squeezing her mental strength, the pale pink halo at her brow suddenly brightening. The pink orb of soul power in her palm, amidst its violent fluctuations, showed a notable increase in the inward collapse of its edges. Though still unstable, the nascent form of a vortex began to emerge. Bibi Dong's cold gaze slowly swept over the two. Liena's progress was evident, and that ignited competitive spirit was something she was pleased to witness. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Ling Tian, a hint of unnoticeable intrigue flickered deep within her violet eyes. Ling Tian's arm twitched slightly from excessive strain, beads of sweat cascading down his temples, shattering upon the obsidian tiles below. The soul power swirling in his palm remained vast and chaotic, with bronze and silver hues intertwining, colliding and dissipating in a wild frenzy. Yet, at the very core of this tumultuous energy mass, amid the violent currents, a minuscule yet exceptionally pure and refined glimmer of dark yellow light was struggling to be born. This light was feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the midst of a tempest, seemingly on the verge of being extinguished by the surrounding turbulent soul energy. However, it was remarkably resilient. Not only did it persist, but it also, under Ling Tian's willpower, which was teetering on the brink of collapse, slowly drew forth faint threads of bronze and silver energy from the chaotic soul power enveloping it. Each act of absorption was akin to unraveling silk from a cocoon, exceedingly arduous. Yet each time it slightly bolstered that glimmer of dark yellow light, rendering it more concentrated. This radiance did not embody the color of soul power. Rather, it exuded an aura reminiscent of the Xuanyuan Sword, imbued with a profound and weighty essence. It resembled a ravenous core, an invisible furnace, forcibly refining and transforming the myriad soul energies under the impetus of Ling Tian's will, transmuting them into a more primordial, purer force that resonated deeply with the essence of the Xuanyuan Sword. Though this process unfolded at a painfully slow pace, with an inefficacy that could incite despair, the mere existence of that dark yellow core and the direction it represented ignited a tempest within Bibi Dong's heart. This was no ordinary compression of soul power. It was a refinement that touched the very essence of martial souls. The power of that sword was passively reshaping the foundation of its host. This method of refinement was unprecedented. How intriguing, Bibi Dong mused silently, her cold purple eyes reflecting a flicker of understanding as she observed Ling Tian's precarious yet tenacious figure, fixated on the glimmering dark yellow light at the chaotic core of his palm. Her voice, icy yet softened with less reproach, echoed once more, "Maintain your focus. Sense the trajectory of the soul energy, locate its core. Nana, pinpoint the center of your vortex, allowing the soul power to swirl around it rather than forcefully compressing it." Upon hearing this, Liena's eyes sparkled with a newfound clarity as she attempted to adjust her approach. Ling Tian, as if grasping at a lifeline, concentrated all his will upon that struggling dark yellow core, fervently channeling the chaotic soul energies around him, akin to rivulets converging into a deep pool, pouring forth his utmost strength to nourish and consolidate it. Each infusion brought with it a tremendous sense of mental tearing, as though it might completely drain him. Within the martial arts hall, two shimmering halos of soul power, one crimson, the other azure, flickered intensely as two figures, under the Pope's frigid gaze, gritted their teeth and exerted every ounce of their strength to forge their own foundational powers. The air was thick with the subtle sounds of violent collisions of soul energy and the tension born from heightened mental concentration. The sound of dripping sweat resonated clearly in the otherwise silent hall. Chapter 8. The Golden Wings Demand Attention, and the Fox Bell Guards with Divine Light. In the martial arts hall, the air hung heavy, as if solidified into lead, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Ling Tian and Liena lay sprawled on the cold, smooth obsidian tiles, resembling fish out of water, their chests heaving violently, each breath rasping like a broken bellows. Sweat had long since soaked their thin training garb, clinging to their skin and outlining the contours of their youthful yet resilient forms. Beneath them, two dark patches of moisture spread, silently narrating the brutal ordeal that had drained the last vestiges of their soul power and mental fortitude. Ling Tian felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. His limbs were heavy, filled with leaden weights, and each heartbeat tugged at his aching muscles, sending waves of spasmodic pain coursing through him. His mind felt like a desolate ruin ravaged by a tempest, parched and stinging, barely able to conjure even the thought of sustaining the ethereal image of the Xuanyuan Sword. He turned his head to see Liena beside him, her face as pale as his, her amber eyes devoid of their usual spirited cunning, now reduced to hollow fatigue. Her long eyelashes, matted with sweat, trembled gently with each labored breath. "Nana, are you all right?" Ling Tian croaked, his voice barely forming coherent syllables. Liena managed to pull the corners of her mouth in a feeble attempt at a reassuring smile, but it merely contorted her weary muscles into a small, painful twitch. "I'm not dead yet," she whispered, her voice as faint as a whispering breeze. "Teacher is too ruthless. I feel as if my soul power has been squeezed dry." They exchanged glances, finding in each other's eyes a shared relief at surviving the ordeal and an unfathomable exhaustion. In that fleeting moment of respite and silent empathy, a sudden, distinct force, infused with a sense of divine purification and chilling detachment, violently tore through the heavy air of the training hall, akin to brilliant sunlight piercing through dense leaden clouds, descending with a thunderous presence. This pressure was unlike the frigid chill of BB Dong that froze the soul, nor the heavy grind of mental impacts during training. It bore the essence of judgment and scrutiny from a celestial realm, exuding an undeniable authority and an impenetrable sense of distance. Ling Tian and Liena felt as if an invisible giant hand had forcefully pressed them to the ground, their already exhausted bodies instantly stiffening, even their breath momentarily suspended. A profound sense of reverence and insignificance, stemming from their very instincts, seized their hearts. At the side door of the training hall, adorned with grotesque carvings of fearsome beasts, a blinding golden holy light surged forth like a tangible tide, instantly transforming the space around the doorframe into a resplendent golden aura. At the center of this radiance, a figure stepped forth with deliberate grace. Clad in a pure white gown trimmed with gold, its hem embroidered with simple, yet sacred angelic wing patterns that swayed gently with her steps. Her brilliant hair, resembling molten gold, was meticulously gathered at the back, revealing a smooth, full forehead and an elegant, swan-like neck. Her skin was so delicate it seemed almost translucent, bathed in a subtle glow beneath the holy light. Her features were sculpted to perfection, as if by a divine artisan, brows like distant mountains, a straight and noble nose, and lips the color of pale cherry, tightly pressed together, exuding an air of detachment and coldness that belied her years. Most disconcerting were her eyes, pure and golden to an extraordinary degree. Her pupils resembled two miniature suns, radiating a brilliance that flowed like molten lava, intensely heated yet imbued with an absolute chill. At this moment, those golden orbs emotionlessly scanned the vast martial hall, ultimately settling upon the fallen figures of Ling Tian and Liena. Renxue. She appeared as a deity surveying her domain, her steps light and graceful, each one imbued with an innate rhythm. A sacred luminescence enveloped her, dispelling some of the hall's oppressive coldness, yet simultaneously introducing a more suffocating aura of authority. "What brings you here?" A voice, cold and devoid of any ripples, resonated through the empty hall like an ice pick striking stone, shattering the ephemeral brilliance of the holy light. BB Dong's silhouette positioned itself precisely between Renxue and the prostrate Ling Tian and Liena, clad in her lavish, intricate purple papal robe. Her violet eyes were as deep as the abyss, calmly observing the intruder while emanating a frigid atmosphere that seemed to freeze all in its vicinity, standing in stark contrast to Renxue's divine radiance. The air felt as if it had solidified, an invisible force clashing violently between these two equally exquisite yet fundamentally opposed women, compressing the atmosphere and producing a subtle, teeth-grinding hiss. Renxue did not pause. Her golden gaze barely lingered on BB Dong, as if she were merely an inconsequential obstacle. Her voice, like the clash of ice crystals, was crisp and melodious, yet laced with an icy chill that penetrated to the bone, clearly resonating in every ear present. Stand aside. I am not here for you. This brief, direct command, tinged with an air of authority, thundered in Liena's ears. She widened her weary amber eyes in sheer astonishment and disbelief. Could someone dare to speak to her teacher in such a manner, with such a tone, bordering on dismissal? And in the arena of the papal hall, Liena felt as though her worldview had been irrevocably shaken. Instinctively, she glanced at Bibi Dong, her heart racing as she could not fathom the extent of her teacher's impending fury. However, an even more jaw-dropping scene unfolded before her eyes. In response to Renxue's unabashed command, Bibi Dong's profound violet eyes displayed no hint of anger, not even a ripple of emotion. She merely gazed at Renxue, her expression chillingly calm. Then, under Liena's almost suffocating gaze, Bibi Dong's regal figure indeed took a slight step aside. No words, no expressions, just a simple, silent concession. It was as if she had opened a passage for a visitor of noble status. Liena was utterly bewildered, her mouth agape, her mind a blank canvas. She struggled to comprehend this scene that upended her understanding. Her teacher, the papal sovereign, had actually yielded. Who was this golden-haired maiden? Ling Tian, sprawled on the ground, witnessed Liena's shock with a wry smile within, his heart murmuring, "Silly girl, that is your teacher's own daughter." He was undoubtedly aware of Qian Renxue's identity, and at that moment, a wave of trepidation washed over him, as an ominous premonition enveloped his heart. This formidable deity was evidently approaching him with intent. Qian Renxue showed no reaction to Bibi Dong's concession, as if it were a matter of course. Her golden eyes, akin to searchlights, instantaneously locked onto the incapacitated Ling Tian, and with precise and graceful strides, she advanced towards him. The sacred radiance that accompanied her movement cast long, oppressive shadows upon the ground. Ling Tian felt as though her gaze were tangible golden needles, piercing into his skin with discomfort. He yearned to rise, to retreat. Yet his weakened body utterly betrayed him, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as her white, gold-trimmed boots halted just a step away from him, towering above. Qian Renxue leaned slightly forward, her molten golden pupils scrutinizing Ling Tian's pale, sweat-drenched visage, her gaze icy and clinical, as though appraising the worth of an object. Tinged with an unmistakable, unmasked anger and desire for conquest stemming from the previous day's slight. "You are Ling Tian?" Her voice remained frigid, yet bore an undeniable certainty. Ling Tian's throat was parched, and he managed a nod, producing a faint, indistinct sound. "Yes." "Very well." Qian Renxue straightened, her demeanor both graceful and haughty. Her eyes sweeping over the ephemeral spirit rings around Ling Tian's wrist, which, due to fatigue, could not coalesce. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon his empty right hand, as if she could penetrate flesh and bone to see the dormant holy sword within. "Our hurried meeting yesterday left much to be desired." Her tone carried a slight, deliberate regret, which swiftly transformed into an unequivocal command. "Your martial soul possesses extraordinary potential. To remain here is a waste of talent, a desecration of that power." She lifted her exquisitely sculpted chin, her golden eyes shimmering with an indomitable divine light. "Come with me to the sanctuary. There, you shall bathe in the purest rays of angelic light, receiving the closest guidance and baptism from the divine. Your martial soul can only truly flourish under the illumination of the divine radiance, unveiling its rightful glory. Your grandfather will personally instruct you. Your future shall walk alongside the gods." Each word struck Ling Tian's heart like a hammer. The sanctuary, angelic light, personal instruction from Qian Douluo, walking with the divine. The allure of such terms was even more enticing and direct than the propositions he had encountered in Blackstone Town. His heart raced with fervor. The resources of the sanctuary, the allure of the angelic holy realm, the temptation of ascension, claiming he was unmoved, would be a lie, especially after enduring Bibi Dong's hellish training. This felt akin to an invitation from paradise. However, just as his heart swayed, nearly entranced by the divine glory, a clear, breathless yet resolutely firm voice erupted like thunder. Liena, summoning an unexpected strength, abruptly propped herself up from the ground, staggering to stand in front of Ling Tian. Her delicate face remained pale, her forehead damp with sweat, yet her amber eyes burned with an unprecedented flame, fixed intently on Qian Renxue. "Ling Tian is my teacher's student. He belongs to the Pope's court. By what right do you claim to take him away?" Her voice trembled slightly with a mix of excitement and weakness, yet it bore the fierce intensity of a mother defending her young. The teacher had already taken him as a disciple. He would go nowhere. Qian Renxue's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Resembling a deity affronted by mere ants, her icy gaze falling upon Liena, laced with undisguised disdain and impatience. "Stand aside. You have no place to speak here." That look was like a tangible icicle, causing Liena's body to stiffen, the overwhelming fear born from the vast disparity in their existential planes seizing her momentarily. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she straightened her frail back, her small frame trembling slightly from exertion, arms outstretched like a stubborn hen, resolutely shielding Ling Tian behind her. I want to let you. Liena's voice quavered with suppressed tears, yet it was resolute. Teacher, although the training is rigorous, it is for Ling Tian's benefit. She provides him with the finest medicinal baths, the best herbal meals. She personally instructs him. By what right do you claim to take him away with a mere word? Have you even asked Ling Tian if he wishes to go with you? She abruptly turned, seeking the gaze of Ling Tian, who remained in a state of shock and hesitation, her amber eyes filled with urgency and pleading. Ling Tian, speak up. Tell this unreasonable woman that you do not wish to go with her. Right. Liena's outburst struck like thunder, cleaving through Ling Tian's chaotic thoughts. He gazed upon the slender yet remarkably steadfast figure before him, observing her shoulders quiver with emotion and fear, and the unreserved concern reflected in her eyes. A surge of indescribable warmth surged into Ling Tian's eyes. Indeed, Bibi Dong's training was a hellish ordeal, a torment that left him in agony, wishing to escape at once. However, the viscous medicinal baths, painful yet transformative, the bowls of golden concoction brimming with life force, restoring his depleted foundations, and the Pope's cold yet precise reprimands and guidance at the brink of mental collapse. All these memories flashed rapidly in Ling Tian's mind like a revolving lantern. Severe, even cruel, yet devoid of negligence or selfishness. Bibi Dong was employing her own methods, the most direct and effective, albeit painful, means to help him grow stronger, to truly master that unruly holy sword. In contrast, Qian Renxue offered temptation, the lofty radiance of divinity, promises that appeared enchanting. Yet Ling Tian could not forget the cold probing from yesterday in the Xuanyuan Hall, nor the innate rejection transmitted by the Xuanyuan Sword towards the divine light. He could not forget Qian Douluo's chilling murderous intent at Blackstone Town. To follow her? To bask in that divine light that even the Xuanyuan Sword found discomforting? To accept the guidance of a being harboring hostility towards him? What would his future hold as a mere divine attendant? Ling Tian shivered abruptly. He looked at Qian Renxue's cold, condescending golden eyes, then at Liena's anxious, worried, and trusting amber gaze before him. A surge of fierce determination, born from desperation and mingled with the profound emotion of the protection before him, abruptly shattered all hesitation and fear. Ling Tian summoned every ounce of strength, struggling to rise from the ground. Although his steps were unsteady and his body swayed, he valiantly straightened his spine and stood beside Liena, side by side with her. He lifted his head to meet the cold, scrutinizing gaze of Qian Renxue, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented clarity and resolve. She speaks the truth. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, as if drawing in all the courage within the martial arts hall, pointing towards the silent and enigmatic Bibi Dong with her deep violet eyes. Your Holiness, her training is indeed harsh. Like a spinning top, it hurts to the core, exhausting as a dog. His voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, rang out powerfully, but her discipline is meant to ground me. Her pressure is to strengthen me. The finest remedies she provides are to ensure my survival and prosperity. She is genuinely teaching me how to wield that damned hammer. As Ling Tian's fervor grew, a glimmer of moisture welled up in his eyes, a confluence of grievance, fatigue, and the catharsis of being understood and supported. I cannot ascertain the merits of the Hall of Offerings, but I know, here, your Holiness has not deceived me. Everything she promised me, she delivers. In her own way, she is looking out for my best interests. He suddenly turned to face Qian Renxue, his gaze no longer evasive, brimming with a forced, youthful defiance. Thus, I shall not accompany you. I choose to remain in the Hall of the Pope, by your Holiness's side. As his words echoed through the martial arts hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Liena gazed at Ling Tian with astonishment, her eyes filled with pride and warmth, her small hand instinctively grasping his sleeve. In the depths of Bibi Dong's previously tranquil violet eyes, a faint yet unmistakable ripple stirred, akin to a minuscule stone disrupting the surface of an icy lake. She observed the boy standing beside Liena, swaying yet striving to uphold his posture, his voice hoarse and desperate in its expression of her intentions towards him, as her fingertips unconsciously caressed the cold shaft of her staff. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue's flawless visage, reminiscent of a deity, displayed for the first time a clear and undeniable fluctuation of emotions. Coldness, fury, an overwhelming wrath at being affronted, and a trace of incredulous astonishment. Her golden irises contracted sharply, as if igniting in a fiery furnace. The sacred radiance surrounding her transformed into a blazing and tempestuous force. A wave of terrifying pressure, far surpassing anything before, erupted like a tangible golden torrent, crashing down upon Ling Tian and Liena, unbridled. The chilling voice resonated like divine retribution. Ling Tian and Liena felt a blinding golden light before them, a colossal and irresistible force crashing against their chests. Both emitted a muffled groan, akin to kites severed from their strings, hurtling backward. Thud, thud. They fell heavily upon the cold obsidian tiles, and Ling Tian tasted blood rising in his throat, which he forcefully swallowed, feeling as if his very organs were being displaced in excruciating pain. Liena's complexion was as pale as paper, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes brimming with anguish and terror. Qian Renxue's golden gaze seethed with fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. She observed the struggling Ling Tian. An overwhelming impulse surged within her, compelling her to act. With absolute power, she intended to forcibly seize this audacious youth, who dared to defy the divine edict. As a sole master of the third ring, dealing with these two exhausted souls, weighed down by oppressive force, would be a mere trifle. Golden soul energy coalesced in her palm, subtly transforming into a resplendent, divine claw, imbued with the essence of confinement and judgment, poised to grasp Ling Tian. However, just as she was about to strike, a chilling, soul-freezing aura enveloped the air, manifesting as an invisible ice wall that abruptly interposed between her and Ling Tian, as well as Liena. Bibi Dong had, unbeknownst to her, positioned herself before the two children. Her purple papal robe billowing without wind, her profound purple eyes resembling ancient ice, coldly scrutinizing Qian Renxue. Her voice, though not loud, carried the biting chill of frozen space. Qian Renxue, it is time to cease. This is the training ground of the Papal Hall. They are my disciples. Each word fell like an ice shard, imbued with undeniable authority and a chilling warning. Qian Renxue's hand, which had been gathering soul energy, abruptly halted mid-air. The golden divine claw flickered uncertainly. She gazed at Bibi Dong, who stood resolutely in her path, then at the cold, unyielding purple eyes, and finally at Ling Tian, who, though bloodied and struggling to rise, regarded her defiantly, alongside Liena, who clung to his sleeve with tears brimming in her eyes, yet equally resolute. To forcibly take him away? With her prowess, she could certainly attempt it. But what would be the consequences? Would it provoke Bibi Dong's wrath? Would it ignite a conflict of title Douluo level within the Papal Hall? More critically, there was Ling Tian and the sword within him, the terrifying sense of suppression from yesterday resurfacing in her mind. If she were to abduct him against his will, given his current resistance to his martial soul, it would likely backfire, potentially inciting an even more violent backlash from that sword. Such an outcome was far from her desire. Moreover, witnessing the determination in Ling Tian's eyes as he defended both Liena and Bibi Dong stirred within Qian Renxue a strange cocktail of anger and a vague, indescribable irritation. In her molten golden eyes, fury and icy rationality intertwined uncontrollably. Ultimately, that tempestuous golden soul energy ebbed away like a receding tide, the ethereal visage of the divine claw silently dissipating. Yet, she did not withdraw. Her golden eyes, akin to a frigid spotlight, remained fixated on Ling Tian, laden with oppression, scrutiny, rejected anger, and an unyielding resolve that seemed capable of piercing through him. Within the martial hall, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Bibi Dong, like a guardian ice phoenix, maintained her cold gaze, silently confronting Qian Renxue. Ling Tian and Liena leaned on each other, struggling to stand together, akin to young saplings huddled together in a tempest, confronting the formidable pressure and clash of wills ahead that could easily crush them. Their faces were pale, yet they gritted their teeth, unwilling to retreat even a step further. A stalemate ensued, a suffocating impasse. Only the heavy and repressed sounds of their labored breathing resonated in the deathly silence of the grand hall. Chapter 9. The sword points to the thunder of March. The primordial sound of opposing divine light. Within the martial arts hall, silence reigned like a frozen lake. Qian Renxue's golden eyes resembled a molten sun, igniting with cold fury and a tinge of insulted humiliation, fixed intently upon Ling Tian. The pressure emanating from her gaze surpassed even the prior mental onslaught. Imbued with a penetrating scrutiny that seemed to pierce the very essence of his soul, instilling a chilling dread in his marrow. Liena clutched Ling Tian's sleeve tightly, her fingertips turning white from the strain, her petite frame trembling slightly under Qian Renxue's oppressive gaze, yet her amber eyes blazed with a defiant flame, akin to a small beast guarding its young, unwilling to flinch even before a mighty dragon. Bibi Dong stood before her two disciples like an ancient, unyielding iceberg, her deep purple eyes serene and profound. clad in her flowing purple papal robes that billowed without wind. The chilling aura surrounding her silently collided and compressed with Qian Renshue's divine radiance, forming an invisible barrier that mitigated much of the tangible oppression, yet could not alleviate the suffocating stalemate. Time slipped by in the agonizing silence. At last, the corners of Qian Renshue's sculpted lips curled ever so slightly into a cold arc, shattering the stillness. Her smile bore no warmth, only an arrogance born of assured victory and a patronizing generosity. Ling Tian, her voice rang out like the chime of ice crystals, clear yet bone-chilling. The doors of the sanctuary shall forever remain open for true geniuses. I admire your tenacity. She paused deliberately, her molten golden pupils narrowing slightly, her gaze probing like a tangible needle, sweeping across Ling Tian's empty right hand, as if intent on penetrating flesh to glimpse the sacred sword that haunted her dreams and instinctively filled her with dread. I can grant you the power of choice, she continued slowly, each word laden with gravitas. A testament to your worthiness of that sword and the privilege of remaining in the papal hall. A jolt of foreboding gripped Ling Tian's heart. Qian Renshue's gaze flicked past Liena, who stood protectively before Ling Tian, then lingered on Ling Tian's pale, yet firmly pressed lips, ultimately resting on his bloodshot eyes, strained from anxiety and fatigue. 3 months hence, she articulated with clarity, here, you and I shall duel with swords. What? Liena gasped, her small face paling instantly. Qian Renxue, Ling Tian is only 6 years old. He hasn't even awakened his martial soul. Silence. Qian Renshue's icy glare pierced through Liena like an icicle. The sudden eruption of her high-tier soul power striking Liena as if she had been struck by an invisible hammer to the chest, forcing a muffled groan from her lips and stifling her subsequent words, causing her to sway slightly, a fresh trickle of crimson escaping the corner of her mouth. I do not press you with soul power. Qian Renshue's gaze returned to Ling Tian, imbued with an air of lofty judgment. A contest of swordsmanship lay before them. Pure sword techniques, sword principles, and the essence of the sword, without the aid of soul power or the activation of martial spirits. Relying solely on the 3-foot azure blade in hand. Her voice carried an intentional emphasis. Your martial spirit is a sword, and my angelic holy sword stands among the greatest divine weapons of this era. In a duel of swordsmen, can one truly measure a hero by the abundance of soul power? If you lack the courage to wield a sword and the qualification to use one, by what right do you claim it? By what right do you reject the divine illumination of the offering hall? If you prevail, Qian Renshue's voice soared, akin to a divine decree, I, Qian Renxue, vow in the name of the heir to the angelic divine position, will no longer seek you. The offering hall shall have no further connection with you. If you are defeated, a fierce glint flashed in her golden eyes. Then follow me back to the offering hall and accept the guidance of the angelic divine light. There shall be no further dissent. These conditions detonated like thunder in the silent martial arts hall. Liena suddenly looked up, her eyes brimming with extreme anger and disbelief. You are shameless. Ling Tian has only just begun to learn swordsmanship. Ling Tian's mind felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, a cacophony ringing in his ears. 3 months? A duel of swordsmanship? His opponent is Qian Renxue, the possessor of the angelic holy sword, even without the use of soul power. How many years has she immersed herself in the art of the sword? And what of himself? He had only just acquired a set of mystic yellow fundamental 9 forms the night before, having swung a wooden sword but a mere few dozen times. This was nothing short of a gamble devoid of hope, a seemingly fair contest that was, in truth, a trap forcing him into a desperate situation. Ling Tian, do not agree to her. Liena tugged anxiously at Ling Tian's sleeve, her voice tinged with a sob. She is trying to coerce you into submission. 3 months? Even if the teacher personally instructs you, it is impossible. Ling Tian lowered his head, his body trembling slightly under the immense pressure. Fear coiled around his heart like a cold serpent, nearly consuming him. Escape. Hide. Just as he had in Blackstone Town, when faced with the scorn of the townsfolk. Just as yesterday when confronting Qian Renshue's probing, this instinct was etched into his very being. 3 months? What could he possibly contend with? With this body, still frail despite a recent medicinal bath, with the basic 9 forms he had practiced for merely one night? How could he stand against Qian Renshue's angelic holy sword? A symbol of divine authority, steeped in the essence of countless sword principles? Despair surged like a tidal wave. Yet, on the precipice of this abyss of hopelessness, a torrent of searing magma erupted from the depths of his soul, as if awakened from an eon-long slumber. This was no longer mere adrenaline born of fear, but an insatiable defiance and bloodlust emanating from the core of a soul that had long been suppressed. By what right? By what right must I, Ling Tian, continue to flee? To hide? To tremble like a rat in a gutter before the might of authority? When awakening amidst the refuse of Blackstone Town, he endured. He endured the mockery and expulsion from the townsfolk. He endured being scrutinized and recruited by Mo Qian as if he were mere merchandise. He endured the hellish training under Bai Dong that brought him to the brink of despair. He instinctively sought to evade under the frigid, divine pressure of Qian Renxue. He had been enduring. He had been hiding. He had been retreating, like a true coward. However, now, the adversary had the blade pressed against his throat, forcing him into the arena, leaving no avenue for retreat. A tumultuous blend of indignation, fury, desperation, and a flicker of courage ignited by Liena's desperate defense surged like a volcanic eruption, obliterating all fear and reason. My voice, hoarse and raspy, resembled the grating of sandpaper. Liena, believing him to be paralyzed by fear, grew increasingly anxious. Ling Tian, do not heed her. Teacher. Suddenly, Ling Tian lifted his head. Those once weary and terrified black eyes now blazed with two flickering flames. Though his body trembled and his complexion remained pale, his gaze transformed into an unprecedented sharpness and fervor. He shook off Liena's grasp on his sleeve, stepping forward, his body swaying from weakness and exhilaration. Yet he stood resolutely. For the first time, his eyes fearlessly met the frigid, molten gold gaze of Qian Renxue. Good. The word erupted like thunder, resonating with a resolve akin to burning bridges. I accept your challenge. Liena was momentarily stunned, her amber eyes widening in disbelief and deep concern. Ling Tian, you. A flicker of surprise flashed across Qian Renxue's golden eyes. She had not anticipated that this seemingly timid, lowly individual would so boldly accept the challenge. Ignoring Liena's exclamation, Ling Tian remained fixated on Qian Renxue, his chest heaving violently, his voice trembling with excitement, yet strikingly clear. Tinged with ruthless determination, 3 months from now, right here, we'll speak with swords. If I lose, do as you wish. I'll go to the Hall of Offerings with you. If I win. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning all his strength to roar. You, Qian Renxue, and the Hall of Offerings, can go to hell. Leave me be. Vulgar. Direct. Brimming with the ferocity of the desperate and the madness of being cornered. This declaration, utterly devoid of noble etiquette, carried a palpable strength that reverberated through the frigid air of the training hall. A visible crack appeared for the first time in Qian Renxue's previously perfect, icy demeanor. A flicker of anger and embarrassment crept into her brow, her molten gold eyes flashing with cold fury. As an heir to the angelic legacy, she had never been so brazenly insulted. Presumptuous. Her chilling reprimand was laced with lethal intent. Yet, Ling Tian, intoxicated by that surge of bloodlust, defiantly glared back. His neck stiffened. His gaze resembled that of a cornered wolf baring its fangs. Very well. Qian Renxue's voice dripped with the frost of the abyss, her rage twisting into a sardonic smile. Remember your arrogance today, Ling Tian. 3 months hence, I shall show you how utterly laughable your pitiful defiance is in the face of true swords. She cast a deep glance at Ling Tian's fiery eyes, swept past the worried and furious Liena, and finally fixed her cold gaze upon Bibi Dong, laced with a hint of icy provocation. Bibi Dong, keep your disciple in check. 3 months from now, I shall come personally to collect him. Before her words had fully left her lips, a pair of magnificent angelic wings, composed solely of sacred golden light, erupted from behind Qian Renxue with a thunderous sound. The resplendent divine radiance instantaneously illuminated the entire martial hall, transforming the cold obsidian tiles into a shimmering gold. A vast and overwhelming divine might surged forth like a tangible tidal wave. Ling Tian and Liena both gasped in unison, staggered backwards by this pure sacred pressure, their blood surging within them. Qian Renxue did not hesitate. With a powerful flap of her golden wings, she became a streak of golden light piercing through the heavens, accompanied by a deafening sound as she burst forth from the grand dome of the martial hall, leaving behind a lingering, sacred, and chilling trail of light above the Pope's palace, akin to a divine mark etched across the sky, ultimately vanishing into the distant horizon. Within the martial hall, the suffocating divine pressure gradually dissipated, leaving behind a scene of chaos and 2 bewildered youths. Ling Tian felt his taut nerves suddenly relax, the vigor that had sustained him ebbing away, an overwhelming fatigue and sense of depletion crashing over him like a tide, causing his legs to buckle as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Ling Tian, Liena, quick-witted, rushed to support him, her small face etched with fear and urgency. Have you lost your mind? How could you agree to her? 3 months. What can you learn in 3 months? Qian Renxue she. Liena's voice quivered with a hint of tears, although she was unaware of Qian Renxue's true strength. The oppressive aura emanating from her very essence filled her with instinctive dread and despair. Ling Tian leaned against Liena, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his back. The impulse that had surged within him receded, replaced by an overwhelming fear that washed over him like a chilling tide. Indeed, 3 months. What could he possibly contend with? He felt his right hand trembling uncontrollably. Impulsiveness? A cool, calm voice resonated from behind them. Bibi Dong had turned around at some point, her deep purple eyes, like a placid ancient well, quietly fixing their gaze upon Ling Tian. That gaze seemed to penetrate through his current disarray and fright, reaching deep into the recesses of his soul where a flickering flame had just ignited, only to dim swiftly. Teacher, Liena hurriedly steadied Ling Tian, bowing her head, her voice laced with unease. Ling Tian struggled to regain his footing, lowering his gaze, unable to meet Bibi Dong's eyes. He understood how reckless his earlier actions had been, practically inviting trouble for the Pope. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered for a moment on Ling Tian's pale, yet stubborn face, then swept over his slightly trembling right hand. Young man, without a modicum of blood and vigor, how are you different from decaying wood? Her voice remained cool, yet lacked its usual frostiness, infused with a barely perceptible warmth. In the face of authority, the courage to draw one's sword is far more significant than fleeting victories or defeats. Ling Tian abruptly lifted his head, astonished to behold Bibi Dong. She did not hold his actions against him. Within the depths of her purple eyes, a fleeting glimmer of minuscule approval seemed to pass, so swift that one might mistake it for an illusion. In these 3 months, her voice suddenly turned as resonant as the clash of gold and iron, imbued with an undeniable resolve and a trace of sharpness. This esteemed master shall exert every effort to teach you how to firmly grasp the sword in your hand. I shall employ all means necessary to unearth your latent potential, to forge your will, and to sharpen the edge of your blade. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, seemingly intent on utterly shattering Ling Tian's inherent timidity. 3 months hence, regardless of whether you emerge victorious or defeated. The voice of Bibi Dong momentarily faltered, her violet eyes igniting with a fervent, almost obsessive dominance and expectation that Ling Tian had never before witnessed. What I wish to behold is a Ling Tian who truly wields the hammer, a warrior capable of standing tall with his sword rather than kneeling in supplication. As for the outcome, a cold yet proud smile graced her lips, for the sword in your grasp shall be inscribed by your own hand. Victory shall be the future cleaved forth by your sword, and defeat shall also be a testament etched by your blade. There is no shame in it. Each word struck Ling Tian's heart like a heavy hammer, dispelling confusion and igniting the dormant flames within. This was not mere consolation, nor was it a hand-holding gesture, but rather the most ruthless and direct form of trust and motivation. An indescribable surge of warmth, mingled with sorrow, emotion, and a fierce determination that had been entirely reignited, surged forth into Ling Tian's eyes. He beheld the exalted figure of the Pope, who, despite her fierce methods, now bestowed upon him unwavering trust, as well as Liena, who stood beside him, her eyes brimming with concern, yet equally resolute. Teacher, Ling Tian's voice trembled, yet it was imbued with an unprecedented firmness. He straightened his still slender spine and met Bibi Dong's profound gaze. Disciple understands. Slowly, he raised his still trembling right hand, fingers splayed wide, then with a sudden exertion, he clenched it tightly, inch by inch, with immense determination, as if grasping an invisible, extraordinarily heavy holy sword. He also clutched that faint yet crucial future for which he must strive. 3 months. He would hold fast to this hammer. Chapter 10. The 9 styles of Qian Huang break the cage. Night-tempered common iron startles the sword spirit. The soul-guiding lamps embedded in the dome of the training hall emitted a steady, cold white light, casting the dark jade floor into a reflection resembling a frigid pool, mirroring the taut figures within the hall. The air was infused with the briny scent of evaporated sweat and the distinctive, sharp aroma akin to ozone, characteristic of high-level master soul power fluctuations. Open Mountain. Ling Tian's youthful shout shattered the silence, infused with a desperate fervor. He gripped a heavy ironwood sword, nearly as tall as himself, with both hands, his waist sinking, feet firmly planted on the ground, his youthful visage contorted from exertion, veins pulsing in his neck and forehead. With all his might, he swung the ironwood sword in a ferocious arc, adhering to the trajectory taught by Lei Pejun, from low to high, with all his strength. Whoosh! The heavy sound of slicing through the air resonated as the ironwood sword cleaved through the atmosphere, generating a weighty wind pressure. However, the anticipated force that would tear through the air and shake the soul did not manifest. The sword's momentum was ample, yet it lacked the resolute intensity that Lei Pejun exhibited, as if it could split mountains and forge ahead without hesitation. Ultimately, the ironwood sword merely crashed heavily against an iron stake at the edge of the training ground, designated for testing attack strength. Clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing erupted. The iron pile stood unwavering, leaving only a faint white mark on its surface, the edges devoid of any rolled blade. A tremendous recoil surged through the sword hilt, causing Ling Tian to stifle a groan. His arms trembled violently, and the flesh of his palms instantly split open, crimson blood staining the rough wooden grip. He staggered back 2 steps, his chest heaving dramatically, each breath rasping like a winded bellows, sweat cascading like a waterfall from his forehead, splattering onto the cold tiled floor. Shattering upon impact. Useless, thundered Lei Pejun, his voice as deep as thunder, mercilessly reverberating. This formidable figure, as stout as an iron tower and with a visage as chiseled as a knife, stood beside his enormous, bladeless sword, the soul-splitting great sword. His gaze sharp as a hawk's. You possess form, yet lack spirit, lacking momentum. Are your legs made of noodles? Is your waist merely for show? The power dissipates before it even reaches your shoulders. What of your so-called 20th level of soul power? Are you merely consuming food? Train harder. Train until you cannot wield another strike. Train until you comprehend the essence of power rising from the ground, the inevitability of momentum. His voice struck like a hammer, brutally impacting Ling Tian's weary spirit. Lei Pejun's teachings were simple yet brutal, encapsulated in 3 words: strength, momentum, courage. The 3 sword techniques he imparted: mountain opening, flow breaking, and peak shattering. Each sought the ultimate explosion of power and absolute domination of momentum, eschewing any ornate techniques in favor of pure, brutal aesthetics. For Ling Tian, whose body had yet to fully develop and whose foundation of soul power was as unstable as a sand tower, each practice session was a cruel test of his physical limits. Gritting his teeth, a metallic taste of blood mingled with rust filled his mouth. Ignoring the pain in his palms, he resumed his stance, bellowing as he repeated the monotonous yet weighty slashes. With every swing of the sword, his muscle fibers cried out. His bones groaned under the burden, and every part of his body protested vehemently. Yet, a singular thought consumed his mind: train, grow stronger. 3 months. He could not afford to lose. Unaware of how many times he had repeated this, as the clock chimed the hour of the snake, Ling Tian's body finally reached its breaking point. The heavy ironwood sword clattered to the ground, and he collapsed as if his bones had been pulled from him. Sprawled on the cold, hard jade tiles, his chest heaving violently, darkness encroaching upon his vision, not even a finger willing to move. Lei Pejun cast him a cold glance, confirming that he had indeed exhausted his last ounce of strength, before snorting dismissively. Just as he had arrived, he hoisted his great sword and strode away from the training hall with heavy, measured steps, not once looking back. In the vast hall, only Ling Tian's labored breaths echoed like that of an exhausted beast. At that moment, a clear and melodious tinkle of bells approached, reminiscent of the first bird's song after a heavy rain, instantly dispelling the chill of the training hall. Little brother Ling Tian, who Liena entered, as light and graceful as a pink butterfly, carrying a large, multi-tiered food box. Her light golden braids danced with her movement, the silver bells at their ends ringing sweetly. As she beheld Ling Tian collapsed on the ground like a rag doll, his body drenched in sweat, fresh bruises and torn wounds adorning his arms. Her enchanting amber eyes brimmed with compassion. Goodness, Elder Lei is exceedingly ruthless. She hastily set down the food box, crouched beside him, and carefully avoided his injured arm as she assisted him upright, leading him to the soft cushions in the nearby resting area. Her fingertips brushed against his damp, cold skin, causing her brow to furrow even more deeply. Quickly drink this. With swift movements, Liena opened the top layer of the food box and presented a warm, white jade bowl. Within it lay a viscous broth, as thick as jade, exuding a rich aroma of herbs and a profound essence of life, the 100-herb essence soup. She scooped a spoonful, gently blew on it, and brought it to Ling Tian's lips. The instructor specifically instructed the Xuanyuan Hall to prepare this for you, stating it would best reinforce your foundation and mend your hidden injuries, stabilizing your 20-level fragile soul power. Sip it slowly. Be cautious of the heat. As the warm broth slid down his throat, Ling Tian instantly felt a comforting surge of warmth coursing through his limbs, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The deep, tearing fatigue and excessive muscle soreness within him gradually began to dissolve under this nourishing warmth, and a faint stirring was felt in his exhausted dantian, greedily absorbing the gentle soul power particles contained within the soup. Thank you, Sister Nana. Ling Tian's voice remained hoarse, yet his gaze was filled with sincere gratitude. In this cold, imposing, and hierarchically strict papal hall, Liena was the only warmth he could sense. There's no need for such politeness. Liena playfully shot him a glance, her expressive eyes sparking a faint blush on Ling Tian's pale face. Here, this is the blood moon bull meat soup. made from the finest tenderloin of a century-old blood moon bull, blended with various herbs that strengthen vitality. And this is the Poria pine nut cake. Like a magician, she revealed steaming, aromatic meat soup and several exquisite delicacies from the food box, filling the small table before Ling Tian. Under Liena's tender supervision and gentle chatter, Ling Tian relished this precious medicinal meal, voraciously consuming it. His body's emptiness was gradually filled, and a sense of strength returned slowly. Meanwhile, Liena chattered on about trivial matters, such as how brother Yin nearly set the training grounds curtains ablaze during practice yesterday, and how brother Xieyu's perpetually cold demeanor made him exceedingly dull during cultivation. These life-filled complaints flowed like a warm spring, quietly soothing Ling Tian's taut heartstrings and the monotony of training. The fleeting moments of their midday respite passed swiftly in Liena's company. When Ling Tian felt his strength had notably replenished, he settled into a cross-legged position at Liena's urging, beginning to circulate his vast, yet chaotic soul power of 20 levels. He strived to recall the soul power circulation route taught by Lei Pejun, attempting to guide his soul power along specific meridians, synchronizing with his breath to absorb the residual medicinal essence within him. As the sun dipped in the west, the immense shadow of the papal hall enveloped a portion of the training ground. As Ling Tian concluded his afternoon meditation to solidify his soul power, he returned to his modest resting chamber near the martial arts hall, his weary body still aching from fatigue. The sky had completely darkened by the time he arrived. He chose not to retreat to the luxurious disciples' dormitory, instead opting for this humble abode merely to remain closer to the training grounds. After hastily consuming a few pieces of the specially crafted rations left by Liena to replenish his energy and quenching his thirst with a few sips of water, Ling Tian embraced his thin mattress and made his way to a secluded, tranquil outdoor training area adjacent to the resting room. Moonlight cascaded down like mercury, laying a layer of cool frost upon the ground. Towering walls cast heavy shadows around him, isolating this corner from the outside world. Only the chirping of insects and the faint clinking of armor from distant patrolling guards occasionally disrupted the stillness. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, drawing in the crisp night air, forcing his exhaustion to recede. Approaching the weapon rack, he eschewed the heavy ironwood sword demanded by Lei Pejun and instead selected the most ordinary, lightweight waxwood sword. The wooden sword felt cool to the touch, its weight negligible. He closed his eyes, casting aside the overwhelming sword intent from the day's training with Lei Pejun, which had surged through his mind like a catastrophic tide. His thoughts sank like stones into the depths of the sea, gradually settling into his consciousness. 9 ancient runes, flickering with a faint yet remarkably vivid yellow glow, hung in the air like timeless stars. The 9 basic techniques of Xuanyuan: cleave, slash, thrust, lift, parry, block, sweep, point, and burst. Ling Tian began his practice. His movements were slow and clumsy. His body, stiff and sore from the extreme training earlier, protested with each action. Yet, he compelled himself to disregard the discomfort, immersing his spirit entirely in the imitation and comprehension of those 9 fundamental actions. With heightened concentration, he endeavored to replicate the trajectory of a blurred silhouette deep within his mind, sensing the subtle shifts in force and weight distribution between each movement. Cleave, a downward strike, as if intending to cleave through the formless chaos, channeling all his strength to the tip of the sword. Slash, a horizontal sweep, its trajectory precise as a line, envisioning the severance of invisible shackles that bound him, his waist and abdomen driving his arms. Thrust, the simplest yet deadliest. His arm became a spear, shoulder, elbow, wrist, and sword tip aligned, his intention fixed on a single point ahead, swift as lightning, silent and unseen. Lift, an upward motion, the wrist twisting to create a graceful arc. The power concealed yet potent, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue, embodying the art of lifting and neutralizing force. Parry, steady as a mountain. He lowered his wrist, positioning the sword horizontally across his chest, envisioning an invisible wall of size being forged before him. Stillness was strength, yet even in motion, it was unyielding. Block, not a clash of strength. The wrist turned, angling the sword, guiding the opponent's force to glide along its blade, like water encountering a stubborn stone, diffusing the impact seamlessly. Sweep, a spinning flourish, the sword moving with him, his actions broad and expansive, the intent sweeping away all obstacles around him. Vast in scope and continuous in momentum. Point, the sword tip flicked out rapidly, precise as a surgeon's scalpel. His focus condensed at the sword's tip, erupting in an instant, targeting the opponent's most minuscule openings and vulnerabilities with lethal accuracy. Collapse, a sudden surge of power erupts within the confines of a small space. The wrist or forearm vibrates instantaneously, delivering a brief yet ferocious force, embodying the might to shatter and disrupt, specifically designed to penetrate robust defenses. Again and again, sweat quickly soaks through his thin training attire, clinging to his body and bringing forth waves of coolness. The soreness in his arm muscles intensifies, akin to countless red-hot needles piercing through. His breath grows increasingly labored, yet he remains oblivious. As his focus sharpens upon the sword technique itself, something extraordinary transpires. Deep within his consciousness, the sword intent that had long remained dormant, unresponsive to Lei Pejun's will, now reveals a hint of impatience from the ethereal image of the Xuanyuan Sword, and at this moment, it resonates ever so faintly with him. A small stream of pure and exquisitely refined yellow and black sword energy, akin to a slumbering brook awakened by thought, no longer remains a mere passive shield, but rather flows actively and obediently along the meridians of his arm, quietly emanating forth, infusing into the seemingly unremarkable white waxwood sword in his grasp. Buzz. At the instant this force, originating from the essence of his martial soul, and carrying the will of humanity's tide and the obliteration of myriad laws, surged into the wooden sword, a transformation occurred. Ling Tian was deeply immersed in the practice of the most fundamental thrust. His mind was highly concentrated, locking onto a specific point on the training post before him. The yellow and black sword energy moved in accordance with his thoughts, devoid of any hindrance. PFF. A sound, extremely faint yet remarkably clear, akin to a needle piercing through delicate silk, resonated. In the stillness of the night, it rang out sharply. Ling Tian's eyes flew open. His heart raced as if struck by a heavy hammer. Before him, on the hardwood post, which required a grand soul master to exert their full power to leave a discernible mark, a minuscule, unfathomable hole suddenly appeared. The edge of the hole was smooth as a mirror, not a single wood chip scattered, as if pierced and annihilated in an instant by some formless, highly concentrated energy. Moonlight even filtered through that tiny aperture, casting a faint glow behind the wooden post. This. Ling Tian gazed incredulously at the white waxwood sword in his hand. Then at the smooth little hole, his mind a blank slate. That thrust had not drawn upon a shred of soul power. It was entirely reliant on the force of his body and the motion itself, along with the actively infused yellow and black sword energy. An ineffable epiphany, like a lightning bolt in the night, suddenly cleaved through the dense fog in his heart. The awe-inspiring 3 moves of swordsmanship that Lei Pejun demonstrated during the day, capable of splitting through iron stakes, were indeed formidable and grandiose. But what was that? It was based on a soul force of the soul dualist level, akin to an immense ocean, combined with his well-honed physical strength and the refined sword intent, forcefully propelled to erupt. The essence lay in the technique of utilizing power and momentum. The techniques themselves appeared so simple, direct, and even crude. Chop, slash, smash. At their core, they were merely an overwhelming force. There were no intricate transitions, no deceptive traps combining reality and illusion, no precise strikes targeting joints or pressure points. In fact, not even the most fundamental techniques of neutralizing force, leveraging power, or using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds were in sight. It was a clash of sheer force, relying solely on absolute power and momentum to crush opponents. Ling Tian suddenly recalled the weapon spirit masters he had witnessed during the awakening of his martial soul in Blackstone Town. Scythes, hoes, swords. Their combat styles bore a striking resemblance. Channeling soul power, their soul rings illuminated, followed by chaotic slashes and reckless swings. The so-called soul skills were merely crude energy shockwaves or simplistic elemental attacks such as flames and ice. It dawned upon him that the martial techniques and swordsmanship of the Douluo Continent were fundamentally so primitive. Strength, soul power levels, and soul skills almost overshadowed or replaced all intricate techniques and skills. The mainstream combat methods of the continent essentially boiled down to a contest of power levels and the intensity of soul skills. Swordsmanship, in essence, was merely a method of wielding strength, rather than an art of killing and overcoming foes. No wonder the Xuanyuan Sword bestowed upon him only the foundational 9 forms. Ling Tian's heart raced. An indescribable excitement and confidence surged from the depths of his being like molten lava. For here, even the most refined and pure foundational techniques, honed through countless trials, could yield a transcendent advantage in skill. Qian Renxue, despite the might of her angelic sacred sword and her innate soul power, and even the supreme swordsmanship she had learned in the Hall of Offerings, would likely remain confined within the bounds of this overpowering force. At most, she might wield her strength with greater finesse and a more condensed aura, but fundamentally, it still followed the path of dominating through might and imposing presence. This revolutionary realization was akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the night. instantly dispelling the despair that had clouded his heart due to the immense disparity in levels and the brief 3-month deadline. A vast chasm in power, a world apart in soul power. Yet this 3-month agreement was a contest of pure swordsmanship. Without the use of soul power, the essence lay in technique. Understanding the sword, the application of moves. That was the crux. The 9 foundational forms of Xuanyuan he mastered, though seemingly basic, were the essence distilled through generations of trials by blood and fire. They were the crystallization of countless martial wisdom. Each form contained boundless variations and principles for overcoming adversaries. This was the true art of killing, the pinnacle of technique. Ling Tian gripped the white waxwood sword, which felt somewhat heavy as it bore a trace of Xuanyuan Sword energy. Feeling the cold touch of the hilt and the faint resonance that seemed to connect with his very blood, a smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. A blend of exhaustion, excitement, and immense confidence. The flames burning in the youth's eyes shone brightly under the moonlight. In 3 months, I shall show you what true swordsmanship is. The moonlight, like flowing water, cast a cool glow over the training ground. Ling Tian's figure sprang into motion once more. This time, the 9 foundational movements transcended mere imitation, infused with an unprecedented confidence and clarity, a rhythm stemming from the depths of his bloodline. As the white waxwood sword sliced through the air, it emitted a faint, almost fabric-tearing whistle, its trajectory becoming fluid and harmonious. Deep within his consciousness, the dormant silhouette of the Xuanyuan sword seemed to resonate faintly, akin to a slumbering dragon stirring, offering a silent acknowledgement and response. Deep within the martial hall, in the heavy shadows connecting to the high platform, a regal figure clad in purple had silently stood for an indeterminate duration. Bibidong's deep violet eyes, seemingly capable of devouring starlight, pierced through the distant void and the frigid darkness, landing precisely upon the training ground bathed in moonlight. Her gaze, akin to the most exquisite soul-guiding instrument, meticulously captured every trajectory traced by the wooden sword in the young man's hands. Perceiving within those lines a rhythm distinctly divergent from the mainstream martial arts of the Douluo Continent. Ultimately, her sight fixed upon a hard wooden stake, where a small, smooth, mirror-like hole appeared bottomless. A nearly imperceptible ripple of satisfaction swept across Bibidong's eternally frozen, exquisite visage, fleeting as a mere illusion. Unconsciously, her fingertips caressed the intricate patterns etched upon her cold scepter. A barely audible whisper dissipated into the chilling night breeze. At last, the hammer began to respond to its master. Chapter 11. The sword's might presses down, Xuanyuan's fury, the soul-shattering bow to the sword sovereign. The morning light, as sharp as a blade tempered by fire, was pale and frigid, slicing through the vast obsidian window of the martial hall, casting elongated rays of light upon the ground. The air was thick with the remnants of yesterday's rust, mingling with the acrid breath born from the collision of sweat and soul power, heavy enough to suffocate. Ling Tian had already become as steadfast as a javelin, lodged at the heart of the obsidian stone floor. The lingering soreness from a night of sword practice felt like countless searing needles piercing through his bones, each heartbeat driving them deeper into his limbs. He gritted his teeth, his jawline taut, forming a sharp arc that stifled any groan that threatened to escape his throat. Yet his gaze penetrated the floating dust within the hall, firmly seizing the increasingly dense shadow at the entrance, as he awaited the impending descent of a mountain. The heavy footsteps approached, each step resonating like a mighty hammer striking a taut drum, the clash of metal boots against the obsidian bricks echoing through the still air. At last, the shadow was rudely shattered. The imposing figure of Lei Pejun, as formidable as a demonic deity, strode in with great strides. On his shoulder rested the formidable soul-splitting great sword, devoid of blade or sheath, entirely black, capable of cleaving mountains merely by its weight. Emanating an aura of oppressive ferocity, as if it were a part of his very being. The sword's heft accentuated his already resolute face, forged as if from iron, adding an air of cold metal and indifference. The overwhelming presence of an 87th level assault type, Soul Douluo, surged forth with his entrance, instantaneously compressing the air within the martial hall to an impenetrable density. Even the floating dust seemed to be pinned to the ground by an invisible hand, unable to stir. The atmosphere was infused with the metallic sharpness unique to soul power and a faint scent of bloody rust. Ling Tian took a sudden deep breath. The suffocating aura pierced his lungs painfully. He stepped forward, bowing deeply under Lei Pejun's cold scrutiny, coupled with a barely perceptible hint of mockery. His back taut like a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Elder Lei, the youthful voice, hoarse from excessive effort, resonated clearly, each word striking like a stone cast upon the ground. Disciple Ling Tian humbly requests the elder's guidance. Unleash your sword intent, and allow me to experience it firsthand. A brow as thick as a brush suddenly arched, and the piercing gaze of Lei Pejun, sharp as a cold razor, swept across Ling Tian's sweat-drenched temples, twitching fingertips, and the fabric of his soaked shoulders. A cruel smile twisted at the corners of his mouth, accompanied by a scoff that rolled like distant thunder. Sword intent? You think you can handle it? Those 3 words, imbued with a palpable chill and disdainful condescension, pierced deep into Ling Tian's heart. He could almost foresee the tempest that was to follow. The audacity of this insignificant creature, the pitiful worm daring to aspire to feel the breath of a dragon. Yet, the scathing reprimand remained unspoken. Deep within Lei Pejun's eyes, an almost imperceptible tremor abruptly solidified the derision on his face. Last night, in the shadowy depths of the papal throne, that imposing yet frigid figure had issued a directive devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet weighted with immense authority, tightening around his throat like an invisible chain. Elder Lei, should Ling Tian seek knowledge during tomorrow's demonstration, grant him his wish. Bibi Dong's voice, though not loud, carried the undeniable will of the Pope. This command instantaneously froze all of Lei Pejun's impending scorn and fury, contorting the rigid mockery upon his face into a deeper, turbulent storm of frustration, confusion, and forced restraint. His nostrils flared violently, ultimately erupting into a deep, thunderous snort, as if to expel the pent-up frustration within him. Humph! A fool unaware of his own mortality. Suddenly, Lei Pejun's shoulders dropped, and the colossal sword, reminiscent of a door panel, crashed heavily against the hard black jade floor with a resounding thud. Boom! From the center of the great sword, spiderweb-like cracks instantaneously spread out for a foot, sending stone fragments flying. A fierce gust of energy stirred the dust, creating a small gray vortex. Since you wish to experience what it means to be crushed by Mount Tai, I shall oblige. Lei Pejun's roar reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the spacious hall. If you cannot withstand it, then lie down like a pile of mush. Do not expect me to hold back. Before his words faded, the invisible storm had already descended. There were no shining soul rings, no radiant soul power soaring into the heavens. Only a heavy, viscous aura, steeped in the blood of countless souls and infused with a fierce, tragic malevolence, erupted like a dormant volcano. This overwhelming will surged forth from Lei Pejun's tower-like frame, enveloping Ling Tian in an invisible domain of sword intent that spanned 3 yards around him. The air ceased to be a flowing medium and instead solidified into an impenetrable barrier. Suddenly, Ling Tian found himself engulfed in darkness. His ears rang with a deafening buzz. It felt as though countless ancient divine mountains materialized out of nowhere, crashing down upon every inch of his bones, muscles, and cells with an oppressive will that sought to subdue all. The weight of this pressure bore not only upon his flesh, but directly upon his very soul. Each minuscule breath became a torturous ordeal, tearing at his insides. The hard black jade tiles beneath him seemed to transform into a surging quicksand hell. His body uncontrollably sinking downwards, hunched over. Cold sweat cascaded down Ling Tian's back like a waterfall, while the veins at his temples throbbed violently. Reminiscent of a reawakened giant serpent, he clenched his teeth tightly, his gums bleeding salty droplets under immense pressure, barely suppressing the anguished scream bubbling in his throat. His kneecaps emitted a tortured groan under the unbearable weight, trembling uncontrollably. Each slight bend felt as though it might shatter completely at any moment. Is this all you are capable of? Lei Pejun's voice rolled above Ling Tian like a thunderclap, laced with unabashed disappointment and brutal impatience. To struggle so pathetically against merely 30% of the sword's force, and yet dare to speak of swordsmanship? Useless. Kneel before me. The command to kneel struck like 2 invisible hammers, engulfing Ling Tian's faltering mental defenses with Lei Pejun's more ferocious will. Boom. The invisible pressure surged exponentially. It was no longer just a crushing weight, but a boundless, violent tearing sensation. It felt as if myriad invisible heavy swords, imbued with the fierce spirit of a battlefield and the relentless drive of countless warriors charging into battle, were mercilessly slashing, piercing, and strangling from all directions. Both above and below, they sought to rend his body, his will, and indeed his very existence into the most primal fragments, reducing him to mere dust. Gush! No longer able to contain himself, a torrent of scalding blood erupted from Ling Tian's mouth, blossoming into a shocking crimson flower upon the cold tiles before him. His knees could no longer withstand the devastating weight, giving way suddenly, as if a humble insect bowing down to a mountain. He could not kneel. A profound humiliation, a refusal to yield, and a furious madness surged from the depths of his soul, erupting like a dying volcano in its final throes. Under the moonlight last night, that flicker of dark yellow sword energy piercing the hardwood stake had ignited a faint yet unmistakable sense of control, now fully ablaze at the brink of death. It spread like a spark igniting a dry prairie. Deep within his consciousness, the long-dormant phantom of the Xuanyuan Sword, seemingly eternal, trembled violently in response to the overwhelming murderous intent, the fierce aura of death, and Ling Tian's desperate struggle for survival. Buzz, a faint yet profound aura, seemingly bearing the weight of countless human experiences and the indomitable will of countless beings, awakened abruptly, as if a slumbering ancient emperor had been touched upon a forbidden scale. It was no longer a gentle guardian, but an embodiment of wrath infused with celestial authority. Just as Ling Tian's knees were about to meet the cold tiles, an invisible force erupted, not from his own exhausted soul power or will, but from the core of his consciousness, from the resounding phantom of the Holy Sword. This was not mere resistance. It was a declaration, a manifestation of wrath and expulsion from a higher existence in response to the forceful infringement of a lower power upon its domain. A faint yet incredibly condensed halo, shimmering with a chaotic yellow hue, flickered momentarily above Ling Tian's hunched back, as if an invisible crown, emblematic of the supreme authority of humanitarian imperial power, suddenly manifested with unparalleled majesty, resonating with the dominion over the seas and the stabilization of the realms. With a thunderous sound, the entire space of the martial hall seemed to tremble gently. It was not a physical vibration, but rather a profound presence originating from the realm of rules that had been shaken. The fierce momentum of the soul-cleaving sword, which had initially surged down like a furious ocean in a cataclysmic landslide, encountered that faint, mysterious aura and abruptly collided with an incomprehensible, unassailable barrier. A series of chilling sounds echoed through the air, reminiscent of boiling oil splashing onto ancient ice, creating a bizarre melting noise. It was not a collision of brute force, but rather an encounter akin to snow meeting the scorching sun. The formidable and unyielding soul-cleaving sword momentum, capable of crushing solid iron, was unexpectedly dismantled in a silent, yet overwhelmingly dominant manner. It was corroded. In the space merely a foot before him, the raging soul-cleaving sword momentum writhed and twisted as if it had met its nemesis, yet it could make no advance. Even more disconcerting was the fact that the once congealed malevolent aura began to visibly evaporate, fade, and dissipate as if exposed to extreme heat. It was as though a power of a higher essence was denying and erasing the existence of the soul-cleaving sword's might. What? The cold, disdainful, and impatient expression on Lei Pejun's face froze instantaneously. Like the clumsiest of masks, it became rigid upon his iron-cast visage. For the first time, his keen, hawk-like eyes, accustomed to witnessing life and death and piercing through illusions, widened in disbelief, a light of unprecedented horror igniting within their depths. It was as if a serene, deep pool had been disturbed by a falling star, unleashing towering waves. The momentum he had exerted was dismantled by another sword force emanating from a 6-year-old child, who could barely summon a martial soul, and whose soul power was as unstable as shifting sands. How could this be possible? Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. A sense of absurdity, which utterly subverted his cognition, gripped Lei Pejun's heart fiercely, rendering this battle-hardened warrior, whose will was as iron, momentarily blank in thought. That fleeting breath was ancient, vast, and heavy like the earth that bears all things, noble as the imperial power that governs all beings. It bore a dignity he had never felt before, as if it originated from the primordial majesty of the universe at its inception, a status that transcended mundane conflicts. His soul-cleaving sword intent, that he had taken pride in, steeped in the ferocious wills of countless vengeful spirits, instinctively trembled before that ancient and vast aura, as if faced with the wrath of an emperor. This is impossible. The roar within him thundered like a lightning strike, and Lei Pejun, almost instinctively and in a frenzy, yearned to uncover the answer. He abruptly stepped forward. Boom. The obsidian tiles beneath his feet could no longer withstand the sudden influx of uncontrolled power, shattering with a resounding explosion, sending fragments flying. He fixated intently on the frail figure, still hunched like a shrimp, blood staining the corners of his mouth, as if on the brink of total collapse. His gaze burned like two heated irons, brimming with urgency, suspicion, and an almost ravenous curiosity. Within that inquiry, there lurked an undercurrent of fear, a sentiment he himself scarcely recognized. What had transpired moments ago? Lei Pejun's voice, overwhelmed by shock and an uncontrollable urgency, altered its timbre entirely. His heavy breaths echoed like an old bellows, while his massive fingers clenched tightly around the hilt of the sword, the chilling sound of metal scraping resonating ominously. Where did you acquire that sword's might? Each word emerged as if forced through clenched teeth, laden with an undeniable demand for answers. He leaned forward instinctively, reaching out with his fan-like hand, seemingly eager to grasp Ling Tian's frail shoulder, to shake him into confession, yet also yearning to touch and fathom the source of the power that made his very soul tremble. The essence of that power transcended his entire lifetime of understanding regarding martial souls and the path of the sword. However, just as the tips of his fingers, imbued with an overwhelming force, were about to make contact with Ling Tian's shoulder, his movements froze mid-air as if struck by a petrifying spell. The unassuming yet weighty warning from Bibidong the previous night tightened around his impulses like a cold shackle, severing his quest for inquiry. Observe, do not question, do not probe. Lei Pejun's hand hovered in the air, mere inches from Ling Tian's shoulder. His knuckles creaked under the strain, the veins on the back of his hand bulging like agitated dragons, clearly revealing the tumultuous battle raging within him, an incredulous shock intertwined with a violently suppressed thirst for knowledge. What fleeting essence of swordsmanship was this? What extraordinary existence lay concealed within this diminutive, humble body, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, capable of shaking the very foundations of his lifelong beliefs? Holy Emperor, Bibidong, how much does she truly know? Did she orchestrate this experience solely for him to witness this? What are her intentions? Countless questions gnawed at Lei Pejun's nerves like venomous serpents, prompting a sensation of profound, chilling dread, an unfamiliar feeling for one who had always thrived on strength and possessed an iron will. Ling Tian remained in a near-kneeling position, his body trembling violently, each breath infused with the metallic scent of blood and the shivers of survival. Lei Pejun's gaze, almost tangible, seemed poised to pierce his very soul, while that immense hand, suspended above his shoulder and brimming with terrifying power, suddenly froze, wrapping around him like two cold serpents, inducing a suffocating fear. He abruptly lowered his head, evading that gaze capable of freezing his soul, gasping in a hurried and disheveled manner, cold sweat mingling with blood, dripping from his chin onto the frigid ground, leaving behind a series of dark marks, reminiscent of tears of despair. Within the martial arts hall, a profound silence descended once more. Heavy, coarse breaths echoed in the vast, frigid expanse, reverberating like the thunderous heartbeat of a war drum, signaling the somber toll of a silent upheaval. On the obsidian floor, a mixture of sweat and blood from Ling Tian silently spread, blooming like eerie dark red flowers, contrasting with the grotesque spiderweb cracks beneath Lei Pejun's feet. The air was thick with the lingering malevolence of the soul-severing sword, intertwined with the desolate remnants of the profound yellow aura, creating a disquieting realm of contradiction that sent shivers through the heart. Lei Pejun's rigid form resembled a frozen sculpture, his suspended hand trembling slightly, knuckles pallid from exertion, while the bulging veins on the back of his hand throbbed like twisted earthworms in a frenzy. His gaze was fixed intently on Ling Tian's bowed head, where a tumultuous desire for exploration clashed violently with an icy prohibition in his eyes. Each breath Ling Tian took felt like daggers piercing his lungs, the metallic taste of blood saturating his mouth. In that moment of near collapse, the instinctual counterattack of the Xuanyuan Sword had nearly drained the last remnants of his already exhausted spirit and soul power. At this juncture, he felt an agonizing emptiness in his consciousness, his limbs disassembled and reconfigured, an overwhelming fatigue crashing upon him like a tidal wave. Lei Pejun's eyes bore into Ling Tian, as if seeking to dissect every inch of his flesh. The fleeting sword intent was vast, heavy, and supreme. Its essence of power was beyond the comparison of the soul-severing abyss. It was a crushing dominance of rank. Merely recalling that moment sent tremors of the lingering soul-severing sword intent deep within Lei Pejun's soul, provoking retreat. This was no mere mutation of a martial soul or a simple twist of fate. It was a force akin to an imprint inscribed in the very essence of bloodlines. Slumbering in the primordial chaos of antiquity, a certain authority. Speak, boy. Lei Pejun's voice rasped like sandpaper, each word laced with the tempestuous force of suppressed fury. Lift your head. Ling Tian's body stiffened, laboriously raising his heavy head, akin to a rusted puppet. His pale visage bore stains of sweat and dried blood. His lips were ashen from blood loss, yet within the depths of his dark, shining eyes, amidst the terror of surviving calamity, flickered a faint, stubborn flame, an ember that refused to extinguish, born from the essence of the Xuanyuan Sword after being pushed to the limit. This tenacity pricked at Lei Pejun's eyes. Tell me. He stepped forward, the cracked stones beneath his feet groaning under the pressure. What is that power? He could not suppress the burning desire for inquiry, his gaze piercing like a branding iron. Where does it come from? The hilt of the soul-severing abyss creaked under the strain of his grip, and the feral soul power surged around him, stirring the tiny stones scattered on the ground. Chapter 12. The Pope's Intervention, Breakthrough for Lei Pejun. The path of the profound yellow awakens. At this critical juncture, the air was taut, like a bowstring drawn to its utmost limit, ready to snap. Elderlay. A chilling, tranquil voice, devoid of any emotion, yet seemingly imbued with an absolute will that freezes time and all within it, reverberated unexpectedly beneath the vast, desolate dome of the martial arts hall, akin to an icicle piercing the still air. The sound was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated the heavy gasps of Lei Pejun and the tremors of Ling Tian's heartbeat. Lei Pejun's massive form jolted as if pierced by an invisible, frigid current of absolute zero. His fingers, suspended in midair, spasmed uncontrollably. He suddenly turned his head. At the edge of the deepest shadow near the entrance of the hall stood a figure, having appeared unnoticed. The ornate, regal purple robe of the Pope seemed to be woven from the very fabric of night, enveloping her dignified yet icy form. The golden crown reflected a profound sheen in the cold white light of the soul-guiding lanterns above, accentuating her breathtakingly beautiful visage, which radiated an aura of divine authority, yet was as indifferent as a glacier. Bibi Dong. She did not deliberately exude any fluctuations of soul power. She merely stood there, her deep purple eyes resembling two ancient wells that penetrated the soul, observing the standoff between the two with calm detachment. Her mere presence commanded an immediate stillness in the space thick with the aura of soul-splitting malevolence and remnants of Xuanyuan. The turbulent malice and restlessness in the air were instantly frozen and suppressed by an invisible, heavy dignity. Your task is complete. Bibi Dong's voice resounded once more, maintaining that undeniable declarative tone, each word bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens, striking clearly upon Lei Pejun's heart. Withdraw, Your Holiness. Lei Pejun instinctively retracted his rigid hand, straightening his back. The mixture of reluctance and trepidation on his face was forcibly suppressed, transforming into a profound sense of reverence and obedience. Yet, the burning curiosity deep within his eyes did not extinguish. Instead, it blazed more fiercely. He swallowed, urgency lacing his voice barely perceptible. The sword intent that erupted from this child moments ago, its essence and level, is far beyond a mere aberration of martial souls. I beseech, withdraw. Bibi Dong's voice remained unwavering, even colder than before. In the depths of her purple gaze, a glint of cold light suddenly condensed, akin to the unmelting core of ice in the northern tundra, piercing precisely into the heart of Lei Pejun's attempt to justify himself. That gaze was not a pressure of soul power. It bore an absolute will that transcended mundane rules, one that could not be defied. Lei Pejun felt his mind buzz, a chill, instinctual to his very soul, swept over him, freezing the surging curiosity and the remnants of hostility within him. All subsequent words were choked in his throat by those icy eyes. His robust, tower-like body swayed slightly, the solid obsidian bricks beneath his feet cracking with minute fissures. He clenched his teeth tightly, the muscles of his jaw bulging like steel, his massive hand gripping the hilt of the soul-rending great sword, knuckles turning pale. Silence reigned within the hall. The air felt as though it had solidified into a crystal imbued with immense pressure, each breath carrying a bone-chilling cold. The heavy blade of the soul-cleaving giant sword trembled slightly upon the obsidian ground, emitting a low, resonant hum, as if this blood-drinking weapon, known for its countless slayings, was voicing its unwillingness under the oppressive will of its master. The standoff lingered, stretching interminably as though hours had passed. Ultimately, all the tumultuous emotions swirling in Lei Pejun's eyes extinguished like flames cast into an abyss, settling into an unfathomable depth, suppressed, yet ominously charged with thunderous wrath. He abruptly lowered his head, his movements stiff as a rusted marionette. As you command, Your Holiness, he intoned, his voice heavy as rolling thunder, laced with a forced restraint and profound reverence. He no longer dared to glance at Ling Tian, perceiving him as a source of impurity that might sear his gaze. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed once more, each step resonating with a force akin to mountains, causing the ground to tremble subtly. The sword's tip dragged across the obsidian tiles, producing a painful, grating sound, while sparks erupted and extinguished in the moment of contact, leaving behind a jagged, sinister scar etched deep into the hard surface, reminiscent of a mark of disgrace and defiance, stretching from Ling Tian's feet to the entrance of the grand hall. The towering figure, bearing the colossal sword emblematic of violence and destruction, vanished into the dense shadows beyond the hall's threshold, leaving only the searing, grotesque scratch and the echo of heavy footsteps reverberating through the stillness of the hall, colliding with the cold walls, lingering long after. The martial arts hall returned to its desolate emptiness, the beams from the soul-guiding lamps above slicing through the air, with dust particles slowly swirling in the illuminated shafts. Ling Tian remained frozen in a position on the verge of collapse, sweat mingled with blood trickling down his chin, splattering upon the frigid ground like tiny crimson blossoms. It felt as though he had shed an immense burden, yet the weariness and dread emanating from the depths of his soul gnawed at his will like a relentless parasite. He struggled to swallow, his throat dry and aching, attempting to raise his gaze towards the violet figure still standing at the edge of the shadows, wishing to convey gratitude or perhaps explain something. However, upon meeting those deep, abyss-like violet eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions, the words that had surged to the tip of his tongue froze instantly, dissolving into a deeper sense of reverence and confusion. Bibidong's gaze settled upon Ling Tian with calm scrutiny, as though assessing a raw gem recently tempered by fierce flames, still not fully shaped. She took slow steps forward, her opulent purple pope's robe trailing silently behind her. Where she passed, the air, laden with the lingering resonance of Xuanyuan's vastness and the fierce aura of the soul-cleaving, clashed in a tumultuous dance, only to be soothed and dispelled as if by an invisible royal will. The cold ground, beneath the delicate touch of her violet and gold-embroidered stiletto heels, quietly spread intricate, crystalline frost blue patterns that swiftly melted away, leaving no trace. This was not a soul skill, but rather the subtle anomaly naturally invoked by her pureness of essence. She paused 3 steps away from Ling Tian. Ling Tian could distinctly sense a profound aura, akin to ancient ice, cold and heavy, yet strangely devoid of any murderous intent or oppressive force. Rather, it bore an essence of focused scrutiny. Have you grasped the essence of fear? Bibidong's voice resonated, maintaining its cool, unruffled cadence, yet lacking the absolute command she had wielded against Lei Pejun. Infused instead with an ineffable curiosity, Ling Tian's body trembled instinctively, yearning to lower his head and evade her gaze. He raised his face. The chilling command embedded itself within his consciousness. Stiffly, like a marionette, he gradually lifted his visage, smeared with grime, sweat, and blood, pallid to the point of being devoid of color. In his dark, lustrous eyes lingered a profound dread and exhaustion, akin to murky waters stirred by a thunderous storm. Bibidong's deep purple eyes, resembling the most intricate soul-guiding device, calmly scanned his bloodied, split palm, traversed his slightly trembling forearm, muscles still twitching from overexertion, and swept over his damp hair clinging to his forehead, finally fixing upon the depths of his eyes, which intertwined fear, confusion, and a flicker of indomitable spirit not yet extinguished by desperation. Her gaze seemed to pierce through flesh and bone, penetrating chaotic thoughts, reaching the very core of his soul, where it silently confronted the shadow of a sword, tranquil yet imbued with an aura of dark yellow. Ling Tian felt his essence laid bare beneath her violet gaze, as if all pretenses had been stripped away, leaving only the most primal, naked fear and the faintest trace of an indomitable mark stemming from the Xuanyuan Sword's instinct. To endure even a fleeting moment under the pressure of the soul-splitting sword without yielding, Bibidong articulated the reality with calmness, devoid of judgment. In the face of imminent demise, the ability to evoke the essence of one's martial spirit in retaliation, albeit involuntarily, could be deemed an awakening of instinct. Her words paused momentarily, and the icy sharpness in her purple eyes appeared to soften slightly, revealing a barely perceptible nuance. You have begun to assert your own opinions since the Blackstone Plaza. Her voice remained frigid, yet that assessment fell like a stone tossed into the turbulent lake of Ling Tian's chaotic mind, instantly stirring tremendous ripples. Assertiveness? Was she referencing his silence when confronted by Lei Pejun, or the stubborn resilience he had mustered in the end? Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, a surge of incredulity intertwined with fleeting joy dispersing some of his fear. He opened his mouth, yet his throat was parched, rendering him voiceless, and he could only gaze at Bibidong with a mixture of bewilderment and faint hope. Bibidong did not await his response. It seemed she had no need for it. Her gaze appeared to penetrate Ling Tian, reaching into a deeper, more enigmatic realm. The path of Lei Pejun was straightforward and unyielding, a force that could shatter all laws. For certain martial spirits, it was a celestial avenue. Her voice held a chilling clarity, proclaiming that the soul-splitting abyss was one of the ultimate expressions of this path. But your path? Her focus returned to Ling Tian, her profound purple eyes reflecting the ancient stars in a frozen pool. Xuanyuan, she enunciated clearly, her voice soft yet imbued with a unique rhythm, causing the dormant shadow of the sword within Ling Tian's consciousness to resonate ever so faintly. From the very beginning, it stood in stark contrast to the soul severing. Its might did not stem from sheer brute force or overwhelming intensity, but rather from the elegance with which Bibidong's fingertip delicately brushed against the void, an action subtle as a whisper of a non-existent breeze. Buzz, an invisible yet profound intent, imbued with the essence of a supreme principle, swept over Ling Tian in an instant. Ling Tian felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if all his secrets were laid bare, with even the flow of his blood and the tremors of his meridians exposed without concealment. What sent a shiver down his spine was that this intent did not seek to probe his soul power or physical strength, but instead penetrated all superficialities, precisely capturing the faint spiritual connection newly forged with the Xuanyuan Sword deep within his consciousness. It was a manifestation of its lofty status, resilient will, and the intricate mastery of its essence. Bibi Dong retracted her fingertip, her violet eyes returning to their profound tranquility. You may possess great power, yet you cannot even graze its surface, nor comprehend the very nature of its existence. The path of Lei Pejun shall only lead you further astray, ultimately rendering you a pitiful creature devoured by your own strength. Ling Tian trembled violently, as if enlightened by a sudden revelation. The three stances of Lei Pejun's earth-shattering sword techniques, though formidable beyond comparison, what was the essence of that power? It was the burning of vast soul energy, the explosive manifestation of sheer physical might, and the ferocious aura born from relentless will. Essentially, it remained an application of strength and momentum. Yet, last night under the moonlight, when that streak of yellow and black sword energy penetrated the hardwood post in silence, what was that sensation? It was the perfect resonance of intent and sword spirit. It was the ultimate mastery of power condensed to its pinnacle. It was a peculiar rule that, devoid of brute force, could obliterate the essence of myriad laws. A path entirely distinct, a chasm of difference. Bibi Dong struck to the heart of the matter. Today's affairs conclude here. Her voice interrupted Ling Tian's astonishment and realization, carrying an undeniable finality. Her gaze swept over Ling Tian's pale, weary face and his bloodied, shattered palm. Her tone indifferent. The yellow and black aura within you is the manifestation of your martial soul's primordial will, beyond your current control. Forcing its activation will result in severe backlash. While you momentarily repelled the sword intent of Lei Pejun, it has also wounded your spiritual essence. Only then did Ling Tian become acutely aware of the stabbing pain radiating from the depths of his consciousness. An indescribable void, as if a part of his spirit had been forcefully extracted. So, the instinctive counterattack of the Xuanyuan Sword bore such a heavy price. His complexion turned even paler. In the afternoon, he continued his meditation on soul power, solidifying his foundation. Bibi Dong issued orders for the medicinal essence absorbed during the bath to be completely refined, healing his hidden injuries. Do not touch the sword again. She paused slightly, her gaze seemingly gliding over the deep fissure in the ground and the blood droplets from Ling Tian, ultimately resting on his eyes. Still clouded with confusion, but now ignited with a flicker of contemplative fire. At the hour and 3/4, her voice resonated clearly in Ling Tian's ears, imbued with a strange power that seemed capable of imprinting upon the very depths of his soul. Come to the papal hall for a council. With those words, she no longer cast a glance at Ling Tian, her violet robe sleeves gently swaying as she departed. Step, step, step. The crisp and rhythmic sound of footsteps, exuding an air of mastery and composure, reverberated through the desolate hall, advancing toward the main chamber. The resplendent purple silhouette, illuminated by the cold white glow of the soul guide lanterns beneath the dome, seemed to merge with the very laws of this space, gradually receding until it vanished into the shadowy depths of the heavy doors at the edge of vision. The martial arts hall fell into complete silence. The soul guide lanterns emitted a steady, cold white light, within which fine particles of dust floated and swirled in silent dance. Ling Tian remained frozen in place, akin to a statue carved from stone. Sweat trickled down his temples, coursing over the dried blood on his cheeks, bringing an icy, sticky sensation. The sting from his torn palms, the soreness from overstrained muscles, and the emptiness accompanied by needle-like pain deep within his consciousness surged like a tide against his weary nerves. Yet, at this moment, what occupied his mind was not the physical agony. The words of Bai Dong echoed like thunder, reverberating through his chaotic thoughts. The chasm of disparity, the high status, the tenacity of will, the subtlety of mastery, all seemed to wield power, yet remained untouchable. The path of Lei Pejun would only lead you further away from it. Each word struck him like a hammer, mercilessly crashing down upon the nascent yearning for the pure path of strength that had quietly emerged from his previous encounters with Lei Pejun's formidable sword techniques. The overwhelming contrast temporarily eclipsed even fear and pain. He instinctively lowered his gaze to his blood-stained palms. During the day, wielding that heavy ironwood sword, every swing had been infused with all his might. The tearing of his palms, the soreness in his arms, the groans of his bones. That was the path of Lei Pejun, a straightforward and brute force route, yet seemingly clear. However, Last night Ling Tian's eyes involuntarily drifted toward the direction of the open training ground. Under the moonlight, the image of that ordinary white waxwood sword piercing the hardwood stake in silence resurfaced vividly in his mind. There was no earth-shattering display, no violent release of power. Only the exquisite guidance of a strand of original sword energy, born from a highly concentrated intent, that represented an entirely different realm, profound, subtle, as if it encapsulated some supreme rule of the universe. Was this the path of the Xuanyuan Sword? Was this what Bai Dong referred to his destined path? An unprecedented sense of bewilderment and immense pressure gripped him instantly. It was a completely unfamiliar road, devoid of any reference, akin to groping blindly through endless fog. More despairing than the seemingly arduous path of Lei Pejun, which at least offered some trace to follow. A low rumble broke the suffocating silence. The extreme mental strain and the exhaustion from physical exertion finally unleashed a tidal wave of hunger, crashing over him like a breached dam. Ling Tian felt a wave of intense dizziness wash over him. His body swayed, almost unable to remain upright. He was finally pulled back from the tempest of his thoughts to reality. Dragging his leaden legs, he staggered toward the rest area not far from the martial arts hall. Pushing open the rudimentary wooden door, a faint aroma of herbs mingled with the scent of what enveloped the air. The interior was furnished to the utmost simplicity: a hard bed, a square table, and a wooden stool. Upon the table lay the special provisions, sent by Liena at noon, now thoroughly cold, alongside half a jug of clear water. At this moment, these frigid and unadorned morsels emanated an irresistible allure to him. He staggered to the table, grasping a piece of hard bread infused with a secret meat paste and medicinal herbs, disregarding its chill and rigidity, and ravenously stuffed it into his mouth, chewing fervently. The coarse food scraped against his parched and sore throat, igniting a fiery sensation, yet he paid it no mind. Quickly seizing the jug to gulp down several mouthfuls of icy water, the sustenance momentarily alleviated the gnawing hunger that felt as if it could erode his stomach lining, and his empty core seemed to absorb a faint nourishment. However, the mental fatigue and the stinging ache deep within his consciousness surged like a relentless tide, exacerbated by his body's stillness. Paying no heed to the disarray on the table, he fell heavily onto the hard bed, driven by the last vestiges of instinct. The thin mattress offered no respite from the bed's firmness, yet it became his sole comfort in this moment. As his body made contact with the bed, an overwhelming wave of soreness and agony engulfed him entirely. Every muscle protested, every joint groaned, especially the cracked knuckles and overstrained arms, which sent jolts of sharp pain coursing through him. The emptiness in his mind, akin to being hollowed out, intertwined with the prickling discomfort, tormenting his willpower. His eyelids felt as heavy as if weighted with lead, consciousness oscillating between a state of drowsiness and intense fatigue. Just as he was on the brink of being consumed by darkness, images of the smooth, bottomless wooden post hole in the open training ground, the white waxwood sword infused with a mysterious yellow energy that seemed to breathe under the moonlight, and finally, Bibidong's eyes, deep as a chasm and seemingly capable of seeing through everything, imbued with an ineffable meaning, flashed rapidly through the depths of his hazy awareness, colliding and intertwining. In the Papal Hall's conference chamber, at 3:15, what had Bibidong truly discerned? What would she teach him again in the afternoon? Chaotic thoughts flickered like the last struggling spark of lightning, swiftly swallowed by an engulfing darkness. Within the humble resting room, only the heavy, fatigued breaths of the youth remained, alongside the distant and rhythmic sound of the patrol's armored footsteps echoing from outside, reverberating in the stillness. Sunlight streamed through the narrow window slits, casting a slender beam upon the ground, within which dust danced silently. Chapter 13. Swift sword breaks the momentum, unveiling new paths. The archive opens to reveal brilliance. The Papal Hall. The afternoon sun filtered through towering stained glass windows, slicing into countless beams of magnificent yet solemn light, cascading onto the obsidian floor tiles that gleamed like polished jade. Dust floated in the air, undisturbed by sound, save for the eternal hum of the soul-guiding wall lamps, resonating deeply like the heartbeat of time itself. Ling Tian stood in the vast central chamber, feeling as insignificant as a lone pawn on a chessboard. Clad in a pristine black training outfit, the edges of the bandages peeking from his sleeves and the dark red fissures at the base of his thumb, which had yet to fully heal, silently narrated the harrowing swordsmanship he endured that morning, confronted by the figure seated high upon the 9th tier. Upon the amethyst throne of the Pope, his heart continued to thump uncontrollably within his chest, each beat resonating with reverence. The instinctive backlash of the morning's Xuanyuan Sword and the terror-stricken gaze of Lei Bojun seared into his nerves like a brand. "Is your arm all right?" The voice of Bibidong descended from above, shattering the silence. Its coldness remained, yet the oppressive aura that had frozen souls on the training ground the previous day dissipated. Resembling an ancient sword sheathed, its cold radiance now restrained. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. I am quite well now." The medicinal bath proved very effective. He could feel the gentle, soothing power of the medicine gradually nurturing his weary muscles and spirit. "Please, take a seat." Bibi Dong raised her chin slightly, gesturing toward a prepared Zetan wood chair below the steps. Ling Tian complied, sitting upright with his back straight, his hands resting on his knees, though his fingertips instinctively curled slightly. He understood that this conversation was no ordinary inquiry. "How did you find Lei Bojun's sword intent?" Bibi Dong's gaze pierced through the hazy dust of the hall, landing upon Ling Tian with the precision of a tangible probe, unyielding and relentless. Within her violet eyes lay a tranquility that seemed to comprehend all. Ling Tian's body tensed instantly. The suffocating sensation of bearing ancient stars and the near shattering of his soul washed over him once more. He swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. It was like a mountain collapsing, akin to the sea pouring forth, heavy and violent, as if it aimed to obliterate consciousness entirely. "If not for the instinct of my martial spirit," he paused, daring not to voice the Xuanyuan Sword's counterattack. "If not for the primordial will of that sword, you would have long since been shattered." Bibi Dong completed his thought. Her tone flat, yet each word resonated with gravity. Her fingertip lightly tapped the armrest, producing a faint sound that rang clear in the vast hall. This was the essence of sword intent. The soul power of one as formidable as Lei Bojun had already crystallized into substance, merging with the martial spirit to form a domain that brute force could not withstand, nor could superficial soul power obstruct. With a gentle stroke of her fingertip through the air, a thought as refined as ink yet imbued with boundless sharpness pierced towards Ling Tian's brow in an instant. Buzz. Ling Tian stifled a groan, his consciousness quaking violently. Though far less brutal than Lei Bojun's, this thought was purer, colder, and more insidious. It wasn't a mere pressure but a piercing intent, aimed precisely at the weakest point of his mental defenses. As if silently interrogating, "Can your will be as steadfast as rock? Can your mind be flawless?" The intention withdrew at once. Ling Tian felt cold sweat bead at his temples, his complexion paling slightly, breaths quickening. The essence of sword intent lies primarily in its force. Bibi Dong retracted her fingertip, her voice flowing like a clear spring over a cold pond. "Where the force directs, the heart must govern. If the heart is as steadfast as rock, then the force shall be as immovable as a mountain. If the heart is like a surging tide, then the force shall be as unfathomable as the vast sea. The path of Lei Bojun is forged through strength and spirit, majestic and formidable, capable of uprooting the frail. This path suits him well, as the soul-splitting giant also excels in this domain." She shifted her tone, her violet eyes sparkling like focused starlight, firmly locking onto Ling Tian. "However, Xuanyuan is different. Its power does not lie in external grandeur, but in the highest internal essence. It is about perceiving nuances, mastering the minutiae, and the indomitable and noble will itself. Do you remember the thrust against the wooden post last night?" Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Under the moonlight, the image of the Xuanyuan sword energy silently piercing the hard wooden post vividly emerged. With a single thread of force, it shattered a myriad of defenses. This was not a feat of brute strength, but rather a manifestation of pure intent and meticulous control. This was the embryonic form of Xuanyuan's might. Bibi Dong's voice was resolute, imbued with a compelling clarity. "To merely imitate Lei Bojun, relying on your feeble foundation to forcefully enhance your strength, is akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, injuring oneself first and straying further from the path." This struck Ling Tian like a revelation, crashing upon his mind. The pain from the heavy ironwood sword during the day resonated, contrasting sharply with the smooth and exquisite penetration of the wooden post guided by intent from the previous night. The difference was stark as day from night. "Then, what should the disciple practice?" Ling Tian raised his head, his voice tinged with urgency and confusion. "What should the disciple train in?" Bibi Dong did not respond directly, her profound violet gaze fixed upon him, guiding him like a wayward traveler. "The path lies beneath your feet. The sword resides in your heart, your martial soul, your instinct, your desires. Tell me, Ling Tian, what kind of sword do you wish to practice?" The question echoed like a resounding bell within Ling Tian's vast consciousness, dispelling the fog of confusion. It was no longer the command of a pope, but the enlightening inquiry of a mentor. A torrent surged through his mind, fragments of memories from his past life. Those instinctive thoughts ignited under the pressure of life and death, collided and coalesced at that moment. Fast. Only speed is unbreakable. In innumerable films and novels from his previous life, this phrase served as a golden rule, validated countless times in life and death confrontations. In the eyes of this frail time traveler, lacking strength meant seizing the initiative was the only path to survival. When awakening in Blackstone Town, the sword's cry that tore through the heavens was the epitome of speed. Last night's thrust, the speed at which the Xuanyuan Sword energy coalesced far surpassed the flow of soul power. Renxue. He thought of the cold, proud blonde girl and the fateful wager to come in 3 months, a fierce sense of crisis and survival igniting his thoughts in an instant. Quick! Ling Tian nearly blurted out, his voice imbued with a resolute determination, his gaze suddenly sharpened like that of a hawk. Your Majesty, the disciple wishes to practice the swift sword. He sprang to his feet, as if this was the only way to vent the torrent of thoughts within him. In the world of martial arts, nothing is impervious, but speed is invincible. The disciple's foundation is shallow, soul power insubstantial, and strength far inferior. Only speed, faster than the opponent's strike. Before their soul rings illuminate, before their sword moves take shape, before they can perceive me. As he spoke faster, his thoughts became unprecedentedly clear. Summon the martial soul swiftly. Coalesce soul power swiftly. Draw the sword even faster. So fast that they cannot think, cannot react. Hasten forth. Let them possess great power, yet find it rendered futile. He fervently waved his arms, as if to pierce the void with the swiftness of his thoughts, akin to last night's swift strike. Silent and sudden, it arrived in an instant, providing no time for the opponent to defend. The chamber fell into a profound silence, with only Ling Tian's slightly hurried breaths echoing within. Upon the high seat, Bibidong's eyes revealed astonishment. A fleeting glimmer, almost akin to admiration, flickered in the depths of her gaze. She nodded slightly, her cool voice carrying a rare note of agreement. Speed is paramount. Though this statement may be coarse, it embodies profound truth. She rose slowly, her majestic purple robe trailing down the cold steps, each stride echoing the descent of a deity upon the mortal realm, exuding an invisible majesty and a wisdom that penetrates the affairs of the world. In battles beneath the rank of title Douluo, the fate of soul masters often hinges upon the briefest of moments. In the instant the soul rings shimmer, in the fleeting gaps of soul power's operation, and in the pauses between techniques, her gaze was like an ice pick, piercing through the illusion to reveal the essence. Should you summon your martial spirit a moment quicker than others, unleash your soul skill a beat ahead, and direct your blade swifter than your adversary's awareness. This minuscule difference could delineate the chasm between life and death. Bibidong halted a mere 3 steps before Ling Tian, an intangible pressure constricting his breath, yet igniting the flame of urgency within him even more fervently. Your thoughts are commendable. Her affirmation resonated like a stabilizing anchor. In your current state, the pursuit of ultimate power would be a diversion. Only speed and seizing the initiative can afford you a slim chance of survival. A slim chance. These 4 words surged into Ling Tian's heart like a potent elixir. His eyes erupted with intense brilliance. The realization that his thoughts had garnered the acknowledgement of this unfathomable pontiff was exhilarating. However, Bibidong's subsequent words washed over him like icy water mingled with flames, cooling the fervor of his blood. Yet, it is still insufficient. Renxue. She pronounced this name clearly, akin to placing a decisive piece upon a chessboard. She had basked in divine light since her youth, and her angelic sword was indeed among the finest weapons of the age. Having practiced swordsmanship for many years, her foundation was solid, her understanding of sword principles profound, with techniques ingrained into her instincts. No matter how swift you may be, lacking structure and the ability to breach your adversary's defenses would render you no more than a headless fly, crashing into her impenetrable web of blades. Speed, in fact, would expedite your demise. The thrill within Ling Tian was abruptly frozen, cold sweat seeping anew. Indeed, speed was merely the foundation. In the face of an opponent as deeply rooted as Renxue, would his reckless rush only lead him directly into her poised killing strike? What to do? How could he unravel her web of blades? How could he discover the lethal gaps within her exquisite defenses? Fragments of memories from a past life flashed through his mind like a rapid carousel. Jin Yong, martial arts, Douluo Qiubai, Douluo 9 swords, the sword-breaking technique, the blade-breaking technique, the spear-breaking technique, specialized in dismantling all weapons under heaven. This thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Though he could recall no specific techniques or philosophies, the core principle remained strikingly clear. Anticipate the enemy's moves and exploit their vulnerabilities. Not seeking to surpass the opponent's swordplay and intricacy, but rather to perceive their techniques, to discover that fleeting gap, to strike swiftly against the slow, and to shatter their moves. Break their technique. Ling Tian suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Your Excellency. The disciple wishes to practice breaking techniques. Bibidong's violet eyes narrowed slightly. Breaking techniques? Indeed. Ling Tian nodded vigorously, striving to articulate his thoughts clearly, attempting to convey that vague yet potent concept, akin to a legendary sword art he had heard of. It does not pursue the exquisite finesse of its own swordplay, but focuses on identifying flaws in the opponent's moves. Whether the adversary wields a sword, a knife, or a spear, it can penetrate their trajectory, discern their weaknesses, and at the most opportune moment, strike the exposed vulnerability with the simplest, swiftest means. Much like a knife that dissects an ox, gliding seamlessly amidst joints and fascia, the disciple need not master the entirety of such swordsmanship. He only requires that mindset, that specialized approach to dismantling the swordplay of others with a swift blade. He gazed eagerly at Bibidong. Fearing his expression faltered. What I wish to practice is the ability to see through the opponent and specifically dismantle their techniques with a swift sword. No need to be stronger than them. It suffices to break their sword, to perceive flaws, to specialize in dismantling their moves, Bibidong murmured. As countless stars seemed to extinguish and be reborn within the depths of her violet eyes, contemplating the feasibility of this unique philosophy. The council chamber fell into a brief silence, with only the steady hum of the soul-guiding lamp resonating. Moments later, a trace of an almost imperceptible yet radiant curve blossomed at the corners of her lips, capable of illuminating the entire hall. It was not a smile, but rather the awe of a master swordsmith, finally glimpsing the nascent brilliance of a divine blade deep within stubborn iron. What a swift sword that breaks techniques. Her cool voice carried a rare note of appreciation, veering toward the extraordinary while striking directly at the essence. To use the weak to overcome the strong is indeed the unerring path. This thought resonates profoundly with the essence of Xuanyuan. To perceive, to control, to arrive first in the aftermath, to obliterate myriad techniques in the minutiae. This lofty commendation sent Ling Tian's heart racing, a surge of fervor rushing to his head. His thoughts aligned perfectly with Her Excellency's understanding of the Xuanyuan sword. With this intention, the path ahead was already half illuminated. Bibidong's tone regained its authority. Her violet robe's sleeves billowing without wind. The flaws in sword techniques reside within the trajectory of the sword, the flow of soul power, the shifts in breath, and even the minutiae of mental fluctuations. To break them, one must possess keen eyesight, a clear mind, and swift intent. One must have a profound understanding of all sword principles and schools, knowing oneself and one's opponent. She turned, facing the towering wall of the council chamber. A magnificent edifice that appeared to merge with the ceiling, towering 10 zhang high. The wall was crafted from an unusual metal, dark and abyss-like, twinkling with luminous specks. Its surface smooth as a mirror, yet devoid of handles or embellishments. The Hall of Spirits had stood for a millennium, amassing the world's tomes. How could it lack the art of overcoming foes? Bibidong's voice exuded an air of mastery over all. She did not raise her hand. Her profound violet eyes suddenly brightened, fixated on the immense metallic wall. Buzz, an indescribable, terrifying spiritual presence, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the void, suddenly descended. Ling Tian felt a sudden tremor deep within his soul as the dormant shadow of the Xuanyuan sword stirred violently. An instinctual surge of resonance and excitement coursed through his entire being. In shock, he raised his gaze. Before him, the expansive metal wall, smooth as a mirror and impervious to harm, began to ripple like water. At the center of these ripples, an intensely pure, deep purple-black glow erupted forth, as if it could devour all light. With a sound akin to an ancient behemoth awakening from a millennia-long slumber, a deep, resonant rumble echoed, as if from a time long past, and from that purple-black luminescence emanated countless intricate, dark golden soul-guiding runes, flowing with life, racing outward along incomprehensible trajectories, illuminating the surroundings. The entire metal wall trembled violently. At the center of the wall, a colossal rectangular portal with edges flowing with liquid purple gold flames silently and gradually opened, as if it were tearing through the fabric of reality. The heavy edges of the portal distorted the very space around them, creating rippling waves. A primordial aura, steeped in the passage of time, mingled with an overwhelming torrent of knowledge, vast as the galaxy, rushed forth from the opened portal like a flood. Ling Tian felt a moment of breathlessness, his pupils contracting to their utmost limits. What lay beyond the portal was not the imagined shelves brimming with scrolls, but an infinite expanse of starry void. Countless points of light, radiating various soul power auras, projections of scrolls, and an array of weapons, mineral specimens, and botanical projections floated in orderly fashion within this boundless emptiness, swirling and drifting like billions of stars in the cosmos. Some points of light resembled burning stars, exuding a fierce and blazing sword intent. Others, scrolls flowing with icy blue runes, emanated a chilling aura, while certain weapon projections continuously shifted in their trajectories, demonstrating exquisite combat techniques. And alongside the mineral projections, dense annotations floated in the air. This was no mere repository of books. It was clearly a magnificent universe of martial soul knowledge, constructed through soul-guiding technology and the principles of space. It was the most direct and awe-inspiring manifestation of the martial soul hall's millennia-old heritage. Bibi Dong's figure was enveloped in the dim glow emanating from the portal, her purple pope robe billowing without wind, resembling the supreme deity governing this celestial sea of knowledge. She did not turn her head, yet her cold and authoritative voice resonated clearly in Ling Tian's stunned mind. The eye of breaking the move requires the foundation of 10,000 sword principles. The martial soul hall's millennium of collected wisdom, the world's sword manuals, detailed explanations of martial souls, dissection of combat techniques, and diagrams of soul power circulation, all reside within. With a casual gesture of her fingertip towards the vast starry void, 3 streaks of light, akin to summoned stars, tore through the air, passing through the portal and hovering before Ling Tian. To the left, a green light coalesced, transforming into a vividly lifelike projection of an ancient long sword, its blade adorned with intricate green dragon scale patterns. Surrounding the sword's shadow, countless tiny green runes danced and twirled, depicting a swift and agile sword technique, at times splitting into myriad forms and at times condensing into a single line, moving with dizzying speed. A thought imprint directly entered Ling Tian's consciousness. The fragment of the green scale, chasing wind sword technique, 7 blazing flashes of the gale. On the right side, a dark crimson glow, reminiscent of congealed blood, transformed into a slender, elongated shadow of a dagger, its form curving in a sinister manner, adorned with bloodthirsty serrations. Each minute tremor of the dagger seemed to mimic a venomous serpent flicking its tongue, exuding an aura of malevolence, targeting the joints and vital points with precision. Countless threads of blood red, as fine as the hairs of a cow, intricately traced the human meridians and fatal weaknesses around the blade, sending shivers down Ling Tian's spine. In the center, an ancient scroll slowly unfurled, radiating a gentle, jade-like white light. The scroll bore no specific diagrams of techniques, only an array of luminous points, alive and in motion, colliding and vanishing. These trajectories illustrated the fundamental movements of thrusts, slashes, parries, blocks, and breaks, distilled to their essence, yet imbued with profound insight capable of transmuting decay into the miraculous. Each intersection of these trajectories pinpointed the fleeting moments of an opponent's technique transition, akin to a skilled butcher dissecting a cow, targeting the joints with surgical precision. A thought resonated, revealing the fundamentals of swordplay deconstruction. 3 distinctly different styles emerged: extreme speed, cunning deception, and precise countering. Like 3 celestial highways, they exuded a deadly allure, quietly hovering before Ling Tian. One swift, one cunning, one destructive. Bibidong's voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing within the ocean of Ling Tian's astonishment, urging him to extract the essence and merge it with the notion of swift swordplay. Grasp the insights to exploit weaknesses, anticipate the enemy's moves, and augment it with the essence of the Xuanyuan Sword. In 3 months, he could seize a fleeting opportunity. She slightly tilted her head, her violet eyes reflecting the vast galaxy of knowledge, now imbued with a profound expectation. Gazing at the boy who seemed as insignificant as dust before the immense treasure trove, yet whose eyes burned with the fierce flame of determination. Ling Tian, the path is laid before you. Do you dare enter this door? Chapter 14. Seeking divergence among thousands of texts, a glimmer emerges in the deep alley. The stained glass windows of the Pope's council chamber filtered the afternoon sunlight, gradually slanting westward into cascading golden beams. Dust floated in the light, and time seemed to stall in the resonance of Bibidong's challenge. Ling Tian gazed up at the vast repository, as grand as the galaxy of knowledge, where arcane soul guide runes flowed with liquid purple-golden flames against the dark starry backdrop. 3 projections of secret manuals, fragments of the azure scale pursuing wine sword technique, 7 blasts of the gale, fragments of the bloodfang piercing technique, 13 deceptive strikes, and fundamentals of swordplay deconstruction, hovered before him like keys bestowed by the divine, radiating an irresistible allure. Swift, cunning, destructive. 3 entirely divergent paths unfurled before him, offering potential entrances to mastering the swift swordplay. The disciple Ling Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the sharp pain resonating from the Xuanyuan sword within his sea of consciousness, and solemnly declared, "I dare." At the instant his voice echoed, The 3 hovering projections suddenly contracted, transforming into 3 condensed streams of runes, like stars returning home, instantly merging into his brow. There was no tactile sensation of paper being turned, only 3 torrents of cold, overwhelming information, each carrying its unique sword intent, forcefully surging into his depleted consciousness. The swift trajectory of the azure-scaled wind resembles a tempest tearing through the air, while the sinister and cunning nature of the bloodthirsty fangs evokes the striking motion of a serpent's tongue. The precise calculations of the swordplay unravel like moves on a chessboard. Countless intricate diagrams, obscure ancient texts, the pathways of meridians, and the techniques of exerting strength flooded his consciousness in an instant. Ling Tian emitted a muffled groan, his countenance turning ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. To receive such a vast stream of information all at once, especially when his mind was still recovering from previous injuries, felt akin to being pierced by 3 searing steel needles. The excruciating pain rendering his vision momentarily dark and causing his body to sway uncontrollably. His foundation was shallow, and he was attempting to bite off more than he could chew. The voice of Bai Bai Dong, icy as the depths of winter, cascaded over him like a bucket of cold water, sending a shiver down his spine. These 3 primal imprints have been engraved into your sea of consciousness. Return and contemplate the flaws to uncover the path. Only when you can truly merge your thoughts and forge your own sword techniques should you come to see me. Without casting another glance at Ling Tian, her purple sleeve brushed through the void, and the grand portal, shimmering with violet and golden flames, seemed to be erased by an unseen hand. The darkened starry curtain silently vanished, the smooth metallic walls returning to their original state, as if the soul-stirring universe of knowledge had never existed. The meeting scheduled for the 3rd watch was hereby cancelled. I will await your return once you have gleaned some insights. With these indifferent words, the resplendent figure in purple turned away, departing with a rhythm that commanded all. Ling Tian remained in the vast hall, lost in thought, his mind swirling with the 3 towering peaks of swordsmanship within his consciousness. As the last rays of twilight completely sank behind the towering structures of the martial soul hall, the night enveloped everything in silence. Inside a modest resting room near the martial arts hall, Ling Tian stared blankly at the cold rations and water jug on the table, attempting to organize the chaotic fragments of information swirling in his mind. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp and familiar sound of silver bells, like a clear spring flowing in the dark night, shattered the stillness of the resting room. Ling Tian, brother, open the door. Liena's joyful voice rang out from outside. Ling Tian hurriedly rose to open the door. As soon as the door cracked open, a warm breeze carrying the rich fragrance of herbs and the steam of food rushed in. Liena stood outside, illuminated by the moonlight that outlined her graceful silhouette. She cradled an unusually shaped soul guide, a square box crafted entirely from verdant jade, measuring about a foot on each side. The box was intricately carved with twisting vines and phoenix motifs, a luminous aura flowing across its surface, emanating gentle spatial fluctuations. Here, my teacher asked me to bring this to you. Liena, as if presenting a treasure, thrust the jade box into Ling Tian's arms. This is the Qingwan Hanju box, containing the sword manual specifically chosen for you by our teacher. The teacher stated that the profundities of Qinglin, Xueliao, and Yijian are too intricate, fearing that you might hastily ingest them and fall into chaos. Hence, she selected several low-tier swordsmanship texts from the Martial Soul Hall's collection, all of which detail how to deconstruct fundamental sword moves. Additionally, there are notes from various elders on battling different martial souls. The teacher said that the eye to break techniques must start from the most basic foundations. As she explained at a rapid pace, she adeptly squeezed into the cramped resting room, carefully placing the jade box on the table. Then, her slender fingers gently pressed down on a relief of a soaring Qingwan on the top of the box. Buzz. The surface of the jade box was suddenly illuminated by a soft green light, the intricate vine patterns appearing to writhe, as if alive. With a series of gentle clicks, the box unfurled like a blooming lotus, revealing 3 layers. The top layer housed the familiar, lustrous jade bowl, filled with steaming, fragrant broth, a blend of myriad herbs that emanated a life force so rich it almost materialized into mist. The middle layer contained 7 scrolls of diverse materials, meticulously arranged. There were thin scrolls gleaming with a metallic sheen, their covers etched with crossed swords and countless fine arrows indicating trajectories. Titled Essentials of the 36 Fundamental Sword Techniques, Elder Iron, Swords Manuscript. Some ancient leather scrolls, their edges worn and exuding a faint scent of blood, bore the title chronicles of Windwolf Martial Soul, predicted trajectories and countermeasures from the journeying steward's notes. There were also elegant bone tablets strung together, each inscribed with intricate silver threads depicting human meridian diagrams and sword strike points. Labeled diagram of human joint vulnerabilities and sword technique flaws, a secret repository of the medical hall. Each scroll bore the marks of time and the essence of battle. Not as esoteric as the previous 3 fragments, yet as solid as the most dependable bricks, pointing to the foundational theories of countering techniques. The bottom layer revealed a petite purple copper incense burner, where a deep red spice slowly smoldered, releasing a serene and calming fragrance that soothed the spirit, evidently intended to help him center his thoughts and focus on comprehension. Teacher personally visited the archive pavilion this afternoon. Liena pointed at the scrolls, her amber eyes sparkling with admiration for the teacher. It took over an hour. She selected the most practical and comprehensible ones. The teacher even remarked that your ideas are quite special. He advised you not to rush, but to take your time. Leaning closer to Ling Tian, she lowered her voice, a hint of mystery and pride in her tone, revealing that this was the first time the teacher had personally selected sword manuals for a disciple. Even I didn't enjoy such treatment back then. Observing Ling Tian's pale and weary visage, along with the still healing crimson fissures on his arm, her excitement transformed into deep concern. Look at you. You must be exhausted. Quickly, drink the broth. Does your hand still hurt? Should I fetch some ointment from the medical hall? As she spoke, she instinctively reached for her storage soul guide. Nana, really, it's unnecessary. Ling Tian quickly interjected, a warm current surging within him, his voice imbued with genuine gratitude. The medicinal bath and the nourishing broth have proven quite effective. Please, extend my thanks to His Holiness the Pope, and to you as well. He gazed at Liena's earnest and caring face, feeling that any further words would seem superfluous. Liena playfully scolded him with a glare. Why are you being polite with me? Focus on studying the manuals and rest well. Do not overexert yourself. The teacher has said that intellect is more crucial than brute strength. I'm off now. She departed with the same vigor as she arrived, the tinkling of her silver bells fading into the shadows of the hall. The room fell into silence once more, save for the faint crackling of the red spice burning in the copper incense burner and the delicate, soothing aroma wafting through the air. Ling Tian settled at the table, cradling the warm jade bowl in his hands, and drank the viscous, jade-like broth in one go. The magnificent and gentle medicinal power surged once more into his limbs and bones, nourishing his weary body and the faintly aching sea of consciousness, causing his spirit to lift slightly. He set down the jade bowl, his gaze intensely fixed upon the 7 scrolls of hope contained within the azure phoenix's bejeweled case. Eagerly, he grasped the topmost scroll, which shimmered with a metallic luster, titled Essentials of the 36 Techniques of Basic Swordsmanship, infusing a trace of feeble soul power into his fingertips. With a swift motion, the metallic scroll unfurled automatically, hovering gracefully above the table. Instantly, hundreds of vague silhouettes, composed of pure beams of soul power and wielding various weapons, materialized before him. They engaged in combat, their sword shadows crisscrossing. Beside them, a dense cascade of silver annotations flowed like a waterfall, precisely marking each technique's trajectory. Its characteristics of force, the pivotal moments of energy flow, and the instant of revealing vulnerabilities. A thrust aimed at the sword's tip. An unguarded center. This was the point of convergence of its might, yet also its moment of utmost fragility. By sidestepping the blade's edge, one could target the inner acupoint of the wrist holding the sword, thereby shattering its force. Ling Tian's breath quickened, a surge of ecstatic light igniting in his eyes. This was precisely what he needed. The flaw. How to seize the moment of vulnerability exposed by the enemy's strike. He immediately immersed himself, greedily absorbing the knowledge contained within the diagrams and annotations. Unconsciously, his hands mimicked the disassembly movements of the figures in the light and shadow, his fingertips slicing through the air, generating a subtle whisper of wind. However, this euphoria did not last long. As he turned to the second scroll, predictions and countermeasures of the Gale Wolf Spirit Sword Claw trajectory, and the third, diagram of human joint vulnerabilities and their relation to sword strike flaws, and further still. The furrow in his brow deepened, the initial excitement in his eyes dimmed like a flame doused with cold water. Something was amiss. The direction was incorrect. All the texts, all the diagrams and annotations, all the combat manuals, their essence, their ultimate purpose, pointed towards a singular destination. The flaw itself was not the ultimate goal. Capturing the flaw was merely a means. The end was to establish, strengthen, or exploit the flaw to coalesce and unleash one's own might. Whether it was the Elder Iron Sword's notation on targeting the acupoint to disrupt a direct thrust, or the traveling steward's description of predicting the wolf claw trajectory to dissipate its sharpness and counter its wrist, or the medical diagram emphasizing that attacking the shoulder could instantly paralyze the sword-wielding arm, dismantling its defensive might. All disassemblies, predictions, and targeted attacks served one core purpose: to interrupt and weaken the opponent's force, thereby creating space for the rise of one's own might or directly allowing one's own force to overwhelm. Like a chess player painstakingly capturing the opponent's pieces, the ultimate objective is to shape the momentum of their own game. How could this be? Ling Tian murmured to himself, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He abruptly discarded the leather scroll in his hand and seized another scroll woven from some strange fiber, titled Analysis of Defensive Nodes in the Layered Wave Sword Technique and Countermeasure Essentials. Upon unfolding it, the light and shadow demonstrated a defense that surged and swelled like crashing waves, layered and overwhelming. The annotations meticulously dissected the frail nodes where the forces of each wave converge, elucidating how to penetrate precisely and exploit the strengths of one's opponent. To shatter the momentum of the surging waves, one must seek the vortex at the intersection of these waves. However, to rupture this vortex is not merely to disrupt an attack, it is to rend open a fissure. It requires the fierce, crashing momentum akin to a sword's might to penetrate directly through this opening, thereby utterly dismantling the opponent's defenses and sealing victory. Ultimately, the annotations circled back to the establishment and eruption of force. Ling Tian felt his heart gradually sink, akin to plummeting into an icy abyss. He hastily flipped through the remaining texts, his heart growing colder with every word. The secrets of capturing gaps in the flow of the returning wind and weeping willow sword techniques. Capturing these gaps aims to shatter the surface and disrupt the flow, unleashing a thunderous strike with the force of a shattered stone. Exploration of the weak points in the heavy sword's defenseless framework. Examining these vulnerabilities is intended to focus strength into a single point, forcefully piercing through. Not a single volume. Not one. They were all purely for the sake of countering attacks. None informed him how, after dismantling an opponent's technique, he could conclude the battle without establishing his own momentum or unleashing greater power, relying solely on the act of rupture itself. The vast heritage of the martial soul hall, with its myriad volumes of swordsmanship, is firmly rooted in the cultivation and eruption of force. Even the most intricate counter techniques merely serve as stepping stones on the grand avenue toward the cultivation of force. This stood in stark contradiction to his own philosophy, which was predicated on the principle of unyielding speed and countering through rupture, seeking not to be stronger than his opponent, but merely to shatter them with rapid strikes founded on disruption. It was a fundamental divergence, akin to two parallel lines that shall never intersect. A wave of profound despondency and confusion washed over Ling Tian, akin to a chilling tide, engulfing him in an instant. He slumped against the frigid back of the chair, feeling utterly drained of strength. The open texts on the table, those intricate diagrams and luminous illustrations, now appeared glaringly ironic in his eyes. Had the Pope himself truly selected these without a single path leading to the summit he yearned for? Was it truly a figment of his imagination? Was the so-called sword of countering merely a castle in the air? A fleeting illusion he consoled himself with in the face of despair? Fatigue surged upon him like a relentless parasite, the sharp pain in his consciousness heightened by the influx of complex information, mingling with the soreness of overstrained muscles and the acute agony radiating from his split palm, compounded by the vast emptiness stemming from the emotional chasm. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing through his nerves. No, he could not surrender. Ling Tian forcefully shook his heavy head, digging his nails deeply into his palm, attempting to awaken himself through pain. He struggled to sit upright once more, a near-obsessive flame igniting in his eyes. Since there were no ready-made paths, he would extract the essence from these foundational texts, piece by piece. Even the slightest clue would suffice. He picked up a scroll anew, not to grasp it as a whole, but to dissect it word by word. His gaze became akin to the most precise of chisels, scraping through every description of flaws, trajectories, nodes, and gaps, forcibly stripping away all subsequent references to guiding force, extracting solely the most primal and essential aspects of the attack's vulnerabilities. A direct thrust pierces the vulnerable point at the Xuanyuan acupoint. Remember, the turning point of the wolf's claw trajectory lies 3 inches above the wrist at the Yanqi acupoint. Remember, the 9th level of the overlapping wave sword technique, where the force at the peak of waves wanes to a mere 1,000th of a breath, is a moment when the old power has dissipated and new power has yet to emerge. Remember, the left upper section of the heavy sword's defensive system, the shoulder's Jin acupoint, serves as a weak link for power transmission. Remember, he appeared almost entranced, obsessively accumulating these isolated points of vulnerability in his mind, akin to a desperate miner sifting through discarded tailings for the elusive glint of gold. Beads of sweat slid down his temples, dripping onto the unfurled scroll, creating a small, darkened stain. His lips, pressed tightly in concentration, had lost their color, and his body trembled slightly from the immense mental focus. Time slipped away in a suffocating blend of intensity and futility. In the purple copper incense burner at the table's edge, the dark red spices had long since burned away, leaving only a small mound of grayish ash, the last traces of calming fragrance completely consumed by the stifling air within the room. Outside the window, the crescent moon had quietly ascended to its zenith, its cold silver light streaming through the narrow pane, casting a slender beam upon the floor. Within this beam, fine particles of dust floated silently. Crack! A barely audible sound erupted as a fragile thread of soul energy, gathered at Ling Tian's fingertips, could no longer withstand the force of his will, and suddenly shattered while attempting to simulate a particularly intricate, throat-slicing trajectory. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The taut strings of his heart snapped abruptly. The chaotic points of vulnerability, forcibly amassed within his consciousness, collapsed like a landslide. A tremendous backlash of spirit, intertwined with the exhaustion of overexertion, surged forth like a dark wave, instantaneously engulfing his remaining awareness. Ling Tian emitted a brief groan of pain as darkness overtook his vision, and his body uncontrollably toppled backward. Bang! The back of his head struck the cold chair with a dull thud. The intense pain failed to rouse him. His body slumped in the chair, his head drooping to one side, his pale face marked with sweat stains and smeared ink. His right hand, stained with ink and sweat, still maintained its grip on the scroll, weakly hanging over the opened analysis and countermeasures of the overlapping wave sword technique's defensive nodes. With trembling fingers resting upon the layered defensive peaks depicted in the light and shadow demonstration, as though engaged in a futile struggle. On the table, the Qinghuan Jinju box emitted a gentle green glow, while 7 scrolls, containing the crystallized wisdom of numerous powerful figures, lay scattered, as if ravaged by a tempest. The jade bowl was empty, leaving only a trace of herbal fragrance. In the silent, humble chamber, only the youth's heavy, intermittent breaths remained, sounding as if from a worn-out bellows. Each inhalation seemed to draw forth all his bodily pain, while each exhalation trembled with the weakness of exhausted soul energy. The dark red fissure at the tiger's mouth appeared like 2 solidified wounds beneath the moonlight. In the depths of his slumber, there was no tranquility. Countless shattered images clashed violently within his chaotic consciousness, the piercing shriek of azure-scaled shadows tearing through the air, the chilling gleam of bloodthirsty blades aimed at vital joints, and the intersecting nodes of obliterated sword trajectories. The might of Lei Pujun's soul-splitting sword force was akin to an avalanche, while Qian Renxue's angelic holy sword radiated a chilling, divine brilliance. Ultimately, all visions shattered, leaving only the unremarkable white waxwood sword beneath the moonlight, silently piercing through the hardwood post, creating a smooth, bottomless hole. A subtle yet exquisitely refined glow of yellowish light quietly ignited in the depths of his consciousness amidst the endless chaos, resembling a solitary lighthouse in a misty, deep sea. Chapter 15. The initial encounter with the breaking wall's mighty force, enlightened by the morning sword shadows. As dawn's gentle light began to pierce through the heavy darkness of the training hall, Ling Tian abruptly sat up from the hard bed, his muscles feeling as though they were pricked by countless rusted needles, a profound ache penetrating him. The fatigue of the previous night weighed heavily upon his soul, a leaden burden still pressing deep within, and the sharp pain in his mind had yet to fully dissipate, each breath tugging at the constriction in his chest. He gazed around the modest resting chamber in bewilderment, his eyes sweeping across the table where 7 chaotic scrolls lay open, frozen in the state they had been in before his fitful sleep, akin to cold taunts. The intricate diagrams and detailed annotations now appeared to him as a labyrinth strewn with thorns. Every path that seemed to indicate a flaw ultimately twisted into a cage of power. A sense of despair washed over him like a cold tide. Was the sword to break through the techniques merely a delusion? Ling Tian murmured to himself, his voice dry and hoarse. The tomes personally selected by Bibi Dong and eagerly delivered by Liena could not illuminate his path. The vast depth of the papal hall, at this moment, felt like a colossal stone pressing down upon his heart. He staggered to his feet, splashing his face with icy water in a futile attempt to extinguish the bone-deep fatigue and confusion. The wound on his palm, which had split open yesterday, had yet to fully heal. The cold water's sting jolted his heavy mind into a semblance of clarity. 3 months, Qian Renxue. These words seared into his nerves like a red-hot iron. No, he must practice. Even if no path exists, he would forge one through sheer determination. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the resting chamber, the crisp morning air rushed in, imbued with the unique chill and solemnity of the papal hall. Dragging his leaden legs, he moved step by step toward the massive obsidian entrance of the training hall. His footsteps were unsteady, silent, and he felt as if he had just emerged from a grave, utterly drained of spirit. However, As his heavy steps crossed the threshold of the grand door adorned with grotesque, beastly carvings and stepped into the eerily vast training hall, a resonant hum surged forth. An invisible yet palpable force instantaneously tore through his muddled state of mind, crashing into his perception. It was neither the icy pressure that froze the soul, as emanated by Bibi Dong, nor the fierce, tsunami-like ferocity of Lei Pejun. This was a grandeur, a weightiness, an imposing presence, steadfast as a mountain, yet ubiquitous like sacred light. The scene in the center of the martial arts hall struck Ling Tian like a thunderclap, causing his pupils to contract sharply, as though the very blood coursing through his veins had frozen at that instant. Contrary to his expectations of an empty and desolate space, he found himself confronted by 7 figures, as upright as pines, standing solemnly in the vast chamber. These young men, aged between 20 and 30, were clad in the black, fitted attire of the martial soul hall, their cuffs adorned with silver patterns denoting their status as attendants. Each of them firmly gripped a heavy ironwood sword, its blunt tip angled toward the ground, exuding an air of composure, with their gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. Though their formation seemed casual, they subtly formed a semicircular arc, effectively sealing off the central area of the hall. Even more disconcerting was the nuanced variation in the aura they exuded. The individual on the far left was robust and broad-shouldered, his muscular arms steady, emanating a profound and heavy sword intent that suggested he could bear an immense burden. Slightly to the right, another stood with a balanced physique, his piercing gaze and commanding presence suggesting he could unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. To the right, a leaner figure exhibited an agile demeanor, his eyes flickering with intelligence, the tip of his sword trembling slightly, imbued with a serpentine readiness to strike. The remaining 4 displayed a spectrum of styles, some fierce, others swift, some enigmatic, and yet others subtle. Each of the 7, with their distinct yet equally refined sword intents, resembled towering mountains of varying forms, standing resolutely in the heart of the martial arts hall. They did not intentionally project an aura of oppression, merely standing there. Swords in hand, their energies seemed to resonate with one another, forming an invisible yet unassailable barrier of sword intent. Ling Tian's heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen hand, nearly ceasing its rhythm. His mind went blank. The confusion and fatigue from the previous night swept away by the sudden torrent of sword energy. What was happening? Why had such a group of skilled sword practitioners appeared in the martial arts arena of the Hall of the Pope? The majestic, weighty sword intent emanating from them resonated with the sacred aura of the ice-cold judgment that accompanied Qian Renxue. Was this the path of the sacrificial hall? As Ling Tian's mind reeled, nearly overwhelmed by the gathering pressure, the most stable and imposing of the group, a middle-aged attendant, stepped forward. He appeared to be around 30. With a square jaw and an expression as calm as still water, his features chiseled with a ruggedness akin to stone. He approached Ling Tian, halting 3 steps away. His left hand clenched into a fist while his right arm held the sword horizontally across his chest, performing a standard greeting befitting an attendant of the martial soul hall. The action was precise, imbued with a rigidity and an intrinsic sense of order. Lord Ling Tian, the middle-aged attendant's voice resonated deeply, akin to distant thunder rolling over stone, clearly reaching Ling Tian's ears yet devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I am Lei Gang, sent by His Holiness the Pope to await your instructions. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over Ling Tian's pale, fatigued visage and the dark red seeping from the edges of his bandaged arms, before continuing. We, 7 in number, are all disciples serving the Spirit Hall, having trained for years in the Sacred Sword Training Hall of the Offering Hall. Under the decree of His Holiness the Pope, we are commanded to utilize the foundational sword techniques of the Sacred Radiance 7 forms as a basis to engage in sparring with you, assisting you in familiarizing yourself with the stylistic nuances of the Offering Hall's swordsmanship. The Offering Hall, the Sacred Sword Training Hall, the Sacred Radiance 7 forms. Each term struck like a heavy hammer upon Ling Tian's heart. Bibi Dong, she has directly summoned those acquainted with the core sword techniques of the Offering Hall. Lei Gang, undeterred by the swift changes in Ling Tian's expression, continued to methodically present the task. We 7 possess distinct strengths. My subordinate specializes in the Sacred Radiance's sacred shield, embodying the immovable defense of a mountain. He gestured towards the 6 individuals behind him. Zhao Feng, adept in the sacred judgment, focuses on the overwhelming force of thunderous attacks. Qian Ying, skilled in the sacred flash, masters the swift strikes of light and electricity. Sun Xian, proficient in the sacred bind, excels in intricate entanglements. Li Yan, versed in the sacred mark, specializes in cunning and fierce armor-breaking techniques. Zhou Lu, expert in the sacred ring, emphasizes impenetrable joint defense. Wu Zhen, knowledgeable in the sacred illumination, embodies the robust and profound foundation of strength. With the introductions complete, Lei Gang stepped back, rejoining the others as 7 heavy ironwood swords were simultaneously raised, their tips pointed towards Ling Tian. Please, esteemed Ling Tian, grant us your guidance. There is no need for soul power, merely a comparison of sword principles. We shall suppress our cultivation and engage using only the physique and swordsmanship of a great soul master. 7 gazes, akin to 7 invisible blades, instantaneously locked onto Ling Tian. That grand and weighty sword intent, subtly interconnected, surged forth once more, pressing upon him like a tangible wall, cold, sacred, and steeped in an unyielding order. It bore the unique imprint of the offering hall. Ling Tian felt his throat dry, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Guidance. This was far from mere guidance. This was a living monument to the swordsmanship styles of the offering hall. It was His Holiness the Pope erecting the first mountain he must surmount in the most direct and ruthless manner possible. He could even sense, from some shadowy corner of this vast hall, a profound and icy gaze penetrating the barriers of space, quietly scrutinizing every subtle reaction he exhibited. Bibi Dong was watching him. There was no retreat. A tumultuous mixture of humiliation from being cornered, shock at the Pope's merciless tactics, and a spark of fierce determination surged forth, shattering all hesitation and confusion within Ling Tian's heart. He inhaled deeply. The crisp morning air pierced his lungs like an icy blade, bringing a sharp pain, yet also sharpening his muddled mind. His gaze swept across the weapon rack, and without hesitation, he grasped an unsharpened ironwood sword identical to that of his opponent's. The heavy feel of the sword hilt transmitted through his palm, cold and metallic. Thank you, everyone. Ling Tian's voice was hoarse yet resolute, imbued with a sense of determination. He ceased his idle chatter, gripping the hilt tightly as his gaze sharpened like an eagle's, fixated intently on the figure before him. That bastion of stability akin to a mountain, Lei Gang. My apologies. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Ling Tian lunged forward. There was no roaring build-up taught by Lei Pejun, no complex circuits of soul power to mimic, only the simplest and most direct thrust, consolidating every ounce of his remaining strength. The target is Lei Gang's right wrist. This thrust is swift, fierce, and precise, imbued with the essence of the strike that pierced the wooden post beneath the moonlight last night. It is a primal reaction of his body under immense pressure, aiming for a vital point after he has forsaken the path of Lei Pejun's force. A fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Lei Gang's otherwise calm eyes. The opponent's swordsmanship is utterly unrefined, devoid of any martial momentum, and the force behind it is pitifully weak. Yet, the precision, the ferocity, the resolute aim at the wrist, and the subtle intention revealed in the slight movements to destabilize his center, exude an uncanny cleverness. This is not the behavior of a novice in swordsmanship, but rather that of an instinct honed through countless life and death struggles. Unyielding shield, Lei Gang intoned in a low voice. He stepped back slightly with his right foot, his center of gravity sinking instantly, like a mighty tree taking root. The ironwood sword in his hand did not block or evade. Instead, it stood firm, the blade vertical, resembling a pillar holding up the heavens, steadfastly positioned before him. His movements were as steady as a mountain, imbued with a rhythm born of relentless forging, transforming the sword into a natural fortress. It was as if he and the earth beneath his feet, along with the iron sword in his hand, had fused into an immovable mountain barrier. Bang! Ling Tian's strike, infused with all his strength, crashed onto the spine of Lei Gang's upright sword. The anticipated sound of metal clashing did not resonate. Instead, a dull thud akin to striking rotting wood echoed. A profound, resilient force, as deep and dense as a mire, surged back through the sword. Ling Tian felt a violent tremor in his palms, his arms numbing as a tremendous recoil force propelled him backward, forcing him to stumble 3 steps before he could regain his footing, his chest churning with turbulent energy. Meanwhile, Lei Gang's form only swayed imperceptibly, his feet seemingly rooted, immovable. The upright sword spine exhibited not even the slightest tremor. The force was dispersed, the foundation unstable, and the intent too direct. Lei Gang's voice remained monotonous, as if pronouncing a sentence. The unyielding shield prioritizes its stance, steadfast as a mountain, the sword firm as rock, motionless. It withstands all methods of invasion. To breach it, one must possess the might to shake mountains or find the fleeting moment of its stillness. The fleeting moment of stillness? Ling Tian gasped, his mind racing back to the diagrams in the medical hall from the previous night, which illustrated the critical points of the human joints and their relation to swordplay vulnerabilities. To be motionless as a mountain is to maintain an overall posture, yet with each breath, with every subtle adjustment of the center of gravity, the nodes of energy circulating within. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Swift. Swift to the extreme. Like a long-hidden serpent striking with lethal precision. To the right, the adept Qian, master of the Holy Flash, sprang into action. His figure blurred in Ling Tian's vision, leaving a hazy afterimage. The ironwood sword in his hand bore no flamboyant technique, only a blinding white line, coalesced to perfection. It aimed directly at the opening in Ling Tian's left ribcage, exposed due to his retreat. This strike transcended any speed Ling Tian could have imagined. It was cunning and vicious, executed at the pinnacle of timing. It was the absolute moment of vulnerability, as Ling Tian had just relinquished his old strength. Yet his new strength had yet to manifest, and his center of gravity remained unsteady. The fundamental swordsmanship of the offering hall can indeed elevate speed and precision to such an extraordinary level. A chilling sense of impending death instantaneously seized Ling Tian's heart, leaving no time for contemplation. His body instinctively reacted faster than his mind. The faint muscle memory formed from countless repetitions of the Qian Huang basic 9 forms, along with the dormant essence of the Xuanyuan Sword deep within his consciousness, stirred a subtle yet powerful impulse, prompting an almost instinctual response. It was neither a block nor a dodge. His body twisted and slid in an awkward yet remarkably timely maneuver, as if drawn by an invisible force. Simultaneously, his right hand wielded the ironwood sword, not to counter, but akin to a viper's strike. With minimal movement, yet maximum speed, it slashed upward at an angle, targeting the inner wrist of Qian, who was thrusting forward with his blade, a technique of deftness. A soft sound of collision echoed. The thunderous trajectory of Qian lightning-fast thrust was deftly deflected by Ling Tian's bizarre and unorthodox counter, causing it to veer off by 3 inches. The frigid blade grazed Ling Tian's side, sending a flurry of delicate fabric fibers into the air. Meanwhile, Ling Tian's point aimed at Qian's wrist fell short, as Qian abruptly shifted his force. Like a wisp of smoke, Qian retreated, his eyes betraying a clear astonishment for the first time. He stared intently at Ling Tian. Was it intuition or mere luck? He struggled to comprehend how a 6-year-old child could execute such a precise, seemingly illogical counteraction at that moment of lethal peril. It was not a mere reaction to a thrust. It felt as though he had foreseen that his wrist was the pivotal weak point at that very instant. Before Ling Tian could catch his breath, to his left, Sun Xian, skilled in the art of binding, made his move. His swordsmanship was distinctly different, flowing gracefully, tracing a path like smoke or mist, as if countless damp spider silk strands were weaving towards him, rather than aiming directly for the vital points. He targeted the right wrist, elbow joints, and several energy nodes along Ling Tian's waist, seeking to constrict his movements entirely. Sun Xian's blade was relentless, embodying a soft yet tenacious force, aiming to impede Ling Tian's actions and entrap him completely. Each stroke of Sun Xian's sword sought to limit Ling Tian's range of motion, akin to a maggot burrowing into bone, with every thrust directed at the joints where Ling Tian exerted force. Having just evaded Qian's lethal thrust, Ling Tian found himself at a precarious juncture, his old strength spent and new energy wavering in transition. Faced with this relentless binding swordplay, he felt as though trapped in an invisible quagmire, every movement becoming extraordinarily sluggish and burdensome. Lower your wrist, discharge your energy, and focus on your shoulder well. A chilling voice reverberated like thunder amidst Ling Tian's chaotic thoughts. It was Bai Dong. Her intent sliced through the air with the precision of a surgical knife, directly penetrating Ling Tian's taut nerves. He shuddered, nearly obeying instinctively. His right wrist, initially rigid from blocking Sun Xian's entangling strikes, suddenly sank as if dragged by a massive stone. Simultaneously, the sword hilt executed an exquisitely subtle rotation, not to clash head-on, but to follow the sticky, coiling force downward. Block technique. Sink the wrist like a deep abyss. With a swish, Sun Xian's intricately coiling blade was slightly hindered by Ling Tian's unexpected downward rotation, causing its trajectory to deviate by an inch. As the force was released and the trajectory shifted, a cold glint flickered in Ling Tian's eyes. Utilizing the inertia from the downward motion of his wrist, his body sprang forth like a bowstring released with full power. His right arm shot out with the swiftness of a javelin. The target was not Sun Xian's sword, but rather the slightly exposed right shoulder, specifically the acupoint known as Jianjing. A precise strike, swift as lightning, with a soft thud. The blunt tip of the ironwood sword accurately pierced the Jianjing acupoint on Sun Xian's right shoulder, although the unsharpened tip could inflict no substantive damage. The moment the acupoint was struck, Sun Xian was overwhelmed by a sudden surge of intense soreness and numbness coursing through his right arm like an electric current. The strength in his entire arm dissipated instantaneously, and the binding force of his swordplay collapsed abruptly. Sun Xian let out a muffled groan, staggering back a step, his expression one of disbelief. How could his prideful saint binding be pierced at its core by a mere glancing touch? This technique was precisely the variation Ling Tian had forcibly extracted from the essence of 36 basic sword techniques the previous night, stripping away the subsequent sections of establishing his own momentum, and instead seizing the raw essence of attacking the critical points of weakness. By combining this with the wrist relaxation and piercing burst from the 9 basic techniques of Xuanyuan, he achieved astonishing results. Excellent. Zhao Feng, skilled in saint judgment and exuding a fierce aura, exclaimed with a low voice, his combat spirit ablaze. He stepped forward, his ironwood sword descending in an unadorned yet devastating slash. It lacked the swiftness of money shadows, yet bore a domineering presence capable of shattering stone and judging all. The sword wind howled, resembling a collapsing mountain, embodying the most oppressive offensive move from the sacred Radiant 7 techniques, known as Saint Judgment. This strike was concentrated to its utmost, the momentum locking onto Ling Tian with no escape in sight. Zhao Feng had evidently identified the opening exposed when Ling Tian countered Sun Xian, intending to crush him with absolute power while he was still vulnerable. An immense pressure bore down upon Ling Tian. He could even feel the searing heat emanating from the air as Zhao Feng's sword cleaved through it. To block? The disparity in strength was overwhelming. To evade? The momentum was already locked in, rendering his movements sluggish. In the critical moment, the images of the continuously swirling points of light from the foundational swordplay dissection manuscript flashed through his mind like lightning. The nodes where those trajectories intersected revealed that the old force had exhausted, and the new force had yet to manifest. Zhao Feng's strike was powerful and heavy, yet the force concentrated on the forward half of the blade, inevitably leading to a fleeting moment of power receding after its peak, a transitional node. With a burst of determination, a nearly frenzied light flickered in Ling Tian's eyes. He no longer attempted to block the overwhelming force akin to an avalanche. Instead, he advanced towards the descending sword edge, taking a minuscule step diagonally to the left front. Simultaneously, his right hand did not meet the blow with brute force. Rather, it moved like a striking serpent, executing a rapid flick of the wrist with minimal amplitude and distance. A brief, explosive force, akin to the release of inch power, surged from the sword's grip to its tip. The burst technique. The inch power shattered the momentum. Clang. A sound far more piercing than before erupted, resonating with a metallic quiver. The tip of Ling Tian's sword, infused with the essence of condensed force, precisely struck the spine of Zhao Feng's downward swinging ironwood sword, targeting a delicate point where the trajectory of power began its descent from its peak. An abrupt, refined, and profoundly penetrating shockwave surged forth, akin to an invisible spike, forcefully piercing through the cohesive torrent of Zhao Feng's strength. Zhao Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. He felt a sharp shockwave instantaneously transmit from the sword's body to the meridians of his arm. The originally harmonious flow of the sacred judgment power, reminiscent of a mighty river, was momentarily hindered by this cunning force, resulting in an exceedingly subtle yet lethal delay and disconnection. The downward momentum of his sword involuntarily deviated slightly, as if a small hole had punctured the concentrated force, causing a sudden loss of 30% of its might. Ling Tian sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the sword, causing his arms to tremble violently, his grip to crack open once more, blood instantly staining the hilt. And his body was propelled backward by the tremendous recoil, sliding back several steps before he could regain his balance. A metallic taste filled his throat as he forcefully suppressed the surging blood within him. Yet he had withstood it. He was not directly cleaved away by the unstoppable sacred judgment. Zhao Feng observed his slightly trembling sword and arm, then glanced at the distant Ling Tian, whose complexion was pale and whose tiger's mouth was bloodied, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. The astonishment on Zhao Feng's face could no longer be concealed. The momentary sensation of his power's delay had been no mere illusion. This youth had accurately pinpointed the juncture of his power transition. What terrifying insight was this? Or was it mere fortune? Sanctuary ring formation. Zhou Lu, adept in the sanctuary ring, exclaimed sharply. He, along with Li Yan, who excelled in the sacred marks, and Wu Zhen, proficient in the sacred radiance, stepped forward simultaneously. Their positions shifted instantaneously, forming a triangular formation, with their swords illuminating the air in a harmonious dance. Zhou Lu's sword light rippled like layers of waves, enveloping the space before them to construct a formidable defense. Li Yan's sword, akin to a venomous stinger, lay hidden behind this defense, poised to strike at Ling Tian's vulnerable joints, his wrists and ankles. Wu Zhen's sword aura, the most stable and robust, stood like a pillar in the current, ready to crush with sheer force, confronting any clever maneuver head-on. The three distinct sword intents intertwined instantaneously, weaving a colossal net. defense, disruption, and fierce assault coalesced into a singular entity, completely sealing off any opportunity for Ling Tian to evade or counterattack. This combined pressure was exponentially more terrifying than any previous individual assault. The exquisite coordination of the swordsmanship within the Temple of Offerings was laid bare for all to see. Ling Tian found himself ensnared within the expansive sword net crafted by the three, akin to a moth trapped in a spider's web. Sweat dripped from his brow, stinging his eyes, yet he dared not blink. What to do? Block. He could not withstand the combined might of the three. Break? Where were the flaws? Hurry? How could he possibly breach the blockade formed by three swords? A profound sense of helplessness surged within him once more. Skill appeared utterly feeble in the face of overwhelming numbers and coordination. At that moment, deep within his consciousness, the dormant image of the Xuanyuan Sword suddenly resonated with a fierce hum, unanticipated and intense. A torrent of profound and arcane intent surged forth, akin to a flood breaching a dam, instantaneously infusing Ling Tian's exceedingly weary soul with revitalizing energy. No longer was it a mere faint resonance. It was a powerful expulsion of force. An instinctive aversion arose towards the magnificent yet cold and merciless sword formation before him. Countless fragmented images and streams of information surged forth. The circular holy defense layered upon itself, and amidst the flow of energy, the seventh ripple in the lower right was delayed by a fraction of a breath compared to other positions. Lian's sacred mark struck like a viper's tongue, yet his right pinky would involuntarily tense before unleashing its power. Wu Zhan's radiant light, grounded and stable, would cause his right shoulder to rise ever so slightly each time his left foot exerted force against the ground. Though the trio's collaboration was exquisite, the transition between Li Yan's disruption and Zhou Lu's defense always revealed a fleeting gap that required Wu Zhan's strength to fill. These vulnerabilities were minuscule, barely perceptible, and if not for the instinctive supreme insight instilled by the Xuanyuan Sword, Ling Tian would never have captured them amidst the rapidly shifting battle. Now, a brilliance unprecedented erupted in Ling Tian's eyes. This radiance was not of spiritual power, but rather the frenzied battle intent born from being pushed to the brink and infused with a surge of adrenaline. He relinquished all defenses. His body, like an arrow released from its bow, surged forward, not retreating but advancing directly towards the very heart of the trio's sword net, not targeting any individual, but rather the fleeting gap created by Wu Zhan's intervention in the transition of Li Yin and Zhou Lu's sword forces. Simultaneously, the ironwood sword in his hand transformed into three indistinguishable afterimages at an exceptionally cunning angle. The first strike landed with pinpoint accuracy on the delayed node of Zhou Lu's seventh ripple, executing the point technique. The second strike, akin to a venomous snake's retaliation, lashed fiercely at the inner side of Li Yan's right wrist just before his tense pinky could unleash its power, employing the flick technique. The third strike, while propelling his body forward, thrust out with lightning speed towards Wu Zhan's right shoulder socket, which had slightly elevated due to the force exerted by his left foot, utilizing the thrust technique. Swift, precise, fierce. The three strikes were unleashed simultaneously. A series of faint yet distinctly clear sounds of impact resonated almost as one. Zhou Lu let out a muffled groan as the defensive sword circle's lower right corner burst like a popped bubble, creating a minuscule breach, momentarily stalling the subsequent defensive ripples. Li Yan's wrist trembled violently as his impending fierce strike was deflected, the gathered power instantly dispersed. Wu Zhan felt as though his right shoulder socket had been stung by a venomous bee, though the force was minimal. The precise point of impact coincided with the transition of his strength, causing his steady step to falter slightly. In that instant, the trio's originally seamless joint defense was disrupted, as if 3 grains of sand had been thrown into a finely tuned mechanism, resulting in a brief yet tangible moment of stagnation and misalignment. Though Ling Tian too was jolted by the recoil, leaving his arm numb and bloodied at the tiger's mouth, and his body nearly toppled by the residual force of their combined assault, his eyes sparkled with ecstasy. He had found it. He had accomplished it. He had forcefully torn open a gap within the solemn sword formation of the offering hall. Though small, it was undeniably real. This was precisely the pure concept of breaking through he had envisioned. Enough. A cold and tranquil voice, resonating like the highest decree, suddenly echoed throughout the martial hall without warning. The sound, though not loud, bore an authority capable of freezing all in its presence, instantly quelling the fervent battle spirit. Clashing sword shadows and heavy breaths that filled the air. The 7 attendants, as if a pause button had been pressed, retracted their swords in unison, stepped back, turned to face the source of the voice, and knelt on one knee with heads bowed, their movements synchronized and imbued with absolute obedience. Your Holiness. Ling Tian abruptly lifted his gaze, searching for the source of the sound. In the deepest shadows of the hall's entrance, a resplendent figure clad in purple had silently appeared. Bibi Dong, adorned in her intricate papal robe, her amethyst eyes deep as the abyss, calmly scanned over the kneeling attendants before finally resting her gaze upon the center of the arena. There, a youth with raven hair, drenched in sweat, blood staining the hilt of his sword, and a pallid face yet with eyes that sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, was still gasping for breath. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Ling Tian's trembling arm, then swept over the ground dampened by his perspiration, ultimately settling deep within the burning depths of his resilient black eyes, which radiated a fervor akin to a survivor's defiance. Ling Tian could distinctly feel the penetrating intensity of her gaze, as if she sought to dissect him thoroughly, down to the minutiae of his recent 3 strikes. Today's here. Bibidong's voice was devoid of any fluctuations, as if declaring an established fact. Lei Gang, take them to receive the healing spring and tend to their wounds. Yes. We thank your holiness for your grace. The 7 attendants responded in unison, their voices resonant, before respectfully rising, forming a line, and swiftly yet silently exiting the martial hall, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a potent mingling of sweat and rust in the air. The vast hall once again succumbed to a profound silence. Only Ling Tian's labored breaths and the frantic thumping of his heart reverberated in the stillness. He remained in a near-collapsed posture, gripping his bloodied ironwood sword, sweat dripping from his chin onto the ground with faint plops. He dared not move, nor look into Bibidong's eyes, awaiting the final judgment. Would she scold him for his flawed technique? Would she mock his fanciful aspirations? Or perhaps clean yourself up? Bibidong's voice shattered the silence, still cold, yet lacking the prior absolute command, now infused with an unexplainable scrutiny. She did not gaze at Ling Tian any longer. Instead, her attention shifted to the cold white light source in the dome of the hall, her purple silhouette casting a long shadow of dominion upon the vast black jade floor. Her voice resonated clearly. Your flawed technique is quite intriguing. As her words fell, her purple figure seemed to meld into the shadows, vanishing soundlessly beyond the grand doors of the hall. Ling Tian felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the cold, hard ground with a thud. Gasping for air, sweat mingled with blood flowing from his palm, stained the black jade beneath him. Yet, the corners of his mouth could not suppress a subtle yet profound smile, brimming with a sense of ecstatic survival. Interesting, the Holy Pope remarked. Your flawed technique is indeed quite intriguing, though the path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty, and despite the weariness that threatens to overwhelm him, this flicker of light is sufficient to pierce through the abyss of despair that nearly consumes him. He lowers his gaze to his bloodied palm and trembling arms, observing the heavy ironwood sword stained with his own essence. Deep within his consciousness, the Xuanyuan Sword emits a faint yet distinctly clear hum. Chapter 16. The Shadow of the Moonlit Crane. When the sword questions the true heart, the toll of noon reverberates through the thick stone walls of the papal hall, echoing beneath the vast dome of the training hall with a somber resonance, signaling a brief respite from the grueling drills. The air is laden with a briny scent of evaporating sweat, the metallic tang from the ironwood sword's handle, and the sharp, acrid aroma reminiscent of metal searing after the intense clash of soul powers. Ling Tian, feeling as though all his bones have been extracted, collapses onto the cold, obsidian tiles, leaning against a frigid iron training post. Each breath draws forth a wave of agonizing soreness, his chest rising and falling violently, producing a rasp akin to a battered wind instrument. Sweat has thoroughly soaked his thin black training attire, clinging to his skin and outlining the youthful figure that, though slender, already exhibits resilience. The damp fabric adheres uncomfortably to him, sending shivers down his spine. His arms feel as heavy as if filled with lead, each subtle movement accompanied by the lament of strained muscle fibers. At his palm, a newly torn wound stings as it is bathed in sweat, dark crimson blood seeping into the rough sword handle, diluted by perspiration, and dripping onto the obsidian floor, creating a small dark stain. Yet, the extreme fatigue of his body feels like a heavy curtain, pierced by something sharper and colder. His gaze wanders vacantly toward the towering dome of the training hall, where the constant cold white light of the soul-guiding lamp penetrates his pupils, failing to dispel the storm brewing within the depths of his consciousness. The morning's sparring session with 7 deacons from the Hall of Offerings plays back in his mind, each moment seared into his nerves like a branding iron. Lei Gang's steadfast holy shield, like a mountain, was shaken by his deft thrust at the inner gate of the wrist, a moment where power momentarily stagnated. Qian Ying's swift and ghostly holy flash was narrowly evaded through a precise twist and slide, employing a clever wrist maneuver. Zhao Feng's earth-shattering holy cleave was deftly intercepted as he captured the exact moment the force began to recede. using a subtle technique to disrupt nearly 30% of its power. The seamless defense constructed by Zhou Lu, Li Yan, and Wu Zhan, an apparent impenetrable holy ring, was breached when he identified a fleeting gap created by Li Yan's sword movement transitioning with Zhou Lu, filled by Wu Zhan's power. With a flurry of thrusts, slashes, and stabs, he tore open a breach. These images flicker rapidly in his mind, disassembling and reassembling. Did he win? No. He merely disrupted his opponents while they restrained their cultivation, relying solely on fundamental sword principles. With the terrifying insight granted by the Xuanyuan Sword, he seized upon those ephemeral openings, employing the most rudimentary, direct, and somewhat desperate methods to briefly disrupt their rhythm and create a crack. Nothing more. Break the move. Break the move, Ling Tian murmured to himself, his cracked lips barely moving, his voice hoarse to the point of being inaudible. He had indeed discovered a path, a way to overcome the strong with the weak, to outsmart brute force with cunning. Yet at the end of this path stood an ice mountain, towering and despair-inducing, covered in layers of snow. What the attendants practiced were merely the foundational techniques of the Sacred Radiance 7 forms, the very essence of Qian Renxue's swordsmanship. What she commanded must surely be a more exquisite, harmonious, and impeccable technique, honed through the divine light of angels and tempered by countless trials of combat. Would the fissures he had torn open at dawn still exist before Qian Renxue? Had the trajectory of her divine sword, a symbol of celestial authority, already reached perfection? Did her strength flow without any hindrance? Was her spirit as unyielding as rock, devoid of any flaw? What could I possibly achieve in 3 months? A chilling sensation surged from his spine, rapidly spreading to his limbs, colder than the icy tiles beneath him. The flicker of hope ignited by the Pope's intriguing words that morning was now being extinguished by the vast chasm of reality, leaving only a choking ash in its wake. Ling Tian, little brother. A voice as clear as silver bells, filled with unabashed concern and vitality, shattered the heavy silence of the training hall like a stone cast into still waters. Liena entered, carrying a large food box that emanated warmth and the fragrant aroma of fresh herbs, moving gracefully like a delicate pink butterfly. The silver bells tied in her hair chimed melodiously, bringing a vibrant charm to the otherwise grim atmosphere. Upon seeing Ling Tian slumped on the ground, drenched, injured, and with a vacant stare, her enchanting amber eyes brimmed with compassion, and her delicate face wrinkled in distress. Goodness, elder lay truly. What about those people from this morning? She hurried forward, carefully placing the food box aside, crouching down while avoiding his injured arm, and gently supporting him to rise, guiding him to a softer mat in the resting area. As her fingertips brushed against his cold, clammy sweat, her frown deepened. Quickly drink this. With nimble hands, Liena opened the top layer of the food box and presented a warm white jade bowl. Inside, a vibrant herbal broth, exuding a rich vitality and the scent of nature, wafted upwards in gentle steam. She scooped a spoonful, blowing on it delicately before bringing it to Ling Tian's lips. Her voice tender and soft. The teacher had the canteen hall prepare this specifically. It is excellent for fortifying your essence, healing hidden injuries, and stabilizing your foundation. Drink slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. The warm, life-giving broth slid down his throat, and Ling Tian instantly felt a soothing warmth flooding his parched limbs, akin to a long-drought desert welcoming a nourishing rain. The deep-seated fatigue and the soreness from overexertion began to dissolve like ice and snow under the nurturing warmth, and his exhausted dantian stirred with a faint pulse, greedily absorbing the gentle soul power particles contained within the soup. Thank you, Sister Nana. Ling Tian's voice remained hoarse, yet a flicker of vitality finally illuminated his gaze, filled with sincere gratitude as he looked at Liena. Why are you still being polite with me? Liena chided playfully, casting him a reproachful glance. The natural charm in her expressive eyes caused a subtle blush to grace Ling Tian's pale cheeks. Here. This is the blood-red barbarian beef soup, made from the finest tenderloin of a century-old soul beast, simmered with herbs that nourish and replenish energy. She continued. And this is the poria pine nut cake, fragrant and soft, along with these jade bamboo shoots. With a flourish akin to magic, she presented steaming dishes and exquisite delicacies from her food box, instantly filling the small table before Ling Tian with an array of delightful offerings. The rich aroma of the food wafted through the air, infusing the cold atmosphere of the martial arts hall with a lively warmth. Seated across from Ling Tian, Liena propped her chin on her hands, her amber eyes sparkling as she began to chatter animatedly, hoping to alleviate the heaviness that lingered in his brow. Ling Tian, did you know? That fool, Yin nearly set the training ground's curtains ablaze this morning while practicing his fire techniques. He was punished by the teacher to sweep the steps of the training arena for the entire morning. His face turned as black as a pot bottom. She animatedly described the scene, striving to coax a smile from Ling Tian. Ling Tian mechanically shoveled the beef soup into his mouth, finding it tasteless. Liena's voice seemed to reach him through a thick veil of frosted glass, indistinct and distant. His thoughts had already drifted far away, lost in the contemplation of the morning's sparring session. And then there's Brother Xieyue, who spends all day clutching his 2 crescent blades, wearing that cold expression, barely responding when I speak to him. It's suffocating. You're much better, Ling Tian. Her tone carried a hint of playful complaint, her gaze expectantly fixed on him. Hoping for a reply, Ling Tian's spoon hovered in midair, his eyes fixated on the undulating broth within the bowl, as if the rippling surface mirrored the unpredictable trajectory of Renxue's swordplay. His brow furrowed deeply, his lips moving soundlessly as he appeared to mimic some disassembling motion. Ling Tian, Liena raised her voice slightly, laced with uncertainty and a trace of unnoticeable disappointment. Ling Tian remained unresponsive, wholly absorbed in his own world. Instinctively, he began to trace abstract patterns on the table's surface with the tip of his spoon, sketching routes for attack and defense. The smile on Liena's face gradually faded. Observing Ling Tian's distracted demeanor and furrowed brow, a flicker of hurt crossed her amber eyes. Biting her lip, she stifled the swell of grievance within her heart. "Hey, wooden dummy," she exclaimed, extending her finger to shake in front of his face, attempting to forcibly reclaim his attention with a feigned tone of irritation. "I'm talking to you. Has your soul been snatched away by Renxue?" The mention of Renxue's name pierced through Ling Tian's self-constructed mental barrier like an icicle. Startled, he jolted upright, his spoon clattering into the jade bowl, splattering a few drops of broth. He lifted his gaze in bewilderment, meeting the beautiful eyes of Liena, which were filled with reproach, concern, and a hint of grievance. Sister Nana, what did you just say?" It was then that Ling Tian realized his own indiscretion. His face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly attempted to wipe away the spilled soup, his eyes darting away, filled with remorse and embarrassment. Observing his flustered demeanor, Liena's small grievances dissipated, replaced by a deeper sense of compassion. She let out a gentle sigh, picked up a clean soft cloth, and naturally assisted Ling Tian in wiping the soup from his hands. "It's nothing," her voice softened, imbued with a sisterly tenderness. "Please eat. It's getting cold. After you finish, make sure to rest well." She ceased her attempts at humor, settling quietly beside him, silently watching as Ling Tian picked up the spoon once more and resumed his meal in silence. The afternoon sun filtered through the tall windows, casting elongated shadows upon the obsidian tiles. Within the martial arts hall, the only sounds were Ling Tian chewing his food and the occasional clink of Liena adding more soup to his bowl. An unspoken, gentle concern flowed silently between them. The brief afternoon respite elapsed in quietude. After tidying up the food box and imparting a few words of caution to rest well and not overexert himself, Liena departed, her bell-like laughter now tinged with a weightier resonance. Ling Tian compelled himself to sit cross-legged, channeling his soul power to absorb the medicinal essence and mend his body, preparing for the tempestuous training under Lei Pejun's rigorous regimen that awaited him in the afternoon. As the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the vast shadow of the Pope's Hall, Ling Tian returned to his modest resting room near the martial arts hall, burdened by a body that felt heavier than before, as if each bone lamented its own ache. He hastily consumed a few pieces of the specially crafted soul beast jerky left by Liena to replenish his strength, followed by several sips of cool water. Embracing his thin blanket, he ventured once more to the secluded and tranquil outdoor training ground, shrouded in the shadows of high walls. Night had fallen. The crescent moon hung high, its cool luminescence spilling like liquid mercury, enveloping the small training ground in a hazy, serene silver glow. The starkness and clamor of the martial arts hall during the day were completely isolated, leaving only the occasional metallic clink of armor from distant patrolling guards and the intermittent chirping of unknown autumn insects from the depths of the grass to punctuate the stillness. Ling Tian inhaled the crisp night air deeply. The coldness pierced his lungs, bringing a sharp sting, yet it also cleared the heaviness from his mind. He casually spread the blanket on the dry stone steps in the corner and approached the weapons rack. This time, he did not select the heavy ironwood sword demanded by Lei Pejun, nor did he pick any metallic blade. Instead, he grasped the most ordinary, lightweight white waxwood sword. The wooden hilt felt cool to the touch, and its feather-light weight provided a sense of relief to his aching arms. He stepped into the center of the training ground, closed his eyes, and purged the overwhelming sword intent from the day's training with Lei Pejun, which had surged through his mind like a cataclysmic tide, while also temporarily suppressing the myriad details of openings he had observed during his earlier confrontation with the steward in the offering hall. The mind descends like a weighty anchor into the profound depths of the subconscious, sinking slowly into the abyss of awareness. 9 ancient runes, glowing with a faint yet strikingly clear yellow light, float serenely like eternal stars in the cosmos. The foundational 9 techniques: cleave, slash, stab, flick, block, parry, sweep, point, and collapse, he begins to practice. His movements remain unhurried, yet the extreme fatigue of his body renders them increasingly cumbersome and stiff. Each twist of the waist, every turn of the wrist, and each step strains his overworked muscles and joints, eliciting sharp pangs of pain. Nevertheless, he compels himself to disregard these physiological protests, immersing his mind entirely in the profound comprehension of those 9 fundamental actions. With heightened concentration, he transcends mere imitation of the indistinct figure traced in the recesses of his consciousness and endeavors to integrate the vulnerabilities and responses captured during the morning's sparring into this basic framework. In his mind's eye, the immovable sacred shield of Lei Gang re-emerges before him. The wooden sword in Ling Tian's hand transforms from a simple thrust into a delicate dance guided by intention. The tip quivers, tracing a path infused with the exquisite finesse of the morning's targeted strikes, simulating the search for the most fragile nexus of power's convergence and flow. The lightning-fast thrusts of Qian replay vividly in his mind. Instinctively, Ling Tian's body executes a preliminary evasion, twisting and sliding aside, while his wrist rotates, causing the wooden sword to carve a brief yet precise arc from below, following the trajectory of the flick technique, subtly aiming at the inner side of the opponent's wrist. Confronted by Zhao Feng's forceful downward chop, Ling Tian refrains from meeting it head-on. Instead, he concentrates his intention at the tip of the sword, slightly lowering his wrist to gather strength, simulating the explosive prelude of the collapse technique, locking onto the moment of transition when the opponent's power wanes. The sword net woven by Qiu Lu, Liena, and Wu Zhan unfurls in his consciousness. With a slight shift in his steps, Ling Tian's form moves within the confines of space, seeking the gaps in their combined defense. The wooden sword seems to transform into 3 ethereal shadows, targeting the delayed areas of defense, flicking towards the telltale signs of an assailant's impending strike, and stabbing at the exposed shoulder of a forceful attacker, vulnerable due to the shift in their strength. Again and again, sweat thoroughly soaks his thin training attire, clinging to him, and with each gust of the night wind, a biting chill envelopes him. The ache in his arm muscles feels like countless red-hot needles piercing repeatedly. Every swing of the sword is accompanied by the subtle groans of bones straining under the burden. His breathing is heavy and erratic, white mist escaping his lips in the frigid moonlight, only to dissipate into the night. Yet, he remains oblivious. As his focus sharpens on integrating the intentions of countering into the fundamental actions, his body, pushed to the limits of exhaustion, births a peculiar state of concentration, stripped of all adornment and reduced to pure instinct. Deep within his awareness, the long-dormant silhouette of the Xuanyuan Sword resonates with unprecedented clarity. A force, far more refined and potent than the night before, imbued with the vast currents of humanity and the will to shatter all laws, awakens like a slumbering dragon. No longer a mere trickle, it transforms into a gentle, warm flow, surging through the meridians of his arm and seamlessly infusing into the unassuming white waxwood sword in his grasp. A resonant hum fills the air, as the power emanating from the very essence of the martial soul infused the wooden sword. A transformation occurred. Ling Tian was deeply engrossed in a practice that melded the swiftness of a thrust with the precision of a point. His target was a minuscule protrusion on the training post ahead, reminiscent of the power node of the sacred thunder shield, a minute elevation of a profound yellow hue. The yellow sword energy moved in accordance with his intent. As his mind directed, the sword energy surged forth. A soft sound, even more subtle than the previous night, yet imbued with greater density, pierced through the silence of the moonlit night, akin to a steel needle penetrating thin iron. Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes. His heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, momentarily ceasing its rhythm. Before him, on the hardwood post that could only be marked by a full-force strike from a Grand Soul Master, appeared a small hole, deeper and with edges smoother than a mirror, nearly devoid of any roughness. Moonlight streamed through the aperture, casting a clear, concentrated beam behind the post. Success, more precise than the night before. The understanding gleaned from battle had seemingly harmonized with the resonance of the Xuanyuan Sword energy. However, at this pivotal moment, when his spirit surged as if grasping a glimmer of dawn, a voice, cool and tranquil as a spring bubbling over ancient ice, unexpectedly resonated behind Ling Tian. "What is your sword fear?" This voice, though soft, bore an ethereal quality that penetrated the very soul, instantly freezing Ling Tian's every action, breath, and even the torrent of his thoughts. His blood seemed to solidify in that instant. A chill erupted from his tailbone, surging upward to his crown. Ling Tian, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis, maintained his stance, turning slowly and stiffly. The moonlight fell like water, casting a serene glow. Mere steps behind him stood a regal figure clad in a resplendent purple robe, having arrived silently. Bibi Dong still wore her ornate papal attire, the purple and gold patterns flowing with a subdued yet noble luster beneath the moonlight. She had not donned the crown, symbolizing supreme authority. Her cascading purple hair fell freely over her shoulders, diminishing the absolute majesty of daylight, while enhancing her ethereal coolness and mystery under the moon. She stood there, as if one with the moonlight, the shadows, and the serene expanse of existence itself, as though she had been there for eons. Her deep purple eyes, profound as the abyss, now gazed at Ling Tian with serene, unwavering calmness, akin to two pools reflecting the eternal starry sky. The moonlight outlined her flawless profile, clearly revealing the pallor that had drained from Ling Tian's face, as well as his wide, astonished eyes filled with disbelief. "Your Holiness, the Pope." Ling Tian's voice emerged hoarse, like sandpaper grating, quivering with an unmistakable tremor. He could not fathom why this supreme being had appeared like a specter in this remote corner, nor how long she had silently observed him. Bibi Dong's gaze slowly traversed the ordinary white waxwood sword held by Ling Tian, lingering upon the smooth, profound hole on the wooden post, before finally coming to rest upon Ling Tian's eyes, which were bloodshot from shock and fatigue, yet still burned with a flame of unyielding defiance. She did not respond to Ling Tian's astonished inquiry, but instead spoke again, her cold voice reverberating through the stillness of the moonlit night, akin to a question posed by fate itself. "I have witnessed this 73 times. What is your sword fear?" Chapter 17. Words of delusion illuminate the path. The wall of 1,000 ridges reveals a glimmer. The moonlight, like cold silver dust, blanketed this secluded training ground, carved out by the shadows of towering walls. The white waxwood sword trembled slightly in Ling Tian's grasp, its tip reflecting the silvery glow, mirroring the tumult within his heart. The smooth hole that pierced the hardwood post silently exhaled moonlight, echoing the turbulent waves within the depths of his soul. Bibi Dong's voice was not a thunderous roar, but rather the gentle plop of a stone cast into a deep, frigid pool, sending ripples that could freeze time itself. "What is your sword fear?" Ling Tian abruptly turned, his back colliding with the chilling air, provoking a fine sheen of cold sweat. At the end of his gaze, a figure cloaked in purple stood beneath the moon, the dark golden patterns of her papal robe shimmering with an ethereal glow. Her lavender hair cascaded over her shoulders, less imposing than the blazing sun, yet imbued with the aloofness and depth of a deity surveying the mortal realm. It seemed as though her existence had fused with the moonlight and shadows, silently observing his clumsy, desperate, and futile attempts at wielding the sword for an eternity. "Your Holiness?" Ling Tian's voice cracked, parched and torn, his throat constricting as his heart thundered within his chest. Bibi Dong's gaze flitted over the unremarkable wooden sword in his hand, pausing for a moment on the moonlit hole, before piercing through Ling Tian's eyes like an ice pick breaching a frozen layer. She offered no response to his alarm, her purple eyes fathomless. "I have witnessed this 73 times. Each thrust, flick, burst, and point. Your movements deconstructed, trajectories captured, flaws discerned, were executed with a precision bordering on instinct." Her words rang clear in the cold night like the shattering of ice crystals, each syllable bearing the weight of a soul-piercing revelation. Yet, after 73 iterations, your sword's essence remains ensnared within the fog. What do you fear? Do you fear the immaculate holy sword of the snowy summit? Do you fear the resplendent might of the angelic heritage? Or do you fear the seemingly flawless swordsmanship of the sanctuary? Ling Tian stood rigid, his fists clenched, nails digging into his flesh. Bibi Dong's probing questions acted like a scalpel, slicing through the deepest fears of his subconscious. He dreaded the very swordsmanship of the sanctuary, which was established upon the pinnacle of power. He feared that centuries-old legacy, tempered by divine light, which had achieved a perfection of monumental proportions. Bibi Dong slightly raised her gaze, her eyes seemingly penetrating the lofty dome of the papal hall, gazing toward the sanctuary with a hint of icy derision. "The swordsmanship of the sanctuary?" Humph. A soft snort escaped her lips, akin to the sound of ancient ice colliding. "The seventh holy art. The holy shield stands like a mountain. The holy judgment rends the heavens. The holy flash chases the light. Majestic and grand, with a strict order. Every step treads upon the so-called perfect node. Each move seeks the utmost condensation and eruption of force. That old man, Qian Douluo, always believes that weaving swordsmanship into the most resplendent garland is to ascend the divine ladder." Her fingertips unconsciously traced a subtle arc in the air, akin to severing invisible threads. Little does she know, Is there truly any perfect swordsmanship in this world? It is merely a complex embellishment of countless rudimentary thrusts, slashes, flicks, and blocks, adorned with a sacred halo, stitched together into a seemingly magnificent, yet fundamentally rigid ritual robe. Her voice suddenly turned sharp, infused with a detached insight that gazes down upon millennia. No matter how perfect the ritual robe, it cannot conceal its essence, which is a mere amalgamation of fabric. No matter how exquisite the sword force, when stripped of layers of opulence, its core is but the most primitive and crude 9 movements. Ling Tian felt as if struck by lightning. His mind reverberated with a thunderous echo. The holy and majestic barrier of sword force in the offering hall seemed to be violently shaken by an invisible might at that very moment. The stability of the holy shield, the swiftness of the holy flash, the dominance of the holy judgment, those perfect FA aids that suffocated him in despair, under BB Dong's icy words, were akin to a clay puppet stripped of its gilding, revealing the most primitive and fundamental skeleton: thrusts, slashes, flicks, blocks. The essence of swordsmanship remains unchanged. It is not about accumulation, but deconstruction. BB Dong's voice resonated like the iron laws of destiny, chiseling into Ling Tian's crumbling cognition. The things in the offering hall complicate the simple, shackle the fundamental under the guise of the sacred, truly drawing a cage for oneself. Her gaze refocused on Ling Tian, carrying a nearly cruel clarity. Do you wish to shatter the sword of 1,000 fathoms of snow? Then forget her halo of the angelic sword. Forget the intimidating titles of the offering hall. Bring your opponent down from their lofty pedestal as a divine heir. Use your eyes to see through the facade of her sword moves. What kind of thrust is her initial stance? Is it a direct thrust? A diagonal thrust? Or a deceptive thrust hidden in her sleeve? Where does her sequence of moves transition from one flick to another? Where are the connecting joints? Where are the nodes of power transition? BB Dong's pace was unhurried, yet each word struck into Ling Tian's chaotic thoughts like tempered steel needles. The transformations of sword techniques, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, are unpredictable, yet even the most elusive butterfly has intervals in its wing beats. Even the smoothest transitions of moves, the shift of old and new power, the flow of intent, and the slight adjustment of balance must possess gaps. That gap may be merely 1,000th of a breath, perhaps only a momentary pause before exerting force at the joints, or a slight deviation at the instant of locking eyes. Her fingertip once again pierced the air, this time seemingly touching a crucial point deep within Ling Tian's consciousness. Seize it. In the instant the gap is born, use your purest, most direct, and instinctual foundational sword move to pierce through her force exertion node. Displace the trajectory of her sword tip. Disperse her pent-up strength. Penetrate her delusion of perfect defense. There is no need for you to possess the power to shake mountains. There is no need for you to condense any dazzling sword momentum. You merely need to be swifter, more precise, and more ruthless than that fleeting gap. All that is required is for your sword to accurately pierce the point that causes perfection to collapse. Strike at that singular flaw, and the entire structure crumbles. In Ling Tian's mind, it felt as if myriad thunders erupted simultaneously. The chaotic, swirling mist was violently cleaved apart by the thunder imbued with supreme will. Countless fragmented memories concerning the points of vulnerability piled high, such as the divine gate marked in the essentials of basic sword techniques, the shoulder well emphasized in the critical points of human joints, the yang pool predicted in the chronicles of the Gale Wolf's martial soul, the power conversion nodes captured in the treatise on the dissection of swordplay, and the piercing technique that penetrated the wooden stake under the moonlight last night. At that moment, innumerable scattered pearls were strung together by Dong's cold, yet powerful will. So it is. The so-called breaking of a move does not entail clashing against the opponent's momentum, nor does it require establishing one's own force to counteract. It is akin to a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, disregarding the grand and ornate whole, with a focused gaze that directly targets the foundational gaps of its anatomy. No matter how exquisite or sacred Qian Renxue's sword may be, it is still composed of fundamental sword techniques. Whenever a person executes a sword move, there inevitably exist gaps during transitions of motion, flow of power, and shifts of intent. These gaps are the fragile nodes forcibly stitched together on the ornate ceremonial robe of the swordsmanship of the worship hall. Bai Dong's guidance did not instruct him to weave a larger net to ensnare the opponent, but rather handed him the sharpest scissors to precisely sever those connecting threads. The perplexities that had troubled him for days were suddenly pierced through. It felt as if a drowning person had burst through the water's surface, greedily inhaling their first breath of freedom. An indescribable ecstasy and enlightenment surged within him, akin to molten lava, instantly obliterating all his confusion, fear, and fatigue. I understand. Ling Tian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes, once clouded with confusion and bloodshot, now radiated an unprecedented brilliance, like stars cleansed of dust. He gazed at Bai Dong, his voice trembling with excitement, yet brimming with the clarity and strength of one who has survived calamity. To break a move is not to confront the opponent's force. It is to dismantle the very foundation upon which their momentum is constructed. It is disassembly. It is seizing every subtle gap during the transition of sword techniques. With the most fundamental and direct actions, strike at its most primal and critical nodes. Let her perfection collapse from within. His pale visage, once drained by exhaustion, now glowed with an almost divine radiance due to profound enlightenment. It was a clarity and confidence born from piercing through the clouds to behold the truth of the sword path. Bai Dong quietly observed the flames of wisdom igniting in Ling Tian's eyes, witnessing the near-transcendent joy and clarity etched upon his face. Deep within her eternally frozen purple eyes, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible ripple quietly spread. It was neither praise nor reassurance. Rather, it resembled the cool acknowledgement of a craftsman who finally perceives the first worthy vein of a raw gem, signifying a stark recognition. Not too foolish after all. Her voice remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet the oppressive weight that had frozen her very soul dissipated just slightly. Her gaze swept over Ling Tian, drenched in sweat, his training attire clinging to his frame. It lingered on the gaping wound at his tiger's mouth. Stained red upon the wooden sword's hilt, it glanced at his legs, trembling faintly from excessive exertion. Tonight, it ends here. Her words carried an undeniable finality, compelling him to tuck away the nascent thoughts that had just begun to sprout. Bibi Dong turned away, the hem of her violet robe slicing through the air with an icy precision, shadows intertwining with her silhouette as if they were living entities. Tomorrow, there are more pressing matters. Her voice melded with the moonlight, imbued with an elusive profundity, her figure dissolving into the thick darkness, leaving behind a lingering echo in Ling Tian's ears. Tend to your sword and to your bones. The desolate training ground fell silent once more. Ling Tian remained rooted in place, clutching the bloodied white waxwood sword, his chest heaving violently. Bibi Dong had vanished, yet her words etched themselves into the depths of his soul, clearer than any ancient manuscript. Within him, the dormant shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword seemed to sense the profound shift and enlightenment of its master, emitting an unprecedented clarity of resonance. A surge of essence, purer and more refined than ever before, imbued with the will to dismantle all forms and grasp the root of existence. Awakened like a slumbering dragon, it surged forth spontaneously, roaring through his meridians. The bronze and silver soul rings erupted uncontrollably, pulsating violently under the cold moonlight, resonating with a hum. The essence intertwined with the radiance of the soul rings, enveloping him in a thin, ceaseless halo of light. Instinctively, he glanced toward the punctured hardwood stake, fixating on the smooth, mirror-like, bottomless hole. What pierced it was neither vast soul power nor overwhelming sword intent, but merely the most fundamental thrust, augmented by a thread of exquisitely condensed Xuanyuan sword energy that seized that essence. Disassemble, gaps, nodes, Ling Tian murmured, each syllable infused with searing power. He slowly raised the wooden sword, no longer merely rehearsing the 9 basic moves in confusion. His focus deepened, and the image of the unyielding Saint Shield stance of Lei Gang materialized in his mind. Concentration heightened. His gaze no longer fixated on Lei Gang's entire being, but transformed into the most precise probe, instantly penetrating the seemingly immovable facade to strike at the core of his power, the Shinmen acupoint on the inner side of his right wrist. With a slight twist of his wrist, the sword tip, angled at an exquisitely acute position, simulated the essence of the point technique, silently thrusting forth. His intent locked onto that invisible node. The Xuanyuan sword energy moved with his thoughts, coalescing into an imperceptible point at the sword's tip, radiating a cold light that seemed capable of piercing all things. A faint sound echoed in his mind, imperceptible to anyone but Ling Tian himself, the sound of intent piercing. Before him, the ethereal manifestation of the Saint Shield appeared, as though the right wrist had been pricked by an invisible needle. That perfectly rounded momentum suddenly revealed a ripple, imperceptible to the naked eye, yet undeniably existent. In an instant, the lightning-fast holy flash thrust of Qian Ying left a lingering afterimage in consciousness. Ling Tian ceased his attempts to block or evade entirely, his mind instantaneously seizing the subtle indication of tension in the little finger of the opponent's right hand just before the eruption of power. His body instinctively twisted, the wooden sword following suit in a swift, upward arc, executing a short yet precise trajectory infused with the essence of the unraveling technique's deflection and countering grace, aimed directly at the inevitable path of the adversary's wrist. Within his mind, That bolt-like thrust trajectory was deftly diverted ever so slightly by this precise and fierce unraveling technique. The focal point of the gathered power was disrupted. Zhao Feng's overwhelming holy judgment cleaved down like a mountain crashing upon him. A glint of cold light flashed in Ling Tian's eyes as his thoughts firmly locked onto the moment when the opponent's power began its descent from its peak. No longer did he meet force with brute force. Instead, the sword tip concentrated a subtle yet profound energy, emulating the explosive tremor of the collapse technique. And with minimal movement, at the swiftest speed, he struck at the delicate transition point where the opponent's descending sword met its arc. Boom! The might of the colossal sword's downward force within his mind suddenly slowed, dissipating a third of its intensity. Ultimately, the combined sword net of Zhou Lu, Liena, and Wu Zhan unfurled in his consciousness. Ling Tian's feet shifted slightly, his form changing within the confines of a mere foot, his mind scanning with precision. Instantly capturing the fleeting gap in the synergy of power created by Wu Zhan's support as Liena launched a disruptive thrust and Zhou Lu defended. In a moment, his wooden sword manifested three distinct afterimages of intent. One aimed at the seventh point of power flow in Zhou Lu's defensive ripple. Another directed at the telltale sign of tension in Liena's little finger before he struck, and the last targeting the exposed shoulder socket of Wu Zhan. Slightly raised as he pushed off with his left foot, these three intent-laden attacks descended like three precisely guided steel needles, simultaneously piercing the three most vulnerable points in the collaborative sword net during its transition. With a sharp sound, the seemingly seamless sword net within his mind shattered like ice struck by three scalding stones, fissuring into three delicate yet lethal cracks. The flawless unity of defense crumbled into chaos. Ling Tian exhaled deeply, inhaling the frigid air that surged into his lungs, bringing an unprecedented sense of clarity and strength. Sweat continued to flow, the wound in his palm still throbbed painfully, and the fatigue of his body surged like a tidal wave. But within the depths of his dark eyes, confusion faded away, leaving only a crystalline lake of clarity. At the bottom of this lake burned a flame named Possibility. He sheathed his wooden sword and bowed deeply to the shadow left by Bai Dong's disappearance. The moonlight silently stretched the figure of the young man, casting his elongated silhouette upon the cold, jade-black ground. That shadow resembled a sword shedding its rust, slowly being drawn from its sheath. Chapter 18. Peering into the secret chamber. The essence of swordplay unveiled. The morning light had yet to penetrate the towering dome of the Pope's Hall, and the martial arts hall still retained the lingering chill and solemnity of the previous night. The obsidian floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the pale, constant light of the soul-guiding lanterns above, rendering the vast, empty space akin to a serene, cold abyss. Ling Tian arrived almost with the first glimmer of dawn. The ecstasy of clarity gained beneath the moonlight from the previous night had been overtaken by a sense of urgency, the 3-month deadline looming like a sharp sword suspended overhead. He stepped through the heavy doors of the training hall, an immediate chill enveloping him, yet failing to extinguish the flame burning in his eyes. The Xuanyuan Sword emitted a faint hum from the depths of his consciousness, as if sensing the anomaly in its master today. However, the anticipated training did not commence. A majestic figure draped in purple stood silently in the deepest shadows of the hall. Bibi Dong, with her back turned to the entrance, stood tall like a solitary pine atop a frigid peak, her ornate papal robe flowing with a restrained hue of purple and gold under the dim light. She did not turn around, seemingly merging with the ancient coldness surrounding her. "You're here." Her voice, cold and clear, shattered the stillness like ice fracturing, echoing subtly through the vast hall, not a question but an assertion. Ling Tian felt a shiver run through him, hastily bowing. "I pay my respects to your holiness." Bibi Dong slowly turned, her violet eyes deep as abysses, momentarily resting on Ling Tian's calloused hands and slightly sunken eyes, remnants of the previous days near self-inflicted swordplay. She offered no commentary, merely nodding slightly, her words succinct to the point of being frigid. "Follow me." Without further elaboration, she turned, her gown brushing silently against the obsidian floor as she glided toward an inconspicuous side corridor deep within the training hall. The sharp sound of her high heels striking the ground reverberated through the profound silence, jarring Ling Tian's taut nerves. The corridor was dim and winding, its stone walls cold and rough, weakly illuminated by faint soul guide lamps casting a sickly green glow, barely outlining Bibi Dong's statuesque form ahead. The air was stifling and decayed, imbued with the dampness and earthy scent characteristic of the subterranean depths. Ling Tian held his breath, closely trailing behind, his mind awash with questions. Where were they headed? Wasn't the swordsmanship demonstration in the training arena? After traversing countless forks and turning numerous corners, Bibi Dong finally halted before an imposing stone wall that seemed to meld seamlessly with its surroundings. She extended her right hand, her pale fingertips weaving a thread of dark, concentrated soul power, swiftly tracing an intricate and enigmatic rune upon the stone. With a low hum, a wave of spatial fluctuations rippled outward, the solid wall warping like water, melting away silently to reveal a dark portal barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. A more frigid and profound aura rushed forth. Enter. Bibi Dong's voice brooked no dissent. Ling Tian stepped through, and the portal closed silently behind him, severing his connection with the outside world. The secret chamber was modest in size, its walls composed of a light-absorbing black metal that thwarted any probing. The only source of illumination was a spherical soul guide device, the size of a human head, emanating a gentle white light, suspended in the center. Beneath the device lay a cold metallic chair. The air in the chamber felt as heavy as solidified lead, making even breathing seem laborious. Bibi Dong approached the soul guide device, her fingertips glowing with darkness once more, gently touching the white orb. With a hum, mist-like streams of light began to flow within the orb, and soon, a blurred projection emerged in the center of the chamber. The image flickered uncertainly, its edges distorted, the light dim, as though viewed through a thick layer of frosted glass and water vapor. The scene unfolds, a magnificent and solemn grand hall, with a lofty dome adorned with golden angelic murals and thick columns entwined with thorns and lily reliefs. Rays of light stream down from lofty stained glass windows, forming sacred shafts of illumination. This is the worship hall, the arena for the holy sword exercises. Bibi Dong's voice resonates like a chilling narration, echoing the proud masterpiece of the old fool Qian Douluo. The imagery wavers, clearly captured from an exceedingly concealed and unstable vantage point. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, several figures engage in dueling practice, their movements swift as the wind, with swords flashing in a dazzling dance. One figure stands out prominently, wielding a sword that emanates a hazy sacred radiance, her form agile as a dragon, golden hair billowing in the aura. It is none other than Renxue. Her opponents are three elite disciples of the worship hall, equally composed, brandishing specially crafted long swords. The encounter begins. Bibi Dong's voice remains unwavering. In the frame, Renxue makes her move. The brilliance of her sword ignites. It is not a direct thrust, but rather akin to the elusive horns of an antelope, leaving no trace. The angelic holy sword transforms into a blinding arc of sanctity, slicing through the air from an exceptionally cunning angle, targeting the inner wrist of the left-hand opponent. The holy flash. Bibi Dong accurately names the technique. Imbued with a chilling sense of dissection, a variant of the sacred flash from the 7 styles of the worship hall, pursuing the utmost speed with an uncanny trajectory shift. What appears to be a stab is, in fact, a flick, aimed to strike the opponent's Xuanyuan acupoint, disrupting their grip on the sword. Ling Tian's pupils dilate. He clearly observes that, at the breathtaking speed that seems to leave only a shadow, Renxue's wrist exhibits a minuscule, nearly imperceptible retraction, much like a poised serpent retracting. This is indeed a sign of a change in strategy. The left-hand opponent, evidently prepared, lets out a low shout, sinking his sword's momentum in an attempt to block with brute force. Just then, in the play of light and shadow, Renxue's wrist subtly tremors. At the very moment the sacred arc is about to collide with the opponent's blocking sword, its trajectory undergoes an almost indiscernible deflection. Like a fish flicking its tail in water, it shifts from a flick to a thrust. The sword tip, now concentrated to perfection, glimmers with blinding radiance, instantly targeting the right shoulder's acupoint, slightly exposed due to the opponent's downward force in blocking. Thud! The image blurs, revealing the opponent as if struck by lightning, their form shaken violently, losing balance and staggering backward. Did you see that? Bibi Dong's voice pierces through the electric clash like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the elegant trajectory, revealing that beneath the grandeur lies the fundamental combination of the flick and thrust techniques. The opening for change lies within the moment her wrist retracts, transitioning her center of gravity from a forward lunge to a lateral shift. That brief delay sees it. Ling Tian's heart races. Within his consciousness, the runes of the 9 fundamental techniques of Qian Huang flicker wildly. The flick technique diverts the force, while the thrust technique strikes the opening. He envisions his wooden sword. At the very instant the gap in the change arises, piercing with minimal amplitude and utmost speed towards the inner wrist's Yanqi acupoint of Renxue, interrupting the flow of her power, preventing her exquisite change from coming to fruition. The imagery does not pause. The 2 elite disciples on the right and front have already launched their attack. A solitary figure swept his sword, the blade shimmering like a silken ribbon, imbued with a weighty momentum akin to a mountain, holy mark splitting earth. In contrast, another wielded his sword with an ethereal grace, the tip quivering, conjuring a multitude of indistinguishable sword shadows, akin to venomous bees stinging, enveloping Xuanyuan's vital points, wholly bind thousand threads. Humph, mere trifles. A barely audible cold snort escaped Bibidong's lips. Within the scene, Renxue faced an onslaught from both sides, advancing rather than retreating. Her body spun with an astonishing lightness. As if defying gravity, the angelic holy sword tracing a flawless, rounded arc of light, holy ring flowing light. The heavy sweeping sword light was diverted from its trajectory by the force of her rotation. Simultaneously, the phantasmal sword shadows pierced toward her, yet were precisely absorbed and redirected by this circular light curtain, akin to rivers converging into the sea, their power instantaneously channeled into the ground. Boom. The obsidian floor tiles beneath Renxue erupted into a web of fine cracks. Utilizing the inertia from her rotational motion, the angelic holy sword surged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, thrusting sharply from the end of that perfect arc, holy judgment shattering evil. A beam of concentrated, judgment-laden holy light instantaneously pierced the shoulder of the disciple on her right, whose form had momentarily faltered due to the force being redirected. The holy ring's defensive flow appeared impeccable, dissipating force in a circular manner. Bibidong's voice sliced through the air like a chilling gale, yet at its core, it merely fused the principles of defense and counterattack into her rotational movement. In the midst of this circular motion, the interplay of old and new power occurred, with the weakest point residing at the rotational axis, the moment of transition in force from the waist and hips. It was also the instant she shifted from defense to offense, when the old power had not yet dissipated and the new power had yet to manifest. Shatter the axis, and the circle collapses. Ling Tian's breathing quickened. His eyes locked onto Renxue's flowing, dance-like rotation amidst the illumination. At the moment Bibidong revealed the truth, he seemed to glimpse it. He perceived the almost imperceptible pause at her waist and hips during the rotation. He saw her wrist, transitioning from a defensive posture to a direct thrust, revealing an almost fleeting vacuum gap in the path of power transmission imperceptible to the naked eye. The collapse technique from the 9 basic techniques of Qian Huang radiated brilliance within his consciousness. Ling Tian concentrated his thoughts, envisioning himself appearing at that pivotal moment of force transition within the rotational axis, daring to advance into the inner circle of the spinning trajectory. With his wooden sword, he concentrated his energy, utilizing the shockwave of the collapse technique, piercing towards the pivotal power node at Renxue's waist, the Jingmen acupoint, like a venomous needle. It mattered not how great his strength was, precision and swiftness were paramount, enough to disrupt her seemingly flawless cycle of power. The light and shadow shifted once more. This time, the scene became even more blurred and tremulous, as if the recorder's situation had grown increasingly perilous. Renxue stood alone in the arena, facing a small formation of 7 elite disciples of the sect, assembled in a formidable sword array. 7 long swords pointed in unison, their breaths subtly interconnected, forming a chillingly orderly defensive array, reminiscent of a barrier of holy light, holy shield 7 stars. The proud combined defensive sword formation of the offering hall imitated the semblance of an angelic battle formation. Bibidong's voice dripped with unabashed sarcasm, mere semblance, rigid and lifeless. Amidst the shifting light and shadow, the 7 moved in perfect harmony, their sword lights rotating as one. Renxue made her move. She did not launch a direct assault. Instead, her figure glided like a wraith along the periphery of the sword formation. Each thrust of the angelic holy sword struck with the swiftness of thunder, landing precisely on the nodes where the formation flowed. With every pinpoint strike, she accurately targeted the moment of power transition for one of the swordsmen, exploiting the minuscule delays or gaps that occurred during their coordination. Thud, thud, thud. Within the shimmering light, disciples offering their devotion stumbled, groaning, as the seemingly impregnable sword formation began to crack under the ethereal precision of Renxue's strikes, much like stones thrown onto the surface of ice, causing fissures to spread swiftly. The rhythm of the 7-person collaboration faltered, their breaths growing erratic. Did you see that? Bibidong's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a piercing clarity. No matter how intricate the mechanism, there are always gaps where the gears interlock. No matter how flawless the sword formation, there must be flaws in the flow of power and the synchronization of human hearts. A momentary quickening of breath, a fleeting lag in a gaze, a slight shift in balance. Each was a vulnerability. Enlarge it. Strike it. Ling Tian's heart thundered like a war drum. In the imagery, Renxue's strikes pierced the formation with the precision akin to a skilled butcher dissecting meat, mirroring Bibidong's guidance from the previous night beneath the moonlight. aligning perfectly with the three fundamental principles of point, pierce, and shatter swirling in his consciousness. He felt as though he had transformed into Qian Renxue amidst the flickering shadows, his spirit intensely focused. His gaze shifted from the overwhelming pressure of the entire sword formation to a finely tuned probe, instantaneously scanning the 7 individuals' positions, centers of gravity, breathing rhythms, focused gazes, and signs of physical exertion. He saw it. He noticed that on the outer left flank of the formation, when a companion's sword light rotated before him, one individual's heel had subtly lifted, causing a fleeting instability in their balance. That was the gap in the transfer of power and interpersonal synergy. Strike! Ling Tian's mind roared. He envisioned his wooden sword morphing into a concentrated thread of profound yellow light, poised to strike with minimal cost and maximum speed, effortlessly bypassing the seemingly formidable barrier of sword light, and precisely targeting the Kunlun acupoint on the outer side of that individual's right ankle. Suddenly, the imagery was interrupted. The light flickered violently, contorting, ultimately dissolving into a chaotic flurry of snow-like noise. Clearly, the recorder had encountered significant interference or peril, forcing a cessation of the recording. The secret chamber fell into a profound silence, with only the faint hum of the white soul guide device resonating. Ling Tian remained fixated on the remnants of the void, his chest heaving, veins bulging at his temples, his eyes bloodshot from extreme concentration and mental fatigue. The brief yet intense observation and mental dissection had drained more of his spirit than an entire day of arduous practice. Each frame, each strike from Qian Renxue, each gap revealed by Bibi Dong replayed frantically in his mind, deconstructing and reassembling. He felt as though he were immersed in it all, repeatedly simulating within his mental realm how to pierce through that resplendent and formidable divine offering sword technique, employing the most fundamental, direct, and unyielding approach to penetrate the layers of facade and attack the primal gaps in the sinews and bones. Deep within his consciousness, the humming of the Xuanyuan Sword resonated with unprecedented clarity. A surge of pure, profound energy, imbued with a rich hue of dark yellow, surged through the meridians, spontaneously and tumultuously, as if resonating powerfully with Ling Tian's continuous simulation of dismantling and attacking within his consciousness. On the blade, the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars glimmered faintly, seemingly responding to this profound understanding of the essence of breaking techniques. How? The cold voice of Bai Dong shattered the silence. Ling Tian abruptly regained his focus, taking a deep breath to suppress the tumultuous blood and stirring thoughts within him. He gazed into Bai Dong's violet eyes, which seemed to penetrate through all veils, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented clarity and determination. Your Majesty, I have seen it. The peculiarity of the holy flash lies in the trajectory changes concealed beneath its speed, the gaps appearing at the moment of wrist relaxation and weight transfer. The release of force in the holy ring revolves around the core at the waist, a critical moment of transition, where the circular force finds its vulnerability. The solemnity of the sword array is merely the accumulation of gaps that arise from the synchronization of human hearts and the flow of power. A single gap in one person manifests as a wound in the entire formation. He succinctly encapsulated his insights, intertwining his observations with Bai Dong's guidance. Though still immature, he had subtly grasped the essence of breaking techniques, disregarding superficial grandeur to directly target the foundational gaps and human flaws that constituted them. Bai Dong listened in silence, and within her violet gaze, a fleeting glimmer of imperceptible light flickered momentarily. Very well. Her voice remained calm, but bore a trace of warmth absent before. Remember the gaps you have seen. Remember the attack you envision at this moment. The swordsmanship of the offering hall, akin to the halos above our heads, becomes increasingly lethal the more one seeks perfection, for perfection itself is the greatest flaw. Her words carried a sardonic insight that pierced through the fabric of reality. In the following 3 days, Bai Dong's tone shifted, her gaze locking onto Ling Tian with the sharpness of an ice pick. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback. Bai Dong's fingertip once again pointed toward the floating white soul guide. Each morning, upon rising, enter this chamber. With a hum, the soul guide illuminated once more. Yet the images projected were no longer those of the previous fierce battle. Rather, they consisted of fragmented scenes, the disciples of the offering hall practicing swordplay alone. Qian Renxue slowly deconstructing the foundational movements of the Holy Radiant's 7 forms under the holy light, and even fleeting traces left by the elders of the offering hall as they executed their sword techniques. The imagery grew increasingly blurred, fragmented, and erratic, with angles that were more obscure and secretive, evidently snippets captured surreptitiously. These were the cornerstones of their swordsmanship, as well as the roots of their habitual transformations in technique. Bai Dong's voice was unmistakable. Look, Observe closely. Integrate what you comprehended last night into this. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly poised to pierce the depths of Ling Tian's soul. With your intent, dismantle each of their fundamental movements, seeking the inevitable gaps of power and intention that arise in the evolution from basic actions to advanced techniques. Your opponents are not on the training grounds. Bai Bai Dong's voice resonated like a decree of fate, but here, within your mind, identify every seam on the resplendent ceremonial robe of the offering hall's swordsmanship. Then, her fingertip traced delicately through the air, a finely concentrated black thread of soul power slicing silently through the atmosphere. Sharpen your scissors. As the words fell, Bibi Dong ceased to speak, her figure melding into the shadows, silently vanishing at the sole exit of the secret chamber. The heavy metallic door slid open and closed without a sound, leaving Ling Tian alone to confront the flickering, jumping, and indistinct images projected by the soul-guiding device. A tremendous pressure surged forth like a chilling tide, yet this time, there was no fear in Ling Tian's eyes, only a blazing inferno of icy flames. He inhaled deeply, straightened his spine, and strode towards the cold metallic chair to take a seat. His gaze, sharp as that of a falcon, locked onto the next indistinct image cast by the soul-guiding device. A disciple of the temple was slowly practicing the initial stance of the holy shield, sword in hand, lowering their body and gradually gathering strength. Within Ling Tian's sea of consciousness, the runes of the 9 basic techniques of Xuanyuan suddenly illuminated. The stabilizing technique was as steadfast as a mountain, while the penetrating technique coalesced with precision. His thoughts surged to their utmost, instantaneously penetrating the seemingly stable posture, scanning the core point of its strength accumulation, the degree of bending at the knees, the limit of a straightened spine, the pressure exerted by the thumbs gripping the sword's hilt. Where lay the gaps? Where were the nodes of strength flow? That almost imperceptible moment of distraction before the concentration? In the secret chamber, the only sounds were the hum of the soul-guiding device and the heavy, focused breaths of the youth. A silent, yet perilous war had commenced. He intended to use imagination as his blade, thought as his edge, to meticulously peel away the seemingly sacred and inviolable swordsmanship robes of the temple, inch by inch. Chapter 19. Blood and sweat temper the sword's edge. All laws return to Xuanyuan. Within the secret chamber, time seemed to stretch and solidify under the constant humming of the soul-guiding device. The air grew dense as lead, save for the floating white orb, which continually projected indistinct, jumping, and sharply angled fragments of light and shadow, like strips of fabric forcibly torn from the grand ceremonial robes of the temple's swordsmanship. Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the cold metallic chair, his back straight as a taut bowstring. His eyes, bloodshot yet astonishingly bright, were fixated on the sword techniques that repeated, deconstructed, and reassembled within the light and shadow. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his training attire, leaving dark stains on the cold metallic back of the chair, which were swiftly whisked away by the frigid air of the chamber, bringing waves of bone-chilling cold, yet he remained oblivious. The holy flash swept by, the 7th variation. Bibi Dong's icy voice sliced through the air like a scalpel, precisely penetrating the fleeting shadow of Qian Renxue's rapid thrust, a feigned direct strike that was, in fact, a variant of the sweeping technique targeting the left rib's Hongmeng acupoint. Look here. Her fingertip was surrounded by a thread of concentrated black light, pinpointing an exceedingly subtle inward rotation of Qian Renxue's wrist within the light and shadow. The wrist's inward rotation at 7 parts shifted the center of gravity from a forward thrust to a lateral pressure, a fleeting gap from the sweep to the point. Its duration was less than 1/1000th of a breath. Breaking her wrist at the Yangshi point could disrupt her transformation. Ling Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his thoughts coalescing with intensity, as the runes of the point technique from the 9 basic techniques of Xuanyuan ignited once more in his sea of consciousness. He seemed to envision the wooden sword in his grasp, piercing with unparalleled precision toward the Yangpool acupoint on the inner wrist of Qian Renxue. In a moment where the inward rotation reached its zenith, minimal in amplitude, yet swift as a striking serpent, the Yangpool acupoint on the inner wrist of Xue, with a soft thud, the tip of his intention-driven sword pierced through, halting the lightning-fast trajectory abruptly, causing the subsequent incantation to perish before it could take form. The holy ring of flowing light formed a triad defense, as the 3 disciples of the temple executed a seamless transition, weaving a seemingly impenetrable barrier of light. Bibidong's voice dripped with icy derision, a mere fade. At the crucial instant when the forces of Shield 3 and Assault 2 synchronized, the urgency of Assault 1 to cover the left gap created a momentary vacuum of power at the right shoulder's acupoint, lasting a mere fraction of a heartbeat. With a deft maneuver, Shield 3 disrupted their rhythm, launching a preemptive strike at Assault 2's elbow, targeting Assault 1's shoulder acupoint. Ling Tian's intent surged like electricity. The runes of the three techniques, burst, stab, and point, simultaneously shimmered, as three focused mental attacks pierced through the weakest nodes of their joint defense as if guided by divine precision. With a sharp sound, the imagined perfect defense was torn asunder. Day after day, the chamber transformed into Ling Tian's battlefield. No longer a passive observer, he became an active dismantler, anticipating and attacking. Each fragmented flicker of light was meticulously dissected by his intent into the most fundamental forms: cleave, slash, stab, flick, block, sweep, point, burst, searching for the fleeting gaps amidst the transformation of techniques, the flow of power, and the synchronization of hearts. His spirit was honed relentlessly upon the whetstone, an immense drain on his being. Each day, he emerged from the chamber with a splitting headache, vision dimming, and unsteady steps. Yet, the light in his eyes grew ever brighter and sharper, akin to the edge of a sword tempered by fire, gradually dispelling confusion and settling into a cold clarity of insight. In the afternoon, deep within the martial arts hall, another smaller, more secluded training ground awaited. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and a hint of blood. The ground was no longer the obsidian jade, but a dark metallic substance that absorbed energy, marked with a myriad of old and new sword scars. 7 figures clad in the formal attire of the temple stood silently in the arena, their souls deliberately restrained to the soul master level. These were the hand-picked sparring partners summoned by Bibi Dong, masters of the fundamental sword techniques of the temple, as well as some advanced transformations, living targets for Ling Tian's dissection of intent. Holding an unsharpened, ordinary steel longsword, its blade reflecting the cold light of the soul-guiding lamp, Ling Tian took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto the 7 before him. Begin. From the shadows at the edge of the arena, Bibidong's voice echoed, devoid of emotion. The 7 sparring partners sprang into action. The clash of swords intertwined, revealing a scaled-down version of the Holy Shield 7 solar sword formation. Though lacking the fluidity of Qian Renxue, it was fierce and orderly, exuding a palpable pressure. Ling Tian moved. He opted not to confront them head-on, instead slipping like a wraith into the gaps of the swirling sword formation. Point. He called out softly, as his longsword transformed into a chilling star, striking with flawless accuracy toward the right ankle of a disciple whose foot had slightly elevated due to a shift in stance, aiming for the Kunlun acupoint. The disciple let out a muffled grunt, their center of gravity instantly destabilized, causing a brief hesitation in the sword formation's movement. Burst. Ling Tian flicked his wrist, striking the sword's spine with a forceful impact against the disciple on his right side, who had hastily positioned himself due to a loss of balance from his companion. Failing to consolidate his strength around the sword's midsection, the clang of metal on metal resonated. The disciple's arm trembled violently, nearly causing him to lose grip on his sword. Seizing the moment of chaos, Ling Tian moved like lightning, directing his sword towards the throat of the disciple responsible for coordinating, who had become distracted while giving instructions. The tip of the sword halted just before making contact with the skin. This marked his first successful disarmament in actual combat, although merely a simplified sword formation. A gleam of ecstatic triumph ignited in Ling Tian's eyes. The simulations crafted in his mind found validation in reality. However, the joy of success was short-lived. On the 3rd day, he faced a training partner adept at the holy flash and light-bending techniques. The opponent's swordplay was elusive, the distinction between reality and illusion blurred. As Ling Tian anticipated a change in the opponent's attack, preparing to counter with a precise strike, the opponent's wrist twisted at an exceptionally crafty angle, causing the sword's light to shift from illusion to reality, striking from an utterly unexpected angle. With a swift slice, Ling Tian felt the fabric of his training attire tear open at his shoulder, a stinging pain radiating through his skin. Had he not reacted quickly and leaned back in time, that sword would have inflicted a grievous wound. The gap in the opponent's technique was intentionally concealed, prolonging the brewing time of their true intent with feigned movements. Your anticipation was premature. Bibi Dong's cold voice dripped like icy water. Ling Tian clutched his shoulder, his expression darkening. Failure. For the first time in combat, his disarmament was outwitted by the opponent's more exquisite technique. On the 7th day, he confronted 2 training partners whose coordination was impeccable, executing the Holy Ring twin flow. Ling Tian successfully detected the minute delay during their synchronized exertion of power and utilized the break character technique to disrupt one disciple's energy node at the waist. However, the other disciple did not falter as anticipated. Instead, they leveraged the momentum to spin, unleashing a fierce holy judgment strike directly at Ling Tian, who had exposed a gap due to his exertion. Bang! The hilt of the sword struck him hard in the chest, sending him staggering backward, his blood surging. nearly forcing him to spit out a mouthful. A single breakthrough was insufficient. He had not considered the overall situation. Disrupting one disciple's node only allowed the other to amplify their offensive. BB Dong's incisive commentary hit the mark. Failure. The price was a sharp pain in his chest and turbulent blood flow. Blood and sweat became the most common embellishments of this closed training arena. Ling Tian's training attire bore fresh wounds layered over old ones. His palm had long been calloused and cracked, blisters forming from the rough sword hilt. Each failure was accompanied by excruciating pain and defeat, yet they deepened the resolve in his gaze and refined his disarmament techniques. He began to yearn for more than simply unraveling the sword techniques of the offering hall. Through repeated failures, he sought to adapt and flexibly combine the 9 basic techniques of Xuanyuan. Confronted with the Holy Shield's steadfast defense, he no longer merely searched for hard points, but attempted to disrupt the sword's spine from the side, shifting its center of gravity, and then used the break character technique to jolt the wrist gripping the sword, thereby undermining the transmission of power. Faced with the swift thrusts of the Holy Flash, he no longer merely anticipated the gaps in the opponent's techniques. Instead, he steadied himself with the frame character technique to deflect the first strike. In the fleeting moment when the opponent's strength retracted and new force had yet to arise, he aimed directly for the exposed acupoint beneath the armpit, where the exertion had inevitably revealed a vulnerability. Confronted with the interlocking array of blades, he ceased to strike at a singular node. Instead, he adeptly maneuvered through the fray, employing the sweeping technique to disrupt the periphery and sow chaos, before delivering precise thrusts to exploit the vulnerabilities exposed by the ensuing turmoil. His sword gradually transcended its initial clumsy imitation, adopting a unique rhythm, concise, direct, and ruthless, akin to a lurking serpent poised for a lethal strike. As time flowed through blood and sweat, nearly a month elapsed. Ling Tian's skin had bronzed to a healthy wheat hue, and his once slender physique, through extreme exertion and the nourishment of top-tier medicinal cuisine, had become taut and powerful. Though still lean, it now harbored explosive strength. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, seemed capable of piercing flesh and revealing the very sinews and bones beneath. In the practical training arena, he faced 7 sparring partners whose coordination had become increasingly seamless. His form akin to the wind, and his blade like lightning. Shield 3, step left half a pace, channel your strength, guard the center. Strike 2. Feign an attack on the right flank, angle your sword, target the solar plexus. Attack 1, gather power, after 3 breaths, execute the sacred judgment flow. Their synergy was impeccable, their sword light intertwining into a web, far surpassing their initial strength. Ling Tian's gaze was icy, his footwork shifted rapidly within a confined space. The sword in his hand transformed from mere points or thrusts into an effortless embodiment of the 9 basic techniques of Xuanyuan, seamlessly integrated. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a peculiar arc, not directly clashing with Shield 3's defense, but precisely striking the weakest point on the side of the sword's spine, deftly redirecting its blocking trajectory. In that fleeting moment when Shield 3's balance faltered, Ling Tian's wrist descended sharply, the hilt of his sword carrying a subtle force, striking hard against the elbow joint of Strike 2, who had lunged forward in a feigned attack. Strike 2's arm went numb, and his offensive momentum dissipated. With a ghostly glide, Ling Tian evaded the heavy downward strike of Attack 1, his sword tip like a venomous bee, lightly pricking the shoulder cavity of Attack 1, who had raised his arm to deliver a full-powered downward blow. Attack 1 recoiled as if struck by lightning, the amassed energy dissipating in an instant, causing him to stagger. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly flawless assault of 7 was dismantled by Ling Tian's exquisitely refined basic sword techniques, interrupting their cohesion. While not entirely vanquished, their formation was disrupted, and their breathing became erratic. From the shadows at the edge of the arena, a fleeting glimmer of enigmatic light flickered in the depths of Bai Dong's violet eyes. However, just as Ling Tian prepared to capitalize on his advantage and completely dismantle the enemy formation, an unexpected change occurred. Among the 7 sparring partners, the one designated as Shadow 7, a soul master, displayed a chilling demeanor that starkly contrasted with the divine and majestic aura of the offering hall. In the moment when Ling Tian's old strength had waned and new power had yet to awaken, causing a brief moment of stasis in his movements due to rapid directional changes, Shadow 7 struck. His actions bore no resemblance to any known sword techniques of the offering hall. His body, seemingly devoid of bones, suddenly dropped low, gliding almost along the ground. The sword in his hand transformed into a silent, shadowy stream with a bizarre arc, rising from below like a serpent emerging from its lair, targeting the exposed flank beneath Ling Tian's raised arm. The angle was cunning, the trajectory bizarre, and the speed exceedingly swift, far surpassing any prior assault. It emanated a chilling and bone-piercing wave of soul power, distinctly not of the Offering Hall's sword techniques. Alarm bells rang fiercely in Ling Tian's mind. This was entirely beyond his expectations. His entire strategy had been based on an understanding of the swordsmanship from the Offering Hall, and against this strange strike, his mind was a blank. In a moment of desperation, he could only rely on instinct, twisting his body to forcefully bring his sword down in defense. A sharp sound of metal scraping echoed. Ling Tian's steel sword precariously blocked the venomous upward thrust, yet that chilling force surged like a maggot, violently crashing into the meridians of his arm. With a muffled groan, Ling Tian felt an instant wave of intense pain and numbness in his right arm. As if countless icy needles had pierced through, the sword slipped from his grip with a clang, propelled backward by the immense force. Stumbling several steps until his back collided heavily against the cold metallic wall. A surge of blood welled up in his throat, and he swallowed it back forcefully, his face turning pale in an instant. Having struck successfully, Shadow 7 did not pursue, retreating like a ghost to meld back into the ranks. As though that cruel and vicious strike had never occurred, the arena fell into a profound silence. The 7 practice partners stood in silence, while only Ling Tian's heavy breaths and suppressed coughs echoed in the enclosed space. From the shadows, Bibi Dong slowly emerged. She cast no glance at the 7 practice partners. Her violet eyes, resembling a frigid pool, fell upon Ling Tian, who leaned against the wall, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his right arm hanging limply. "How is it?" Her voice betrayed no emotion. Ling Tian gasped heavily, a fiery pain searing through his chest, the numbness in his right arm still lingering. He stared intently at the retreating Shadow 7, his eyes filled with defeat, fury, and a flicker of ignited, more fervent flames. Struggling to straighten his body, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left hand. His voice was hoarse yet imbued with a fierce determination born from being pushed to the brink. "Your Majesty, I was wrong." He raised his head to meet Bibidong's gaze, his expression no longer merely a dissection of the Offering Hall's sword techniques, but ablaze with an ambition to comprehend the myriad laws of the world. "My sword has solely focused on the robes of the Offering Hall, forgetting that there are countless methods to tear apart those robes in this world. Mastering just one sword technique is insufficient." He pointed decisively at the silent Shadow 7. "I implore you, Your Majesty, help me. Bring me more Shadow 7s. Gather all the swordsmanship masters that can be found. Those who wield poison, those who are cunning, those who possess strength, those who are swift. I want to see. I want to dissect. I want to break their swords down to the most fundamental 9 movements. I must find the key to shatter all laws." With a sudden motion, he tore away the blood-stained half-sleeve from his right arm, revealing a limb covered in bruises and bloodstains, forcefully slamming it onto the ground like a blood-soaked challenge. "I demand a sword technique that can conquer all swordsmanship in the world. Let it begin with dismantling every sword move under heaven." Chapter 20. The first cry of Xuanyuan startles the sacred sword. A 3-foot mortal edge shakes the divine light. 3 months have slipped away like sand through fingers, silently cascading amidst relentless toil, profound failures, and painstaking refinements. Within the depths of the Papal Hall, the arena stands today, its atmosphere solemn to the point of stillness. The once vast expanse of the Onyx Square has been temporarily enveloped in a formidable spatial barrier, transforming it into a self-contained and resilient battleground. Above, several specially crafted large soul-guiding lamps emit a cold, brilliant light, illuminating every inch of the stone tiles, leaving no shadow to conceal. On one side of the arena, an intentional homage to the style of the Sacred Sword Training Hall is evident, with imposing pillars entwined with thorns and lilies standing like phantoms. The lofty dome, adorned with the faintly flowing patterns of golden angelic murals, radiates a sacred yet oppressive luminescence, silently proclaiming an intangible domain, one that embodies the overwhelming presence brought forth by Qian Renxue. Ling Tian stands at one end of the arena, clad in a fresh black papal uniform, his posture more upright than 3 months prior, no longer the fragile figure he once was. Beneath his sun-kissed skin lies the firm musculature honed through relentless training. In his grasp is an unremarkable white waxwood sword, its polished surface and clear wood grain devoid of any spiritual energy, starkly contrasting with the significance of this duel. Yet, Ling Tian's gaze has transformed. 3 months ago, it was filled with fear, confusion, and desperation. Now, while fear still simmers beneath the surface like a hidden current beneath ice, it no longer governs his will. Instead, a near-cold focus and a refined sharpness have taken its place. His eyes sweep across the arena. Not far away, seated upon a throne of amethyst, Bai Dong's figure commands attention. The intricate, regal papal robe flows with a subdued, golden hue, her chin resting on one hand as her deep purple eyes Calm as an ancient well, survey the scene below. An aura of chilling authority envelopes her, marking her as the sole arbiter of today as proceedings. Her will dictating the rules of this realm. Beneath the elevated platform, two distinct factions stand clear. Leading the papal hall is Liena, after several months. The young woman has matured into a more graceful figure, her light golden hair meticulously styled, the silvery bells at its ends silent amid the tense atmosphere. Her amber eyes are filled with unmistakable worry and anxiety, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, knuckles whitening from the strain. Beside her stand several elite youths from the papal hall, including the stern-faced Xie and the fiery Yin. Their gazes fixed on Ling Tian with scrutiny and a hint of complexity. In contrast, the faction from the sacred hall is more numerous and exudes a heavier, more oppressive air. Several elder figures clad in gold-trimmed white robes, their presence as profound as the depths of the sea, stand like statues, their eyes sharp as hawks, surveying with a condescension laced with subtle disdain. The elder at the forefront bore an ancient visage, his presence notably weighty. As his gaze swept over the wooden sword in Ling Tian's grasp, the corners of his mouth curled into the faintest semblance of derision. Behind these venerable figures stood a cadre of haughty young disciples clad in the garb of elite acolytes, their eyes regarding Ling Tian as one might view an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. An invisible pressure, as tangible as a leaden weight, bore down upon Ling Tian's heart, rendering each breath a searing agony. Just as this suffocating silence reached its zenith, a resonant hum echoed from the opposite end of the training ground. The very fabric of space distorted violently, akin to a tranquil pond disturbed by a boulder, creating ripples of tumult. Blinding golden radiance surged forth like a tangible tide, illuminating the ethereal pillars with dazzling brilliance. At the heart of this luminescence, a figure coalesced, reminiscent of a deity descending to the mortal realm, accompanied by the ethereal strains of a celestial hymn. Renxue did not don the ornate garments befitting her status, nor did she wear battle attire. Instead, she was clad in a simple, snow-white swordsman-esque garb, impeccably tailored to accentuate her tall, flawless form, which seemed to defy the very laws of proportion. Her golden hair cascaded unbound like molten gold, flowing over her shoulders and radiating an arresting brilliance within the holy light. Her skin was exquisite and unblemished, her features impossibly perfect, resembling no mortal countenance. Those ethereal golden eyes, pure to the point of near otherworldliness, now appeared as two frigid suns, traversing the expanse, devoid of emotion, yet precisely locking onto Ling Tian. Her gaze, akin to a tangible probe, penetrated the veneer of composure he desperately maintained, piercing into the depths of his soul where an indelible fear resided. A vast, overwhelming pressure, born of the essence of life and the nature of power, mingled with the honed sharpness of her sword intent, surged forth like an invisible tsunami, crashing down upon Ling Tian. His heart contracted violently, as if gripped by the icy hand of a giant. Blood surged to his head, only to freeze in an instant, leaving his limbs and bones imbued with a bone-chilling cold. Deep within his consciousness, the dormant phantom of the Xuanyuan Sword stirred, vibrating in response. As a pure and dense aura of profound yellow instinctively radiated outward, forming a resilient barrier against the onslaught of divine pressure. Yet, despite this, the overwhelming sense of suffocation and insignificance, akin to an iceberg, bore down heavily on Ling Tian's chest, making each breath a Herculean task. His body trembled uncontrollably, his face drained of color, cold sweat beating upon his brow. At that moment, another voice, as crisp and chilling as the fabric of time itself, resonated, slicing through the pervasive holy light and pressure like a sharp blade. Silence. Bibidong's voice, though not raised, seemed to embody the will of the heavens, clearly eclipsing all intangible conflicts, echoing within the very souls of those present. Her gaze, reminiscent of a frozen galaxy, swept across the assembly before finally settling in the center of the arena. Today's duel shall be between Ling Tian and Renxue. The rules are as follows. Only swordsmanship shall be tested. No use of soul power, no activation of the martial soul's essence, nor the application of soul techniques. Victory or defeat shall be determined solely by the sword in hand, the techniques employed, and the heart behind the blade. The contest shall cease upon the first blood drawn, with life and death borne by the participants themselves. Each word resonated like a chilling decree, imprinted upon the very fabric of space, heralding the commencement of a destiny-bound confrontation. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire arena, a silence so suffocating that it seemed to stifle breath itself. Ling Tian felt his eardrums thrum with the pulse of his heartbeat. Parched and dry, he fixated intently on the figure before him, Renxue, bathed in sacred light, exuding an almost divine perfection. The composure he had painstakingly honed over 3 arduous months began to warp under the weight of overwhelming pressure. No, this cannot be the way it begins. He had already lost a measure of momentum. He must shatter this damned suffocation. A wild thought ignited within him like a raging wildfire. An instinct forged through struggles in Blackstone Town. The sole weapon capable of carving out a sliver of hope in dire straits. The audacity to risk it all. He drew a deep breath, as if to inhale the very atmosphere of the arena itself, and then, summoning every ounce of strength, he slammed the white waxwood sword forcefully against the obsidian-tiled floor. The crisp sound of impact reverberated through the stillness like thunder, instantly capturing all eyes. Ling Tian lifted his gaze, no longer masking the fervor and fierce determination in his eyes. He locked onto Qian Renxue's frigid golden orbs and bellowed with all his might. Qian Renxue, his voice, strained and raspy from tension, bore an undeniable intensity, as if he were burning his bridges. 3 months prior, you deemed my tenacity laughable. You said my sword did not deserve to remain in the Pope's hall. Today, I stand here. With this most ordinary, most unworthy wooden sword, I shall proclaim to you, your divine light, your sacred hall, and that lofty, disdainful visage of yours. Ling Tian pointed emphatically at Qian Renxue, his arm trembling with fervor, yet his eyes blazed with an unprecedented fire. Today, I shall pierce through them with this wretched piece of wood. I will shatter them to pieces. Let me show you what it means to. He abruptly directed the wooden sword at Qian Renxue, enunciating each word with thunderous clarity. Ants shake trees. Crude. Reckless. This declaration was imbued with the primal ferocity of those struggling from the depths, a mad proclamation born of desperation. The arena fell into an eerie silence. In the direction of the sacred hall, an uproar erupted. Impudent. Ignorant wretch. How dare you show such disrespect to the young master? You seek death. Shouts of indignation erupted, and a flurry of sharp gazes locked onto Ling Tian, a terrifying surge of soul power simmering in the air. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's cold, sweeping glare that forcibly quelled the rising tension, it is likely that someone would have already sought to punish him. On the Pope's hall side, Liena gasped in shock, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief and concern. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, while Yen smirked, a glimmer of something unusual flickering in his eyes. High above, in the depths of Bibi Dong's violet gaze, a fleeting ripple of emotion passed by, so subtle that none noticed. After his roar, Ling Tian's chest heaved violently. Like a bellows drawn too far, veins pulsing at his temples, sweat trickling down his temples. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Qian Renxue, awaiting her response. Anger? Contempt? Or perhaps an explosive reaction born of provocation. Regardless of the form it takes, it will shatter the suffocating absolute oppression. Yet, nothing transpires. Qian Renxue's golden eyes remain tranquil and undisturbed, akin to 2 golden pools frozen in the passage of countless millennia. It seems that Ling Tian's hysterical and blasphemous declarations are nothing more than dust brushing against the hem of a divine garment, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. She does not even cast a glance at Ling Tian. Her molten gold pupils, as if surveying mere specks of dust, glide over Ling Tian's flushed face, animated by fervor, and the absurd white waxwood sword in his grasp, ultimately resting upon the void behind him. It is as though she perceives merely an inconsequential backdrop of noise. Then, with exquisite slowness and elegance, she raises her right hand. The motion flows with the grace of a practiced performance repeated countless times. Unbeknownst to her, a gossamer thin glove, radiating a sacred aura, has adorned her hand. The material is neither silk nor leather, but rather a fabric woven from solidified brilliance, perfectly conforming to her slender, jade-like fingers. Her fingertips gently caress the hilt of the sword suspended at her side. It is an ancient scabbard, yet it exudes a subtle, holy brilliance, the angelic holy sword. Her movements are tender and focused, imbued with a near-sacred sense of ritual, as if she were cherishing the most precious aspect of an unparalleled treasure. Her fingertip glides over the hilt, adorned with a pure soul crystal, reminiscent of a teardrop, traversing the grip entwined with sacred runes, eventually resting upon the intricately carved miniature angelic wings at the guard. She gazes intently at her fingertip, fixating on the divine patterns, as though the entirety of existence has been distilled to just herself and the celestial weapon she holds. As for Ling Tian, as for that wooden sword, as for those frenzied shouts, merely insignificant specks of dust, unworthy of a fraction of her attention, not deserving of a moment's consideration. Such a chilling indifference, such a complete disregard, akin to a deity overlooking the ants of the mortal realm. It possesses a more destructive impact than any furious rebuke, disdainful sneer, or sharp murderous intent. Ling Tian feels that all the momentum he has gathered, all his resolve, all his reckless fervor, crumbles before this silent, absolute indifference. As if colliding with an invisible yet unyielding wall of size, instantly disintegrating. A cold, profoundly humiliating chill surges from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He feels like a jester, a fool who, despite his utmost effort to provoke, cannot even elicit a blink from his intended target, a complete farce. An immense sense of defeat and a humiliation akin to a venomous snake's bite engulf him. His hand gripping the wooden sword trembles violently with outrage and loss of control, the knuckles turning white as he nearly crushes the fragile hilt. At that moment, it begins. Bibi Dong's unperturbed voice echoes once more, like the hammer of fate, sealing the final countdown. Chapter 21. The wooden sword shatters the holy ring. The edge of mortality determines victory or defeat. The cold, piercing beams of the soul guide lamp suspended high above the arena illuminated the millennium-black jade floor, rendering it akin to a frozen abyss. Ling Tian stood resolutely with his sword in hand, the seemingly mundane white waxwood blade feeling as though it had melded with his very essence. His fingers, taut with exertion, trembled slightly, while beads of sweat traced darkened patterns along the wood's grain. The friction at the hilt sent a sharp pang through his palm, a reminder of a wound from the previous day that had yet to fully heal. Yet, this trivial pain was eclipsed by the exhilarating vortex of extreme anticipation and chilling dread that engulfed him. His heartbeat thundered like a drum, each pulse reverberating against his eardrums, and the periphery of his vision dimmed slightly under the weight of tension. However, his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, akin to black glass tempered in ice, fixed unwaveringly upon the radiant figure 10 paces away. Renxue moved without warning, without preparation, as if she had always occupied that space. With a single step, the very perception of distance warped, tearing apart reality. Propelled solely by her physical prowess and exquisite footwork, her speed was such that she left only a blurred white afterimage on Ling Tian's retina. The angelic sword remained an ancient blade not yet fully awakened. Yet in her grasp, it radiated an entirely different brilliance. Absent were the flamboyant flames of soul power. Instead, a subtle, sacred luminescence flowed along the blade, ignited by a nearly imperceptible flick of her wrist. In an instant, the sword light gleamed, like sunlight piercing through the morning mist. Its trajectory was sharp and ruthless, aimed directly at the acupoint on the inner side of Ling Tian's right wrist. The swiftness was such that the air was rent with a piercing shriek. The foundational thrust of the offering hall, the sacred judgment, pierced the rainbow. All grandiosity dissipated, leaving only the purest essence of piercing force. Ling Tian's pupils constricted, and his muscles tensed instinctively under the pressure of his honed instincts. His left foot slid almost synchronously backward at an angle, his center of gravity rapidly descending, evading the lethal core of the thrust. Simultaneously, rather than meeting force with force, he subtly redirected his wrist, allowing the blade to glide like a serpent's tail, precisely aligning the spine of his sword with the vulnerable flank of Renxue's thrust. With a swift flick, the Xuanyuan foundational 9 styles technique of lifting. This was not a confrontation, but an elegant redirection. The sound of their blades meeting was not jarring, but remarkably clear. Ling Tian's wrist exerted a clever force, transmitting a subtle power through the wooden sword. The trajectory of Renxue's sacred blade was diverted ever so slightly, causing the concentrated piercing force to dissipate by a third. The sword's edge grazed Ling Tian's side, its fierce energy cleaving through the air, leaving a chill in its wake. A fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in Renxue's golden eyes, akin to a stone cast into a frigid pool, quickly vanishing. Her reflexes were ghostly quick. The moment her strike was deflected, her wrist recoiled, shifting her center of gravity fluidly from forward thrust to lateral pressure. The angelic sword traced a graceful arc in the air, transforming from a rigid thrust into a chilling horizontal slash. The target, Ling Tian's exposed carotid artery. A change of tactics. Sacred flash, fleeting shadow. The rapid transitions of fundamental swordsmanship were nearly suffocating. Cold sweat instantly drenched Ling Tian's back. He seized upon the subtle shift in his opponent's center of gravity at the very moment their swordplay transformed. His body, as if drawn by invisible threads, performed a sudden backward arch, unleashing astonishing flexibility from his core. The frigid blade, imbued with the chill of death, grazed his throat, severing several strands of hair in its wake. As he leaned back, his left hand forcefully struck the ground for leverage, propelling his body upward like a tightly compressed spring. The wooden sword in his grasp exhibited no hesitation, utilizing the momentum of his leap. It struck with the most succinct and rapid trajectory. A piercing thrust aimed at the acupoint on Renxue's exposed left elbow, briefly revealed during her transition. Swift, accurate, ruthless. This thrust encapsulated the essence of Ling Tian's 3 months of grueling training in hellish conditions. Though devoid of soul power, It contained the utmost explosive strength derived from his physical coordination and absolute confidence in identifying flaws. For the first time, the molten gold of Renxue's pupils contracted sharply. She barely had time to retrieve her sword for defense. The chilling gleam of the wooden sword, imbued with a penetrating aura, reached the outer edge of her elbow in an instant. In a perilous moment, her body exhibited an extraordinary flexibility and coordination, executing an uncanny spin akin to a willow swaying in the wind. The holy sword, unable to defend in time, pivoted around her elbow as a fulcrum, forcefully using the outer side of her forearm's armor to block. A dull thud resounded as the tip of the wooden sword struck the intricately patterned golden armor with tremendous force. The immense power resonated through the armor, causing a momentary hesitation in Renxue's flawlessly rhythmic offensive, revealing the first discernible delay. Utilizing the inertia from her spin, she retreated half a step. Her holy sword angled toward the ground, her golden eyes fixated on Ling Tian, brimming with a simmering rage and a cold scrutiny reminiscent of frozen magma. The martial arts hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon the high platform, Bibi Dong's violet eyes were profound, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the throne. In the direction of the offering hall's camp, an elderly man with a particularly heavy aura frowned, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Liena clasped her mouth tightly, stifling a gasp, her amber eyes shimmering with tears of shock and elation. Ling Tian gasped for breath, his palm slick with perspiration as he gripped the wooden sword. The lightning-fast exchange, a matter of life and death, had nearly drained every ounce of his focus and stamina. Yet, his gaze was sharper and brighter than ever, akin to tempered steel. Excellent. Renxue's voice was as frigid as the collision of ancient ice, each word laced with a chilling intent to kill. It seems that Bibi Dong has devoted considerable effort to you over these 3 months. This comes as a surprise. Ling Tian steadied his trembling legs with the wooden sword, licking his parched lips, his voice hoarse yet clear. What surprises you lies ahead? Arrogant. The flames of gold ignited fiercely in Renxue's eyes, a tempestuous fury unleashed after being provoked repeatedly by mere ants. She held nothing back any longer. The angelic holy sword emitted a deep, resonant hum in her grasp. Its sacred radiance suddenly intensified, blazing brilliantly. No longer merely a subdued glow, it flowed forth like a living entity, exuding an awe-inspiring and unassailable divine pressure. Her demeanor transformed instantaneously. If her previous swordsmanship could be likened to a swift serpent, at this moment, she became a resplendent phoenix poised to take flight. The holy ring shimmered with ethereal light. With a commanding shout, Renxue sprang into action. This time, her movements pursued not merely speed, but rather an innate rhythm and elegance. She seemed to merge into an invisible arc of trajectory, the angelic holy sword swirling in harmony, creating an uninterrupted and flawless curtain of brilliant light. The luminescent veil flowed with grace, pure and sacred. Though it appeared slow and elegant, it was, in fact, as swift as lightning. Each arc she traced effectively sealed off all angles of Ling Tian's assault, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pull and release. The very air was stirred by the circulating halo, emitting a low, mournful wail. The sacred hall advanced its defensive counterattack sword technique, with a circular release of force. Offense and defense became one. Ling Tian instantly felt the immense pressure akin to a mountain crashing down upon him. He attempted to disrupt the trajectory of the halo with a lateral strike, but as his wooden sword grazed the edge of the flowing light curtain, a powerful, adhesive rotational force surged through the blade, nearly causing him to lose his grip. He hastily shifted his tactics, trying to pierce through the fleeting gaps in the halo's flow. Yet the halo was a cohesive whole, the openings ephemeral and impossible to seize. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Renxue's figure flickered within the core of the revolving halo, the angelic holy sword striking like a venomous dragon, unexpectedly lunging from the most unforeseen angles. Each thrust was cunning and fierce, as swift as thunder. Ling Tian found himself in a desperate predicament. He could only employ the defensive techniques from the fundamental 9 styles of Qian Huang to their utmost. He braced himself, positioning the wooden sword across his chest to withstand a sudden thrust, the immense force numbing his arms and causing the obsidian floor beneath him to crack with a sharp snap. He twisted his wrist, angling the sword precariously to deflect a glimmering blade aimed at his throat, the sword's edge grazing his shoulder and leaving a fiery trail of blood. He spun, wielding his sword in an attempt to fend off the encroaching halo, the wooden sword scraping against the flowing light curtain with a grating sound that sent shivers down his spine, sparks flying in the air. He was utterly overwhelmed. Like a fragile boat amidst a tempest, he floundered beneath the relentless, divine, and perfect holy ring of Qian Renxue, caught in perilous straits. His training attire was rapidly slashed by the fierce sword energy, multiple wounds oozing blood that stained the black fabric. Sweat trickled down Ling Tian's brow, stinging his eyes. With each block, each evasion, he felt his body reach its limits, groaning under the strain. He clenched his teeth tightly, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He could not afford to yield. Deconstruct, deconstruct, deconstruct. Gaps, nodes, vulnerabilities. Countless blurred images flashed frantically in his mind. The moment Qian Renxue transitioned her power through her hips while practicing the holy ring. As power transitions from defense to offense, the subtle stillness of the wrist becomes paramount. In the delicate interplay of the radiant aura, where the old and new intertwine, the infinitesimal pause becomes critical. Bibidong's cold voice carves into the soul like a chisel. In the cyclical motion, amidst the exchange of energies, the weakest point lies at the axis of rotation. At the moment of forced transition from the waist and hips, it is here, in the instant where her defense turns to attack, that the old energy wanes and the new has yet to emerge. To shatter this axis is to cause the circle to collapse. The opportunity presents itself, but it is a singular chance. Qian Renxue's figure melds once more into the flowing halo, the sacred ring gliding smoothly through a perfect semicircle, enveloping Ling Tian in a magnificent release of power and tension. Her body is nearing the completion of this rotation, the center of gravity shifting delicately from her left foot to her waist, where strength coalesces, transforms, and readies to unleash the next wave of assault. Now is the moment. A cold glimmer ignites in Ling Tian's eyes. All weariness and fear are instantaneously distilled into the purest fighting spirit. He makes a move that leaves everyone bewildered. Instead of retreating from the relentless pull of the sacred halo, he advances, like a moth drawn to the flame. He lowers his body in a seemingly self-destructive manner and charges toward the inner circle of the halo's trajectory, directly into the right side of Qian Renxue's waist. A reckless act. Someone from the altar's camp can't help but shout in disbelief. Liena's heart leaps to her throat, even atop the platform. A subtle ripple flickers in Bibidong's deep purple eyes. Qian Renxue's gaze glimmers with golden light. She did not anticipate Ling Tian's audacity to venture into the inner circle. Subconsciously, her wrist accelerates as the sacred sword, following the trajectory of rotation, gathers tremendous power, poised to unleash a devastating strike upon the intruder, the sacred judgment. Yet, just as her strength transitions from her waist to her arm, at the very moment before the explosive culmination of power, when her center of gravity completes its shift, and the old energy is spent while the new is on the verge of birth, Ling Tian's low stance halts abruptly. It is as if a rushing river has collided with an invisible dam. The white waxwood sword, soaked in sweat and blood, now possesses no embellishments. There is no earth-shattering grandeur, no dazzling brilliance of soul power. Only the purest, most concentrated, and primal foundational motion remains. The wrist descends imperceptibly before sharply snapping upward. A burst of energy explodes forth. The primordial will of the Xuanyuan Sword energy is ignited. The ultimate evolution of the Xuanyuan basic 9 styles, the breaking sword style, is unleashed. The sword tip coalesces a barely perceptible, yet seemingly omniscient cold glare, embodying Ling Tian's entire spirit, will, and profound understanding of the flaw. Striking with pinpoint precision at the core point of Qian Renxue's force, the right, Jingmen, acupoint, swift, beyond the limits of thought, accurate, as if destined to hit its mark, fierce, concentrating immense force into a single stroke. A soft yet decisive sound punctuates the air, a sound, exceedingly faint yet reverberating like thunder within the depths of every soul. Pierced the silence. Time appeared to freeze at that very moment. The resplendent, flawless halo of light trembled violently, akin to the surface of a lake disturbed by a stone. Warping and distorting, the divine rhythm, once harmonious, was abruptly shattered by a wild yet precise force. Qian Renxue's impending sacred judgment against evil came to an abrupt halt. The power, gathered to its zenith, surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, uncontrollably rebounding within her meridians. A muffled groan of pain escaped Qian Renxue's tightly pressed lips. Her molten golden eyes, for the first time, brimmed with profound shock and disbelief, as if bearing witness to the most unlikely sacrilegious miracle. The pivotal point of force at her waist was strikingly targeted, as though a core gear of a finely tuned instrument had been forcibly jammed with a steel nail. A sharp, icy impact, imbued with the essence of disintegration, instantly penetrated her protective soul energy. Though unactivated, her instinctual defenses remained, violently crashing into her waist meridians. Excruciating agony ensued, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of uncontrollable disruption. Her once flawless physical control faltered for the first time. Step by step, Xuanyuan's ethereal form, reminiscent of a deity, staggered backwards involuntarily, each step leaving distinct cracks upon the solid obsidian tiles. The right side of her white swordswoman's attire bore a gash, torn by the sword's energy, revealing skin that gleamed like jade, yet bore a faint blush. She forced herself to stabilize, her visage paling to an unnatural hue, her breath becoming noticeably erratic for the first time. The hand gripping the angelic holy sword turned pale from excessive strain. In the martial hall, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The silence was as profound as a vacuum. Every expression was frozen, the reflecting shock and disbelief, while it was engulfed in a suffocating blend of ecstasy and astonishment. Ling Tian slowly retracted his wooden sword, its tip angled toward the ground. His chest heaved violently, sweat mingling with blood cascading down his chin, splattering onto the obsidian tiles, shattering into smaller droplets. That strike, which had encapsulated all his essence, nearly drained his last vestige of strength. His arm felt leaden, and an old wound in his palm burst open, blood flowing down the sword's hilt. Yet he stood tall, like a solitary peak, weathered yet stubbornly pointing toward the heavens. He lifted his gaze, his bloodshot yet astonishingly bright black eyes piercing through the swirling dust and the lingering remnants of sword energy, calmly resting upon the golden-haired maiden a few steps away, now revealed in her disarray. His hoarse yet unmistakably clear voice, imbued with an air of settled finality, echoed within the hushed hall. You have lost. Chapter 22. The holy sword shines brightly. Though defeated, honor remains as the path begins to resound. Silence. In the center of the martial arena, time seemed to freeze following Ling Tian's hoarse, yet clear declaration of victory. Upon the obsidian tiles, the cracks created by Renxue's staggering retreat resembled the sudden fissures of a glacier, a glaring imprint etched into the eyes of all witnesses. She came to a standstill, clad in a pristine white swordsman attire. A tear of roughly an inch marred the right side of her waist, its edges smooth as though cut with a precise blade. A stray wisp of molten gold hair clung to her slightly flushed collarbone, juxtaposing the tumultuous rising and falling of her chest in a scene both breathtaking and disheveled. Her visage, sculpted by the divine, was pale to the point of translucence, her cherry lips pressed into a bloodless line. Yet, most disquieting were her eyes. A pure molten gold. The previous chill, indifference, and lofty judgment shattered like fragile glass under a heavy blow, replaced by a tumult of molten fury, shock, excruciating pain, disbelief, and a wrath ignited by the most insignificant of insects piercing her flawless form. Slowly, she bowed her head to inspect the seemingly trivial, yet utterly devastating gash at her side. Her fingertips grazed the reddened skin beneath the fabric's tear. The sharp pain from the wooden sword's precise strike piercing deep into her very soul like a venomous needle. She was Renxue, the heir of the divine angel, the future sovereign of the spirit hall. Her swordsmanship, her perfection, symbolized the glorious legacy of the hall for a millennium. It was her pride, her absolute capital, from which she looked down upon the mortal realm. Yet now, under the gaze of countless onlookers, before her grandfather and the congregation, and in the presence of Ling Tian, whom she deemed as mere dust, she had been repelled by a most ordinary wooden sword, by a seemingly crude, fundamental sword style, by a mere 6-year-old boy, whose soul power was muddled, and who had been beneath her foot just yesterday, defeated, and even publicly declared as such. This was no mere failure. It was an unabashed desecration, a stripping away of all pride belonging to Renxue and the entire hall, cast into the mud for all to trample. How dare you? Renxue's voice erupted like an ice storm from the depths of a frozen abyss, each word imbued with a murderous intent that could crystallize the very soul. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her molten gold pupils fixed intently upon Ling Tian, the fury within threatening to manifest as tangible flames. Boom! An aura, far more terrifying than her previous mastery of swordsmanship, erupted from her delicate form, resplendent and divine as if it were the very wrath of the heavens. 3 brilliant soul rings, akin to 3 miniature suns, rose beneath her feet, pulsating. Yellow, purple, a configuration epitomizing unparalleled talent and nurtured resources. The blinding golden light surged like a tempestuous ocean, instantly engulfing the entire arena. The frigid, divine pressure mingled with her towering rage, crashing forth like tangible waves in all directions. The young disciples of the Pope's generation were struck as though by a heavy blow. Those of lesser strength turned pale, blood spilling from their mouths and noses, collapsing like wheat stalks before a raging tempest. Yin groaned softly. The hard tiles beneath her feet shattered instantly. The expression on Xiaoyu's face shifted dramatically as the ethereal shadow of the moon blade flickered momentarily to shield him. Yet he was compelled to retreat several steps under the onslaught of overwhelming pressure. In the direction of the worship hall, the elite disciples, once marked by shock and stupor, were instantly transformed into fervent admiration and unquestioning reverence as they gazed upon Qian Renxue, their eyes brimming with absolute worship and submission. Only Bibi Dong, perched upon the high platform, remained unfazed. Her violet eyes retained their profound depth. The tempestuous divine pressure that surged towards her dissipated silently upon encountering an invisible barrier surrounding her, as if it had collided with an ethereal wall of sighs, rendering her unshaken. Bathed in radiant holy light, Qian Renxue clenched her right hand into a fist. With a resounding clang, a piercing sword cry, reminiscent of a tear in the heavens, echoed throughout the realm. No longer did it resemble the ancient and unassuming form. Instead, a long sword, flowing with pure golden holy radiance, seemingly forged from the most pristine energy of light, materialized in her grasp. The elegant blade was inscribed with intricate and sacred angelic runes, and the crossguard bore an exquisite relief of outstretched wings. The blade exuded a divine flame, stretching a foot in length, radiating a formidable aura of purification and judgment against all corruption. The angelic holy sword, in its complete awakened state, the sword tip ascended, aiming toward the heavens. The concentrated divine flames appeared capable of piercing the soul, locking firmly onto Ling Tian's brow. Vile insect. Qian Renxue's voice resonated like the final judgment of a deity, cold, piercing, and infused with a wrath capable of incinerating all. How dare you trespass upon the realm of the divine with that filthy, broken piece of wood? The farce is over. Her molten gaze blazed with an almost frenzied fury and absolute killing intent. Draw your martial spirit. Use your life to atone for your earlier blasphemy. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to crush you, this ignorant wretch, with my own hands. The terrifying pressure of her soul power descended upon Ling Tian like a tangible mountain, forcing his already unsteady body downward. The obsidian tiles beneath his feet groaned under the immense weight, cracks spreading like a spider's web. The wound in his palm tore anew, blood streaming down the hilt of the wooden sword, pooling on the cold ground, blooming a vivid scarlet. Ling Tian's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a frigid hand, on the verge of bursting. The shadow of death had never appeared so vividly before him. He could even feel the searing pain in his forehead, where the holy sword's flames bore down upon him. Summon the martial spirit? The Xuanyuan Sword? Faced with the complete angelic holy sword, and the three rings symbolizing absolute power, what could he possibly do? Would that sword heed his call? Just as Ling Tian was nearly suffocated by the overwhelming pressure and the fear of death, a clear, calm voice, steady as a stabilizing anchor, resounded deep within his soul. Summon it. It was Bibi Dong. There was no hint of emotional fluctuation, only an undeniable command. Ling Tian jolted as if a drowning man had grasped the final lifeline. The Pope's voice swiftly dispelled a portion of his fear. He bit down hard on his lower lip, the sharp pain jolting his nearly overwhelmed nerves. A surge of fierce, unyielding bloodlust, born from Bibi Dong's command, surged violently to the crown of Ling Tian's head. A primal roar erupted from him, reminiscent of a dying beast. He hesitated no longer, nor did he harbor fear. His will, akin to a desperate arrow, shot fiercely towards the depths of his consciousness, piercing the slumbering, languid silhouette of a colossal sword that seemed to disdain the world before it. Arise, Xuanyuan Sword. A deep, resonant sound echoed, as if a sword's cry had traversed the annals of time from the primordial chaos, reverberating within the depths of Ling Tian's soul. This time, it was no mere reactive hum. A vast, weighty aura, laden with the vicissitudes of humanity and the will to obliterate all laws, erupted forth like an ancient dragon awakening from slumber. The space around Ling Tian, once thoroughly suppressed by the angelic holy light, abruptly collapsed inward, distorting. Two rings of soul aura, one bronze and one silver, materialized out of thin air, pulsating wildly. No longer mere phantoms, but solid, radiant circles. The bronze hue, reminiscent of ancient copper steeped in eons, flowed with the richness of time, while the silver brilliance shone as pure and bright as the Milky Way, carrying an icy sharpness. His empty right hand clenched in the void. Crack! The space appeared to be forcefully shattered by his grip. A time-worn, hefty longsword, over 3 feet long, gradually solidified. On one side of the blade, the sun, moon, and stars rotated endlessly. Rivers flowed, emanating an eternal, unfading aura. On the other side, mountains and flora thrived vividly. Great rivers surged, embodying the profound vitality of all earthly beings. The hilt bore engravings of ancient agriculture and unified dominion over the seas. It was none other than the Xuanyuan sacred sword. Ethereal chaos and primal yellow energy swirled and ascended around the sword, heavy as mountains and deep as oceans. As this essence manifested, it carried an unparalleled will, ruthlessly dispelling the encroaching divine radiance, forcibly establishing a realm of primal yellow around Ling Tian. Though this primal yellow domain appeared precarious under the overwhelming divine golden light of Qian Renxue, barely shielding a 3-foot radius around Ling Tian, the pure, primordial aura, as if emerging from the dawn of creation, caused the exalted angelic light to exhibit noticeable delays and repulsion for the first time. Two distinctly different, yet equally supreme auras clashed like ancient titans above the arena. An invisible force field tore and annihilated. The air warped, emitting a piercing shriek. The solid black jade tiles of the ground shattered like brittle cookies, splintering and rolling. Merely superficial. The golden flames in Qian Renxue's eyes flared even brighter. Her murderous intent palpable. Ling Tian had truly summoned the sacred sword that instinctively instilled trepidation within her. This further solidified her resolve to utterly suppress him. First soul skill, Judgment of Holy Light. Without hesitation, she raised the angelic sword high above her head. The first circle of the yellow soul ring radiated brilliantly. Buzz. The tip of the angelic sword instantly coalesced into a fist-sized, dazzlingly bright sphere of pure white light. Within this sphere lay the essence of purification and judgment, compressed to its utmost potential. Go. With a commanding shout, Qian Renxue directed the sword's tip downward. The concentrated sphere of holy light descended like a fallen star, exuding a terrifying aura of purification that tore through the air, instantly appearing above Ling Tian's head. The magnificent divine might locked onto all directions. Second soul skill, Xianhuang Yi Qi, Wanmin Xianhua. Ling Tian felt the overwhelming power of purification the moment the holy light sphere manifested. He roared fiercely, channeling his thoughts to fervently activate the Xuanyuan Sword. Buzz. The silver soul ring suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. Ling Tian gripped the Xuanyuan Sword tightly, as the swirling Xianhuang energy around the blade responded as if summoned, surging and boiling violently. Countless faint sparks, akin to fireflies yet imbued with an indomitable spirit and the will to carry forth the flame of resistance, emerged from the void, rushing madly into the Xuanyuan Sword like rivers converging into the sea. Neither gold nor iron, but the collective will of all beings, the human spirit's eternal flame. The Xuanyuan Sword stood resolute above. Instantly, a flowing, ancient shield of ethereal form materialized above the blade, composed of myriad flickering points of will and dense Xianhuang energy, straddling the boundary between reality and illusion. Upon the shield, scenes of farming, fishing, city building, and warfare faintly emerged. Boom! The holy light judgment sphere collided violently with the Xianhuang shield shadow. An earth-shattering explosion erupted at the center of the training ground. Dazzling white light clashed fiercely with the heavy Xianhuang energy, annihilating one another. A devastating shockwave of energy swept outward like a furious tide. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The energy shockwave slammed against the edges of the training ground's spatial barrier, producing a bone-chilling, tearing sound. The incredibly sturdy barrier flickered violently, its light wavering as if it could shatter at any moment. From the viewing platform, gasps of astonishment erupted, and the glow of defensive soul power illuminated the surroundings. The ground beneath Ling Tian was utterly obliterated, and he was forced deep into the earth by the immense force. His arm bones groaned under the unbearable strain, and the gaping wounds in his palms bled profusely, instantly staining the ancient hilt of the Xuanyuan Sword crimson. The Xianhuang shield shadow trembled violently, its myriad points of will flickering uncertainly, like a candle flickering in the wind. Yet, it did not shatter. It steadfastly withstood the full force of the holy light judgment, equivalent to an all-out strike from a soul emperor. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Qian Renxue's eyes. Her holy light judgment was actually blocked. This peculiar shield, infused with faint wills, possessed such formidable defense. Break for me. Second soul skill, Holy Flame Purification. Qian Renxue, filled with indignation, activated her second yellow soul ring. The blade of the angelic sword erupted in golden sacred flames as if doused in boiling oil, expanding explosively. It transformed into a colossal flaming sword several feet long. With both hands gripping the sword, she became a streak of golden light, descending upon Ling Tian with the terrifying might to incinerate all sin. Where the flaming sword swept through, the air warped and twisted, emitting crackling sounds. This strike was pure annihilation. It aimed to reduce Ling Tian and his enigmatic shield to ashes. First soul skill, Mountain River Repression. Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he sensed the terrifying flames of destruction. He abruptly thrust the Xuanyuan sword into the shattered ground beneath him. The bronze soul ring erupted with a profound and resplendent radiance. A deep hum resonated as the center of the Xuanyuan sword became the focal point, causing the gravity within a Tianzhong radius to surge dramatically. It was as if an invisible mountain had suddenly descended. The roaring holy flame giant sword, akin to being ensnared in an intangible quagmire, visibly slowed in its descent. The divine fire blazing upon the sword's blade flickered under the weight of the oppressive aura. Qian Renxue's forward momentum faltered, as if she bore an insurmountable burden. The weight of the mountains and rivers distorted the local gravity, suppressing all surrounding forces. With a primal roar echoing from Ling Tian's throat, he seized the moment when the holy flame giant sword was momentarily hindered by the gravitational force of the mountains and rivers. He swiftly drew the Xuanyuan sword. No longer merely blocking or defending, he unleashed the crumble technique from the Qian Huang Basic 9 styles, channeling the residual Qian Huang sword energy within him through the Xuanyuan sword. He erupted with fierce intensity. His wrist descended with an imperceptible speed, trembling with power. The Xuanyuan sword lacked any flamboyant sword light, yet the tip shimmered with a barely discernible, yet seemingly world-shattering, cold gleam of Qian Huang, precisely targeting the most volatile and unstable core node of the sluggish holy flame giant sword, 3 inches above the center of the blade. With a resounding thud, akin to the piercing of a boiling pot with a red-hot steel needle. That pinpoint of Qian Huang cold light shattered the precarious balance of the raging energy within the already gravity-pressured holy flame giant sword. An explosion erupted, more violent than before. The holy flame giant sword did not cleave downwards, but rather disintegrated a mere 3 feet above Ling Tian's head, like an uncontrollable solar storm. The furious sacred flames mingled with shards of shattered sword energy, erupting chaotically in all directions like a wild firework display. "Young master, be careful." A cry came from the direction of the offering hall. Qian Renxue found herself at the forefront. She had not anticipated that her second soul skill would be violently detonated from within in such a manner. The raging flames and shards of sword energy, accompanied by unruly soul power, crashed into her protective divine barrier like an enraged dragon. With a crack, the barrier shattered. Qian Renxue let out a muffled grunt. Though she sustained no severe injuries, the terrifying impact violently hurled her away. Her splendid court gown was singed by the flames, and several strands of her brilliant golden hair were severed by the sword energy. She tumbled through the air, managing to stabilize herself only after several chaotic rotations before landing. Her flawless face was marred with a hint of soot, and within her molten golden eyes, only an overwhelming fury and rage remained, capable of incinerating reason. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. She, Qian Renxue, had been forced back twice by a mere 6-year-old, whose mixed soul power relied on an enigmatic martial soul and peculiar sword techniques. She had nearly been injured by his blade. Ling Tian. Qian Renxue's voice twisted in fury, resembling a wounded beast's roar. "I will have your life." A resounding hum erupted as the third circle, a purple 1,000-year soul ring, radiated with an unprecedented brilliance. This was her most formidable strength to date. The angelic holy sword emitted a thunderous hum in her grasp. Every angelic rune upon the blade illuminated brilliantly, a surge of terrifying power, far more vast and pure than before, with an almost divine aura, surged forth frantically. In the sky, it seemed as if an invisible sacred hymn was being sung. The third soul skill, the gate of divine revelation. Qian Renxue raised the holy sword high, and behind her, a colossal phantom of a gate constructed of pure holy light began to materialize. Through the crevice of the gate, an endless stream of sacred radiance poured forth like a flood, purging all impurities from the world and executing the supreme will that judges all who defy it. Locking onto Ling Tian and crashing down. This was the judgment of the divine, a projection of the will of the angelic deity. It transcended the realm of mere soul skills. Before the light even reached him, the overwhelming sense of being targeted and the will to purify caused Ling Tian's faltering Xianhuang domain to emit a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. He felt like a solitary vessel amidst a raging sea, on the brink of being utterly consumed and annihilated. The shadow of death had never felt so palpable. The flames of the people, the mountains and rivers are heavy. Xianhuang, hold firm. Ling Tian's eyes widened with fury as he roared. He poured all the remaining soul power, all the Xianhuang sword energy, and all his indomitable will into the Xuanyuan sword. The brilliance of the silver and bronze rings shone to their utmost. The shadow of the Xianhuang shield coalesced once more, yet it was even more ethereal than before. The Tianzhong mountain and river gravitational field expanded to its limits, attempting to warp the purifying light. However, before that divine torrent, Imbued with a hint of divinity and akin to heavenly retribution, everything appeared so insignificant and futile. With a hiss, the Xianhuang shield dissolved like foam under the sun in an instant. With a crack, the Tinjiang mountain and river gravitational field shattered like fragile glass. The vast, pure, and irresistible divine radiance descended like the Milky Way, completely engulfing Ling Tian's diminutive figure. In the golden sea of light, only the Xuanyuan Sword, still unwavering and radiating its final Xianhuang glow, remained, along with Ling Tian's voice, drowned in divine brilliance, filled with unwillingness. Boom! The purifying light obliterated everything. As the brilliance faded, a massive charred pit, several meters in diameter and a depth of a zhang, appeared at the center of the martial arts arena. The obsidian tiles at the edge of the pit had all vaporized, leaving only a crystalline sheen. Ling Tian lay motionless at the bottom of the pit, his body completely charred, his garments in tatters. Yet, in his hand, he still gripped the Xuanyuan sword, its brilliance now dimmed but never relinquished. The bronze and silver soul rings had long since vanished. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, ears, nose, and various charred wounds on his body, pooling beneath him in a glaring dark red. He had been defeated. Defeated without a hint of suspense, defeated in a most tragic manner. However, the sword he still clutched tightly, and his figure, which had never flinched even in the face of divine punishment, left an indelible mark on the souls of everyone present. Qian Renxue floated in midair, breathing heavily, her face slightly pale from the immense consumption of her third soul skill. She gazed at the charred figure at the bottom of the pit, her fury gradually subsiding, replaced by a chilling and condescending disdain. Ants, after all, are but ants. Chapter 23. The divine light withdraws, dark currents surge. Night knocks on the purple palace to listen to the secrets. At the center of the martial arts hall, a vast, charred pit resembled an unsightly source seared into the earth by divine wrath. The edges of the pit, where the obsidian tiles had been melted into crystal-like glass by terrifying heat, refracted an eerie halo under the cold light of the soul guide lantern above. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning, the sharp tang of ozone, and a faint hint of blood. Ling Tian lay at the deepest part of the pit, his body resembling a tattered puppet, disassembled and reassembled. His garments had long since turned to ash in the purifying light, and now he was covered only by the plain white bandages draped over him by the Pope's attendants. Beneath the bandages, his charred skin intertwined with raw, exposed flesh, blood seeping continuously from countless minuscule fissures, staining the white cloth a glaring crimson. Each breath tugged at the tearing agony within his chest, as if countless heated steel needles were stirring within his lungs. His throat was filled with the heavy taste of blood. Each cough expelled fragments of bloody froth, splattering onto the bandages around his chin. The bones in his arms groaned under the unbearable burden, particularly his sword-bearing right arm, from shoulder blade to fingertips, screaming with a devastating pain and a sensation of shattering. The Xuanyuan sword lay quietly beside him, its once radiant patterns of sun, moon, stars, and landscapes now dimmed, its blade covered in dust, leaving only the ancient, heavy outline. As if it had exhausted all its strength and succumbed to a profound slumber. He had been defeated, thoroughly and unequivocally, beneath the divine gates of the celestial kingdom. Infused with a hint of divine will, his defenses crumbled like paper against the overwhelming might. Level 20 soul power. Xianhuang sword energy? Breaking sword style? In the face of such celestial authority, they appeared laughably insignificant. The shadow of death had once loomed so palpably over him. In that moment, his soul felt as though it would be utterly purified and extinguished by that transcendent light. A tremendous sense of defeat, mingled with the exhaustion of surviving a calamity, washed over him like a cold tide, nearly submerging his remaining consciousness. The physical pain became an anchor, nailing him firmly to this harsh reality. At the edge of the pit, Qian Renxue floated 3 feet above the ground, the divine radiance surrounding her no longer as intensely brilliant as when she had unleashed her divine technique. Yet the nobility and aloofness that stemmed from the essence of life grew increasingly distinct. Her molten golden eyes looked down upon the charred, blood-soaked body at the pit's bottom, her swirling emotions complex and inscrutable. Anger? Yes. Ling Tian's peculiar sword had invoked a sense of apprehension in her angelic sword instinct, even causing her to stumble publicly under the assault of that rudimentary sword technique. For Qian Renxue, who pursued perfection and considered herself a divine agent, this was an indelible disgrace. Shock. Indeed, Ling Tian's battle spirit, ignited by his level 20 mixed soul power, his audacity to confront her sacred halo with a basic sword style, and the madness of still wielding his sword under the crushing divine might, reverberated through her being. Her understanding of a lowly ant had been profoundly surpassed, especially when the collective will of the people, embodied in the flames of their spirit and the dual rings of mountains and rivers, momentarily withstood the onslaught of the divine light's judgment. This could not merely be attributed to chance. Yet ultimately, all emotions were eclipsed by a colder sensation, one stemming from the overwhelming disparity of power, instilling a sense of superiority. An ant is, after all, an ant. No matter how stubborn or peculiar, it cannot alter its fate of being crushed by divine radiance. She descended slowly, her pristine white boots adorned with golden edges lightly touching the molten, glass-like crystal at the edge of the pit, producing a faint crackling sound. Her gaze swept over the charred and bloodied face of Ling Tian, finally resting on the now dimmed Xuanyuan Sword beside him, where a trace of barely discernible inquiry and trepidation flickered in her golden eyes. She then lifted her head, directing her gaze to the elevated platform. Bibi Dong remained seated upon the amethyst throne, her violet eyes deep and still, reflecting all below without a ripple of emotion. Qian Renxue's cold voice shattered the dead silence of the martial hall, each word resonating like ice beads falling on a jade plate, echoing clearly in every corner. In the contest of swordsmanship, I have lost. The moment these words exited her lips, an uproar erupted from the direction of the offering hall. Those who had regained their arrogance due to Qian Renxue's ultimate victory were now filled with utter disbelief and confusion. The young master has conceded? After thoroughly defeating the opponent? Qian Renxue paid no heed to their reactions, her gaze still fixed on Bibi Dong, or rather, through Bibi Dong, proclaiming her resolve. I, Qian Renxue, will honor my word. Having sworn an oath, I shall not betray it. Her voice carried a decisiveness that seemed to sever all ties. From this day forth, the offering hall shall no longer compel you to join. Finally, her gaze returned to the pit, resting upon Ling Tian's black eyes, which were half closed in agony and weakness, yet still flickered with a spark of defiance. That gaze remained cold, yet it lacked the earlier condescension and judgment. As for you, Ling Tian, her voice was devoid of inflection, as if stating an unrelated fact. Take care of yourself. The moment her words fell, a pair of resplendent golden wings erupted from her back. The blinding divine radiance once again briefly illuminated the pit, casting Ling Tian's charred and bloodied figure in a more tragic light. With a powerful flap of her wings, she showed no hesitation, her form transforming into a streak of golden light that tore through the vast dome of the martial hall, vanishing above the sacred mountain of the martial soul city, leaving behind a lingering trace of divine light, akin to a cold period. As she departed, the suffocating divine might that had enveloped the venue receded like a tide. The expressions of those in the offering hall turned dire, yet none dared to utter a word. Under the silent command of the elder's piercing gaze, they turned and left in silence, akin to a defeated army, leaving behind a scene of devastation and silence. Ling Tian, brother. Almost as the golden light vanished, a cry, tinged with tears, shattered the oppressive atmosphere of the martial hall. Liena was like a pink whirlwind, recklessly rushing down from the viewing platform of the papal palace, stumbling towards the enormous, charred pit. Her light golden braids became disheveled as she ran, the silver bells at the tips ringing wildly. Yet they could not mask the panic and heartache in her voice. Her amber eyes brimmed with tears, resembling shattered glass, reflecting the bloodied, charred body at the bottom of the pit. Nana. Xie Yu's expression changed, attempting to grasp her, but was firmly restrained by Yen. Yen regarded Liena's retreating figure, then glanced at Ling Tian in the pit, his crimson eyes filled with complex emotions. Ultimately, he merely let out a heavy grunt and turned his head away. Liena nearly tumbled down the steep, lava-slick slope of the pit's edge, her delicate palms cut by the rough, sharp edges of the crystalline glass, blood seeping without her notice. Ling Tian, brother, how are you? Don't scare me. Speak to me. She rushed to Ling Tian's side, trembling hands hovering above his bandaged body, afraid to touch him lest she exacerbate his suffering. Tears fell like pearls from a broken string, plummeting onto Ling Tian's blood-stained bandages and his charred cheek. That 1,000-rank snow. She is utterly insane. A lunatic, bullying others just because she is powerful. She promised it would only be a duel of swordsmanship, yet resorted to such terrifying soul techniques. She is a liar. Despicable. It's only right that her swordsmanship lost to you. Liena cried and scolded, her voice choked with anger and heartache, akin to an enraged yet helpless little beast. Frantically, she rummaged through her storage soul guide, retrieving several exquisite jade vials, pouring out a cool, green ointment. With utmost care, she applied it to Ling Tian's exposed, charred skin and the split skin of his tiger's mouth, her touch as gentle as a feather brushing against him. The moment the ointment met his wounds, a cool sting brought a muffled groan from Ling Tian, his consciousness slightly awakening. He laboriously opened his heavy eyelids, and through his blurred vision, He saw Liena's tear-streaked face, filled with worry and concern. Najia, he whispered, his voice barely audible and hoarse. I'm fine. What do you mean fine? Look at how badly you're hurt. Liena's tears fell more fiercely. She sniffled, striving to steady her trembling hands as she continued to apply the ointment, her movements as gentle as the caress of a feather. Don't speak. Conserve your strength. The teacher said to use the best medicine. Our papal palace has plenty of excellent remedies. It will surely heal you. At that moment, a chilling, commanding presence, capable of freezing souls, quietly descended into the pit. Liena's motions abruptly froze, like a startled deer, instantly silencing her cries and curses, bowing her head respectfully. Her voice tinged with trepidation. Teacher. Ling Tian also struggled to turn his gaze. Bibi Dong had silently appeared at the edge of the pit, looking down upon them from her elevated position. The complex, regal purple papal robe shimmered with a subdued radiance under the soul guide lights. Her deep purple eyes gazing intently at Ling Tian, as if they could penetrate the layers of bandages and perceive the drained meridians and shattered bones within him. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Ling Tian's charred and bloodied form, particularly fixating on his nearly ruined right arm and the dim Xuanyuan sword beside it. A subtle ripple, almost imperceptible, flickered in the depths of her violet eyes before vanishing. She then turned her attention to Liena. Her voice cold yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Nana, disciple at your service. Liena responded promptly. Take him back, Bibi Dong commanded with a tone devoid of emotion. Administer the finest medicinal baths and concoctions. Procure 3 portions of the 9-turn revitalizing soup and the dragon marrow jade skin ointment from the canteen hall. Have Elder Ju personally guide his meridians and disperse the accumulated remnants of sacred light. Yes, teacher. Liena's eyes sparkled at the mention of the 9-turn revitalizing soup and dragon marrow jade skin ointment, revered healing treasures of the papal palace. Elder Ju, a paragon of the healing arts within the spirit hall, would undoubtedly bestow exceptional care upon him. Indeed, the teacher held Ling Tian in high regard. His bones and internal organs were gravely damaged, his soul power depleted, and his spirit shattered. Bibi Dong's gaze returned to Ling Tian's face. Her voice still frigid, yet resonating clearly in his ears. Disciple understands. Liena nodded vigorously, cautiously supporting Ling Tian. Ling Tian, we shall return. I will assist you. Bibi Dong fell silent, her violet figure merging seamlessly with the shadows as she ascended along the glassy slope at the edge of the pit. The sound of her high heels clicking rhythmically against the molten crystals echoed through the desolate martial hall. Liena struggled to keep pace, supporting Ling Tian, who leaned heavily upon her slender shoulder. Each step sent jolts of pain through his body, causing his vision to blur and cold sweat to soak the clean bandages he had just donned. He gritted his teeth, stifling any groans, his eyes fixated on the regal, immovable purple silhouette ahead, reminiscent of an unyielding iceberg. Just as they were about to step beyond the charred confines of the pit and onto the relatively intact black jade tiles, a voice, cold, calm, yet unmistakably clear, pierced through the barriers of space, penetrating Ling Tian's shattered consciousness with the precision of a brand. At the third watch, in the papal palace's meditation chamber, the voice was devoid of emotion, yet it carried an undeniable will, imprinting itself upon Ling Tian's chaotic mind like a frozen seal. It was Bibi Dong's transmission. Ling Tian's entire body tensed, his steps faltering for a heartbeat, as his heart felt gripped by an icy hand. The third watch, the meditation chamber? In my current state, what does the teacher intend to do? Liena sensed his rigidity and looked up in confusion. Ling Tian, what is it? Is the pain unbearable? Hold on. We shall arrive shortly. And no, it's nothing, Ling Tian managed to utter through difficulty, suppressing the tumult within, forcing himself to take another step. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a minuscule crack at the edge of the pit. That was the final place where Renxue set foot. Upon the glass-like surface, remnants of imperceptible golden dust lingered, akin to fragmented stardust, emanating a faint yet pure and sacred aura. Beside his own charred and bloodied footprints, wisps of a dim, almost shadow-like yellowish energy quietly seeped from the fissured wounds and weary pores, like reluctant threads drifting toward the golden dust. The moment this yellowish energy touched the sacred luminescence, a nearly inaudible sound echoed, reminiscent of droplets falling into a bubbling cauldron of oil. That feeble golden light vanished instantaneously, as if cast into a furnace, while the yellowish energy too faded away, as though it had never existed. Two utterly distinct supreme forces engaged in a primal, fierce annihilation battle in an unnoticed corner. Ling Tian's pupils imperceptibly constricted, a shiver originating from the depths of his soul coursed through his limbs. Was this battle truly over? He lifted his gaze, ahead, The violet silhouette of Bai Bai Dong was about to disappear into the shadows of the side door leading to the inner sanctum of the martial arts hall, as if to merge with that eternal nobility and chill. Chapter 24. The fragrance of medicine wafts to soothe the scars of the sword. Gentle words and laughter comfort the lonely heart. Deep within the Pope's hall, in a healing sanctuary reserved for core disciples, mist enveloped the air, and the rich aroma of medicinal herbs became almost palpable, heavily dispersing every inch of space, dispelling the stench of blood and char from the martial arts hall. Within the immense jade-black bathing pool, a viscous potion, reminiscent of molten jade, bubbled and churned, radiating astonishing heat. The surface was anything but tranquil. Fine golden points of light continuously ascended from the depths, bursting forth like miniature stars being born and extinguished within the azure waves. Each explosion of light released a wave of pure, gentle life energy that penetrated deep into the marrow. This was the Pope's prized healing elixir, the 9-turns soul revival soup. Ling Tian was fully immersed in this miraculous potion, with only his shoulders and above exposed. The charred, scabbed skin prickled with an itch and sting under the elixir's influence, as if countless tiny lives were writhing at the wounds, mending them. Within him, the meridians, nearly drained by the violent holy light from the celestial gate, now greedily absorbed the potent vitality contained in the potion, akin to parched earth eagerly drinking in the nourishing rain. Warm currents coursed along the damaged pathways, alleviating the tearing pain, extinguishing the burning embers, bringing forth an indescribable sense of comfort and rebirth. He leaned against the smooth, cool wall of the pool, his tightly wound nerves finally unwinding under the potion's soothing embrace. His eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead, consciousness floating in the warmth. On the verge of slipping into slumber. Ling Tian, how are you feeling? Is it still painful? Liena's crisp voice, imbued with deep concern, rang out by the poolside. She positioned a low stool beside the bath, her light golden braid cascading over her shoulder, the silver bells at the ends gently resting against her attire. Her amber eyes remained fixed on Ling Tian in the pool, filled with compassion and anxiety. In her delicate hands, she held a soft cotton cloth, saturated with warm water, carefully avoiding the gruesome scabs on Ling Tian's neck and shoulders as she tenderly wiped away the dirt and sweat from his face. Her movements were as gentle as a feather's caress, fearful of causing him any pain. As the warm, moist sensation enveloped him, Ling Tian mustered the strength to open his heavy eyelids, meeting Liena's gaze, which brimmed with concern. He attempted a reassuring smile by tugging at the corners of his mouth, but the motion aggravated the wound, eliciting a sharp hiss of pain. It's bearable. His voice was hoarse, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. The medicine was potent, leaving an itch deep within his bones. Itching is a good sign, Elder Ju had declared. It means new flesh is forming. Seeing that he could still speak, Liena's anxious heart eased considerably, her tone becoming lighter, infused with a hint of pride. This is the special 9-turn soul-reviving soup approved by our teacher. We hardly brew a few bowls of it throughout the year at the Spirit Hall. With a flourish, she produced a delicate white jade bowl from an exquisite insulated food container. The bowl cradled a thick, amber-hued soup, exuding a rich meaty aroma interlaced with the scent of exotic herbs. It was the familiar blood-red barbarian beef soup, yet its hue was deeper, and the energy emanating from it was astonishing, clearly made with superior primary and supplementary ingredients. Drink it while it's hot, Liena urged. Elder Ju specifically mentioned that this century-old blood-red dragon rhinoceros soup is most beneficial for replenishing vital energy and restoring internal injuries. You've lost so much blood. You need to replenish it well. She ladled a spoonful, meticulously blowing on it to ensure the temperature was just right before bringing it to Ling Tian's lips. As the soup entered his mouth, it was warm and rich. A torrent of heat surged into his belly, transforming into a flowing warmth that spread through his limbs. Ling Tian felt the icy tips of his fingers beginning to thaw. It was as if his depleted vitality was being infused with a new source, invigorating his spirit. Thank you, Nana Jia, he mumbled, taking successive sips, quickly finishing the bowl under Liena's attentive feeding. The warmth radiated from his stomach, dispelling the last remnants of chill and allowing his taut heartstrings to finally relax. Why are you still being polite with me? Liena playfully glared at him, her charmingly innocent gaze adding a touch of color to Ling Tian's pale face. She set down the empty bowl and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a few dainty pieces of sweet-scented Poria pine nut cake. Here, have a little to fill your stomach. Just drinking soup is not enough. Elder Ju said you shouldn't consume anything too oily right now, and this is perfect. Ling Tian complied, taking a small piece of the cake and savoring it. The sweet, soft texture melted on his tongue, harmoniously blending the nutty aroma of pine nuts with the subtle medicinal flavor of Poria, creating an unexpectedly delightful taste. He leaned against the pool wall, savoring the dual nourishment of the medicinal power coursing through his veins and the warmth of the food, while observing Liena bustling about. Her incessant chatter creating an unprecedented sense of tranquility that washed over his heart like a gentle tide. After enduring tension, struggles, and fears for so long, he felt, at this moment, amidst the fragrant haze of herbs and the girl's tender words, that he could finally lay down all his defenses and burdens. "Nana, sister," Ling Tian suddenly spoke, his voice still hoarse yet imbued with a lightness born of survival. "We don't have to leave." Liena, who had been tidying up the food box, paused, lifting her gaze to meet Ling Tian's eyes, which, though weary, shone with an extraordinary brightness. In an instant, she comprehended his meaning, nodding vigorously, her amber eyes curving into crescent moons, sparkling with pure joy and pride. "Yes, we don't have to leave. Brother Ling Tian, you are incredible. You did it. You made that arrogant Qian Renxue admit defeat. Just look at her in the end. Serves her right." She shook her tiny fist in triumph, as if she had won a battle, but then a shadow of concern crossed her face. "However, you were too reckless. That last strike was terrifying. I thought her voice trailed off, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's all right now. It's all in the past," Ling Tian said, warmth spreading in his heart as he observed her worried expression. He clumsily attempted to comfort her. "See? I'm perfectly fine, just relaxing here. With such a wonderful chef like Sister Nana attending to me." "Who is attending to you?" Liena chuckled through her tears, playfully tapping the edge of the pool, before curiously asking, "By the way, Brother Ling Tian, that final strike, the one that shattered her so-called sacred ring of radiance, how did you accomplish it? I didn't even catch a glimpse of it. It felt so magical, like bursting a soap bubble." Mentioning the breaking sword technique, Ling Tian's spirit sword. Once the tight strings of tension were released, a long-suppressed desire to share and express himself surged forth. He was no longer the orphan struggling in the garbage heaps of Blackstone Town, nor the apprentice trembling under the Pope's oppressive authority. He had just repelled the heir of the angel god with a mere wooden sword before the gaze of countless onlookers. A smug smile crept across Ling Tian's face, a mix of youthful pride and a hint of the cunning unique to those who traverse worlds. "Well, Sister Nana, it's quite simple really. Have you ever seen someone poke a bubble in water?" "A bubble?" Liena tilted her head, puzzled. "Yes, that round, floating bubble on the surface of the water." Ling Tian gestured, illustrating its seemingly solid form. "It looks robust, doesn't it? But its most vulnerable point is at its peak, when it's fully inflated. All it takes is a gentle poke with a needle or a fingernail, and pop. It bursts with hardly any effort." As he spoke, he mimicked the action with his uninjured left hand, his expression exaggerated. Qian Renxue's swirling sacred ring may appear intimidating, but the principle is quite similar. She spins with remarkable speed and grace, yet there exists a crucial moment where the force must be transmitted and transformed, akin to the apex of a swelling bubble. My master, His Holiness the Pope, once imparted to me that the instant she channels her energy through her waist and hips is when she is at her most vulnerable, much like the pinnacle of a bubble. If I can pinpoint that precise moment and strike with the swiftness of a needle and the concentration of my entire force, I can puncture through effortlessly." Ling Tian spoke with growing excitement, gesticulating animatedly, splattering potion everywhere. There is no need to clash directly. At that moment, her old strength has been exhausted, and her new strength has yet to manifest, resembling a bubble at its fullest. One poke, and it bursts. Thus, I utilized the burst technique, channeling all my energy to the tip of my sword, and lo and behold, I indeed managed to let the air out. He vividly illustrated the scene, embellishing it with exaggerated sound effects and animated gestures, transforming a perilous sword duel into a mere game of popping bubbles. Liena was thoroughly amused, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the fragrant apothecary. "Puffed, popping bubbles? Little brother Ling Tian, you are quite the storyteller. If Qian Renxue were to learn that you likened her holy ring to a soap bubble, she would surely be furious." "Ha!" Tears of laughter streamed down her cheeks as she wiped her eyes, pointing at Ling Tian. "But your imagery is so vivid. Upon reflection, it does seem quite accurate." "Ha!" Observing Liena's carefree laughter, completely devoid of decorum, Ling Tian couldn't help but break into a grin, even if it tugged at his wounds. Yet the joy within him was indescribable. This delightful exchange, being understood and bringing joy to others, felt truly wonderful. "And there's more," Ling Tian continued, as if ready to unleash a torrent of long-held, fantastical ideas from another realm. "Sister Nana, don't you think the spirit hall has too many rules? Rising before dawn for morning prayers, bowing to that colossal angel statue. It's so large that it feels as if my waist might snap. Sometimes, I am so drowsy that I could easily doze off standing. Once, in a daze, I nearly crashed into Brother Shiyue's back. His armor is so rigid, had I collided, I would surely have a bump on my forehead. He rubbed his brow, his expression exaggerated with lingering trepidation. Liena envisioned the scene and couldn't help but giggle. If Brother Shiyue knew you mistook him for a pillar, his icy demeanor would surely grow even colder. Indeed. Ling Tian splashed the water surface with a hand. And let us talk about meals. The rules are excessive. It's one thing to refrain from speaking while eating, but even the etiquette of using chopsticks is stringent. The left hand cannot touch the table, and one must not make noise while drinking soup. Back when I was in Blackstone Town, I would squat in a corner, happily slurping from a broken bowl. Now, dining feels like a battle. Fearing any sound might provoke the elder's scolding. It's utterly suffocating. He imitated the stern expression of the instructor, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room with uncanny precision. Liena laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Oh dear, Ling Tian, please stop mimicking him. I'm in stitches. However, you are right. Those old fogies can indeed be quite bothersome, don't you think? Ling Tian, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit, became even more animated. And then there's Brother Yen. His flames embody the essence of manly romance. Explosions are nothing short of art. The training ground is nearly scorched bald from his antics. Last time, while practicing his new soul skill, he nearly incinerated the Pope's beloved moonlight blue flowers in the garden next door. Elder Ju was so frightened. His face turned a shade of green as he chased after Yen throughout the Pope's hall. What a spectacle that was. He vividly described how Yen, pursued by Elder Ju, scrambled in a panic, smoke billowing from his hair, causing Liena to laugh so hard she could barely breathe, her shoulders shaking as she leaned over the edge of the pool. And what else? She asked, still chuckling, her amber eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ling Tian delved into his memory, skillfully weaving in cold jokes and amusing anecdotes he had heard in his past life, cleverly integrating the names of the Spirit Hall's personnel and locations, embellishing the tales with flair. Why did the soft-boned rabbit crash into the tree? Because it couldn't make a sharp turn. And why do the Minji clan members run the fastest? Because their creditors are always hot on their heels. Although some of the jokes might have eluded Liena's grasp of the background, Ling Tian's exaggerated expressions and body language, combined with the absurdity of the stories themselves, kept her in fits of laughter. Inside the quiet room, the lingering aroma of medicine mingled with the rising steam. Yet, rather than the weight of pain, the atmosphere was filled with the carefree laughter of youth. Ling Tian's hoarse laughter intertwined with Liena's melodious, bell-like giggles, dispelling all gloom and pressure. Exhausted from laughing, Liena lay softly by the pool, resting her chin on her arms, her face turned towards Ling Tian. The steam enveloped her rosy cheeks, while a few playful strands of golden hair clung to her forehead, her amber eyes still shimmering with residual mirth, glistening like stars. Ling Tian, she said, her voice laced with a lazy warmth and a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. You are so knowledgeable, and your words are particularly delightful. Being with you makes even the most troubling matters seem trivial. Ling Tian, immersed in the warm medicinal liquid, gazed at the unguarded, innocent smile of the girl so close to him. The string of loneliness and vigilance within him softened and melted away in the embrace of the steamy air and her sincere words. It's because you are here, Sister Nana, he murmured, his tone imbued with a newfound relaxation and sincerity. With you around, this place feels like home. Liena paused slightly, her blush deepening, resembling the finest rouge applied to her cheeks. She averted her gaze in a fluster, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she mumbled softly, Who said we are of the same family? Smooth talker. Yet, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed the joy within her heart. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her skirt as if to conceal her emotions. The medicine, its effect is nearly complete. Let me assist you out. Elder Ju said that soaking for too long is not advisable. The wound still needs to be treated with the dragon essence and jade skin ointment. She extended her hand, her voice gentle. With her gentle support, Ling Tian struggled to rise from the medicinal pool. The warm liquid cascaded down his body, revealing the newly formed skin beneath. A healthy shade of pink. Though patches of pale red flesh and partially shed scabs remained visible, it was a stark contrast to his previous dire state. The well-defined muscle contours emerged subtly through the mist. Unintentionally, Liena's gaze swept over him, causing her cheeks to flush even more. In a flurry, she grabbed a large, soft bath towel nearby and awkwardly wrapped it around Ling Tian, her actions imbued with the innocent shyness and clumsy tenderness characteristic of youth. Hurry, dry off, or you'll catch a chill, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Ling Tian, noticing the redness at her ears, felt warmth envelop his heart. Clumsily, he dried himself with the towel, and with Liena's assistance, donned a clean, soft white cotton healing garment. Subsequently, She meticulously applied the cooling and invigorating dragon essence and jade skin ointment to his more severe wounds, particularly the deep burns on his right arm and chest. The icy ointment met his skin, delivering a wave of soothing relief. Her fingertips trembled slightly, yet her touch was remarkably gentle, as if handling a fragile treasure. Once everything was properly tended to, the moonlight filtered through the tall windows, casting a serene glow within the quiet chamber. Liena tidied up, looking at Ling Tian, who leaned against the soft couch, weary yet at peace. She spoke softly, "Rest well, I will be next door. Call me if you need anything." Ling Tian nodded. Watching as Liena approached the door, the soft golden braid of her hair glistening in the moonlight. "Sister Nana," he suddenly called out. Liena paused and turned back. "Thank you," he said, his gaze clear and warm, truly. Liena smiled radiantly, akin to a lily blooming under the moonlight, pure and beautiful. She didn't say anything further, gently closing the door behind her. The room returned to tranquility, filled only with the faint scent of medicine and Ling Tian's steady breathing. Though his body remained fatigued, his spirit felt unusually relaxed. Leaning against the soft cushion, he gazed at the cool moonlight outside, sensing the medicinal energy and newfound strength flowing within him. There was no need to leave anymore. Here, where a strict yet responsible mentor resided, where a stubborn yet kind-hearted senior brother dwelt, where elder Ju chased after Yin, and where Sister Nana brought warmth, joy, and concern for him, it truly began to feel like a place he could call home. The tension that had gripped his mind for far too long finally dissipated, yielding to an overwhelming weariness that washed over him like a gentle tide. Ling Tian's eyelids grew heavier, and his consciousness gradually sank into a warm, tranquil darkness. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, a remnant of his relaxation. However, just as he was on the brink of slumber, at 1/4 the hour of the dog, the stillness of the Pope's chamber was abruptly pierced by a chilling, tranquil voice. Echoing like a brand seared into the depths of his soul, without warning, it resonated with clarity, as if whispered directly into his ear. Ling Tian jolted awake, snapping back from the precipice of drowsiness. His heart raced violently, as if gripped by an icy hand. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the window, where the cold moonlight had silently traversed past its zenith. Chapter 25. The knight knocks at the Purple Palace to listen to the mysteries, striving to break all laws as the path begins to illuminate. At 1/4 the hour of the dog, within the depths of the Pope's palace, silence reigned supreme. The once hallowed and majestic hall, now divided by immense shadows and scant moonlight, exuded an aura that was both solemn and heart-stirring. The frigid ebony tiles seemed to absorb all warmth, while the air hung heavy, punctuated only by the sporadic clinking of distant armored sentinels. Marking the passage of time like the ticking of a clock, Ling Tian stood before the massive door of the Amethyst Palace. The warmth bestowed by the herbal bath during the day had long since faded, and every joint and muscle within him silently lamented. Beneath the charred skin, new flesh throbbed with a prickling discomfort, while the veins scorched by divine light felt as though they were being pierced repeatedly by countless tiny icicles. Each breath pulling at the lingering, unhealed wounds within his chest, delivering a tearing, suffocating pain. He inhaled the frigid air, trying to suppress the heartbeat that threatened to burst forth from his throat. His right hand instinctively clenched, the palm damp with icy sweat, reminiscent of the lifeless chill he had felt when wielding the Xuanyuan Sword, ultimately engulfed by the flood of holy light. The door to the palace slid open silently, revealing an even deeper darkness beyond, akin to the gullet of a colossal beast. Ling Tian swallowed hard and stepped inside. The interior was not entirely shrouded in darkness. High above, several sparse moonstone crystals emitted a ghostly, faint glow, barely illuminating the ground. The vastness of the space was daunting, each footfall echoing sharply against the tiles, creating a disquieting resonance, as if he were treading upon a taut drumskin. His gaze was instinctively drawn toward the innermost recesses of the hall. There, rather than the amethyst throne symbolizing the Pope's authority, a resplendent figure clad in purple sat quietly upon a grand chair fashioned from the solid, obsidian-like bones of a soul beast. The backrest soared high, resembling the folded wings of a bat, casting a shadow that seemed to envelop the entire figure of Bibi Dong in the dim light. Bibi Dong faced the deepest darkness of the hall, her back turned to the door, seated in serene stillness, devoid of any movement or even the faintest ripple of spiritual power. Yet, an intangible pressure, colder than the ebony tiles and heavier than the night outside, surged through the hall like a tangible tide, silently permeating every corner of the grand space. It was not a deliberate release, but rather an aura inherent to her existence, one that had been tempered through slaughter and power. Merely approaching her, Ling Tian felt his blood flow slow, his body instinctively yearning to curl up in submission. He halted 10 steps away from the dark skeletal throne, as if an invisible wall separated them. With each step closer, the sense of reverence and insignificance stemming from primal instincts intensified. "Your Holiness," Ling Tian managed to utter, his voice hoarse and dry, sounding exceptionally faint in the vast hall. The figure upon the throne finally responded, though she did not turn to face him. Instead, a voice, cold and devoid of any ripple, pierced through the silence like the delicate sound of ice cracking, directly reaching Ling Tian's eardrums with an uncanny clarity that instantly calmed his racing heart and froze his chaotic thoughts. "How do you feel about today's battle?" The question struck at the core, void of any preamble or emotion. Ling Tian's heart constricted sharply. The harrowing images of the fierce battle from earlier surged in his mind. The icy scorn in Renxue's gaze, the overwhelming pressure of the angelic sacred sword, the desperate fluctuation of the Xuanyuan shield beneath the divine light's judgment, the helplessness as the gravitational field of the mountains and rivers was effortlessly torn apart by the gates of the celestial kingdom, and finally, the chilling sensation of being consumed by the purifying light, teetering on the brink of death. All the humiliation, bitterness, fear, and the last vestiges of stubborn defiance mingled with the excruciating pain in his body, surging like boiling magma within his chest. He opened his mouth, wishing to lament, to complain about the chasm of soul power, to denounce Renxue's bullying. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, they were stifled by the frigid pressure enveloping the hall. It suddenly dawned on him that what Bibi Dong desired was not this futile outpouring of emotion. He forced himself to regain composure, his pain-ridden mind racing under the weight of pressure, replaying every detail of the battle from earlier, particularly the seemingly flawless sword strikes of Renxue, which he had managed to identify flaws within, as if viewed in slow motion. Ling Tian's voice remained hoarse, yet now bore a hint of a strained steadiness. "I have seen her flaws." He paused, as if organizing his thoughts, or perhaps recalling that fleeting glimpse amidst the clash of blades. Her swordsmanship was formidable, extraordinarily swift, imbued with a sense of pure sanctity, as though everything was meant to be judged and purified. Ling Tian endeavored to articulate that sensation. Each attack felt as if the weight of the entire sky bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. However, his tone abruptly shifted, sharp and incisive as if he had been driven to a desperate edge. In the moment of her power's transition, when she exerted force from her hips, at the point where the old strength had waned and the new had yet to arise, I saw it. Ling Tian's eyes shone with startling brightness under the dim light, as if ablaze with two undying flames. It was akin to a bubble inflated to its utmost limit, appearing solid, yet fundamentally fragile. No matter how swiftly and smoothly her sacred halo spun, at the moment the power reached its apex, it was at its most vulnerable. Her second soul skill, the sacred flame of atonement, wielded a fiery greatsword of tremendous power. However, the very nodes through which her soul energy flowed represented the most unstable points. As he spoke with increasing fervor, a hint of excitement tinged his voice, as if he sought to validate his discovery before the authorities. I utilized the collapse technique to concentrate all my strength into a singular point, piercing forth like the tip of a needle, just as one punctures the apex of a bubble. Her attack was indeed interrupted. It was even detonated. Yet, the thrill of this revelation was but a fleeting moment, swiftly engulfed by a more profound sense of helplessness. The light in Ling Tian's eyes dimmed rapidly, his voice heavy with bitterness. "But it is futile. I can perceive that point, I can time it precisely. I can even channel my strength through the most fundamental of motions." He lifted his right hand, gazing at the bandaged skin that still oozed blood from his tiger's mouth. "Yet I cannot harm her. My sword is simply too weak," he murmured, his tone laced with defeat. Even when employing the profound yellow aura of the Xuanyuan Sword to gather the flames of the people to counter her sacred light judgment, it was akin to paper, easily pierced through in mere moments. My mountains and rivers, intended to suppress her great sword of flames, were utterly shattered by the tremor of her soul power. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the darkness of the hall's ceiling, beholding the final purifying light that consumed all. That last strike was no mere soul skill. It was a divine decree of heavenly retribution. I witnessed the judgmental will embedded within that stream of light, observed its trajectory of purification, but what use was it? My profound yellow aura could not withstand it, nor could my body. I was completely submerged before even catching a glimpse of the flaw. Ling Tian clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, using the pain to suppress the bone-deep sense of powerlessness. It felt akin to an ant, discerning the trajectory of a dragon's attack, even pinpointing the softest scales beneath its armor. Yet the ant's bite was insufficient even to tickle the dragon. A mere breath from the dragon, and the ant would cease to exist. The hall fell into a brief silence, with only Ling Tian's voice, imbued with unwillingness and bitterness, slowly dissipating into the vastness. In the darkness, the purple figure seated upon the obsidian throne remained utterly motionless. After a moment, Bibi Dong's cold voice echoed once more, flowing like an icy spring over smooth pebbles. Understanding is commendable. Merely 4 words, devoid of praise or condemnation. You have discerned the flaws, observed the nodes of power flow, perceived the weaknesses in the transitions of her technique. This represents insight, perception, and adaptability in the heat of battle. In the realm of skill, you have touched upon the threshold. A tremor coursed through Ling Tian's heart, a flicker of warmth arising from the recognition, only to be extinguished by the subsequent words. However, Bibi Dong's voice suddenly turned frigid, like icicles piercing the bone. What you perceive is but an illusion, a castle in the air. You deem her sword techniques powerful and divine? They are merely the afterglow of her vast soul power. You claim there are flaws in her transitions? Those flaws, which you see as fatal points, are but insignificant ripples beneath the overwhelming support of her boundless soul power, easily smoothed over by an even stronger torrent of energy. You assert that your collapse technique struck her weakness? Had she not harbored disdain and exerted her full strength? Had she not relied on her status and refrained from employing her advanced soul techniques? Your paltry force would not have stirred even the slightest ripple against the protective soul barrier she commanded. Each word struck like a heavy hammer upon Ling Tian's heart, shattering the fragile confidence he had gleaned from perceiving a flaw. As for the final command of the Celestial Kingdom, Bibi Dong's voice carried a chilling mockery. It transcended mere soul technique, manifesting as the judgmental light summoned by angelic divine power. Its essence lay in using vast soul energy as fuel to ignite a spark of divine will. You perceive the trajectory? You grasp the intent? What of it? Before absolute power, all skill, insight, and cunning are but illusions. Do you understand why you cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon her? Bibi Dong's voice suddenly ascended, resonating like thunder across the heavens, echoing within Ling Tian's very soul. It is not due to your lack of vision, nor your inadequacy in skill. It is solely because your soul power is woefully weak. Weak as an ant, weak as dust. In the Douluo Continent, soul power reigns supreme. Soul power is the quintessence of the world's vitality, the wellspring of martial soul strength. It forms the foundation of soul rings and the essence of soul techniques. All great power emanates from the depth and purity of soul power. Her voice carried a frigid certainty that pierced through the ages. So-called techniques, so-called skills, so-called insights are merely extensions of soul power application. They are embellishments upon the existing splendor. Without a robust foundation of soul power, even the most exquisite technique is naught but a rootless weed, a fleeting illusion in water, collapsing at the slightest touch. One force can dismantle myriad methods. No amount of skill can compare to a single surge of soul power. No matter how you transform, I shall prevail with sheer strength. Boom. These resounding 5 words struck like a divine thunder, cleaving through Ling Tian's chaotic consciousness. The harrowing scenes of the brutal battle by daylight were instantly illuminated by these 5 words. Why could he perceive flaws yet not harm his opponent? Why did the Xuanyuan shield shatter in an instant? Why did the gravitational field of mountains and rivers feel as fragile as paper? Why was he ultimately denied even the right to struggle? The root of it all was glaringly clear: soul power. The 3 soul rings of Qian Renxue, especially the purple 1,000-year soul ring representing an overwhelming quantity and qualitative transformation of soul power, stood in stark contrast to his own feeble and superficial soul power of merely level 20. Akin to the vast expanse of a galaxy compared to the glimmer of a firefly. Skill, flaw. In the face of an absolute chasm of power, they hold no significance. It is like attempting to pierce steel with a mere straw, like trying to extinguish a volcano with a single drop of water. One force can dismantle myriad methods. Ling Tian murmured these 5 words repeatedly, his body trembling from the immense impact. The confusion, unwillingness, and perplexity in his gaze melted away like snow, replaced by an almost enlightening clarity. He suddenly raised his head, gazing at the figure seated in the depths of darkness. His eyes ablaze with an unprecedented desire and determination. Your Majesty, I understand now. Soul power is the foundation of all strength. Indeed, a faint response emanated from the darkness, as if merely confirming his comprehension. Today, I summoned you for 2 reasons: to witness your post-battle enlightenment, and to ascertain your bond with your martial soul. The Xuanyuan Sword, a source of boundless power and profound will, is incomparable to ordinary martial souls. Today, your ability to summon its mysterious essence, uniting the flames of countless souls and reshaping the landscape, though feeble, has shown that this sword does not wholly reject you. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Her voice carried a penetrating sharpness, You now barely grasped the hilt of an unparalleled divine weapon, lacking even the qualifications to wield it. Your so-called soul skills are but a protective response born from the primal will of the martial soul in your moment of peril, not the true power governed by your own will and soul force. Ling Tian felt a chill in his heart. Reflecting on the day, whether conjuring a shield or a gravity field, it was indeed a reflexive counterattack of the Xuanyuan Sword under the immense pressure of Renxue. He had merely passively provided soul power as fuel, not even guiding it, let alone controlling it. The upcoming training, Bibi Dong's voice resonated like a final decree. Resolute and unwavering, dismissing all distractions and focusing on two matters. First, hone your soul power. Eradicate the clutter and refine the essence. Your 20-level soul power is but an empty facade, as insubstantial as a sand tower, operating as sluggishly as a mire. This is a fatal flaw. Only when your soul power is tempered to its purest form, flowing as smoothly as a natural extension of yourself, will you be qualified to discuss further. Second, communicate with your martial soul. Calm your heart and mind, using soul power as a guide and will as a bridge. Endeavor to truly touch the primal will of the Xuanyuan Sword, to comprehend the vastness of humanity it embodies, to grasp its sharpness capable of dismantling myriad laws. This is not merely a reactive response, but an active resonance, a trial of mastery. Even if it's just to wield a thread of genuine Xuanyuan Sword energy for your own use, it far surpasses the coarse barrier of soul power you possess today. Ling Tian felt an immense pressure, heavier than any training he had endured before, crashing down upon his shoulders. Yet this weight no longer instilled fear or confusion. Rather, it ignited within him the flame of ambition to grow stronger. The disciple understood. He straightened his still aching spine. His voice hoarse yet resolute. I will exert every effort to refine my soul power and communicate with my martial soul. A faint acknowledgement followed. The hall fell into a profound silence once more, the invisible pressure seemingly retracting slightly. Go, Bibi Dong's voice returned to its usual indifference. Do not neglect your medicinal baths and nourishment. Healing is also a form of cultivation. Yes, thank you for your guidance. Ling Tian bowed deeply, then turned, dragging his weary and pained body step by step toward the open hall door. The moonlight once again bathed him, casting a long shadow behind him. Just as he was about to step out of the hall, a cold, calm voice, like a persistent shadow, precisely pierced his ears once more. Remember, a sword is ultimately a weapon. It is always the wielder who holds power, and strength is the essence of grasping this weapon tightly. Ling Tian's steps faltered almost imperceptibly. He did not turn back, but nodded vigorously, his figure vanishing into the darkness beyond the hall. The enormous amethyst doors silently closed behind him, sealing off the two worlds within and without. On the ebony throne, Bibi Dong slowly opened her profound purple eyes. In the dim light, a complex ripple quietly unfurled deep within her eyes, only to swiftly return to a frosty silence. Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the cold skeletal armrest, her gaze seemingly penetrating the thick palace walls, directed towards the sanctuary. The night deepened further. The immense silhouette of the papal palace stood silently beneath the stars and moon, akin to a slumbering behemoth, awaiting dawn while brewing a silent storm. Chapter 26. The moon illuminates the empty courtyard. Understanding the source, the soul sea sinks into sand, constructing a new heaven. The moonlight, like silk, poured coldly into this secluded courtyard deep within the papal palace. The harshness of the martial hall by day, the oppressive aura of the papal palace, was quietly washed away by this gentle radiance, leaving only the chirping of insects and the occasional soft clink of distant guards' armor. Reminiscent of a dripping water clock, Ling Tian trudged forward with heavy steps, shattering the moonlight scattered across the ground. With each step, he felt the lingering pain throughout his body. The warmth brought by the medicinal bath had long dissipated under the bone-chilling cold and weight of the papal palace, leaving only profound exhaustion and a sense of having survived a catastrophe. The new flesh beneath the bandages throbbed with prickling pain. The meridians scorched by divine light felt as if pierced repeatedly by countless tiny icy needles, each breath accompanied by a tearing ache in his chest. He gasped, as though striving to expel the residual chill and the sacred brilliance from the papal palace that lingered in his lungs. One force breaks myriad laws. The 5 words, cold and clear as a divine decree, were imprinted deep within his soul, reverberating like a great bell in the chaos of his mind. The vivid imagery of that brutal battle replayed uncontrollably, each detail infused with a new, cruel interpretation by those 5 words. He saw it. He truly saw it. The seemingly flawless holy halo of Renxue, at the moment of power transition, appeared as fragile as a bubble stretched to its limit. He had timed it perfectly. With the most basic technique, he concentrated all his strength and that meager soul power into a single point, piercing forth with the ferocity of a needle. He even succeeded. That rapidly spinning golden halo, imbued with the will of judgment, struck the target, causing the light to momentarily falter and become chaotic, as if a bubble had been punctured. Yet what was the use? That gathered force collided with Renxue's protective soul barrier, like a clay ox entering the sea, stirring not even the slightest ripple. The opponent merely swayed slightly, and the vast soul power effortlessly smoothed over that flaw. The holy halo resumed its flow. Even the rebound force caused his mouth to split. Technique? Flaw. In the face of absolute power, they were as fragile as a jest. He exerted all his strength, invoking the primal essence of the Xuanyuan Sword, manifesting a shield shadow that embodied the aspirations of countless people. The shield's shadow was heavy, flowing with the essence of yellow and black, imbued with indomitable will. Yet, when Renxue's colossal sword of radiant divine judgment came crashing down, it merely held for less than 3 breaths before shattering. The seemingly solid yellow shield, akin to glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly became marred with a web of cracks, before shattering explosively under the blinding holy light, dispersing into the vastness as ethereal yellow energy. The chasm of disparity in soul power, an insurmountable divide between quantity and qualitative transformation, was laid bare. How could the feeble 20-level soul power, riddled with flaws, withstand the divine judgment imbued with the potency of millennia-old soul rings? Ultimately, the resplendent portal of the celestial kingdom, which consumed all, revealed its trajectory to him. Did he perceive the purifying intent of judgment? Yet, what significance did that hold before such overwhelming power? Akin to a cascade of stars infused with divine will, he found himself devoid of even the slightest opportunity to discern the cracks in its veneer. His body was instantaneously ensnared, consciousness crushed beneath divine might, leaving him to helplessly witness the all-consuming radiance engulf him entirely. In the world of Douluo Continent, soul power reigns supreme. Soul power, the quintessence of the world's vital energy, serves as the wellspring of martial spirit strength. It is the foundation of soul rings and the essence of soul skills. All great power emanates from the richness and purity of soul power. Bibidong's icy words sliced through the fallacies of his previous understanding with surgical precision. Ling Tian, in agony, shut his eyes, resting his forehead against his cold knees, his body trembling slightly from the overwhelming upheaval of realization and intense self-denial. He recalled his earlier thoughts, now appearing so ludicrous and naive. He had believed that with the exquisite sword techniques from his past life and the so-called philosophy of no technique surpassing technique, he could establish himself in this world, compensate for his lack of soul power, and even challenge the very rules of existence. He fancied himself the protagonist of a tale, capable of disregarding the fundamental laws of this realm, altering fate through sheer skill. Just as he had, the night before, summoned a wisp of yellow sword energy that pierced through a sturdy wooden post, he had reveled in the belief that he had discovered a shortcut, a means to transcend brute force through technique. In hindsight, that was but a fleeting illusion. What was that wisp of yellow sword energy? It was the primal force of the Xuanyuan Sword, a power that transcended his own level of soul power, belonging to the martial spirit itself. He, Ling Tian, was merely an unqualified wielder of the sword, barely grasping its hilt. What he had summoned was the sword's power, not his own. Like a child who inadvertently stumbles upon a divine weapon, wildly swinging it to sever branches. But does that reflect the child's true strength or skill? It does not. Once faced with a genuine adversary, or if the divine weapon were to slip from his grasp or refuse his command, he would remain that fragile child. In the realm of Douluo Continent, the rule is power. It is soul power. Here, the strong do not need to pursue the lofty ideal of transcending the sword through technique, as depicted in the martial novels of his past life. They possess soul power. They have soul rings. They wield soul skills. A title Douluo, with a mere flick of their hand, can unleash a gale infused with boundless soul power capable of shattering mountains. What need is there for intricate techniques? Renxue, relying solely on the protective energy emanating from her soul power, could effortlessly nullify all of his exerted strength. What complex defensive techniques were necessary? Lei Pejuan's seemingly simplistic yet brutal techniques of mountain splitting and river breaking wielded earth-shattering might. What lay at the core of such power? He possessed a level of prowess akin to that of a legendary warrior, with a terrifying soul force as solid as steel as its foundation. Without the vast reservoir of soul power to sustain it, even the most exquisite techniques in exertion amount to nothing more than mere ornamentation. I was wrong, gravely mistaken. He murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and parched, imbued with bitterness and regret. He had previously fixated on sword techniques, obsessed with skill, and preoccupied with how to compensate for his lack of strength with finesse, even subconsciously underestimating the brute force of this world. He believed himself to be extraordinary, a transcendent traveler with advanced ideals, capable of forging a unique path. He had lost sight of the fundamentals. He deemed the most essential and powerful source of strength, the soul power, as secondary. His soul power, muddled and sluggish like a quagmire at level 20, was his greatest shortcoming, his most fatal flaw. Like a tower constructed of sand, it appeared to rise 20 stories, yet a single gust of wind could bring it crashing down. Bibi Dong was correct, possessing a treasure trove, yet failing to excavate its riches. With soul power as disordered as mire, unable even to achieve the most basic compression. What use was level 20? And regarding soul skills, Ling Tian recalled the sensation of coalescing the aspirations of the masses and the essence of mountains and rivers. That was not a soul skill he wielded actively. It was a protective response born from the terrifying pressure of Qian Renxue, a manifestation of the original intent of the Xuanyuan Sword in times of crisis. His understanding and communication with his martial soul were pitifully shallow. His application of soul power was exceedingly crude. He resembled a beggar sitting atop a mountain of gold, only knowing how to wield it as a bludgeon, utterly ignorant of how to smelt it into a sharp weapon, to refine soul power, to eradicate the muddle, to distill the essence, to communicate with the martial soul, to calm the mind, using soul power as a guide and will as a bridge. Bibidong's final command loomed like a lighthouse in the darkness, illuminating his soul direction. Ling Tian abruptly lifted his head, the confusion, reluctance, and grievance in his eyes receding like a tide, replaced by an almost obsessive determination and fierce resolve. He struggled to rise from the ground, staggering toward the window. The cool moonlight bathed his pale, yet taut face. His gaze fell upon the white waxwood sword resting on the weapon rack in the corner. Ling Tian approached, extending his hand to grasp the icy sword hilt. He did not, as the previous night, attempt to recall the 9 forms of Xuanyuan Foundation. Nor did he try to communicate with the Xuanyuan sword soul deep within his consciousness. He simply held it quietly, feeling the texture of the wood and his own frailty. Then, he summoned the muddled soul power residing within his dantian, akin to directing a disorganized militia, struggling and sluggishly attempting to condense and compress it, even if just a wisp, to infuse into the wooden sword. The process was exceedingly arduous. The soul power, like a wild stallion, rampaged through his meridians, causing waves of pain. After much effort, he managed to guide a small stream into the wooden sword, which merely flickered with a dim, impure radiance of bronze and silver intermingling, the light fluctuating violently, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, unable to pierce through anything, let alone maintain stability. On the verge of dissipating at any moment. Ling Tian roared, exerting all his will to forcefully sustain it. The chaotic sphere of soul power ultimately spiraled out of control, detonating feebly at the tip of the sword, stirring up a mere wisp of insignificant airflow that barely disturbed the dust on the ground. Observing this scene, Ling Tian felt no trace of discouragement. Instead, an even fiercer flame ignited within him. This was his current state. This was the fundamental aspect he must alter. No longer would he attempt. He simply gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Soul power, he murmured softly, akin to the most devout of believers reciting sacred verses. He approached the table and picked up the empty jade bowl that Liena had delivered earlier, containing remnants of the medicinal essence of the herbal broth. The bowl's walls still radiated a lingering warmth and the refreshing scent of herbs. He caressed the bowl's surface, savoring the warmth brought forth by such care. Here, there was a strict yet responsible teacher, and there was his sister Nana, who would worry for him and fight valiantly to protect him. This place was worth his utmost effort, he whispered to himself, his gaze growing ever more resolute. He gently set down the jade bowl, casting his eyes once more towards the boundless night sky and the cool, luminous moon. Refining soul power, communicating with the martial soul. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the moonlight and his unwavering determination into his very being, etching it into his marrow. From tomorrow onward. No. From this very moment. He hesitated no longer, settling cross-legged upon the cold bed, banishing all distractions. His consciousness sank into his dantian, no longer contemplating intricate sword techniques, nor yearning for the primal might of the Xuanyuan sword. All his focus concentrated on the murky depths of his 20 levels of soul power. Like the most clumsy yet persistent craftsman, he began to endeavor, using the invisible hands of his will to stir the mire, to discern and eliminate the impurities that did not belong to him and hindered the flow, to perceive the faintest fluctuations of soul power, to attempt to guide and untangle them, allowing them to gradually settle and coalesce from scattered silt. This process was monotonous, painful, and progress agonizingly slow. Each foray of his will felt akin to trudging through viscous mud, draining immense mental energy. The sluggishness and slight pain brought on by the forced refinement of soul power through his meridians relentlessly tormented his nerves. Yet, he gritted his teeth. Fueled by the fierce tenacity that emerged when pushed to the brink, bolstered by his unshakable belief in Bibi Dong's words, and driven by the obsession to not disappoint Hu Liena's efforts in the Pope's Hall, he persevered resolutely. Time slipped away silently in this struggle. The moonlight quietly shifted, elongating and distorting the shadows in the room. Ling Tian's consciousness gradually sank into an abyss of extreme focus and fatigue. In a daze, he seemed to behold an expansive ocean. The water was murky and turbulent, a chaotic swirl of silt and foam. Each tide surged with destructive force, unable to create the stable and powerful currents necessary to propel a great ship forward, embodying the disarray of the 20 levels of soul power within him. Deep in the ocean's depths, an ancient giant sword's phantom floated silently, radiating an aura of profound and heavy yellowish energy, akin to a stabilizing needle for the sea. Yet obscured by the murky waters, its brilliance dimmed, representing the dormant soul of the Xuanyuan Sword. Refined, distilled, and communicated, murmurs akin to dreams spilled from his lips. He seemed to transform into a giant, standing at the edge of a turbulent sea of soul power, commencing to construct barriers, redirect flows, and settle the chaos in the most primal manner. His endeavor was to tame this tempestuous mire, purify it, and transmute it into a clear ocean, navigable by colossal vessels and capable of powering divine swords. In this liminal state, where both spirit and body teetered on the brink of utter exhaustion, night enveloped the surroundings. Profound as ink, the courtyard lay silent, save for the youth's heavy yet gradually steadying breaths and the silent tempest of soul power surging within his consciousness, heralding the commencement of a genuine and arduous cultivation that delved into the very essence of power. Chapter 27. The Path of the Mysterious and the Yellow, a soul difficult to gather, the solitary echo in the valley in the faint light of dawn. It resembled molten gold flowing over the contours of the sacred mountain in the spirit soul city, casting warm, mottled halos upon the vast obsidian dome of the martial hall and the frigid tiles below. The air was imbued with the refreshing essence of awakening flora, cool and invigorating, dispelling the last remnants of the preceding night's chilling atmosphere and sanguine scent. Ling Tian stepped onto the polished, mirror-like obsidian floor of the martial hall, which concealed an undercurrent of coldness and rigidity. His strides were notably steadier, no longer as ephemeral as the previous day. 3 months of nourishing medicinal cuisine and hellish training had forged this body, once ravaged by divine light, into a resilient form anew. The charred remnants and ghastly scabs had long faded, replaced by newly woven tendons beneath the skin, now more robust, while deep within his bones lay a solidified essence, honed through relentless refinement. Yet, within this vibrant physique, the void and stagnation regarding the essence of power lingered like a chronic ailment, refusing to be dispelled. An unprecedented vastness. Within the immense martial hall, only the echo of his footsteps gently reverberated beneath the dome, colliding against the frigid walls before dissipating into silence. The grandeur of yesterday's thousand-rin snow, the fierce clashes of sword energies, the explosive roars of power, and the clamorous crowd, all sounds seemed to be wiped away in an instant by an invisible hand, leaving behind this stillness, imbued with the unique chill of obsidian. Sunlight streamed through the high-hanging soul-guiding lamps and the expansive glass windows, forming distinct beams of light, within which dust particles floated silently, swirling like the most delicate annotations of time's passage. Amidst this peculiar tranquility, a vibrant hue broke the monotony of the cold scene. Akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, Hu Liena leaned against a stout, intricately carved stone pillar within the martial hall. She was not adorned in her usual vibrant attire but had donned a practical moon-white fitted training outfit, the supple fabric accentuating the youthful lines of her blossoming form. Her light golden hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, the tips swaying gently with her softly tapping toes, while a small silver bell nestled among her locks remained silent, obediently resting against her temple. The morning light tenderly delineated the contours of her exquisite profile, her full lips pressed together with a rare, earnest expression, a testament to her concentrated effort. The amber-hued eyes sparkled with clarity, and the moment she caught sight of Ling Tian's figure in the distance, her earnest demeanor was instantly replaced by the familiar warmth of a smile, akin to the thawing streams of early spring that illuminate the cold surroundings. Junior brother. She straightened her posture and vigorously waved at Ling Tian, her melodious voice infused with youthful exuberance echoing through the vast hall. Over here. Ling Tian's tense nerves were gently eased by her call, and he swiftly approached, Sister Nana, what brings you here? He glanced around, confirming that the expansive training hall was indeed occupied solely by the two of them. Did the teacher not say? It was the teacher who sent me, Liena replied, her lips curving into a slight smirk, akin to a little fox finally entrusted with an important task. She extended her delicate, fair fingers and gently tapped Ling Tian's sturdy chest, once scorched black by sacred light, now healed under the nurturing of elite medicinal baths. Though the newly formed skin still bore a slightly different hue. Look at you, much sturdier than 3 months ago, like a young calf. After enduring such a severe blow yesterday, you could still walk here on your own today. The teacher was right. Your foundation has truly bounced back. Her tone brimmed with approval, as if Ling Tian's swift recovery were her own triumph. Upon mentioning Bibi Dong, Ling Tian's expression turned serious, a flickering in his eyes. What instructions does the teacher have? Liena tempered her smile, striving to appear more like a dependable senior sister. The teacher stated that the bet is concluded, and past grievances are to be temporarily set aside. What is of utmost importance for you now is to commence your cultivation of soul power. Her voice became clear, carrying the weight of Bibi Dong's mandate. Your physical foundation, having been nourished and fortified over the past 3 months, has had its vitality and potential thoroughly awakened. Your meridians are remarkably resilient, surpassing your peers, and your organs are stable, with vitality as robust as a furnace. This is the optimal moment to absorb the world's soul power and forge the foundation of a soul master. She paused, her gaze intensely fixed on Ling Tian. Thus, from this moment forth, your primary focus in cultivation will be meditation, communicating with the world's vital energy, guiding soul power into your body, and refining the core of your soul power. The path to ascendancy as a soul master begins with this first step. Clenching her small fist, she waved it energetically, as if rallying both Ling Tian and herself as his temporary mentor. His Holiness the Pope specifically instructed me to guide you. So, how about it, junior brother? Shouldn't you express your gratitude to your senior sister? Observing Liena's earnest attempt to maintain a serious facade, which she could not entirely mask with her lively spirit, a warm current flowed through Ling Tian's heart. He solemnly clasped his fists in salute, his voice resonating with genuine appreciation. Thank you, Sister Nana, for your diligent guidance. Oh, there's no need for such formality. Liena waved her hand, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush, seemingly flustered by Ling Tian's formality. Follow me. There is a designated area for tranquil meditation on the eastern side of the training hall, where the soul-guiding formation can slightly gather some soul power with minimal disturbances. She turned to lead the way, her ponytail tracing a graceful arc in the morning light. On the eastern side of the training hall stood a row of relatively independent meditation chambers. Liena pushed open a heavy stone door, revealing a modest space accommodating only a few individuals. The ground was not composed of obsidian but rather adorned with a warm, gentle white jade, intricately engraved with elaborate silver patterns that intertwined to form an enigmatic circular formation. At the center of the tranquil chamber lay a solitary cushion. The air was imbued with a soothing scent of sandalwood incense, mingling with the gentle warmth emanating from the jade, naturally calming one's spirit. This is the place. Liena gestured for Ling Tian to sit cross-legged upon the cushion and to close his eyes, emptying his mind. He was to think of nothing, akin to the hazy sensation before slumber. She herself settled into a corner, adopting a cross-legged position, her hands forming a simple mudra resting on her knees, embodying a serious and focused demeanor as she prepared to guide him. Step 1. Perception. Liena's voice was soft and soothing, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain spring. Use your heart to see and listen. Do not seek deliberately. Instead, envision yourself as a formless stone, sinking into this realm. The air within this chamber appears devoid of substance, yet it is filled with the omnipresent Qi, the primordial energy of the universe, the source of our soul master's power. Ling Tian followed her instructions, closing his eyes. With his vision obscured, his other senses seemed to amplify. He could distinctly feel the gentle warmth radiating from the jade cushion beneath him, inhale the tranquil fragrance of sandalwood in the air, hear the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat, and the soft, deliberate breaths of Liena. Guided by her voice, he endeavored to cast aside distracting thoughts, attempting to immerse his spirit into an ethereal state. Initially, he was enveloped in pure darkness and silence. Yet gradually, a wondrous scene began to unfold. No longer was there darkness. Within his realm of perception, the surrounding space lost its voidness. Countless minuscule, shimmering specks of light floated in the air, golden, azure, crimson, emerald, and ochre, an array of vibrant colors reminiscent of the most active fireflies on a summer night or the tiniest cosmic dust in the vast galaxy. They danced erratically, colliding and separating, brimming with vivacious life energy. These were the particles of primordial energy that Liena had spoken of, each harboring distinct attributes of original soul power. He could see them. His perception was remarkably clear. An exhilarating thrill surged through him. He could sense them. This first step appeared to pose no great challenge. Excellent. Liena's voice resonated at the perfect moment, infused with encouragement. It seems your spiritual perception is quite keen. This is the primordial energy. Step 2 involves attempting to communicate and guide. Her tone shifted to one of deeper focus. Do not attempt to forcibly capture them, for that would scatter them. Envision your body as a warm, safe, and inviting nest. With your intent, emit a gentle invitation. Imagine your brow or your lower abdomen as a small vortex radiating soft light. This light is the manifestation of your intention, the call of your soul. Allow those luminous points that are drawn to you, willing to respond, to be gently guided by this warmth, naturally converging upon your body like weary birds returning home. Ling Tian concentrated intently. He endeavored to immerse his consciousness deep within the lower abdomen, at the location of the dantian, the very source where a soul master's spiritual energy converges. Under the powerful impetus of his intent, it felt as though a faint yet resilient inner beacon had been lit at the dantian. The flickering flame emitted a gentle and encompassing allure. Then, a wondrous occurrence unfolded. In his perception, the once chaotic and disordered sea of vibrant light points began to ripple, as if disturbed by a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The light points nearest to his body seemed to sense the call of that intangible beacon, altering their course, no longer adrift aimlessly. They gravitated towards him with a lively eagerness, gathering slowly yet resolutely, particularly towards the dantian. Streams of glimmering soul energy particles, drawn by invisible threads, penetrated through the fabric of his clothing, delicately brushing against his skin. Ling Tian's heart raced. An indescribable sensation of coolness, gentle and invigorating, surged from the surface of the skin touched by the light points, akin to the purest spring water saturating parched earth. Was this the essence of soul energy? So exquisite. He had succeeded. He had successfully guided the external soul energy into his body. Delight flooded through him like the melting snow of early spring, instantly warming his heart. He dared not relax. With heightened focus, he maintained the luminosity of the inner beacon at the dantian, carefully nurturing it with his intent, guiding those docile and colorful light points into his body along the pathways of his limbs, leading them towards their ultimate destination, the dantian's sea of energy. Everything seemed to proceed remarkably smoothly. The light points entered his body, bringing a soothing coolness, obediently converging towards the dantian. Liena watched anxiously from the side, observing as Ling Tian's breathing grew long and steady, a faint, nearly imperceptible glow swirling around him, signaling the nascent stirring of soul energy. She silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing her junior brother possessed commendable talent and comprehension. He had firmly taken the first step in this meditation practice. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Just as Ling Tian's intent propelled those gentle soul energy particles towards the dantian sea of energy, a hum erupted. An invisible vibration, laden with an absolute sense of rejection, erupted from the depths of his dantian without warning. This vibration was not a physical shock. It felt more like a refusal rooted in the very essence of life itself. It was as if what he had painstakingly drawn into his body was not a nourishing spring, but rather a lethal poison. The once docile, shimmering soul energy particles, upon encountering this invisible vibration, reacted as though confronted by a natural enemy, emitting a silent scream. They instantly lost all order, succumbing to panic and chaos. No longer gentle light points, they erupted violently like water droplets plunged into boiling oil, bursting, seething, and scattering in all directions. Ling Tian felt a sudden wrenching in his lower abdomen, as if an invisible hammer had struck down with tremendous force. A pain that was indescribable, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of repulsion, instantly engulfed his entire being. He let out a muffled groan, his body trembling uncontrollably, the color draining from his face, and the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. Within the clarity of his inner perception, a horrifying scene unfolded. The vibrant soul power particles, which he had just drawn into his body and were gathering towards his dantian, encountered an invisible wall, bristling with thorny spines. Just a mere inch from the core of his dantian, their cohesive form shattered in an instant. The pure energy contained within them burst forth like a punctured balloon, disintegrating from a condensed droplet, point of light, state into the most primal and chaotic formless essence. Even more terrifying was the fact that this primordial essence, stripped of its soul power properties, did not settle gently as described by Liena. Instead, it was driven away by an invisible and frenzied repulsion. scattering wildly like a flock of startled birds across the surface of Ling Tian's body. A thin, almost transparent vapor visibly emanated from his exposed skin. The delicate, newly formed glimmer of soul power surrounding him flickered violently like a candle in the wind, before extinguishing in an instant. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the soul power particles were drawn into his body to the instant they were repelled, shattered, and expelled by the mysterious force deep within his dantian, only a few breaths had elapsed. It was akin to an absurd farce. He had painstakingly constructed a bridge to connect with the heavens, drawing forth a continuous stream of vitality, only for that flow to be violently cast aside the moment it entered his home. Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with profound shock, confusion, and an uncontainable sense of defeat. He had failed, utterly and completely failed. He could perceive the soul power of the world with clarity, even guiding it into his body, a talent coveted by countless children awakening their martial souls. Yet, for him, this gift had turned into a cruel jest. All his efforts, all his hopes, had become entrapped at this final step, shattered against the invisible barrier deep within his dantian. Ling Tian, brother, what is wrong with you? Liena had already leaped from the corner, rushing to Ling Tian's side, crouching down to support his slightly trembling shoulders with urgency. She could see the violent tremors in his body and the color that had drained from his face, as well as the fleeting glimmer of soul power dissipating. What had gone awry? Was it the path of soul power circulation that was incorrect? Or was his mind insufficiently calm? Her amber eyes brimmed with concern and confusion. There had clearly been signs of soul power gathering just moments ago. How could this be? Ling Tian slowly lifted his gaze to meet Liena's concerned look. He opened his mouth, his throat constricting painfully, his voice dry and echoing with emptiness. Sister Nana, I can sense them, and I can draw them in. Isn't that good? Liena's eyes brightened. However, Ling Tian's gaze dimmed. Filled with bewilderment and bitterness, they cannot enter. They are scattered within my body, like grains of sand, slipping through one's fingers. He opened his palm, his fingers unconsciously curling, as if attempting to grasp the fleeting essence of power, yet all that remained was a profound emptiness. Scattered? Elapsed? Liena was taken aback. Her petite mouth slightly agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. How could this be possible? The first step to drawing energy into the body was to condense soul power within the dantian, forming a seed of energy. How could it dissipate? She grasped Ling Tian's arm, asking, "Are you perhaps too anxious? Was your guiding intent not gentle enough? Or did you lose focus midway?" Ling Tian shook his head somberly, his voice resonating with a deep melancholy. "No, I was very focused. They entered. I could feel their cool essence, but as they approached the dantian, it was as if there were a wall or some force that repelled them, scattering them away." Liena's delicate brows knitted tightly, forming an elegant crease. Circling around Ling Tian twice, she seemed to ponder, as if observing something closely. Her slender fingers rested upon Ling Tian's wrist, a gentle, exploratory thread of soul power cautiously probing within. The soul power coursed through Ling Tian's relatively resilient and unimpeded meridians, revealing no apparent blocks or damages. Yet, when her soul power attempted to touch the location of Ling Tian's dantian, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably tenacious sense of repulsion subtly emerged. It felt as if a dormant will resided there, instinctively resisting the intrusion of foreign energy. This sensation of repulsion was so subtle that, had it not been for Liena's heightened concentration, it would have gone unnoticed. She withdrew her fingers, her expression deepening in confusion. Biting her lower lip, she murmured, "Strange. The meridians are evidently unobstructed, quite resilient, and the structure of the dantian appears normal. How could this happen?" Undeterred, she continued to press Ling Tian for details, urging him to recount the entire process of energy entering and dissipating repeatedly. Ling Tian could only describe, time and again, the vividly clear images from his perception, light points converging, approaching the dantian, an invisible barrier appearing, the light points bursting in terror, energy escaping the body. With each recounting, the heavy sense of loss in his heart deepened. Time slipped away quietly amidst repeated attempts and futile explorations. The angle of the light streaming through the window had subtly shifted. From initial confidence and eagerness, Liena gradually became restless and frustrated, ultimately left with profound confusion and a tinge of heartache. She experimented with various meditation techniques she could conceive, even depleting her own soul power in an effort to construct a small guiding soul array around Ling Tian, hoping to stabilize the entering particles of soul energy. However, without exception, as long as that implicit will of repulsion resided deep within Ling Tian's dantian, any soul power attempting to enter his body and merge with the dantian would inevitably disperse, like a cow sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace. The soul array constructed by Liena merely gathered a tiny fraction of the escaping pure life essence, which Ling Tian's body instinctively absorbed to nourish his flesh. Yet it contributed nothing to the consolidation of the core of soul power. This was utterly illogical. Liena sat despondently on the warm jade stone floor beside Ling Tian, her hands cradling her chin, her delicate face fallen in despair. The commanding presence she once exuded as a senior sister had vanished, leaving only frustration. With a martial soul awakened and a soul power level of 20, how could she possibly fail to condense her soul core? It was akin to possessing a sturdy fortress, the body, a well-prepared warehouse, the Dantian, within, and an abundance of resources, the heavenly soul power, outside. Yet an invisible law forbids the resources from entering the warehouse. This was utterly perplexing. Ling Tian sat in silence, his back straight as an arrow, like a solitary spear thrust into the center of the vast, tranquil room. The warmth of the jade seeped into him, yet it could not dispel the icy sea that had suddenly formed deep within his heart. Failure, again and again, washed over him like the cold tide, relentlessly eroding the flicker of hope ignited by his body's recovery. Each time the soul power particles panicked and dispersed before the barrier of his Dantian, the chilling sensation, akin to smoke dissipating through pores, felt like an invisible whip striking mercilessly at his yearning heart. Chapter 28. Snow falls, mysteries await. The purple abyss begins to guide the way home. In the meditation chamber on the east side of the martial arts hall, adorned with intricate soul convergence patterns, silence reigned, punctuated only by the faint sound of dust particles floating in beams of light. Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the warm jade cushion, his back taut as a drawn bowstring. Beads of cold sweat trickled from his forehead, cascading down his pale cheeks, pooling into droplets on his chin before falling heavily onto the fabric of his knees, darkening the material with deep spots. He had lost count of how many attempts this was. Each time, the outcome was astonishingly consistent. Closing his eyes, his mind descended into a realm of peculiar perception. In the air, the omnipresent particles of heavenly and earthly essence sparkled with golden, blue, crimson, emerald, and earthy hues, as if drawn by invisible threads, gently penetrating his skin and bringing a refreshing sensation. He cautiously guided them with intent, transforming them into a gentle stream that flowed along his resilient meridians toward the Dantian. The flicker of hope ignited weakly, as if on the verge of sparking the flame of soul power cultivation. Yet, it always faltered at the most critical moment. Deep within the Dantian, the slumbering, primordial energy from the Xuanyuan sacred sword suddenly awakened, akin to a primordial beast intruding upon its territory. A resonant hum erupted, carrying an overwhelming will of rejection. The once docile soul power particles instantly found themselves in a cataclysmic disaster, screaming in terror, boiling, and scattering. The concentrated pure energy fragmented into the most primitive chaos of attribute-less essence. Following this, a violent repulsion surged forth, like an invisible giant hand ruthlessly pushing the dispersed essence back toward Ling Tian's surface. With a sizzling sound, his pores seemed to open, and the thin stream of air visibly evaporated and dissipated, surrounding the newly condensed thin glow of soul power at his surface, which burst like a popped bubble, violently swaying before vanishing without a trace. Excruciating pain and an intense sense of emptiness swept over him once more, as if his very marrow had been drawn out. Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils swirling with an inextricable blend of defeat, confusion, and a trace of chilling fear. Yet again, it had dissipated. His voice was hoarse, trembling with unyielding frustration as he clenched his fingers tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palm, as if he were attempting to grasp the power that was incessantly slipping away. Liena knelt anxiously beside him, her amber eyes filled with concern and bewilderment. She extended her finger, a gentle tendril of spiritual probing soul force swirling at its tip, cautiously delving once more into Ling Tian's body. Still, it was futile. The meridians were undeniably clear, their resilience even greater than the day before. Her small face contorted with worry, her voice tinged with a sobbing lilt, noting that there were no apparent barriers in the Dantian. How could this be? Soul force particles had clearly entered, yet it was as if sand had seeped into a leaking bag, utterly incapable of being retained. She circled Ling Tian twice, stamping her foot in frustration, her ponytail swaying irritably. This was illogical. With a martial soul awakening and a soul power level of 20, how could he fail to consolidate a core of soul force? It simply made no sense. Ling Tian remained silent, the weight of his heavy breaths echoing in the stillness of the room. He gazed down at his palm, whitened from excessive exertion. The words spoken by Bai Dong, akin to a prophetic divide, pierced his mind like a cold steel needle. The essence of the universe, the soul power of heaven and earth, clashing in opposition. Was this truly his fate? To possess the Xuanyuan sacred sword, yet be doomed to never tread the righteous path of a soul master in this world? A chilling sense of despair silently crept into his heart, nearly freezing the remnants of his fighting spirit. In the depths of the offering hall, within Qian Renxue's exclusive training chamber, the ambience starkly contrasted with the coldness of the Pope's hall. The dome was adorned with a massive crystal soul-guiding lamp, radiating a brilliance as fierce and pure as midday sunlight, illuminating every inch of the space with meticulous clarity, leaving no room for even the slightest shadow. The walls were embedded with warm-toned golden metal plates, flowing with patterns reminiscent of the sun, while the air was infused with a faint fragrance, akin to the sacred domain lily, pristine and untouched by dust. Qian Renxue sat cross-legged upon a colossal, warm jade-like sunstone in the center of the room. Her eyes were shut tight, pure golden holy radiance coursing around her, as if she donned a shimmering armor of flowing sunlight. The angelic sacred sword hovered 3 feet before her, its blade inscribed with runes, emitting a deep, resonant hum imbued with a sacred rhythm, seamlessly melding with her breaths and heartbeat. She was engaged in her customary meditation for synchronizing with the holy light, attempting to commune with the divine angelic power and the pure soul force. However, today, this sacred tranquility was ruthlessly torn asunder, uncontrollably. Images from the previous day's training ground flashed repeatedly in her mind. Ling Tian's unremarkable white waxwood sword, resolutely striking precisely at the moment of her waist's core power activation. A sharp sound pierced the air, subtle yet akin to thunder reverberating deep within the soul. The perfectly flowing halo of holy light shattered as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, distorting and breaking apart. The sharp pain that radiated from her waist, the overpowering sensation of uncontrolled force, the intense stagnation of her meridians in reverse, and the involuntary 3 steps she staggered back in front of everyone. Every step she took on the obsidian tiles echoed like a hammer striking the pinnacle of her proud pyramid. You have lost. The boy's hoarse yet clear voice reverberated like an incantation. Qian Renxue abruptly opened her eyes. In her molten golden irises, the usual indifference and lofty demeanor had been replaced by a searing fury, humiliation, and a flicker of trepidation she herself had not yet recognized. Lost. This word, foreign to her, as if it belonged to a language from another realm, was an alien concept for one who had been hailed as the favored daughter of the divine since childhood, the future of the spirit hall. Each step she took was accompanied by the finest resources, the most rigorous training, and the most exquisite accolades. Among her peers, none could compare. In the eyes of her elders, she was the supreme hope of inheritance. Failure? That term was reserved for those like Ling Tian, mere ants in the grand scheme. It belonged to the fate of the mediocre. Yet yesterday, before the gaze of the multitude, in front of her grandfather and the esteemed elders, before the opponent she deemed as dust, she had lost. With her most cherished swordsmanship, she was bested by a wooden sword, by a crude basic sword style, by a waist she had always looked down upon. Shame. It seared into the depths of her soul like a scalding iron. Even more infuriating was that after utterly crushing him with the divine decree of the celestial gate, the suffocating sensation did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. It felt as though she had struck with all her might only to injure her own bones in the void. She had defeated him, even nearly killed him. Yet why was there no exhilaration of victory within her? Instead, her thoughts were consumed by that stubborn figure wielding a wooden sword. Ling Tian, Qian Renxue whispered, her voice as frigid as ancient ice, yet tinged with a complexity she had not fully grasped. This name, for the first time, was deeply etched in her heart. No longer a vague pawn of the Pope or an insignificant ant, but a true adversary who had left a blemish on her flawless record through some incomprehensible means. This inexplicable concern gnawed at her restlessly. Rising, she walked to the grand floor-to-ceiling crystal window. Outside lay the magnificent sight of the holy mountain in Spirit City. Shrouded in mist, its palatial structures resplendent. Yet, at this moment, none of it could quell the tumult within her. She sought answers. Why did his martial spirit evoke the instinctual dread of the angelic holy sword? How could his rudimentary sword style capture the critical moment of her spirit ring's circulation? What did the Pope, Bibi Dong, see in him? What had she invested in him? The sense of defeat bit like a venomous serpent, yet curiously transformed into an overwhelmingly dominant and undeniable thought. I, Qian Renxue, may concede once, but this is far from the end. I shall uncover all there is to know about him. I will shatter every secret, every support he has relied upon to provoke me. Next time, I shall confront him in his domain of expertise, wielding absolute superiority, and reduce him along with his peculiar sword to dust. I shall cleanse this solitary blemish. Let us see. Go and see how that insignificant ant, who narrowly escaped her divine punishment, is faring now. Go and observe the Pope's chamber and the healing measures prepared for him. Also witness his current state of disarray and despair. Once this thought arose, it was as if a wild horse had broken free from its shackles. Inside the meditation room, the atmosphere of hopelessness clung like viscous ink, heavily pressing upon Ling Tian and Liena's hearts. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed from beyond the tightly shut stone door. The distinctive rhythm of high heels striking the ground, arriving without warning. This sound, though not loud, shattered the oppressive silence within, introducing an incongruous chill and nobility to this tranquil space. Ling Tian and Liena's bodies stiffened simultaneously. Liena's amber eyes widened in disbelief, only to be swiftly replaced by a surge of alertness and fury. It is she, that madwoman. Ling Tian abruptly raised his gaze, his pupils narrowing sharply. The sound of those footsteps, he had heard it with terrifying clarity when he was on the brink of death yesterday. Cold, haughty, indifferent as a deity gazing down upon mere insects. Renxue. The meditation room's stone door was immensely thick, isolating the interior from the exterior, yet her unique footsteps, as if treading upon the very hearts of men, penetrated the heavy barrier, striking at the taut nerves of the two. The profound energy within Ling Tian felt provoked in the depths of his exhausted dantian, rolling with a faint, yet furious agitation. Liena instantly resembled a small, agitated beast. Darting in front of Ling Tian, arms outstretched, her petite form tense as she glared fiercely at the closed stone door. Her voice dripping with unrestrained hostility and anger. Renxue, what do you want? Her question pierced the silence of the room with exceptional sharpness. Creaking, the heavy stone door was pushed open by an invisible yet gentle force, without producing a jarring friction. Bright light from the corridor flooded in, outlining a tall, holy figure radiating a soft golden glow. Renxue casually stood at the threshold of light and shadow. She had changed from her swordsman attire into a meticulously crafted, elegantly tailored white gown, adorned with intricate golden angel wing patterns at the hem and cuffs, exuding both nobility and aloofness. Her molten golden hair flowed like sunlight, cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her flawless and strikingly cold visage. The sacred aura surrounding her subtly repelled the tranquil medicinal scents and warmth of the jade within the room. She did not immediately step inside but inclined her body slightly, one hand resting casually against the doorframe, her fingertips idly tracing the cold stone. Her golden eyes, reminiscent of the finest glass, surveyed the room with a playful yet condescending gaze, sweeping over the interior. When her gaze passed over Liena's small face, filled with vigilance and fury, it carried a hint of faint, almost pitying disregard. Ultimately, her gaze settled steadily upon Ling Tian, who was sheltered behind Liena, his face pale and his breath shallow. Her gaze lingered momentarily on the slightly disheveled bandages of Ling Tian, on the ethereal aura surrounding him and those bloodshot eyes that, despite their torment, refused to relinquish their stubborn spark. A soft scoff, reminiscent of ice scraping against stone, escaped from her perfect lips. Renxue finally spoke, her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the stillness of the room. Each word was like a meticulously polished crystal of ice, splendid yet frigid, just passing by. She slightly raised her elegantly sculpted chin, her demeanor as regal as one surveying her domain, her tone nonchalant, imbued with an innate arrogance. The air was thick with a palpable sense of anguish, suffocatingly intense. Her molten gold eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 29. Snow conceals heart's wounds, bestowing secret scrolls. The first touch of Xuanyuan's sacred radiance. Renxue did not step inside. She merely turned slightly, one hand gracefully resting against the cold doorframe, her fingertips idly tapping the stone. She appeared entirely unfazed by Liena's fury, her gaze akin to a precision scalpel, piercing through Liena's defenses to alight upon Ling Tian's bloodshot eyes, which still clung to the last flicker of life. Just passing by, she reiterated, her voice as frigid as before, yet she did not anticipate that the Pope's hall had expended the miraculous 9 rebirth elixir, only to find it incapable of achieving even the most fundamental meditation and energy gathering. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered, her tone deliberately elongated, a cold smile dancing on her lips, conveying a sense of condescension. Each word struck like a blade, piercing deeply into the freshly scabbed wound on Ling Tian's heart. Liena trembled with rage. Be silent. Who caused Ling Tian's injuries? What right do you have to speak so flippantly? Get out. Yet, Ling Tian suddenly raised his head. This time, his gaze did not waver, nor was it filled with fear. Instead, it bore an intensity akin to a burning flame, locking firmly onto Renxue's molten golden eyes. It was not anger, nor hatred, but rather, a profound insight. Within those eyes that seemed to look down upon all, beneath the icy mockery. Ling Tian discerned a flicker so subtle, yet magnified by his indomitable will. As he rasped the words, and then it dissipated. Her fingers resting on the doorframe had almost imperceptibly curled, her perfectly manicured nails nearly sinking into the stone. As he emitted a powerful sense of defeat. Her lips, seemingly flawless yet tinged with mockery, had displayed the slightest rigidity, as if the carefully maintained facade had cracked just a fraction. When he clenched his fists in anguish, the divine aura that perpetually flowed around her had flickered momentarily, like a candle flame disturbed by a gentle breeze. These almost imperceptible fluctuations, under Ling Tian's heightened sensitivity, akin to a taut bowstring, were amplified beyond measure. She had not come merely to witness his suffering. At least, not entirely. The tremor within her seemed to convey a sense of bewilderment, a disruption of some unspoken expectation, perhaps even a hint of curiosity that she herself had yet to recognize. Sister Nana, Ling Tian suddenly spoke, his voice still hoarse yet remarkably calm, akin to the solidified lava beneath a boiling volcano. He gently pushed aside the obstructive Liena, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qian Renxue's eyes, affirming her words. Liena turned in shock. Ling Tian, is that you? Ling Tian offered no explanation, instead meeting Qian Renxue's increasingly frigid scrutiny, articulating each word with clarity. Qian Renxue, what you perceive is indeed accurate. I can sense soul power and draw it into my body. Yet my physical form, more precisely, the primal force residing deep within my dantian, naturally crushes, repels, and expels these soul particles that attempt to enter. They cannot coalesce into a core within my dantian. He directly unveiled the essence of this bizarre predicament. Liena was taken aback. She had not anticipated Ling Tian would so candidly expose this critical vulnerability before Qian Renxue. It was akin to laying one's throat bare before an enemy's blade. Qian Renxue's fingers, resting on the doorframe, subtly curled, the tips paling. Deep within her molten golden pupils, beneath the frozen lake's surface, dark currents seemed to stir silently. Ling Tian's tone, calm to the point of self-analysis, devoid of any emotional weight, articulated this nearly despairing paradox. Like an invisible chisel, it shattered a preconceived barrier within her mind. Not a failure, not foolishness, but a conflict of origins, a repulsion of martial souls. Did Bibi Dong know of this? Was she powerless to assist? Hence, she had Liena, a mere novice, teach him? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, rendering her prepared, sharper retorts stuck in her throat. She slightly raised her exquisitely sculpted chin, her voice still laced with an unapproachable chill. Oh? A repulsion of origins? Quite the novel excuse. Did Bibi Dong not teach you how to pacify your unruly essence? Ling Tian disregarded the barbs within her words, the light in his dark eyes sharpened, as if to pierce through her frigid facade. This has nothing to do with the teacher. Qian Renxue, you are not the same as you were yesterday in the martial arena, nor when you departed. Yesterday, your fury resembled a burning glacier, cold yet searing, wishing to reduce me to ashes. When you left, it felt like severing water with a blade, leaving no trace behind. But today, he gazed directly at her, and though she still stood outside the door, wearing that lofty mask and uttering harsh words, he sensed that her inner thoughts likely diverged from her spoken words. A thunderous shock reverberated within Qian Renxue's consciousness. Each of Ling Tian's words struck her heart like sharp ice picks, piercing through the chaotic layers she desperately sought to conceal, even from herself. A mask? Divergent thoughts? How dare he presume to fathom her mind? An overwhelming rage, akin to lava, surged to her head in an instant. In the depths of her golden eyes, cold flames erupted violently. The sacred pressure surrounding her was akin to an impending volcanic eruption, rendering the air within the quiet chamber dense and heavy. Liena's face drained of color, nearly choking. Ling Tian, you are courting death. Qian Renxue's voice suddenly rose sharply, infused with a chilling and piercing murderous intent, each syllable seemingly freezing the very air around her. Yet, just as this terrifying pressure reached its zenith, poised to utterly crush Ling Tian in the next heartbeat, his bloodshot black eyes, brilliant and unwavering, met her fury without a trace of fear. In his gaze, there was neither provocation nor trepidation, only an almost pure, sharpened insight akin to tempered steel. This excessively lucid perception acted like a bucket of ice water, abruptly halting Qian Renxue's boiling wrath. How dare he? A worthless being incapable of gathering soul power. How could he regard her with such eyes? What gave him the audacity to believe he could penetrate her thoughts? This momentary pause created a minuscule fissure in the otherwise overwhelming aura of destruction. Qian Renxue inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the nearly uncontrollable fury within her. Her chest heaved violently, the sacred curves beneath her court dress rising and falling, only to be forcibly subdued by her formidable will. She could not strike. At least not at this moment when Ling Tian had unraveled the core dilemma of their wager, not under Bibidong's watchful gaze. To kill him? That would be too merciful, and utterly, dreadfully dull. She wished to witness his struggle, to watch as hope was gradually extinguished in this dire predicament, ultimately proving that his path, his so-called Xuanyuan, was nothing but a thoroughfare to doom, a road obliterated by the divine radiance until naught remained. This thought coiled around her like a venomous serpent, instantly freezing her tumultuous, murderous intent, replaced instead by a colder, deeper resolve. Different? Qian Renxue's voice resonated once more, yet it was markedly lower, akin to a cold wind sweeping across an icy expanse, bearing an unusual, almost tangible weight. What have you disowned? Merely the delusions of an ant. She stepped forward with elegance, finally crossing the threshold into the quiet chamber. As she entered, the suffocating sacred pressure did not fully dissipate. Rather, it collapsed inward, like tangible shackles, firmly settling upon Ling Tian's shoulders and consciousness. Ling Tian felt his body grow heavy, each breath becoming exponentially more arduous. Cold sweat pouring forth from his brow. Yet he did not falter. His spine remained erect, like bamboo bent under immense weight, yet refusing to snap. Be it illusion or reality, Ling Tian gritted his teeth, every word escaping like a struggle through clenched jaws. I merely wish to ascertain if there exists a path through this deadlock. He did not pose it as a request, nor did he exhibit any semblance of pleading. Instead, he resembled a beast cornered at the precipice, issuing a defiant roar to the heavens. Qian Renxue halted 3 paces from Ling Tian, her golden eyes, looking down from on high, scanned him like a soul-guiding apparatus, coldly assessing the slightly ethereal aura resulting from his dissipating soul power, then lingering on his dantian, where a dormant will seem to resist external forces. Once more, a temperatureless smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of cruel understanding. A path? Certainly there is one. Her voice exuded absolute certainty, akin to a divine decree, but the techniques of your papal hall are woefully inferior. So wretched that even the indomitable essence within you is too apathetic to resonate with it, indeed regarding it as filth and expelling it entirely. Wretched? Liena nearly leapt up in fury, her small face flushing crimson. Is the cultivation technique of your temple truly superior? Is it not? Silence, little fox. Qian Renxue coldly interrupted her, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ling Tian, as if she deemed him no more than a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the celestial river. The sacred light meditation we inherit from the angelic divine revelation is pure, resplendent, and embodies an inclusive essence that cannot be compared to your crude and superficial wild fox zen. Her words struck Ling Tian's heart with the force of a hammer. The teachings of the papal palace, inferior? Unworthy of resonating with the primal energies? Could it be that Bibidong is not withholding secrets, but rather that the meditation she masters cannot resolve this fundamental conflict? Then what? Ling Tian rasped, a final flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes. What do you wish to convey? A complex glimmer darted through Qian Renxue's molten golden eyes, a blend of vengeful pleasure, haughty condescension, and a madness she herself dared not explore, akin to a test subject cast into a deep abyss. She ceased her words, her slender, fair hand casually lifted, slicing through the air before her with a gentle motion. The space rippled as if disturbed by a stone cast into still waters, creating golden ripples. A peculiar scroll, neither gold nor jade, neither cloth nor silk, materialized in her palm. The scroll radiated a warm, understated platinum hue, reminiscent of moonlit glass, its surface shimmering with an exceptionally faint, yet sacred golden aura, where countless minuscule runes, akin to angelic feathers, flickered in and out of visibility. Simply its presence emanated a purity and brilliance that seemed capable of cleansing the soul, imparting an aura that naturally harmonized with spiritual energies, causing the tranquil sandalwood scent in the room to pale instantly. The particles of soul energy in the air appeared to respond to an invisible summons, stirring slightly. Liena's pupils dilated in shock, her mouth unconsciously parting in astonishment. This aura, this scroll, it must be the most core, the most orthodox sacred meditation technique of the temple. It is forbidden for any but the core lineage to touch. Qian Renxue actually brought it forth. Without a glance at Liena's astonished expression, Qian Renxue casually flicked her wrist. The platinum glass-like scroll transformed into a gentle stream of golden light, floating gracefully yet possessing an undeniable insistence, heading straight for the seated Ling Tian. Instinctively, he extended his hands. As he grasped the scroll, it felt warm and cool to the touch, accompanied by a peculiar, pulsating sensation resembling a heartbeat. Upon his fingertips grazing the flowing golden aura, a pure, gentle warmth imbued with soothing and guiding energy surged forth, washing over his exhausted spirit sea, which had been pained by repeated failures, causing a ripple of comfort to emerge. This sensation was utterly unlike the hostile energies he had previously rejected. It felt higher, more divine. Suddenly, Ling Tian lifted his head, gazing at Renxue, his eyes brimming with incredulous astonishment. The sacred meditation method of the offering hall? It is merely the most fundamental technique of qi guidance. Renxue's tone was as indifferent as if she were discussing a trivial matter, as though her earth-shattering action had been executed with nonchalance. A mere tool for the enlightenment of a 3-year-old in the offering hall. Take it, give it a try. She slightly turned her face, her molten golden hair cascading down, obscuring half of her flawless profile, conveniently concealing the fleeting trace of anxiety and anticipation deep within her eyes, a sentiment she herself remained unaware of. Are you really just giving this to me? Ling Tian clutched the scroll, warm as jade yet heavy as 1,000 pounds, his voice strained. He could sense the extraordinary nature of this scroll. This was certainly not an ordinary foundational technique. Liena's astonished, speechless expression was the finest testament to that. Otherwise, Renxue scoffed, her tone laced with a deliberate, nonchalant arrogance. Should I set up an altar, burn incense, bathe and fast, and pray for the grace of the angels? Finally, she turned her gaze towards Ling Tian, her golden eyes now filled with a cold, unquestionable disdain. I have said it, I am willing. It is merely a foundational technique, a means to pass the time, to see whether you, this stubborn rock, can blossom under the holy light of our offering hall or be utterly reduced to dust. Her words remained sharp, her demeanor still lofty. Yet, as Ling Tian held the pulsating scroll, feeling the divine aura that seemed not to immediately reject the mysterious yellow energy, his heart raced uncontrollably. He vividly recalled the fleeting, unusual glint in Renxue's eyes that had been hidden beneath her hair moments ago. This was not mere charity, or rather, it was not solely charity. This was in stark contrast to the pure coldness and disdain she had exhibited when leaving the day before. Yesterday, she had been a deity crushing a bothersome insect, utterly indifferent. Today, she resembled a scholar standing before a laboratory table, observing with scrutiny and perhaps a touch of reluctance. As she introduced a precious reagent into an incomprehensible culture dish, she had changed. At least in confronting this deadlock, she revealed a side that transcended mere hatred. Renxue. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous waves of complex emotions swelling within him. His gaze became exceedingly solemn, as if to imprint this moment deep within his soul. Regardless of the outcome, today's sentiment, Ling Tian would remember. His voice was low and clear, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. This was not gratitude towards the offering hall, nor was it thanks to the ethereal angels. He was only grateful to the person before him, who, despite remaining cold and arrogant, with sharp words, had thrown him a tangible lifeline. Renxue seemed momentarily taken aback by his earnest declaration. Her golden gaze lingered on Ling Tian's face, marked with sweat and scorch, yet filled with stubbornness and seriousness. The profound remembrance in Ling Tian's eyes acted like a stone cast into a deep pond, causing the ripples of confusion in her heart to expand further. She abruptly averted her gaze, as if the intensity of that look had scorched her. The delicate contours of her jaw tightened, and her tone was once again enveloped in a hard, icy shell. Boring vows. Remembering them has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to observe your struggles. Chapter 30. The holy radiance cannot blend with the profound yellow body. The snow oath breaks the barriers to the heavenly path. On the eastern side of the martial arts hall, the meditation chamber inscribed with soul-converging formation patterns was once again filled with a thick, oppressive silence. The warm jade cushion's gentle luminescence now reflected upon Ling Tian's face, pale as parchment, reminiscent of a silent mockery. A platinum glass-like scroll lay open upon his knees, its surface flowing with a sacred halo and intricate runes resembling angelic feathers, exuding a divine aura that instilled tranquility of spirit and a harmonious resonance with the soul. This served as the foundation of the sanctum, the holy light conduit scripture. Ling Tian sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his brow knitted with an unprecedented focus and a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. His fingertips brushed across the scroll's warm surface, and the pure, gentle warmth, imbued with a sense of comfort and guidance, surged through his fingertips, soothing the agonizing exhaustion of his spirit's ocean caused by repeated failures. This sensation was starkly different from the chaotic earthly soul energy he had previously rejected. It was of a higher order, more refined, almost suffused with divine brilliance. Though Renxue's words were harsh, perhaps this scroll truly held the key to breaking the deadlock? Ling Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and, in accordance with the scroll's instructions, he cast aside distractions, immersing his mind in clarity. His thoughts transformed from a mere flicker of flame igniting the Dantian to a pure, immaculate seed of holy light, suspended in the sea of consciousness at his brow. Buzz. The seed of holy light trembled gently, emanating a soft, yet resolute call. This time, no deliberate coaxing was required. The once vibrant particles of earthly energy in the air, sparkling with myriad hues, seemed to respond to an exalted summons. They instantaneously became remarkably docile and devout. Golden, azure, crimson, every vivid speck shed its chaotic properties, assimilated and purified by the power of the holy light seed, transforming entirely into the most pristine, sacred particles of soul energy, flowing with a faint golden radiance. No longer did they swirl aimlessly. Instead, they gathered like an army guided by an invisible oracle, organized and purposeful, converging reverently towards Ling Tian's body, particularly the sea of consciousness at his brow. The sheer number and concentration surpassed any prior attempts. Liena stood in a corner, tightly clenching her small fists, her amber eyes fixed intently on Ling Tian. She could distinctly sense that, with the gathering of the holy light seed, the previously tranquil particles of soul energy in the meditation chamber had become unusually vibrant, as if infused with some divine vitality. In the air, a faint, resonant echo akin to a sacred chant seemed to reverberate. It worked. This time it must succeed. Liena's heart soared with joy, nearly bursting forth in a cheer. The holy light meditation method of the sanctum was indeed extraordinary. Ling Tian also felt an unprecedented smoothness. The pure particles of holy light soul energy penetrated his skin without hindrance, delivering waves of comfort far more refined and gentle than before, akin to a warm current flowing across an icy expanse. They are no longer the untamed wild horses, but rather the tamed divine steeds, galloping joyfully along the broad and resilient meridians, with a clear objective, merging into the sacred seed that emanates a holy radiance from the sea of consciousness at their brow. The flame of hope burns with an unprecedented intensity. Success is imminent. Once the sacred light and soul power successfully merge into the seed of holy light in the sea of consciousness, it will serve as a foundation to initiate the cycle of soul power, officially embarking on the path of soul master cultivation. However, just as the torrent of sacred light and soul power is about to reach the brow and touch the sacred seed, an unexpected change descends without warning. Buzz. A faint yet resolute vibration, infused with an absolute will of rejection, erupts suddenly from the deepest depths of Ling Tian's Dantian, the source of the mysterious yellow energy. This vibration does not target the soul power, but rather its essence, the attributes that have been assimilated by the sacred seed and marked with a divine imprint. It is as if a slumbering ancient emperor is disturbed from his dreams by the breath of a heretical deity, awakening abruptly. A vast and heavy aura, seemingly infused with the currents of humanity and the will to annihilate all laws, churns like an enraged primal beast, expressing its fury. Though still faint, it carries an undeniable veto power derived from the essence of life. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The docile particles of sacred light and soul power, radiating with divine golden brilliance, upon contact with this mysterious yellow will, dissolve as if pure snowflakes were cast into a boiling furnace. There is no collision, no resistance. Only the most primal and thorough obliteration. The sacred golden brilliance evaporates and dissipates like mist exposed to the scorching sun. The pure sacred light energy does not scatter into primal energy, but is forcefully erased from the existence level of the soul power by that supreme mysterious yellow will. It is restored to the most primitive, fundamental particles of heavenly and earthly energy. Following this, that violent repulsion manifests again, akin to a hurricane expelling heresy, brutally pushing these energy particles, now devoid of sacred attributes and reverted to a chaotic primal state, towards Ling Tian's surface. Puffed, like a deflating balloon. The pores all over Ling Tian's body suddenly open wide, releasing a surge of grayish-white airflow more intense than ever before, visible to the naked eye. This is a torrent composed of the primal energy particles stripped of their sacred attributes. The faint sacred halo formed by the gathering of sacred light and soul power around his body sways violently for a moment like a punctured soap bubble before completely collapsing and vanishing. An excruciating pain sweeps through him once more. This time, it is not merely the aching of the Dantian and the sensation of power loss, but also a chill and despair originating from the depths of the soul, thoroughly denied by the supreme will. Ling Tian suddenly opens his eyes. In his pitch-black pupils, the glimmer of hope that had just ignited is utterly extinguished, leaving only a hollow emptiness and an incredulous absurdity. Again, it has dissipated. Even the most orthodox and sacred soul power of the offering hall is ineffective. Ling Tian, brother. Liena's ecstatic expression freezes instantly. transforming into a pale visage as she dashes forward, her voice tinged with a sob. How could this be? This is the sacred light meditation method, the foundation of the offering hall. How could it? Ling Tian remained silent, slowly lowering his head to gaze at the platinum scroll resting on his knees, which still radiated a sacred aura. The scroll, warm and smooth, was inscribed with runes both divine and enigmatic, yet at this moment, it felt like the most biting of ironies. He attempted a smile, a mere twitch of his lips, but it emerged as a rasping sound, akin to a deflated bellows, suffused with boundless fatigue and self-mockery. A congenital flaw. So I truly am a being of inherent imperfection, he croaked, each word scraping forth as if pulled from gravel. What spirit power, what holy light, enters this body of mine, only to dissipate like sand? Sister Nana. It is futile, utterly futile. Despair washed over him like a frigid tide, completely submerging his remaining resolve, his eyes glazed, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. No, it cannot be. Liena grasped Ling Tian's icy hand with fervor, as if to transfer strength. There must be a way. The teacher must have a solution. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, they silence. A cold voice, suppressing the tempest, abruptly interrupted Liena. Renxue stood at the threshold of the quiet room, shadows dancing around her, outlining a figure that was both sacred and now emanating an excruciating chill. Her molten gold eyes locked onto Ling Tian, swirling with an intricate tapestry of emotions: anger, confusion, inquiry, and a touch of absurdity, as if her entire understanding had been turned on its head. The sacred light introduction technique had failed. This meditative method, a 1,000-year legacy from the angelic oracle, with its pure and sacred holy light spirit power, could not coalesce within Ling Tian's form. It had even been stripped of its properties by that mysterious primal force, reverting to its raw energy. This utterly transcended her comprehension of martial souls and cultivation. Though she had imparted the technique with the intent of exploring Ling Tian's deadlock, deep within her heart lay an unacknowledged desire to affirm the supremacy of the sacred light. Yet the outcome was clear. Her sacred light, her pride, crumbled before the bizarre congenital flaw. This was no mere failure on Ling Tian's part. It was a stark challenge to her understanding and the path she had revered. Enough noise. Renxue's voice sliced through the air like an icy blade, laden with uncontainable irritation. She strode into the quiet room, disregarding Liena's sudden defensive stance, and approached the disheveled Ling Tian, who sat vacantly on the meditation mat. Renxue, what do you intend to do? Stay away from my brother Ling Tian. Liena spread her arms, positioning herself protectively before him, her amber eyes aflame with indignation and resolve, resembling a mother lion guarding her cub. Renxue barely acknowledged her, her molten gold pupils fixated solely on Ling Tian, her turbulent emotions threatening to materialize. Step aside. Her voice, though low, carried an undeniable authority, an invisible mental pressure descending upon Liena like tangible shackles. Liena gasped, her complexion draining to a pallid hue, her body rendered rigid as if encased in ice, unable to move a single finger, forced to watch helplessly as Renxue passed by her. Renxue halted before Ling Tian, looking down upon him from a position of superiority. The youth's appearance was one of utter despair, the curve of self-mockery at the corner of his mouth seared into her heart like a red-hot iron. Suddenly, she leaned forward. In the terrified gaze of Liena and the bewildered eyes of Ling Tian, Renxue's hand, pale as jade and shimmering with a divine glow, shot out like lightning, firmly grasping Ling Tian's wrist. The touch was icy, the pulse weak, and beneath the skin, the faint rhythm of withered veins was barely perceptible. Ling Tian's pupils constricted, instinctively trying to break free, but her fingers were like the most unyielding soul-binding shackles, unmovable. Don't move. Renxue's voice was laced with an urgency bordering on command, the probing light within her molten gold eyes overwhelming all other emotions. She ceased her words, her fingers tightening their grip on Ling Tian's wrist. A hum echoed as a pure, condensed, and radiant soul power, imbued with divine might and a purifying will, surged forth from her fingertips like a golden stream, forcefully invading Ling Tian's withered veins. This was no gentle guidance, but a forceful exploration. She needed to see with her own eyes, to experience firsthand the existence deep within his dantian that dared to deny the holy light of her worship. A cry of excruciating pain erupted from Ling Tian. The holy soul power of Renxue was overwhelmingly dominant, far surpassing the gentle earthly soul power that preceded it. It poured into his already fragile veins like molten iron, inducing a tearing agony. Yet, more terrifying was the retaliatory force that followed. Boom. Deep within the dantian, the dormant, Profound Yellow was thoroughly provoked by this sacred soul power that carried a strong sense of invasion and heretical essence. It was as if a slumbering emperor was beset by lowly heathens invading his chamber with knives. The vast, heavy aura of the Profound Yellow, laden with the will to annihilate all laws, erupted violently. No longer passive in defense, it became proactive, furious, and intent on obliteration and expulsion. Hiss! The sacred light soul power Qian Renxue forcibly injected was met with an adversarial force. The golden, divine stream, imbued with the purifying power of angels, was eroded, decomposed, and reverted before the rampaging Profound Yellow aura, akin to snow melting under the sun, visibly disintegrating. The sacred golden radiance was forcibly stripped away, reverting to its primordial energy particles, which were then violently thrust towards Ling Tian's exterior by the overwhelming repulsive force of the Profound Yellow, as if treated like refuse. Ling Tian's body trembled violently, as if countless tiny bombs were exploding beneath his skin. A grayish-white flow of murky energy, mixed with the forcibly stripped shards of sacred light, erupted ferociously from his pores. The extreme agony contorted Ling Tian's face, cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall, instantly soaking his garments. Liena watched in horror, tears streaming down her cheeks, unable to utter a sound, biting her lip until blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Qian Renxue's expression changed for the first time. Her molten gold pupils were filled with utter shock and incredulity. Her sacred light soul power was, astonishingly, truly being purified, being reverted, being fundamentally denied by that vast and heavy force. How could this be possible? What force is this? It surpasses even the holy light of angels? No. It does not merely surpass, it repels. It is a rejection from an entirely different realm, a divergent origin, a different stature, akin to a nemesis. She resolutely maintained her soul power output, akin to the most sophisticated soul detection device, disregarding Ling Tian's agony, fiercely directing her perception through the flow of soul power towards the source of that tumultuous yellow and black aura. However, with a thud, a more vast and ancient force, imbued with the indomitable will of humanity, rebounded against her probing spiritual perception as if it were an invisible hammer, striking down upon her intrusion into Ling Tian's being. Humph! Qian Renxue let out a muffled grunt. Her fingers gripping Ling Tian's wrist trembled violently, as if pierced by an unseen steel needle. For the first time, an unnatural flush appeared on her flawless visage, only to swiftly fade into a deeper pallor. Her spiritual perception was forcibly repelled. Deep within her dantian, there resided an incomprehensible, inscrutable, and utterly unshakable absolute will, a domain forbidden to this world. After a few moments, Qian Renxue abruptly released her grip on Ling Tian's wrist, staggering back uncontrollably. She took 3 steps before regaining her composure. Ling Tian, as if stripped of all his bones, collapsed weakly onto the mat, gasping for air. Each breath laced with excruciating pain, his body drenched in cold sweat and the dissipating gray-white energy, utterly disheveled. The room fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by Ling Tian's labored, painful breaths. Qian Renxue stood motionless, her molten gold eyes fixated on the fingertips that had just grasped Ling Tian's wrist, where lingered a barely perceptible, vast aura belonging to the yellow and black energy, silently clashing with the holy light entwined around her fingertips in a fierce annihilation. Her brow furrowed tightly, forming a knot of confusion and gravity, a countenance once marked by divine detachment and pride now vividly etched with bewilderment. An unprecedented bewilderment. She remained silent, the air thick with an oppressive stillness reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Liena, whose spiritual suppression had unknowingly lifted, stumbled to Ling Tian's side, frantically attempting to assess his injuries, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. After a long while, Qian Renxue slowly raised her head, her gaze once more settling upon Ling Tian, who lay weakened on the ground, his breath shallow. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, a fervent curiosity ignited, trepidation towards the unknown power, anger at the denouncement of her holy light, yet ultimately overshadowed by a weightier sense of responsibility, as if she bore a burden. She spoke softly, her voice stripped of its previous coldness and arrogance, now imbued with a peculiar, almost solemn promise. Your body is peculiar. She paused, seemingly in search of the most precise words. A flicker of something akin to obsession flashed in her molten gold eyes, a sentiment she herself had not yet realized. This is no ordinary innate leakage. It is a conflict of origins, the essence of 2 utterly different powers, incompatible and unable to coexist. Her gaze seemed to penetrate through the corporeal form of Ling Tian, reaching the depths of the dantian where the roaring essence of the Qian Huang will resided. I was unaware of its nature. Qian Renxue's voice was soft yet crystal clear, akin to an oath spoken before a divine idol. Yet I, Qian Renxue. She slightly lifted her chin, and her golden hair stirred as if moved by an unseen breeze. The divine aura that naturally flowed around her appeared even more pure and resolute. I will surely uncover the reason. Each word seemed to carry the weight of a promise made before the celestial statue. I will assist you in resolving this predicament. The moment her words fell, she no longer glanced at Ling Tian or at Liena, whose face was streaked with tears and astonishment. With a sudden turn, her pure white court gown drew a decisive and cold arc through the air. The golden light shimmered once more, swifter and more silent than before. She left no words behind, offering Ling Tian and Liena no opportunity for reaction or inquiry. That sacred and solitary figure transformed into a golden arc, tearing through the oppressive stillness of the chamber, vanishing into the shadows at the corridor's end, leaving only the lingering sacred resonance in the air and that weighty promise reverberating silently within the stillness of the room. Liena stared blankly in the direction Qian Renxue had vanished, then lowered her gaze to the feeble Ling Tian nestled in her arms. His expression vacant and his small face etched with tears and profound confusion. Ling Tian lay upon the cold ground, his body still tormented by excruciating pain and weakness. Yet the solemn promise from Qian Renxue resonated within him like a stone cast into a stagnant pond, stirring faint yet undeniable ripples in the lake of his despair. Resolve the problem? Even the sacred light of the offering hall was helpless against the innate leakage of his body. Could she truly find a solution? Chapter 31. Xuanyuan rejects the soul, seeking the path in the snowy night. Deep within the Pope's chamber, the exclusive sanctuary of Bibi Dong felt akin to a frozen jade cave submerged in the depths of the sea. The soul-guiding lamp suspended from the high dome remained unlit, with only the deep-sea fluorescence emanating from the embedded walls casting a hazy glow throughout the room. The air was imbued with a faint, cold aroma reminiscent of the burning of ancient agarwood, mingled with an ineffable tranquility, as if the very essence of space had been frozen in time. Ling Tian entered with labored steps, each movement accompanied by silent groans of his weary bones and muscles. The soothing sensation from the medicinal bath faded swiftly upon leaving the water, replaced by a deeper fatigue and pain, akin to a festering wound. The injuries beneath the bandages sent waves of tingling discomfort, and the emptiness stirred within his sea of consciousness, ignited by the Xuanyuan Sword. Felt like 1,000 needles piercing him. He stood at the center of the sanctuary, a distance of 10 paces separating him from the figure seated upon the amethyst meditation platform, yet it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Bibi Dong did not open her eyes, clad in an exceedingly simple, deep purple velvet robe devoid of any intricate patterns. The long hem spread across the cold obsidian floor like a nocturnal shroud. Her molten golden hair was loosely gathered, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, accentuating a visage that appeared increasingly ethereal and flawless under the bluish glow, resembling an ice sculpture meticulously crafted by a deity. She sat quietly in meditation, her entire being devoid of any fluctuations of soul power, yet it seemed as though she had completely merged with this space, becoming the very source of its cold tranquility. Ling Tian felt a dryness in his throat. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words to pierce the suffocating silence that enveloped him. The summons of the third watch hung over him like a sharp sword, and the invisible pressure within the quiet room was far more disconcerting than the overwhelming might of Shui in the training arena. Just as he felt his spirit wavering, nearly crushed by the weight of this silent oppression, a voice pierced through the stillness. "Come here." Bibi Dong's voice rang out unexpectedly, cool and clear, like ice droplets falling onto a jade platter, resonating sharply in the silence. Neither a command nor a request, but rather an undeniable guidance. Ling Tian's body tensed imperceptibly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and stepped forward slowly. His footsteps on the cold black jade produced barely a sound. Each step felt as if he were treading upon the taut strings of his own heart. He halted 3 paces before Bibi Dong, bowing his head like a prisoner awaiting judgment. At last, Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, under the cold light of the azure fluorite. Her gaze no longer held the piercing sharpness it had possessed while surveying the training grounds in daylight. Instead, it exuded a profound depth, as though it could reflect the celestial stars of the universe. Her calm gaze rested upon Ling Tian, devoid of scrutiny or inquiry, resembling nothing more than a pure observation. Her eyes penetrated through the layer of white bandages, through the charred skin that was struggling to heal, through the withered and desiccated veins, even piercing the mental barriers erected from fatigue and fear, reaching deep into the core of his soul, where a silent, shadowy silhouette of a colossal sword, infused with chaotic and nebulous essence, resided. Ling Tian felt an unnameable chill enveloping him, as if he were standing naked upon an icy expanse, all his secrets laid bare. Instinctively, he wished to retreat, yet he found himself firmly anchored in place by her tranquil gaze. The sword within you. Bibi Dong's voice was soft, but it carried a unique, penetrating power, as though a stone had been cast into the lake of his heart, its essence profoundly high. She paused slightly, seemingly in search of the most precise words to articulate the inexpressible perception, so high that the elemental energies of this world, the fundamental particles constituting soul power, appear as mere dust compared to mountains, as fireflies in the presence of the blazing sun. Its source of power, its quality, its essence, far surpasses the levels of soul power you are capable of perceiving and absorbing. Each word struck like a cold chisel, accurately hammering away at Ling Tian's chaotic barriers of understanding, far surpassing the levels of soul power. Like dust compared to mountains? His heart contracted sharply. Instantly, he recalled countless instances where soul power particles had been ruthlessly crushed and expelled by that mysterious wolf from the depths of his dantian. That unadulterated rejection, that disdain stemming from the essence of life itself. Yes, disdain. He had previously struggled to accurately articulate that feeling. But Bibi Dong's words at this moment were like thunder cleaving through the fog. The Xuanyuan Sword held no regard for these so-called soul powers. It perceives these chaotic energy particles as impurities, as inferior existences unworthy of coexisting with powers derived from its own essence within the dantian. Hence, it instinctively repulses, purifies, and expels them. Thus, Ling Tian struggled to articulate, his voice parched and hoarse. No matter how many times he attempted, nor which techniques he employed, those soul power particles merely appeared to it as impurities that required eradication. A sense of despair washed over him like a chilling tide, leading him to ponder whether he would forever be incapable of condensing a soul core or elevating his soul power level. Bibi Dong's gaze remained tranquil, yet a barely perceptible ripple passed through her violet eyes, akin to hidden currents beneath a serene lake's surface. This was not a mere opposition of impurities versus purity. She spoke slowly, her fingertip barely grazing the void. A resonant hum, an intensely refined, cold thought, devoid of aggression yet imbued with absolute insight, swept across Ling Tian's entire being in an instant. This time, Ling Tian perceived it with clarity. Under Bibi Dong's mental guidance, his introspective awareness expanded infinitely. Deep within the dantian, the once dormant yellow and black energy stirred, akin to an ancient behemoth disturbed from slumber, displaying a faint flicker of irritable rage. In that very moment, the surrounding space, filled with variously glowing particles of the natural energy, soul power particles, that Ling Tian endeavored to draw into his body, reacted as though faced with an invisible nemesis. Instantly transforming into a state of terror, chaos, and upheaval, they desperately sought to flee from around Ling Tian, as if that area constituted an absolute forbidden zone. It was not repulsion. It felt more like an absolute suppression of hierarchy, just as blades of grass tremble and perish before the wrath of an emperor. It was not a disdain for soul power itself. Bibi Dong's voice seemed to elucidate Ling Tian's present feelings. It simply could not tolerate lower-tier powers tainting its realm of origin. Like a divine dragon, how could it share a lair with mere insects? Unable to endure the desecration of its foundational domain by inferior forces, the divine dragon does not share a den with insects. This metaphor seared into Ling Tian's heart like a red-hot branding iron. He finally comprehended. What plagued him was not the superiority or inferiority of techniques, nor the obstruction of meridians, but rather the absolute disparity in the level of existence and the essence of power. The Xuanyuan Sword, a sacred weapon originating from the primordial era, inherently constituted a fundamental contradiction to the rules governing the world's natural energies. A sense of despair coiled around his neck like a cold serpent, nearly suffocating him. What then should I do? Ling Tian's voice quivered slightly, as if grasping a final straw on the edge of a precipice. Wondering if he would be forever bound to the level of 20, never able to truly master it? Bibi Dong's gaze finally shifted from Ling Tian, delving into the depths of the void, as if she were gazing upon some unseen principle. Within the quiet chamber, the ghostly blue luminescence of deep-sea fluorite flowed across her flawless profile, casting profound shadows. This question, her voice was soft, yet carried an unusual weight. Akin to an ancient proverb, "You should not inquire of me." Ling Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. No. Should I not inquire of you? Bibi Dong slowly withdrew her gaze, her deep violet eyes once again resting upon Ling Tian's face, within them swirling a complex and ineffable emotion that Ling Tian had never before encountered. There was a chilling insight, a focused scrutiny, and even a faint trace of what could be interpreted as compassion. Your path lies beneath your own feet. Her words struck like ice picks, piercing directly into Ling Tian's chaotic consciousness. The source of your power slumbers deep within your soul. Her fingertips moved with an unusual rhythm, slowly gesturing towards the location of Ling Tian's heart. Ask it. Ask it. Ling Tian instinctively clutched his chest, where his heart pulsed. The very projection of his consciousness and soul. Ask that sword. Bibi Dong's voice was resolute, each word imbued with undeniable authority. Inquire what it means to be Xuanyuan. Ask it, what constitutes the sacred path. Question why it chose you as its master yet barred you from its threshold. Her gaze seemed to penetrate Ling Tian's flesh, delving into the depths of his consciousness to confront the ancient shadow of the sword. Rather than futilely attempting to force low-tier soul power into a vessel that rebuffs it, one should instead seek to understand the essence itself. What does it require? What does it recognize? What does it aspire for you to become? Since it has chosen you, there must be a reason behind it. This rationale lies not within my understanding, nor within the tomes of the Spirit Hall. It exists solely in the resonance between you and it. The answer resides within you. As her words lingered in the air, Bibi Dong's previously icy aura suddenly receded, as if the profound conversation had never transpired. She slowly closed her eyes, descending once more into an unfathomable meditative state, rendering everything that had just occurred a mere illusion conjured by Ling Tian's fatigued mind. In the silent chamber, only the faint blue glow of the deep-sea fluorite and Ling Tian's heavy, erratic breaths remained. Ask it, inquire of the Xuanyuan Sword, Ling Tian murmured, as if entranced. Beneath the icy depths of despair, a flicker of flame, weak yet strikingly clear, suddenly ignited. Yes, he had been attempting to nurture it, in a manner he deemed right, yet had never genuinely sought to comprehend or communicate with it. What is it truly? Where does it originate? What does it need? Did it choose him solely to render him a waste incapable of surpassing level 20? No, that is utterly impossible. The sensation of control as the dark yellow sword energy pierced the wooden stake, the overwhelming power unleashed during the brink of death, all spoke of its extraordinary nature. Go ask it. Seek to understand it. Discover a way to coexist and guide it. An unprecedented surge of impulsion and determination, mingled with trepidation towards the unknown, fervently blossomed within Ling Tian's heart. He cast a profound glance at Bibi Dong, who had once again succumbed to silence, resembling a sculpture of ice and jade. Without uttering a word, he exerted all his strength, bowing deeply to her figure with utmost solemnity. Then, without hesitation, he turned and, despite the lingering pain and fatigue, stepped resolutely out of the cold chamber. The heavy stone door silently closed behind him, sealing off the ethereal blue glow. Deep within the offering hall lay Qian Renxue's private study. The light here was strikingly different from the chill of the Pope's hall. The immense crystal dome drew down the pure moonlight, which, filtered and amplified by a special soul guide array, transformed into a brightness as radiant and gentle as noon sunlight, illuminating the vast study of several hundred square meters as though it were day, rendering every detail vividly clear. The air was imbued with a unique scent, a blend of sacred cedar and ancient parchment, warm, dry, and solemn. Yet, at this moment, the study was permeated by an unsettling restlessness that clashed with the sacred luminosity. Qian Renxue did not sit at her desk as usual. Instead, she paced anxiously within the expansive room. The pure white silk robe trailed behind her as she moved upon the polished obsidian tiles. Her molten gold hair, once meticulously styled during the day, now lay in disarray upon her shoulders, a few strands even clinging to her smooth forehead, marked by the evidence of perspiration. Her flawless visage was marred by a lingering gloom, confusion, and a hint of deep-seated frustration. In her mind, the image of Ling Tian's ordinary wooden sword striking precisely at the power node of her hip flashed repeatedly, like a relentless torment. That sharp sting, the sensation of uncontrolled power, the sluggishness of her meridians reversing, the inability to suppress the 3 staggering steps in public. And finally, when she forcibly channeled her soul power into Ling Tian to probe him, she experienced that overwhelming force arising from the depths of his dantian, vast and heavy, imbued with supreme will, which ruthlessly erased the attributes of her sacred light soul power, reverting it to its primal energy. What was that force? A congenital leak? Qian Renxue abruptly halted, her molten gold eyes fixated on a grand mural depicting angels purifying evil, her voice laced with suppressed fury and incredulity. Impossible. A congenital leak would render the meridians as fragile as paper, incapable of receiving soul power. He could clearly draw in soul power. It simply could not be retained. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her hair and turned toward a colossal bookshelf that nearly spanned an entire wall of the study. The shelf, crafted from warm jade-like sacred light, was meticulously arranged with tens of thousands of ancient tomes, scrolls, and crystal memory orbs. These were the core knowledge accumulated over a millennium by the Hall of Offerings. Concerning martial souls, soul power, the mysteries of the human body, and the secrets of the continent. Martial soul conflicts? Twin martial souls rebounding. Renxue's long, fair fingers flitted like a butterfly across the spines of the books, stirring faint currents of air. The records indicated that martial soul conflicts could lead to soul power chaos and bodily collapse, yet his meridians were remarkably resilient. They could even withstand the forceful impact of my soul power. She extracted a hefty tome embossed with the emblem of the six-winged angel, titled The Divine Favor of Martial Soul Origin Conflict Theory. The pages rustled rapidly as she flipped through them, producing an urgent sound. Renxue's molten gold pupils scanned the ancient text and complex diagrams of soul power meridians with precision. Cases of top-tier martial souls repelling one another. Angelic holy swords versus demonic scythes, where the essence of energy clashed, preventing coexistence. Her gaze lingered for a moment on a few lines of description before she shook her head in denial. No, this was wrong. Angels and demons were opposites of light and dark. The force within him was not darkness. Indeed, it is a sensation I have never before encountered. As if it bears the weight and vastness of a humanitarian torrent. It stands in stark contrast to the attributes of holy light, yet is not antagonistic. Rather, it resembles a higher form of negation. This realization startled even her. Negation? What force could possibly negate the sacred nature of angelic light? She abruptly closed the heavy metallic tome, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the stillness of the study. Divine-level martial souls? Qian Renxue's gaze ascended to the ornate ceiling, adorned with a grand mural depicting the descent of angels, showering radiance upon the world. Her eyes flickered uncertainly. The legendary martial souls inherited from deities possess a power that transcends mere mortal soul strength. However, the records indicate that while divine-level martial souls awaken with formidable strength, they still require the absorption of soul power for growth, with no accounts of them rejecting soul energy entirely. Moreover, he had clearly awakened at merely level 20. She approached another row of bookshelves, her fingertips gliding over a series of memory crystal orbs that emitted faint spatial vibrations. These were precious research records left by the powerful patrons of the temple, detailing special martial souls. Her consciousness delved into a deep blue crystal orb marked with research on exotic energy martial souls. A torrent of information flooded into her mind. In the extreme northern lands, the discovery of the Hongmeng Purple martial soul, whose essence requires the absorption of frigid energy and rejects ordinary soul power. In the depths of the Star Doe forest, the owner of the ancient tree of life martial soul can directly draw upon the essence of flora, achieving a conversion rate far superior to that of soul power cultivation. In the Sunset Canyon, the lava heart martial soul requires the devouring of the essence of earthly fire. Qian Renxue's mental faculties rapidly filtered through this information, her molten eyes growing ever brighter, only to dim again in the next moment. None of these. She abruptly severed her connection with the crystal orb, her brow furrowed. These special martial souls merely exhibit a preference for specific attribute energies, not an outright rejection of soul power. Furthermore, the essence of their strength pales in comparison to the overwhelming sensation emanating from the power within him. The notion of hierarchical oppression emerged distinctly from her chaotic thoughts. It felt akin to a subject before an emperor, just as she felt when confronting her grandfather, Qian Douluo, that intangible reverence born from the essence of life and power. The force within Ling Tian evoked a similar feeling? How could this be? Absurd. Absolutely impossible. Qian Renxue vigorously shook her head, as if to dispel this ludicrous thought. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Her gaze swept across the enormous desk at the center of the study, intricately carved from a solid piece of star amethyst. Upon the surface lay several tomes she had perused earlier, yet gleaned nothing of value from. The hidden secrets of the human body and the soul power vortex, on the 999 anomalies of soul core condensation, and the hypothesis of the Sea of Origin and its anomalous connection to martial soul awakening. Nearby, a few hastily scribbled notes she had jotted down lay scattered. Conflict of the Dantian origin, disparity in energy hierarchy, the essence of power surpassing soul power. How to verify? Rejection, purification, restoration, erasure of attributes, connection to the Xuanyuan Sword martial soul, not recorded in ancient texts. Her fingertips unconsciously tapped against the cold amethyst table, producing a crisp sound that resonated sharply in the stillness of the study. The pale and weary visage of Ling Tian, fiercely guarding his Dantian against the onslaught of her soul power, flashed before her eyes once more, his expression resolute. Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue murmured to herself, a glint of cold sharpness flickering within her molten gold irises. That woman must know something. Her acceptance of him as a disciple, the resources she invested, were not mere whims. With a sudden surge of determination, she rose and approached the grand crystal windows of the study. Outside, the profound night sky of Spirit City unfolded, adorned with a brilliant tapestry of stars beneath a wash of moonlight. Bathed in the cool luminescence, her flowing golden hair seemed to shimmer with liquid starlight. She gazed towards the distant outline of the Pope's palace, shrouded in the night like a slumbering beast, her expression shifting between anger, confusion, and inquiry. Ultimately replaced by a deeper, searing will akin to molten lava, Qian Renxue would never be defeated by a riddle. Regardless of what lay hidden within him or what schemes Bibi Dong was concocting, she was determined to uncover the truth. Not only to understand, but to discover the means to control, even suppress, that power. The next time they met, she would shatter the very core of the other's most relied upon strength, cleansing the humiliation of today. Come forth. Her voice regained its usual coldness and authority. Echoing within the silent study, a blurred golden figure appeared silently from the shadows of the room, kneeling on one knee. Young master. Relay to the secret archive. Qian Renxue did not turn around, her voice as chilling as tempered ice. Access all classified files regarding ancient divine weapons, the fate of humanity, non-soul energy systems, and the foundational theories of martial spirits. Classification, divine edict. Understood. The golden figure vanished without hesitation. Alone at the window, Qian Renxue stood, her molten gold pupils reflecting the vast expanse of stars, yet within them burned a flame more intense than the celestial bodies themselves. She slowly raised her right hand. A strand of pure holy light soul power swirling at her fingertips, golden radiance flowing, both sacred and potent. However, her gaze appeared to pierce through the dazzling brilliance. Descending to the depths of her palm, where a trace of primordial energy lingered, a chaotic essence imbued with a sense of vastness following its forcible extraction. The tremor of two opposing powers clashing echoed silently within the depths of her soul. The night stretched on interminably, deep within the Pope's palace. Ling Tian returned to his quarters, dragging his weary body. He did not lie down immediately, but instead sat cross-legged on the bed, disregarding the pain coursing through him, and gradually closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the sea of knowledge, no longer attempting to perceive or guide the myriad of colorful soul power points. Instead, he approached the tranquil depths of primordial chaos with an unprecedented focus and a tinge of reverence, cautiously probing, as if inquiring of the divine. Xuanyuan. The silent call sent ripples through his soul. In the sanctum of offerings, Qian Renxue sat before a mountain of ancient scrolls, her molten golden eyes sharp as an eagle's in the flickering candlelight, having deliberately extinguished the soul lamp, leaving only a few whale-fat candles. Her fingertips traced a fragment of a weathered hide inscribed with primordial divine script, emanating an aura of the primeval world. Though separated by distance and differing thoughts, they seemed bound by an invisible thread, each taking a tentative step toward the unknown answers beneath the expansive night sky. In the stillness of the room, the crackling of the candlelight intertwined with the silent inquiries of the sea of consciousness, weaving a tapestry of darkness. Chapter 32. The soul sea first embraces the primeval intent. The divine throne weighs the threads of fate. At the core of the holy mountain in the spirit master city, Ling Tian entered his new abode, his steps unsteady. The overwhelming emptiness from the dissipated soul power during the day, coupled with the spiritual impact of his soul-stirring dialogue with Bibi Dong at night, gnawed at his vitality like a relentless parasite. Yet, when the heavy oak doors silently closed behind him, severing all external prying eyes and cacophony, an indescribable tranquility and weight enveloped him instantaneously. Here, it was no longer the humble stone chamber beside the training hall, merely a transient respite. The lofty dome loomed overhead, adorned with a magnificent chandelier crafted from dozens of deep-sea luminescent mother-of-pearl, casting a soft, cool glow reminiscent of moonlight, illuminating the entire space without blinding brilliance. Beneath his feet lay tiles of starry ink jade, warm to the touch, their patterns flowing like a celestial river. The walls were not of cold stone but draped in thick velvet of dark gold, intricately woven with ancient vines and celestial motifs, akin to the softest hide of a colossal beast, silently absorbing all noise. In the center of the room, a grand bed, sculpted from a single block of 1,000-year-old fragrant warm jade, commanded attention, adorned with a snow-white mattress crafted from the hides of unknown soul beasts, radiating a gentle warmth that soothed the spirit upon mere proximity. By the window stood a writing desk, also fashioned from warm jade, beside a towering rosewood bookshelf, neatly lined with numerous pristine texts, exuding a faint scent of ink. Outside the immense arched glass window, the flickering lights of the spirit master city mingled with the blurred silhouette of the distant holy mountain. The night breeze carried with it the crisp fragrance of an unknown soul plant from the courtyard. luxurious yet subdued, rich in depth. Every detail silently narrated the transformation of identity and the significance bestowed by the papal hall. Ling Tian slowly approached the warm jade bed, his fingertips gliding over the smooth, delicate surface, a gentle warmth coursing through his arm, slightly easing his mental fatigue. He inhaled deeply, the cool aroma of the air mingling with the essence of warm jade, allowing his turbulent thoughts to settle. From the adjacent room, he faintly heard the playful melody of Liena's song, seemingly humming a tune popular in the Spirit Master City. The girl's vibrant spirit was palpable even through the wall. Ling Tian chose not to disturb her. He settled cross-legged upon the broad, comfortable bed, closing his eyes. The fatigue of the body and the emptiness of the soul remain acutely vivid. However, at this moment, what occupies his mind are Bibi Dong's piercing violet eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating all truths, along with a question that is etched into the depths of his very being like a brand. Inquire of it. Ask that sword. Inquire. What does it mean to be Xuanyuan? Inquire. What constitutes the sacred path? Ask it. Why choose you as its master, yet deny you at the threshold? No longer is this a tale of desperate self-mockery, nor a futile endeavor. This time, it is a communication imbued with enlightenment, sincerity, and even a touch of reverence. His consciousness delves into the sea of perception. He no longer strives to sense or guide the myriad luminous soul energy points, but instead, like a devoted pilgrim, cautiously and wholeheartedly ventures into the profound depths of the sea of consciousness, toward that eternal realm of silence, where the chaotic essence intertwines. Resembling an ancient monolith, the colossal shadow of a sword, Xuanyuan the silent call ripples across the lake of the soul. Silence. The immense sword shadow lies dormant, akin to a slumbering primordial deity, utterly unresponsive. Only the flowing chaotic essence, resonating with a steady, slow, and ponderous rhythm, echoes like the heartbeat of a bygone age. Ling Tian remains undeterred, casting aside all impatience and material desires. His thoughts transform into the purest of threads, gently brushing against the cold, imposing spine of the sword. Time and again, I know you disdain these soul energies. In your eyes, they are but dust, perhaps even less than dust. Your world is far grander than this realm. He endeavors to convey his understanding, to express not just the insights unveiled by Bibi Dong, but also a sense of shared resonance, a primal instinct and tenacity from the depths of his soul, equally unwilling to embrace the mundane, yearning for mastery over greater power. Tell me, what do you require? How can I truly command you? How can I walk alongside you? The silent thoughts flow like a gentle stream, unceasing. Time passes in silence. The humming of Liena next door has ceased, and the clamor of the spirit city outside gradually succumbs to the tranquility of the night. In the vast room, only Ling Tian's steady, prolonged breaths and the cool, constant glow of the deep-sea chandelier remain. Just as Ling Tian's mind becomes so immersed that he nearly forgets himself, even beginning to doubt the efficacy of this communication, a sudden vibration ripples through the depths of the sea of perception. This is not a mere reflex to prior threats. It is a stirring, seemingly awakened by a resonant thought, emanating from the core. An ancient, vast will, imbued with the primal essence of creation, awakens like a volcano that has slumbered for millennia. Boom. Ling Tian feels as though his soul has been cast into a seething furnace. The shadowy sea of perception gives way to an explosion of boundless chaos. As the primordial state unfolds, pure essence ascends, while turbid essence descends. Countless stars are born, collide, and extinguish within the chaos. Primitive life struggles to evolve amidst the torrent of wild energy. A grand tapestry, vast and fragmented, yet imbued with supreme principles, surged into his spiritual realm like a torrential flood breaching its banks. Ak! Ling Tian emitted a sound of profound agony, his body trembling violently, his complexion paling to a ghastly white. A headache, a searing, explosive pain. The deluge of information inundating him was overwhelmingly vast, primitive, and tyrannical. The fragments of laws contained within it, the essence of the Great Way, were so profoundly arcane that they surpassed the limits of his current consciousness. Each shattered image struck him like a blazing star crashing into his fragile sea of awareness. Each flicker of the law's fragments fell upon his soul's barriers like an invisible hammer. His mental fortitude, in the face of this primordial torrent of information, was as fragile as a paper boat amid a tempest, instantly torn to shreds. Just as Ling Tian's consciousness teetered on the brink of being utterly overwhelmed by this primal flood, plunging into chaos, the immense silhouette of the Xuanyuan sword suddenly blazed with brilliance. The swirling aura of yellow and black coiled rapidly, coalescing into a tangible essence, radiating a chaotic hue reminiscent of the primordial, and like the divine stabilizer of the seas, It plunged forcefully into the heart of the raging torrent of information. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. All the tumultuous waves of primal information, drawn forth by this yellow and black radiance, found their outlet, collapsing and converging violently. Ultimately, they transformed into a peculiar scroll, neither gold nor jade, neither fabric nor silk, enveloped in chaotic currents. Its surface adorned with countless ancient runes that writhed and leaped like living beings. As the scroll took shape, it emanated an unparalleled majesty that could suppress the heavens and govern all laws. Its weightiness surpassed even the sacred light foundational technique bestowed by the towering snow peaks. At the very moment this scroll coalesced, the overwhelming pressure that had nearly crushed Ling Tian's soul dissipated by more than half. Yet, the residual shockwaves continued to batter against his crumbling mental barriers like towering waves. Qian Huang Dao Yinjing. 5 ancient glyphs, seemingly forged from countless stars and suffused with the essence of the Great Way, abruptly appeared within the remnants of Ling Tian's consciousness like an indelible brand. Each character bore the weight of creation, causing his spirit to convulse, his vision to darken. He barely had time to discern any symbol upon the scroll, for even the impact of these 5 profound words drained the last vestiges of his already exhausted mental energy. Gush! A surge of scalding blood erupted from Ling Tian's mouth, splattering onto the pristine fur mattress of the warm jade bed, blooming into a blinding crimson. His eyes rolled back. The chaotic light reflected deep within his pupils shattered and dissipated. His body felt as though all its bones had been extracted, collapsing limply backward. His heavy head struck the soft warm jade pillow, producing a muted thud. His consciousness was like a kite severed from its string, instantly drawn into an endless abyss of darkness. The opulent deep-sea luminescent chandelier continued to emit a steady, cool glow, illuminating the youth's pallid face and the stark bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. The fragrant warmth of agarwood envelopes this body, drained of spiritual energy and plunged into a deep slumber, while the air is tinged with a faint scent of blood and the delicate aroma of warm jade. In the adjoining space, Liena seems to sense an unusual disturbance, tilting her ear in curiosity for a moment, yet ultimately succumbing to silence. She dismisses it as merely Ling Tian being overly fatigued, already in a profound sleep. Within the consecrated hall of the angel sanctuary, the light here is absolute, frozen in time, imbued with an undeniable sense of sanctity and judgment. The vast dome is adorned with countless pure, soul-guiding crystals of the light attribute, illuminating the hall with such clarity that even the air appears devoid of dust. Beneath the dome, a colossal statue of an angel towers, its 6 wings unfurled, bearing a visage both compassionate and majestic, wielding a sacred sword and casting a gaze downward upon all beings. This statue is forged from a peculiar material that flows with liquid golden radiance, emanating a gentle yet boundless divine pressure. Qian Renxue stands in the immense shadow cast by the statue, her molten gold hair shimmering under the sacred light with an almost tangible luster. She slightly lowers her head, her elongated eyelashes casting a faint shadow upon her smooth cheeks, obscuring the confusion and a barely perceptible sense of defeat in her eyes. Grandfather. Her voice resonates within the vast stillness of the sanctuary, carrying a tone distinct from her usual icy demeanor, akin to a plea for guidance. Schwer, a gentle, rich voice, seemingly steeped in the passage of time and infinite light, emanates from the immense throne of sacred light before the statue. Qian Daolu sits regally upon it. The grand priest of the consecrated hall appears not aged, but rather imbued with an extraordinary tranquility and youth under the divine light, his molten gold eyes deep and cosmic, reflecting the wisdom of worldly insight and unparalleled authority. Clad in a simple white robe adorned with golden patterns, he emits no discernible fluctuations of soul power. Yet he seems to merge seamlessly with the towering angelic statue behind him, embodying the very source of light and order within the sanctuary. That child. Ling Tian Qian Renxue carefully chooses her words, raising her gaze to meet her grandfather's. His condition is rather peculiar. She succinctly recounts her earlier examination of Ling Tian's body, emphasizing the bizarre phenomenon of his soul power disintegrating upon entry, and the shocking experience of her own soul power being forcibly stripped of its attributes by that overwhelming force, reverting to primal energy. That force is vast and profound, as if carrying the will of some grand humanitarian torrent. It possesses a rank of the highest order, instinctively rejecting, purifying, and even negating the divine light soul power, and seemingly all lower-tier energies. Qian Renxue's voice carries a weight of gravity that even she is unaware of. I have never encountered a martial soul or physique like this in any texts. Even the legendary divine-level martial souls require the absorption of soul power to develop upon awakening. His condition is simply unfathomable. Silence envelopes the sanctuary, interrupted only by the subtle hum of eternal particles of light flowing through the air. Qian Douluo listened intently, his molten gold eyes calm and unwavering, resembling two ancient wells reflecting the celestial stars. Qian Renxue's statements did not elicit any visible ripples on his countenance, as if the revelations were not of a nature capable of overturning established norms. The innate leakage of the body, the conflict of the source. Qian Douluo spoke slowly, his voice serene yet imbued with a penetrating clarity that touched upon the essence. Xuer, your judgment is not erroneous. This is by no means an ordinary leakage. In typical cases, the meridians are frail, akin to a sieve or a net, utterly incapable of accommodating the particles of soul power. He can draw soul power into his body, his meridians more resilient than most, yet he cannot store it. The root of this lies in the exclusivity of his innate power. He paused slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dome of the sanctuary, reaching into distant realms of time and space. Douluo Continent, vast and boundless. Even under the laws, there exist variables. The martial soul stems from bloodline and spirit. After countless epochs, one may still struggle to perceive its entirety. There may exist exotic kinds, whose source of power diverges fundamentally from the primal energies we cultivate. Just as a colossal whale of the deep sea cannot be confined to shallow streams. Exotic source, Qian Renxue pondered over this term, as a glimmer flickered deep within his molten eyes. Does Grandpa mean that his strength does not derive from the laws of our realm? Is that why it repels soul power? Perhaps. Qian Douluo refrained from delivering a definitive conclusion, his gaze returning to Qian Renxue with a hint of scrutiny. In the Martial Soul Hall's library, beyond the 9th level, within the depths of the secret vault, there might be fragments of records pertaining to ancient bloodlines and foreign divine weapons outside the system of primal force, yet they remain vague and elusive. Rather than being records, they are more like conjectures and speculations of those who face the incomprehensible. His voice remained tranquil, yet it caused a slight heaviness in Qian Renxue's heart. Even he, a 99th level limit Douluo, the guardian of the angel god on earth, well versed in the millennium of secrets of the Martial Soul Hall, could not provide a clear explanation. Then, is there a solution? Qian Renxue instinctively pressed, her tone tinged with an urgency she herself did not notice. If he could not coalesce soul power, would he be forever confined to the 20th level? Then, that sword, that power, would it not be like a pearl gathering dust? How could her promise to resolve this be fulfilled? Qian Douluo's gaze lingered on Qian Renxue's face for a moment. Within the depths of his molten pupils, much like sunlight piercing through ice, he reflected the subtle and often unnoticed determination and confusion that lay beneath her cold exterior. Was it confusion over the denial of her own holy light? Or perhaps bewilderment at Ling Tian's strange predicament? Or was it the perplexity over a promise made in public that seemed to lack a path to realization? The path lies within oneself. Qian Douluo's voice resonated like the eternal light flowing within the sanctuary, calm and resolute. External intervention is unlikely to yield effects. Forcing infusion is akin to extinguishing fire with water. The clash of elements will surely result in backlash. That woman, Bibi Dong, he mentioned her name without a hint of fluctuation in tone, has taken him as her disciple and devoted resources. She must have her own considerations. With her vision and means, she has not forcibly altered the course, but rather allowed him to explore. This carries profound implications. He slightly raised his hand, a thread of pure, gentle holy light swirling around his fingertips, the halo shifting, sacred and warm. The holy light I bestow upon the temple is a gift from the angel god, pure and righteous, encompassing all things. If even the holy light cannot linger within him, and is forcibly stripped and purified by his primordial power, attempting to suppress him with a higher tier of holy light energy would not only be futile, but could also provoke a more violent backlash from the primordial forces, leading to mutual destruction. Must we then simply watch? A rare hint of unwillingness crept into Qian Renxue's voice. Fate's law, Qian Douluo gently uttered, as if delivering a divine decree. All things in the universe follow their destined paths. One cannot force outcomes nor untangle what is difficult to comprehend. You have pledged to assist him, and may observe closely, yet remember, do not become ensnared by obsession, nor allow his primordial power to harm your very foundation. Your path lies beneath the radiance of angelic light, not within the chaos of the primordial wilderness. The gentle halo emanating from the holy light throne illuminated the slightly tightened corners of Qian Renxue's lips. Her grandfather's words poured over her like icy water, extinguishing her impatience for answers, but simultaneously bestowing a deeper sense of helplessness. Even her grandfather was at a loss. Could it truly be that she must rely solely on him? What secrets lay concealed within that sword? After a moment of silence, when she lifted her gaze once more. The confusion and unwillingness in her eyes had been forcefully subdued, restored to the usual coolness and resolve. She understood. Grateful for her grandfather's guidance, she respectfully bowed, her molten gold hair cascading like a waterfall. Without further words, she turned away. The lavish gown trailed over the polished, mirror-like floor of the sanctuary, producing a faint rustling sound. Her molten gold wings unfolded silently behind her, radiating a sacred luster. The light from the dome of the sanctuary fell upon her, elongating her slender and solitary figure. With a gentle flutter of her wings, she transformed into a brilliant yet gentle stream of golden light. Akin to a devout believer bidding farewell to the divine throne, swiftly and silently passing through the grand doors of the sanctuary, vanishing into the thick curtain of night beyond. The sanctuary returned to an absolute silence and brilliance. Qian Douluo remained seated upon the holy light throne, his molten gold gaze calmly following the direction in which the light had disappeared. After a long while, a barely audible sigh escaped, like a gentle breeze traversing the boundless sea of stars, dissipating quietly within the halo surrounding the throne. Chaos and primordial yellow. The depths of his voice echoed within the sanctuary, imbued with an indescribable profundity, a weightiness even he had yet to fully comprehend. Schwer, is it fortune or misfortune? The immense shadow of the angelic statue's wings silently enveloped the holy light throne, the statue's compassionate gaze surveying the empty hall. The eternal flow of golden radiance serene and unspoken. Outside the hall lay a series of sacred sanctuaries dedicated to the divine, emanating a soft yet majestic glow against the backdrop of the night, shrouding the sacred mountain of Soul Master City. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, deep within the opulent chambers of the papal palace, Ling Tian remained blissfully unaware, ensnared in a stupor brought on by mental exhaustion. The bloodstains at the corner of his mouth having solidified into dark red specks upon the warm jade pillow. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the scroll known as the Xian Huang Dao Yin Jing, entwined with chaotic currents, floated quietly above the shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword, its ancient runes flickering like breath, exuding an overwhelming aura that suppressed the ages. The night stretched on, deep and long. In the vast river of fate, amidst the shadows and radiance of the spirit city, it flows silently, swirling with unknown eddies. Chapter 33. The initial awakening of the Xuanyuan, forging the foundation of the path, the legacy of fire transcending the maze. In the depths of the papal palace lies the opulent chamber of Ling Tian. The deep-sea luminescent mother-of-pearl chandelier cascades a constant, cool light, akin to solidified moonlight, silently spilling upon the floor adorned with star-patterned obsidian. Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes, as if forcibly pulled back from an abyss. His heart thundered wildly within his chest, each beat resonating with the heavy echo of survival after catastrophe, vibrating his eardrums. Cold sweat soaked the smooth, warm jade pillow, leaving dark imprints. He gasped for breath, his throat dry and painful, each inhalation tugging at the remnants of his consciousness, reminiscent of an agonizing rending and a profound sense of helplessness. The terrifying visions of the previous night surged back into his mind, an endless chaos, the birth and death of stars. The true meaning of the great Tao crashing like a torrent, ruthlessly shattering his fragile mental barriers. Were it not for the silent Xuanyuan Sword condensing the essence of Xian Huang at the critical moment, forcibly constraining the flood of information into a scroll, his soul would have undoubtedly been reduced to nothingness. Xian Huang Daoyan Jing, he murmured instinctively, the 5 ancient characters, seemingly forged from countless stars and imbued with the weight of cosmic creation, were indelibly etched in the depths of his consciousness, exuding an unparalleled majesty that could suppress all heavens. Merely recalling the outline of those characters sent a jolt of pain and dizziness through his remaining mental strength, akin to gazing directly into an unfathomable abyss. Struggling to prop up his weary and heavy body, his bones emitted faint groans. The aftermath of mental exhaustion gnawed at him like a relentless parasite, his head pounding, his vision blurring, as if his skull were filled with molten lead. Yet beneath this immense pain and weakness, an unprecedented anticipation, akin to boiling magma, burned fiercely within his heart. The technique imparted by the Xuanyuan Sword itself, a method capable of transforming soul power and aligning with its primal force. Did this signify that he had finally discovered the key? The means to unlock the true path that Bibi Dong referred to as the chasm between heaven and earth? From henceforth, he would no longer be a mere traveler of soul power, nor a subject of ridicule for his innate deficiencies. This thought struck like a lightning bolt in the darkness, instantly dispelling all fatigue and fear. He bore the stinging pain in his consciousness and the frailty of his body, sitting cross-legged upon the expansive, fragrant jade bed, forcing himself to calm his mind. His thoughts were tentative, as if cradling the most precious glass lamp, carefully avoiding those 5 dizzying characters, slowly probing into the depths of his consciousness. The immense shadow of the Xuanyuan sword remained silent, flowing with the primordial chaos of Xianhuang. Above the sword's shadow, the scroll of the Xianhuang Daoyan Jing, neither gold nor jade, entwined with chaotic currents, floated quietly. The surface of the scroll was alive with countless ancient symbols, writhing and leaping unpredictably. This time, Ling Tian refrained from attempting to gaze upon them. The cost was far too great. With utmost reverence and devotion, like a pious believer seeking divine counsel, he gently touched the swirling chaotic energy of the scroll with his consciousness. Buzz! The scroll quivered gently, and a stream of mild yet remarkably clear intent flowed forth, akin to a babbling brook, conveying itself through Ling Tian's consciousness. No longer did he experience the tumult of chaotic information bombardment. Rather, it was a tempered guidance, meticulously filtered through the essence of the Xuanyuan sword. An exceedingly rudimentary yet profound cyclical technique unfurled vividly within Ling Tian's awareness. This technique resided not within the meridians or acupoints, but instead opened a path, a phantasmal bridge sketched by thought, that commenced from the sea of consciousness, traversed the void, and delved deeply into the primordial essence of the Xianhuang energy within the Dantian. Its core principle lay not in absorption, but in the processes of drawing, refining, and returning. It called forth the primordial energy of the heavens and earth, not by harnessing its force, but by summoning its source. The intent must transform into an invisible sieve, filtering out the myriad attributes to seize only the most primal and chaotic particles of cosmic energy. Refinement was not confined to the Dantian. Rather, it was conducted in the crucible of the Xuanyuan sword itself. The summoned primordial energy particles required the cleansing, tempering, and assimilation by the swirling Xianhuang energy enveloping the sword, restoring them to a state closest to the primordial chaos, purging all soul power imprints conferred by the laws of this realm. Returning involved guiding the refined primordial chaotic particles with intent, injecting them into the depths of the Dantian where the dormant Xianhuang vortex lay, thereby invigorating the source and nurturing oneself. This was not the ordinary path of soul masters condensing soul power. It was akin to carving a clandestine passage directly to the core beside a sacred domain that repelled outsiders, an endeavor to forge a power that resonated with one's own essence through the strength of the source. Ling Tian's heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. This was it. Struggling to rise from his bed, his steps wavered unsteadily, as if treading upon clouds. He pushed open the heavy, intricately carved door, and the cool morning air, infused with the fresh scent of the courtyard's greenery, enveloped him, slightly alleviating the throbbing in his head. Ignoring his body's protests, he steeled his resolve and made his way toward the meditation chamber beside the martial arts hall. Each step was accompanied by a dizzying sensation stemming from the exhaustion of his mental faculties, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, filled with a resolute determination. Upon opening the thick stone door of the quiet room, a familiar and comforting aroma, an amalgamation of soul-guiding array energy and tranquil incense, welcomed him. "Ling Tian, brother." A crisp voice, laced with surprise and concern, rang out immediately. Liena had been waiting there, dressed in a soft yellow attire, her light golden braid meticulously arranged. Her amber eyes softened with deep compassion at the sight of Ling Tian, pale as a sheet, his steps unsteady. She quickly rose and took a few steps forward, instinctively supporting Ling Tian's swaying arm with her delicate hand. "How could you get up? You look dreadful." "Elder Ju said you need to rest more." Liena's voice carried a hint of reproach, but more so, it was filled with concern. "Look at you. Your mental energy is completely depleted, and you can barely walk." Feeling the gentle support of her hand and the unmasked worry in her eyes warmed Ling Tian's heart, prompting him to muster a faint smile. "Sister Nana, I'm fine. I just can't lie still." Still claiming to be fine, Liena frowned adorably, guiding him to sit beside the central warm jade mat. "Sit down quickly. Look at you. You have dark circles under your eyes." Without hesitation, she pressed down on Ling Tian's shoulder, urging him to sit, and knelt beside him on the cushion. With a glint of excitement in her eyes, she produced several pristine scrolls of martial arts from her storage soul guide, each emanating a distinct aura of soul power. "Look, I spent quite some time persuading Elder Gui for these. They're treasures borrowed from the scripture pavilion of the offering hall." Liena's eyes sparkled with hope. "This one, the starlight induction technique, is said to refine soul power using the strength of starlight, particularly pure. And this, the tidal body forging technique, can expand meridians and stabilize one's essence. And this," she exclaimed, holding up a jade slip shimmering with emerald light, "is the life school's secret art, the evergreen method, which harbors powerful life energy and may nurture your essence." potentially resolving the issue of soul power dissipation. She eagerly thrust the scrolls and jade slip into Ling Tian's arms, her voice tinged with urgency. Quickly, try them out. Brother Ling Tian, what if, just what if this time it succeeds? If that annoying Qian Renxue can achieve it, why can't my brother Ling Tian? The girl's fervent enthusiasm flowed into Ling Tian's heart like a warm current. He gazed at the extraordinary scrolls in his embrace, and then into Liena's amber eyes, filled with anticipation and a hint of pleading, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Any one of these scrolls, if exposed to the outside world, could cause a stir in the realm of soul masters. How much effort had Sister Nana expended for him, bearing countless pressures? He gently placed the precious scrolls and jade slip onto the cushion beside him. In an instant, the hope on Liena's face froze, her expression dimming with a touch of hurt. Brother Ling Tian, won't you even give it a try? Her voice lowered, laced with a barely perceptible sense of grievance. Have you given up? Ling Tian shook his head, meeting Liena's gaze with a smile that was far more genuine than before, imbued with a sense of newfound certainty. Sister Nana, his voice remained hoarse, yet resonated with unprecedented clarity and strength. Thank you. Truly. Thank you for everything you've done for me. He paused, his gaze drifting past Liena, as if piercing through the walls of the quiet room, to the dormant holy sword deep within his sea of consciousness. However, I no longer need to try these. His voice, though soft, was as steadfast as granite. Because I have found the method. Found the method? Liena was taken aback, her amber eyes widening in disbelief. What method? Did the teacher tell you? Or was it Elder Ju and the others? It revealed itself to me. Ling Tian indicated his heart's location, or rather, where his soul's essence resided. I asked it, and it provided the answer. Following his gesture, Liena glanced at his chest, and then at the unfamiliar confidence on his face, intermingled with exhaustion and an extraordinary radiance. Her mouth slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling Tian ceased to elaborate, took a deep breath to suppress the tumultuous emotions and the sting in his sea of consciousness, and slowly closed his eyes. Clearing his mind, he sank his thoughts into the sea of consciousness. The immense shadow of the Xuanyuan sword loomed like an ancient reef as the chaotic yellow aura slowly circulated. Above, the scroll of the Qian Huang Dao, Yanjing, emanated a faint chaotic radiance. Ling Tian focused his mind, no longer attempting to pry into the essence of the scroll, but rather following the path of the gentle thought transmitted last night. He began to operate the rudimentary yet direct entry technique of the great Tao. His consciousness, like a delicate thread, cautiously probed beyond the barriers of his spiritual sea. With a hum, the soul concentrating array inscribed on the ground and walls of the tranquil chamber was instantly activated. The once serene and flowing particles of the elemental energy in the air, shimmering with various hues, suddenly became animated. They converged towards Ling Tian as if summoned by an invisible call. However, this time, Ling Tian's intention did not, as usual, seek to draw these particles into his meridians. Instead, his consciousness transformed into an intangible net, imbued with a peculiar will of selection. The net glided gently through the void. Those vibrant particles, distinctly marked with elemental attributes, fire, water, and wind, encountered an invisible barrier and were softly yet firmly repelled. Only a minuscule portion, exhibiting a primitive, nearly chaotic gray hue, devoid of any attribute fluctuations, was captured and adhered to by this net of consciousness. These particles represented the most primordial and fundamental essence of the elemental energy of heaven and earth, akin to unrefined jade. This step of drawing in the source consumed a significant portion of Ling Tian's mental strength, causing waves of piercing pain in his already exhausted spiritual sea. And his complexion paled further. Beside him, Liena held her breath in anxious anticipation. Though she did not comprehend Ling Tian's actions, she could distinctly sense the peculiar fluctuations of his soul power and the tremors of his suppressed pain. The summoned primordial chaotic particles were few, resembling a thin gray mist. The next step was to refine. Ling Tian's consciousness guided the slender stream of gray mist cautiously towards the depths of his spiritual sea, towards the phantom of the Xuanyuan Sword. As this primordial chaotic particle approached the swirling chaotic Qian Huang energy surrounding the sword's illusion, a hissing sound erupted, akin to cold water splashing into a seething pot of oil. The seemingly gentle flowing Qian Huang energy instantly became vibrant, infused with a supreme will derived from the essence of life itself. It surged forth like a famished behemoth from ancient times, fiercely pouncing upon the incoming primordial chaotic particle. It was not mere consumption, it was refinement, it was assimilation. The Qian Huang energy enveloped the primordial particles, spinning like the most intricate grinding wheel, washing over them, With each wash, it stripped away the exceedingly fine dust of the Douluo Continent as heavenly rules from the surface of the primordial particles. With each rotation, it forcibly imprinted a trace of the Qian Huang's original will within. The gray primordial particles underwent a visible transformation in this process. The gray receded, replaced by a weighty, vast hue that seemed to embody the vicissitudes of human existence and the will of destruction, a Qian Huang color. Their volume dramatically shrank, yet the essence of energy they contained surged wildly. It was as if a pile of scattered charcoal was compressed, ignited, and transformed into a minuscule spark, brimming with terrifying energy. The refining was complete. The final step, return. Guided by Ling Tian's intention, a slender stream of nascent, ethereal yellow energy, faint yet of the highest essence, flowed delicately like a newly born brook, meandering along the illusory path forged by his will, cautiously making its way to the depths of his dantian. There lay the dormant source of the Xuanyuan Sword, enveloped in a tranquil vortex of profound yellow energy. The moment this nascent energy infused the vortex, a resonant hum reverberated through Ling Tian's entire being. An indescribable tremor, rooted in the essence of life itself, surged through him. The once silent vortex of profound yellow energy pulsated ever so slightly, akin to dry kindling ignited by a spark. A subtle yet pure force, imbued with a sense of vastness and weightiness, emerged quietly from the depths of the dantian vortex, reminiscent of the first breath of life breaking through the thawing earth in early spring. This energy ceased its violent rejection of his body, no longer attempting to escape with brute force. Instead, it circled gently within the vortex, imbued with a sense of belonging, as though it were an intrinsic part of him, a continuation of his very bloodline. Subsequently, this newly born profound yellow energy, as if endowed with consciousness, began to unfurl along an arcane path that Ling Tian had yet to fully comprehend, gradually permeating his nearly exhausted meridians, the searing organs, the strained bones, and even the aching void of his sea of consciousness. Wherever it traversed, it was as if the parched, cracked earth was finally graced by nurturing rain. The minute fissures left by the Xuanyuan Sword's counterattack and the sacred impact of Qian Renxue were gently smoothed and nourished by this weighty essence. The flesh beneath his charred skin greedily absorbed this power, rejuvenated as if caressed by a spring breeze. Even the agonizing emptiness in the depths of his sea of consciousness, ravaged by torrents of primordial information, was quietly enveloped and restored by a soothing, cool heaviness, an unprecedented sensation of fullness and vitality, stemming from the very core of his being, replaced the previous emptiness and transience of soul power dissipating upon entry. Tears of overwhelming warmth cascaded uncontrollably down Ling Tian's tightly shut eyes. He had succeeded. At long last, he had successfully stored the external power within himself, transforming it for his own use. Although it was but a faint thread, this power was sanctioned by the Xuanyuan Sword and belonged to the very essence of Ling Tian. This was not merely soul power, it was the primal energy of profound yellow. A previously untraveled path to transcendence had finally torn through the shroud of despair beneath his feet, revealing its initial and most solid first step. The room was enveloped in silence. Liena clenched her small hands tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. She fixated on Ling Tian's face, streaked with tears yet closed in concentration, observing the incredibly faint yet genuine flow of pale yellow energy surrounding his form, sensing an indescribable weighty aura emanating from him, as if he were one with the earth and mountains. There was no agitation of soul power, no radiant attributes, only an ancient, profound essence, as if it bore the weight of countless epochs. This aura was distinctly unlike any technique from the Hall of the Pope and diverged entirely from her understanding of martial soul cultivation. Yet one thing she was absolutely certain of was that the phenomenon of soul power dissipating from her younger brother, Ling Tian, had vanished. The seemingly bottomless leakage that had troubled him for so long was entirely filled and sealed by this newly born, profound aura. Had she truly succeeded? Liena's voice trembled with disbelief, her amber eyes brimming with tears of ecstasy, excitement, and immense relief. Ling Tian, you really did it. Chapter 34. The secret chamber reflecting the shadows of two maidens. Proud snow conceals her achievements and hidden affections. At that moment, a faint sound, akin to ice crystals forming, emanated from the heavily carved stone door of the silent chamber. The door silently slid open, revealing a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to pass through. A tall, solitary figure, as if sculpted from ice, quietly stood in the shadow just outside the door. Her molten golden hair glimmered with a cold sheen under the soft light of the soul-guiding lanterns in the chamber, while her pure white gown adorned with golden patterns accentuated her flawless curves, exuding an innate, inviolable sense of sanctity. Renxue. Her gaze, like the most precise probe, instantly pierced through the swirling medicinal mist, landing upon Ling Tian, who was seated in the pool, as well as the faint, flowing essence of primal energy surrounding him. A fleeting, indescribable wave passed through her molten golden pupils. What was that aura? Ancient, vast, heavy as the mountains and earth. In stark contrast to her angelic holy light of sanctity and purification, it subtly carried a dignity born from its very essence. More critically, the leakage of soul power that had once seeped from him like a sieve had vanished. In its stead flowed this unheard-of primal force, stabilizing and repairing him. Despite her outward indifference after the disastrous defeat yesterday, the indomitable Ling Tian had unleashed at the last moment the peculiarity of the Xuanyuan Sword, and the mysterious aura that instinctively evoked trepidation even in her angelic holy sword had left an indelible mark in her heart. She arrived here with a remarkably complex mindset, perhaps a reluctant inquiry, perhaps a desire to witness the state of the opponent she had personally crushed, or maybe even a vague, unexamined urge for validation. She wanted to know what hidden cards Bibi Dong had regarding this enigmatic disciple, and whether there were still undiscovered secrets within him. For this purpose, she delicately brushed her fingertips over the ancient-style storage soul guide resting at her waist, embedded with a pure golden crystal. Inside lay a thick stack of pristine scrolls and several jade slips radiating gentle spatial fluctuations. The Starshine Chi induction technique, tidal body forging method, and Emu Evergreen's technique were all renowned top-tier techniques from the secret vault of the worship hall, known for stabilizing the primal essence, nourishing meridians, and harmonizing with special energies. Any single scroll that fell into the outside world would undoubtedly cause a stir within the soul master community. How had she, under the watchful and warning gaze of her grandfather, Qian Douluo, forcefully retrieved these from the Bureau of Secret Classics? As she traversed the path, her mind incessantly rehearsed how to present these techniques before Ling Tian, contemplating the tone of benevolence or perhaps negotiation to employ. However, the scene before her shattered all her preconceived notions in an instant. He simply did not require it. The dead end she had envisioned, one deemed an inescapable plight by the esteemed elders of the worship hall, was unexpectedly carved open beneath his feet in an entirely different manner. A surge of absurdity, tinged with an inexplicable thrill, seized Renxue's heart, far more intense than the shock of her previous defeat in swordsmanship. What brings you here? A voice, crisp yet laden with caution and hostility, abruptly pierced the tranquility of the chamber and the tempest within Renxue. Liena sprang up like a territorial creature disturbed in its lair, positioning herself between the bath and the stone door, her amber eyes, still glistening with tears, now ablaze with a fiery intensity, fixated on the unwelcome guest at the threshold. Her body was taut, hands instinctively slightly parted, as if to shield the meditating Ling Tian behind her with her fragile form. The fragrant aroma of herbs in the air could scarcely dilute the chilling atmosphere of confrontation that had suddenly arisen. Renxue's gaze gradually shifted from Ling Tian to the obstructing Liena. In her molten golden eyes, all swirling emotions were instantaneously frozen, coalescing into an unfathomable abyss of cold detachment, akin to a deity gazing down upon the clamor of the mortal realm. When did the healing sanctum of the papal palace become your personal domain, Liena? Renxue's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth, akin to the sound of crystal striking jade, each word imbued with a lofty indifference. This young master arrives as she pleases. Do I need to report my presence to you? As she spoke, her fingertips casually and discreetly pressed upon the golden storage crystal at her waist. Buzz. A nearly imperceptible faint golden halo flickered across the surface of the crystal, almost merging with the light of the soul-guiding lamp. Liena fixed her gaze upon Renxue, keenly aware of this subtle movement. She noticed that the golden crystal, clearly a storage soul guide, seemed to have just activated its collection function. Has she brought something? What is her intention? Reflecting on Renxue's previous coercions towards Ling Tian and her eventual ruthlessness, alarm bells rang in Liena's mind. The hostility in her amber eyes intensified. You are not welcome here. Liena's voice was resolute, infused with a daring courage. Ling Tian requires tranquility for his recovery. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall report to my teacher without hesitation. She invoked Bibi Dong's name, hoping to intimidate her opponent. Upon hearing this, a flicker of faint scorn passed through the molten gold depths of Renxue's gaze, akin to a glimmer beneath a frozen chasm. Humph. She let out a barely audible scoff, as if she had encountered some juvenile threat. Bibi Dong. She recalled vividly the icy, detached gaze of that woman during yesterday's martial exhibition. Her gaze once again traversed past Liena's shoulder, alighting upon Ling Tian. who remained enraptured in his cultivation within the pool, observing the faint yet steady flow of Xianhuang energy enveloping him, and the serene focus that emerged in the wake of his previous anguish. An indescribable agitation surged within her. A subtle sense of exclusion, one she had not even fully recognized, quietly crept into her heart. Her fingertips, resting on the storage soul guide, instinctively tightened, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the smooth crystal. Alas! Renxue slowly lowered her gaze, her long, thick golden lashes resembling delicate butterfly wings, casting a cold, arc-like shadow upon her flawless cheek, veiling the tumult of emotions swirling beneath. Just as Liena presumed, she would utter a sarcastic remark or insist on staying. The Xianhuang energy surrounding Ling Tian abruptly faltered. In an instant, an invisible, steady and profound aura, akin to the pulsations of the earth, radiated outward from him. The viscous medicinal liquid in the pool was stirred by this energy, ceasing its turbulent motion, transforming the water's surface into a flawless mirror. Buzz! The once dimly glowing phantom of the Xuanyuan Sword, suspended by Ling Tian's side, emitted a deep and resonant hum. The dust-covered patterns of the sun, moon, and stars on the sword's body seemed to be gently polished by an unseen force, briefly flickering with a faint light. Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes. In his profound black gaze, it appeared as though a chaotic galaxy ebbed and flowed, radiating a tranquility born from refinement and a barely concealed delight in the mastery of power. Despite his pallor still bearing the marks of grievous injury, and the bandages hinting at wounds yet to fully heal, the essence of life surged within him, like a pearl liberated from dust, suddenly gleaming with renewed brilliance. He had finally taken a solid first step. "Brother Ling Tian, you have awakened," Liena exclaimed in delight, turning back and instantly forgetting about Renxue at the entrance. Her amber eyes sparkled brightly. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Is the medicinal essence being absorbed well?" Her cascade of questions flowed forth like a jubilant stream. Imbued with unmasked concern and joy, Ling Tian exhaled a long, languid breath, his exhalation infused with a weight reminiscent of the rich earth of early spring. Characteristic of the Xianhuang energy, he savored the nourishing and empowering sensation of the nascent Xianhuang essence coursing gently through his meridians, feeling the alleviation of the stubborn, divine pain deep within his right arm, his lips finally curving into a heartfelt smile, one born from the survival of tribulation. "Sister Nana," he began. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the white figure at the entrance, as exquisite as ice and jade. "Renxue, how could she be here?" Ling Tian's heart constricted sharply, the suffocating sensation of terrifying light sweeping through the martial arena yesterday, purifying all, and the agonizing pain of his bones threatening to shatter. All surged vividly back into his mind. His body instinctively tensed for a moment. However, in that moment, a faint pulse of nascent energy emanating from his dantian stirred slightly, imparting a profound and weighty sense of power that instantaneously dispelled the shadows of fear stemming from his memories. He forcefully suppressed the surging emotions within him, his gaze transforming into one of calm vigilance, even tinged with a hint of scrutiny, as it met the molten golden eyes of Renxue, reminiscent of a gaze of judgment. The atmosphere within the quiet room shifted dramatically with Ling Tian's awakening and the alteration of his stare, becoming exceedingly delicate. Liena immediately turned, once again positioning herself protectively in front of the bathing pool, glaring fiercely at Renxue. Under the scrutiny of those calm, vigilant, and somewhat discerning black eyes, the inexplicable irritation within him ignited like a spark in dry tinder, erupting fiercely. It was precisely this gaze, no longer marked by fear or humble supplication, but rather imbued with an almost egalitarian, inquisitive tranquility. It seemed as though the indelible mark left upon him by the divine judgment, which had crushed the insignificant, was being forcefully erased by this newfound power. Her fingertips, resting upon the storage soul guide, tightened once more, turning pale from the excessive tension, as the surface of the warm golden crystal appeared to struggle under the tremendous force contained within her touch, emitting a faint hum. Humph! A cold, distinctly disdainful huff escaped Renxue's tightly pressed lips, like icicles forming in the frigid air. Her molten gaze, akin to two invisible blades, sliced through the faint aura of nascent energy enveloping Ling Tian, ultimately fixing upon his face, where a tumult of complex emotions brewed, offended anger, condescending scrutiny, and perhaps even a hint of trepidation, one she herself had yet to acknowledge, incited by this mysterious power. It seemed that Bibi Dong's elixir was indeed effective. "Your cockroach-like life proves to be remarkably resilient." Her voice remained as crisp as ever. "At level 20, your soul power is still but dust that I could easily extinguish with a mere flick." Her voice suddenly rose, imbued with a chilling authority that bore down upon Ling Tian like an unseen hammer, striking with tremendous force. Boom. The heavy medicinal mist within the quiet room seemed to dissipate momentarily beneath the weight of this invisible pressure. Liena let out a muffled groan, her complexion paling instantly, as she instinctively took a half-step back, as if burdened by an unseen weight. Ling Tian felt a sudden, icy pressure descending upon him from the realm of life itself, akin to a biting wind attempting to freeze the warm currents newly flowing within him. The recently stabilized source of nascent energy within his meridians faltered abruptly, and the dormant phantom of the Xuanyuan Sword deep within his dantian seemed provoked by this challenge. Trembling ever so slightly, he let out a muffled groan, his complexion growing even paler, as if a colossal stone pressed down upon his chest, making each breath a struggle. Yet, just as this divine pressure sought to utterly crush the faint source of nascent energy within him, a low but clear sword cry suddenly emanated from the silent Xuanyuan Sword phantom. An overwhelming, profound aura, imbued with the indomitable will of humanity, surged forth as if a slumbering dragon had been stirred from its repose, instinctively releasing its essence. Though faint, it bore an undeniable, sacred majesty that demanded reverence. Sizzle. Like boiling oil splashing upon snow, the pure, frigid, and divine pressure of Qian Renxue, upon encountering this enigmatic and formidable presence, seemed to falter, emitting a subtle sound of annihilation as if faced with an arch-nemesis. Repelled and forced back, the oppressive weight surrounding Ling Tian lightened considerably within a 3-foot radius. He inhaled sharply, the constriction in his chest alleviating significantly, and his gaze towards Qian Renxue grew more solemn, yet imbued with a newfound confidence derived from his very essence. Qian Renxue's molten golden pupils suddenly constricted. Again, this power, capable of contending with, even subtly restraining her angelic holy light. It was no mere stroke of luck. This sword, along with the nascent power within him, undoubtedly concealed a monumental secret. Her curiosity ignited like a blazing fire, threatening to shatter the carefully maintained facade of arrogance. However, just as her thoughts raced, preparing to probe further or exert direct pressure, Ling Tian suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and weakened from recent injuries, yet remarkably calm, devoid of any rage or hatred. Chapter 35. The Holy Sword seeks flaws to unveil the path. The enigmatic yellow cracks affirm the truth. Qian Renxue's fingertips, resting on the storage soul guide, tightened slightly, her knuckles whitening from tension. Just as the atmosphere was charged with tension, and Liena anticipated Qian Renxue to strike. The turmoil of inquiry, irritation, and a hint of offended displeasure within Qian Renxue's molten golden eyes froze abruptly, settling into an extraordinarily pure, almost obsessive focus. A singular thought, seemingly absurd or even mad to others, surged like a lightning bolt through the chaos in her consciousness. Her swordsmanship, honed and passed down through millennia in the temple, had become an instinctual foundation, perfected through countless trials, culminating in the advanced holy ring flow. It should have been flawless, impeccable, as if decreed by divine authority, beyond question. Yet, just yesterday, she had been bested by the most ordinary of wooden swords, by a seemingly rudimentary foundational sword style from the very Ling Tian she considered inconsequential, exposing her flaws not once, but repeatedly, culminating in a public revelation of her weaknesses that forced her to stagger back. This was impossible. It contradicted her understanding and shattered her unwavering belief in the absolute perfection of her sword path. Unless it was not mere chance. Unless what he perceived was a form of understanding she had yet to grasp, but which undeniably existed. The traces of the Tao. With this thought, Qian Renxue's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, a potent blend of insatiable curiosity and a near-obsessive desire for perfection overwhelming all other emotions. She required answers. She needed validation. She had to confront once more that sword capable of piercing her perfection. Stepping forward, she disregarded Liena, who resembled a frenzied kitten, her gaze piercing like two golden blades aimed directly at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, her voice remained icy, yet lacked her typical condescension, infused instead with an urgent, almost commanding tone. Let us spar in swordsmanship. Now. The serene chamber was abruptly enveloped in an eerie silence. The bubbling sound of the medicinal pool and the labored breaths of Liena seemed to be frozen by this unexpected demand. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, almost convinced that he was suffering from auditory hallucinations due to his recent injuries. A sparring session? Now, Qian Renxue, seeking him out. This was the very angelic inheritor who had, just yesterday, crushed him into the dust with her overwhelming might, regarding him as a mere insignificant pest. Liena, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leapt up in an instant, her amber eyes brimming with incredulous fury. Qian Renxue, have you lost your mind? Ling Tian has just awakened from severe injuries. Do you not see the bandages adorning him? You nearly killed him yesterday, and now you wish to spar? What are you plotting? Is this personal vengeance? Qian Renxue, impervious to Liena's vehement outburst, fixated her gaze on Ling Tian, her molten gold pupils ablaze with a fervor that bordered on obsession. My swordsmanship, a legacy of a millennium, meticulously honed, has long since become an instinct woven into my very blood. Her voice carried an undeniable certainty, as if proclaiming an immutable truth. It must be flawless, seamless, and beyond reproach. For a fleeting moment, her tone faltered, revealing a glimmer of confusion and stubbornness even she herself could not fully comprehend. Yet yesterday, your crude wooden sword, those rudimentary techniques, found the chinks in my armor. Her stare bore into Ling Tian, not just one flaw. This is impossible. She nearly let out a primal roar, only to suppress that fleeting loss of composure, her voice returning to its icy demeanor, laced with deeper inquiry. Tell me, how did you perceive it? What was that flaw? Ling Tian, observing the almost frantic flame of curiosity in Qian Renxue's eyes, as well as her pathological obsession with perfection, suddenly comprehended the situation. So it was not revenge she sought, but rather the pursuit of truth? A person so inherently proud, who regarded her swordsmanship as the epitome of perfection, was abruptly confronted by the very individual she deemed inferior, shattering her illusion of flawlessness. The shock, the indignation, and the relentless desire to restore her perceived perfection overwhelmed her entirely. He inhaled deeply, the movement aggravating the pain in his chest, yet it also clarified his thoughts. Swordsmanship knows no perfection. Ling Tian's voice emerged, raspy yet imbued with an extraordinary clarity, akin to dulled iron that had been meticulously sharpened. As long as it is wielded by a human, there will always be flaws. He met Qian Renxue's suddenly sharp gaze, which even bore traces of offended wrath, and continued. The flow of power, the transition of breath, the fleeting fluctuations of the mind, the gaps in the connection between old and new techniques. Even the inherent inertia born from an overabundance of confidence in one's own swordsmanship. Ling Tian's gaze deepened, as if he could see through Qian Renxue's flawless facade, uncovering the deeper mechanics at play. Just like when you execute the sacred ring of light, the moment your waist transitions power, where the old energy is spent and the new energy has yet to manifest. In that fleeting moment, your form is not entirely cohesive. There exists an exceedingly subtle, ephemeral gap. My sword merely struck at that very fissure. To pierce the surface with a point? Qian Renxue softly repeated, her molten golden eyes flickering with intense light as countless images of their past encounters rapidly replayed, deconstructed, and analyzed within her mind. With a shift in her waist and hips, she felt the transition of power, old strength waning while new strength had yet to emerge. A fleeting moment of profound clarity pierced through the fog, illuminating her heart. Yes, it was there, that point she had never regarded, which she deemed self-evident. Where power flowed naturally, had unexpectedly become the fulcrum of the entire perfect circle's collapse under her opponent's razor-sharp insight and lightning-fast thrust. Her body trembled not from anger, but from a tremendous, transformative cognitive shock. So, beneath perfection, there truly exists a flaw. So, her sword was not infallible. This realization seared into her pride like a red-hot iron. While it brought searing pain, it ignited within her an even stronger desire to rectify it, to achieve true perfection. Prove it to me. Qian Renxue suddenly raised her head, her voice laden with undeniable urgency, even tinged with a hint of pleading command. With your sword, strike again. Now. She offered Ling Tian no opportunity for refusal, disregarding his recently healed injuries. With her right hand, she grasped at the air. Buzz. A clear, melodious sound of a sword echoed. The ancient, understated, and pure radiant angelic sword instantly materialized in her grasp. The blade tilted slightly, pointing directly at Ling Tian. There was no surge of soul power, no dazzling soul rings. Only the purest, most fundamental initiation of the holy judgment stance. An invisible sword intent field rapidly spread out. Though it lacked the terrifying pressure of yesterday's soul technique, it bore the precision and sense of oppression forged through countless trials, firmly locking onto Ling Tian in the bath. Qian Renxue, you are too much. Liena trembled with rage, her amber eyes nearly spitting fire. She stepped forward, her pink soul power glowing faintly, radiating an aura of desperation. Sister Nana, Ling Tian called out sharply, stopping Liena. He gazed into Qian Renxue's eyes, where a burning obsession resided. Feeling the pure and cold sword intent locking onto him, and his heart became unexpectedly clear. He understood that if he did not fulfill her wishes today, this proud and obsessive girl would not relent. Moreover, this could be an opportunity, a chance to validate his own primordial energy and to test his path of breaking through. All right. Ling Tian uttered a single word, his voice low yet remarkably resolute. He slowly rose from the medicinal pool, the viscous liquid cascading down his body, revealing a robust form covered in bandages. Ignoring the waves of pain from his wounds, his gaze remained tranquil as water. Chapter 36. The Wooden Sword as Lightning Questions Flaws. Shadows splinter walls to prove mysteries. He recalled the secret scrolls of martial arts techniques Qian Renxue had brought before the decisive battle in the training arena. Though those techniques were of no use to him, the fleeting brilliance that had flashed before they were put away, the actions hidden beneath her cold pride, actions she perhaps had never deeply scrutinized, along with the subtle stiffness and awkwardness when she pressed upon the storage crystal by the medicinal pool last night, lingered in his mind. He acknowledged this act of humanity. Moreover, the shattered sword technique had collapsed, a culmination of 3 months of grueling training in the depths of hell. Forged through countless struggles on the precipice of life and death, embodying the essence of swordsmanship he had painstakingly comprehended. It was akin to a raw jade carved by his own hands. Although it appeared insignificant under the might of Qian Renxue, it remained the fundamental mark of Ling Tian's existence in this world. It required honing, necessitating the tempering of its brilliance under greater pressure. Qian Renxue, by chance, was the hardest and most capable whetstone to unleash one's potential. Good. Ling Tian uttered a single word, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. He disregarded Liena's widened eyes, filled with concern and confusion, and met Qian Renxue's gaze with serene determination, focusing solely on the art of the sword. Briefly and to the point, a flicker of faint, nearly satisfied light crossed Qian Renxue's eyes, as if Ling Tian had finally made the right choice. With a graceful sweep of her left hand, 2 ordinary wooden swords soared from her storage soul guide, suspending in midair. The blades were smooth, devoid of any soul power fluctuations, merely the most ordinary training swords. Then, with a cold voice, she deftly placed one of the wooden swords into Ling Tian's hand. It felt slightly heavy, the wood grain warm to the touch. Ling Tian closed his fingers around it, sensing the familiar sensation beneath the bandages on his palms. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the swirling primal energy within him, allowing it to settle quietly in his dantian. In this moment, only the pure sword techniques and will remained. He stepped out of the medicinal pool, his bare feet meeting the cold, smooth obsidian tiles. Droplets of water cascading down the edges of the bandages. Lowering his center of gravity, the wooden sword tilted forward, embodying the initiation of the 9 basic techniques of Xuanyuan, the defensive stance. His breath was as steady as a mountain, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Every ounce of his focus converging on the tip of the sword. Qian Renxue also stood poised with her sword, her pure white skirt billowing without wind. She did not assume any specific starting posture. Merely standing there, she became one with the wooden sword in her hand, exuding an aura of completeness and flawlessness. Compared to the previous 2 days in the training grounds, this presence was even more restrained and solid, akin to refined steel, stripped of all superficiality through repeated forging. The atmosphere in the quiet chamber tightened instantaneously, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Swish, a faint sound of air being torn apart. Once again, it was Qian Renxue who initiated the attack. There was no grandiose display, only pure speed and precision. Her figure seemed to meld with the light, each step covering several zhang, the white wooden sword transforming into a blurred afterimage, its trajectory sharp and ruthless, aimed directly at Ling Tian's right shoulder acupoint. Once again, it was the essence of the Holy Judgment's thrust, yet faster and more elusive, the force concentrated at the tip of the sword, carrying a penetrating will that sent shivers down the spine. Ling Tian's pupils constricted. So fast, faster than 2 days ago. Moreover, that sense of completeness, she was indeed compensating. With a silent command in his heart, Ling Tian advanced rather than retreated, his left foot stepping diagonally, his center of gravity plunging swiftly. The wooden sword did not meet force with force. Instead, with an exquisitely intricate inward arc of his wrist, he lifted the sword, the spine of his blade precisely adhering to the side of his opponent's thrust at the 3rd point. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the 2 wooden swords clashed. Ling Tian deftly exerted force through his wrist, a surge of supple tension instantaneously transmitted. The piercing power concentrated by Qian Renxue was slightly deflected by this lateral force. Yet, in that fleeting moment when the sword's momentum was altered, Qian Renxue's counterattack was already upon him. Her wrist snapped back with an explosive force, as if devoid of bone. Flipping over, the deflected wooden sword, guided by Ling Tian's pulling strength, traced an arc in the air that was smaller, swifter, and almost defied logic, transforming from a direct thrust into a chilling horizontal slash. The sword's edge swept directly toward Ling Tian's exposed left rib, where he had turned to block. The sacred flash flickered. The connection was quicker and more cunning. The fierce gust of the sword had already grazed his skin. Ling Tian's hair stood on end. In his mind's eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Renxue's shoulders subtly sinking, her center of gravity shifting from the tip of her right foot to the heel of her left. He braced himself. His body abruptly leaned backward, his waist and abdomen unleashing astonishing flexibility and coordination, like a broken reed. Simultaneously, the wooden sword transitioned from a sweeping motion to a block. Its blade pressed tightly against the outer side of his forearm, at an angle that firmly parried the lightning-fast horizontal slash. Clang! Sparks erupted where the wooden swords met. The immense force caused Ling Tian's arm to tremble violently, and the obsidian stone tiles beneath his feet emitted a faint scraping sound, compelling him to slide back half a step. A golden glimmer flashed in Renxue's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, she closed in. The wooden sword in her hand instantaneously transformed into an endless, seamless, resplendent curtain of light. The sacred ring of flowing light. The curtain swirled, divine and perfect, imbued with a powerful sense of pull and release, enveloping Ling Tian in an instant. This time, the rhythm of the flowing light was even more fluid and natural, with the nodes of power transition deliberately concealed. The vulnerabilities that Ling Tian had previously exploited were seemingly erased. A formidable sticky force field descended once more, attempting to ensnare Ling Tian within that flawless circle of annihilation. Liena, watching from the corner, felt her heart leap into her throat, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her garment. She sensed the terrifying advancement in Renxue's swordsmanship. That curtain of light resembled an impenetrable fortress. Ling Tian was suddenly beset by pressure greater than 2 days prior. His vision was obscured by the curtain of light, his body was tugged by its force, and even his breath felt constricted. He held his breath and concentrated, pushing the Xianhuang fundamental 9 forms defense to its utmost limits. Block, parry, sweep, release. The wooden sword in his hand became a blur of light and shadow, each collision producing sounds both dull and crisp, echoing rapidly in the quiet room. Block. He lowered his waist and firmly met a tricky thrust, deepening cracks in the stone tiles beneath his feet. Parry. His wrist twisted swiftly, narrowly deflecting a slicing strike aimed at his throat, the sword wind severing several taut bandage threads. Release. He spun with the sword, attempting to dissipate the swirling power of the halo. The wooden sword and the curtain of light clashed violently, emitting an agonizing screech. He felt like a solitary boat amidst a raging sea, struggling desperately under Renxue's increasingly perfect and rapid sacred ring of flowing light. The bandages on his body were sliced open by the fierce sword energy, leaving new slender cuts. Although they did not injure his flesh, they rendered him even more disheveled. Just as Liena thought Ling Tian was on the verge of being completely suppressed, a sharp glint exploded in his eyes. He no longer attempted to directly breach that seemingly impeccable aura. Instead, he concentrated all his spirit into a singular point. As Renxue's figure melded into the aura, on the verge of completing yet another rotation, the center of gravity shifted entirely from her left foot to her waist-'s core, transitioning from defense to offense. At that infinitesimal moment when the old force wanes and the new force emerges, the flow of the aura appeared to experience a fleeting, exceedingly subtle stagnation, like the almost imperceptible pause of the most intricate clockwork gears before engagement. This stagnation was not a mere gap in the conversion of power, but rather a delicate nuance born from an excessive focus and deliberate control in the pursuit of absolute seamlessness. It was here. Ling Tian moved. His body, like an arrow released from its bow, plunged with an almost self-destructive fervor, once again daringly crashing into the inner edge of the aura's rotational trajectory. The target remained the same, the right side of Renxue's waist. A flicker of golden flame ignited in Renxue's eyes, accompanied by a cold realization and a touch of disdain, as if to say, "You wish to succeed a third time at the same spot." She accelerated her wrist. The momentum of the holy aura remained unchanged, yet the retaliatory force coalescing at the aura's terminus had already begun to take shape, waiting to unleash a thunderous blow upon Ling Tian's collision. However, just as her power transitioned from her waist to her arms, and the strength in her wrist reached its zenith, on the precipice of explosion, Ling Tian's diving body, within mere inches of her waist, seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, abruptly transitioning from extreme motion to absolute stillness. Swift, eerie, dangerously precarious. The wooden sword in his hand lost all extravagance. With a barely perceptible motion, his wrist descended rapidly, then suddenly flicked upward. A burst of latent force. Intent converged. The ultimate evolution of the 9 basic techniques of Xianhuang, the sword-breaking technique, was unleashed. This time, the glimmering cold light at the sword's tip did not target the already mended focal point, but rather aimed at the exceedingly minute tension at the junction of her shoulder and arm. A result of power overload due to her accelerated wrist movement. That was the most fragile point when a string is pulled to its utmost tightness. A faint yet distinct sensation of energy, piercing, resonated within the silent chamber. Although it was merely a wooden sword, devoid of any soul power enhancement, it precisely struck the minuscule blockage between Renxue's right shoulder blade and the Tianzong acupoint, a flaw discerned with the utmost acuity by Ling Tian's concentrated will. Sizzle, like a heated needle piercing taut leather. The flawlessly flowing holy aura around Renxue surged violently, distorting. Her impending counterattack was abruptly interrupted. The power coalesced in her wrist burst forth like a punctured balloon, reversing its course. Ugh! A suppressed groan escaped her lips. An intense sensation of soreness and loss of control surged through her right shoulder. The movement of her entire right arm momentarily faltered. Stumble! Stumble! She staggered uncontrollably backwards for 2 steps. The pure white hem of her skirt, on the right side of her waist, bore a new tear, a fraction of an inch long, beside the rent made by the sword's energy yesterday. Although slightly off-center, it still precisely targets the core of strength. The room fell into utter silence, leaving only the disparate sounds of their heavy breaths. Liena covered her mouth, her amber eyes filled with overwhelming shock. Again, after Renxue's deliberate attempts to compensate and even set traps, Ling Tian had once more discovered a new gap. Renxue steadied herself, her expression shifting unpredictably. She glanced down at the new tear at her waist, then pressed her hand against the acupoint on her right shoulder that still tingled with residual soreness. Within her molten gold eyes, tumultuous waves churned. Astonishment, incredulity, and a hint of chilling clarity, as if the essence had been laid bare. Twice, in the same core region. Different nodes of force. In that fleeting moment, how on earth did he perceive it? Ling Tian gradually straightened, his chest heaving violently. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, blood seeping faintly through the bandage on his palm. Forcing his spirit to execute the breaking sword technique placed a tremendous burden on his recently healed body. Yet his gaze remained astonishingly bright, akin to a star refined through trials. How? Ling Tian's voice bore a touch of weary rasp as he looked at Renxue. Your circle is not flawless. In your deliberate pursuit of the perfect flow of power, the tension in your mind has inadvertently left a new deliberate mark at the junction of shoulder and elbow. In the instant of transitioning between old and new forces, your intention resided in your hips, while your wrist was already gathering for the next strike. Attempting to multitask while demanding perfection creates the greatest gap. Renxue abruptly raised her head, her molten gold pupils fixed intently on Ling Tian. Ablaze with complex flames, anger at being pierced, a thirst for exploration, and a cold scrutiny akin to that of worthy opponents. Humph, she scoffed, her voice still laced with habitual pride, though lacking the absolute disdain from before. My flaw, I shall remedy myself. But you, Ling Tian. Her slender fingers brushed over the newly torn opening at her waist, her gaze sharp as a sword. Aimed at Ling Tian. Your breaking sword technique indeed possesses an astute insight into flaws, like a maggot burrowing into bone. However, it relies too heavily on the instant capture. Too focused on delivering a lethal blow. She stepped forward, an invisible sword intent enveloping the air again, sharp with analysis. Just now, you crashed into the halo. Shifting from extreme motion to extreme stillness, then erupting with pinpoint force. The entire process resembled a bowstring stretched to its limit. Swift, accurate, fierce, truly stunning. But her tone suddenly turned frigid. All your predictions and eruptions hinge on that infinitesimal moment. What if I had not shifted my center of gravity at that instant? What if I had erupted early? Or what if my flaw was not even at the position you anticipated? Renxue's gaze bore a chilling clarity that pierced through the illusion. With that sword, you shall find your power exhausted due to miscalculated predictions, your technique spent. And your defenses wide open. Like a moth drawn to a flame, you would court your own demise. Your breaking sword technique is a double-edged sword. It can wound the enemy, yet also self-destruct. Ling Tian's body trembled slightly. Renxue's words struck him like cold steel needles, precisely piercing the unsettling awareness deep within his heart. Indeed, the collapse of the breaking sword technique, which consolidated all his mental will and ultimate understanding of flaws, wielded immense power. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that it demands absolute concentration and audacious courage. The moment one misjudges the situation, or the opponent's adaptability surpasses expectations, the ensuing paralysis and the void left after the release of power can inflict the gravest of wounds. In the true dance of life and death, a single moment of vulnerability can spell doom 100 times over. He instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his knuckles paling from the exertion. Xuanyuan observed the gravity and contemplation flickering in Ling Tian's eyes, and within the molten gold of her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction danced briefly before vanishing. She ceased her words, as if she had already accomplished the validation and critique she sought on this journey. However, at that moment, a faint yet jarring sound of tearing echoed against the sturdy walls of the silent chamber. Both Xuanyuan and Ling Tian turned their gazes towards the source. There, not far from Ling Tian's side, upon the wall constructed of impenetrable obsidian soul stone, adorned with protective soul-guiding runes, a straight crack approximately 3 feet long and an inch deep, with edges as smooth as a mirror, had suddenly manifested. Above the fissure lingered wisps of an exceedingly weak yet profound aura, reminiscent of an ancient force capable of suppressing the ages. This was the consequence of Ling Tian's full exertion of the breaking sword style, where his mind and spirit were intensely concentrated, causing a trace of primordial energy to adhere to the wooden sword. Although soul power had not been utilized, the intensely concentrated will of destruction and strength, at the moment of penetrating Xuanyuan's sword momentum, released an uncontrollable resonance that silently tore through the robust wall. Liena gasped, covering her mouth. Xuanyuan's gaze instantly froze upon that crack, particularly the faint strands of the primordial aura lingering at its edges. Her molten gold pupils constricted to their utmost. At the edge of that crack, she distinctly sensed a stirring from her very soul, a suppression. It was as if that profound and heavy aura held an innate restraint over the divine light of the angel within her, much like the conflict between water and fire, light and shadow. This realization was far colder and more subversive than the shock brought about by Ling Tian's revelation of her sword technique's flaw. She gripped the wooden sword tightly, her knuckles turning a pale blue from the excessive force. The ordinary white waxwood sword emitting a faint groan under the strain of her grip. The atmosphere within the chamber plummeted to a freezing point. The bubbling sounds of the medicinal pool and the heavy breaths of the three intertwined to create a symphony of silence. Ling Tian too regarded the fissure, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. He had not anticipated that the residual primordial energy unleashed by the full application of the breaking sword style could possess such terrifying penetrative power. Even more alarming was Xuanyuan's reaction, which was not merely one of shock or anger, but a deeper apprehension, as if she had brushed against some forbidden knowledge. At that moment, Liena finally emerged from her overwhelming astonishment. She rushed to Ling Tian's side, spreading her arms like a protective mother beast, placing herself between him and Xuanyuan, glaring fiercely at her. "What are you looking at? Has the sparring ended yet? You are not welcome here. My brother Ling Tian needs to rest." Renxue's gaze slowly shifted away from the cracks in the wall, landing upon Liena's hostile little face, then gliding over to Ling Tian's pale, yet resolute countenance. In the molten gold depths of her eyes, all tumultuous emotions froze in an instant, settling into a profound abyss of coldness and detachment. She paid no heed to Liena's rebuke, addressing Ling Tian instead with a voice restored to absolute pride. Devoid of any discernible emotion, the contest of swordsmanship concludes here today. Your broken sword technique, a cunning path, survives through peril. It is far from the grand road of honor. Take care of yourself. As her words fell, she casually discarded the white waxwood sword onto the ground, as if casting aside a piece of worthless refuse. The pure white hem of her gown brushed against the frigid floor as she turned towards the heavy stone door of the quiet chamber, her silhouette exuding a solitary and resolute chill, akin to the icy winds sweeping over a glacier. The stone door slid open soundlessly, then closed behind her with equal silence, completely severing that blinding white from the outside world. Within the serene chamber, only the bubbling sound of the medicinal pool remained, accompanied by Liena's huffy breaths. What nonsense! If you can't win, just run away. And what of her lofty words? The Grand Road? Why did she not speak of the Grand Road when her divine technique fell upon us? Liena fumed, shaking her small fists at the firmly shut stone door, then quickly turned to check on Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, are you all right? Is your wound reopening? Does your shoulder still hurt? Hurry, get back into the medicinal pool." Ling Tian slowly shook his head, signaling that he was unscathed. His gaze remained fixated on the menacing crack in the wall, lingering on the strands of yellow and black energy that were gradually dissipating at its edges. Renxue's words echoed in his mind like a chilling alarm. Relying too heavily on fleeting moments, betting on that 1 in 1,000 instant, a misjudgment leading to his own demise. The cunning path, surviving through peril, is ultimately not the grand road of honor. Each phrase cut through the splendid facade of his broken sword technique, exposing its fatal flaws. Indeed, this broken sword technique was born of desperation, a life-and-death maneuver forged in his youth. It was dazzling and deadly, yet also perilous, like a double-edged dagger without a handguard. While it harmed the enemy, it also inflicted wounds upon itself. He slowly lifted his hand, observing his palm, wrapped in bandages, yet still feeling the flow of power coursing through it. The newly awakened yellow and black primordial energy circulated docilely within his meridians, imparting an unprecedented weightiness and sense of control. This power seemed subtly different from the reckless ferocity of the broken sword technique. Seeing him lost in thought, Liena assumed he was disheartened by Renxue's words and hurried to comfort him. Ling Tian, don't listen to her nonsense. Your swordsmanship is remarkable. Hasn't she been defeated by you 3 times despite her so-called perfect technique? She's just stubborn, jealous of you. Ling Tian withdrew his gaze, meeting Liena's concerned face, and forced a weary smile at the corners of his mouth. Sister Nana, I'm fine. He took a deep breath, the rich fragrance of medicine filling his lungs, bringing with it a newfound warmth. The fatigue in his body and the sharp pain in his sea of consciousness still lingered. Yet the thread of primordial energy deep within his dantian was unusually vibrant, as if stirred by the recent battle and the crack in the wall. On the Grand Avenue, Ling Tian softly echoed the words of Renxue, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Perhaps it was time to contemplate deeply. This nascent power of Xuanyuan, this essence of Xuanyuan that carries the weight of humanity's vicissitudes, what path should it ultimately follow? He no longer gazed at the fissures, turning instead to step back into the swirling, jade-like 9-turn rebirth elixir. The viscous, warm medicinal liquid enveloped his body, bestowing profound nourishment. He closed his eyes, submerging his consciousness into his dantian, into the newly born, infinite potential of the Xuanyuan vortex. Liena observed Ling Tian's tranquil profile, although her worries persisted. She felt a slight sense of relief as she quietly returned to her corner on the warm jade couch, her amber eyes vigilantly watching over him. The room fell back into silence, with only the bubbling of the medicinal pool breaking the stillness, golden motes ascending and vanishing. Illuminating the wall where the silent testament of their previous perilous clash was etched, a deep scar of Xuanyuan carved into the obsidian soul stone. Chapter 37. The golden snow's departure, his heart untainted, his purple eyes gazing into the abyss, he gradually bowed his head, his gaze resting upon the bandage, soaked in pool water and faintly revealing traces of blood. There, where the edge of Renxue's saint ring had cut him moments ago, a few fresh wounds throbbed with sharp pain. Yet, at this moment, the physical pain was overshadowed by a peculiar sensation. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the dormant shadow of the Xuanyuan sword, after the fierce and pure exchange of swordplay, not only refrained from succumbing to weariness, but instead pulsated with a warmth reminiscent of the earth's breath. With this pulse, an ineffable perception, stemming from the essence of human will, rippled outward from him like the gentle waves upon water's surface. This was neither a soul force detection nor a mental scan. It was a form of empathy, or perhaps an attunement to the very essence of life's will. In the final moment before Renxue departed, as her gaze swept over him and the scar on the wall, Ling Tian distinctly captured something. There were no sounds, no images, only a pure hue and temperature. Beneath the cold exterior lay neither the anticipated storm of fury and malice nor the aloofness that regards all beings as mere specks of dust. It resembled an expansive, crystalline starry sky. Yes, cold, like the unchanging depths of the ancient universe. Yet the starlight itself was untainted, devoid of any impurities, free from gloom, calculations, or even the slightest trace of hatred or resentment directed at him. There existed a profound aversion towards flawed existence that Ling Tian struggled to articulate, a visceral reaction ignited by the encounter with perfection, creating a tremendous upheaval within himself. Furthermore, in the depths of that turmoil, lay a pure yearning for answers that perhaps even she was unaware of. The tumult beneath the cold starlit sky was not a mire aimed at him. This sensation was fleeting, severed entirely as the stone door closed. Yet, that moment of purity and untainted essence remained, indelibly marked in Ling Tian's newfound perception. It was strange, Ling Tian unconsciously murmured, his fingertips instinctively brushing over the newly added wound on the bandage across his chest, as if seeking to confirm the reality of that sensation. Strange. Liena, unable to fully grasp the murmured words that followed, caught the initial 2 syllables and immediately reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice rising a notch. Of course it's strange. That Renxue is an absolute oddity. There must be something seriously wrong with her mind. One moment she is intent on pulverizing you with her divine technique, and the next she is eager to come and spar with you over swordsmanship, and she insists on obsessing over that perfection. I think she simply cannot bear to lose. Yesterday, she was publicly exposed by you, losing face, and today she has come to redeem herself. And what happened? Round and round she goes, only to be pierced through the shoulder by you again. Humph, she deserves it. As her anger intensified, she decided against unwrapping the bandage, instead reaching for a smooth, jade spoon resting in a dish at the edge of the pool. She scooped up a spoonful of the viscous, warm 9 turns revitalizing soup, carefully blowing on it before offering it to Ling Tian's lips, her tone softening instantly. Laced with deep concern. Quick, drink this, it's truly beneficial, don't waste it. And you? Why are you trying to be tough when your injury isn't healed yet? If she wants to fight, let her wait. The teacher has advised you to rest and recuperate. Ling Tian, observing Liena's puffed cheeks and eyes filled with concern, felt a wave of warmth wash over him, dispelling the lingering chill from Renxue's presence. He obediently bowed his head, taking the life-infused medicinal liquid from Liena's hand and swallowing it down. The warm concoction flowed into his abdomen like a gentle spring, swiftly nourishing his fatigued meridians and damaged organs. Deep within his lower dantian, that thread of newly born primal energy pulsed like parched roots, greedily absorbing the medicinal essence, slightly swelling with vigor. It was not merely a matter of bravado. After finishing the medicine, Ling Tian exhaled a breath laced with the fragrance of the potion and looked up at Liena with sincerity in his eyes. Though her insistence on sparring stemmed from her stubbornness, his broken sword style indeed required refinement. He paused, reminiscing about Renxue's final, chilling analysis. She relied too heavily on instantaneous captures, wagering on that fleeting moment. Your broken sword style is a double-edged sword. Each word struck like a needle, piercing to the core. Furthermore, Ling Tian's gaze involuntarily drifted to the deep, yellow-black fissure etched into the obsidian soul stone on the wall, its edges still radiating a faint, almost dissipating aura. It seemed she was truly fixated on the art of swordsmanship itself. Just now, he hadn't sensed any malice. Didn't he sense any malice? Liena appeared incredulous, her amber eyes widening in disbelief, nearly dropping the jade spoon into the medicinal pool. Her strikes were swift and ruthless, targeting vital points. If you hadn't reacted quickly, would that be called a lack of malice? Ling Tian, have you been dazed by her holy light? Or has this medicinal soup induced hallucinations? She reached out, as if to check Ling Tian's forehead. Ling Tian slightly turned his head to evade her touch, forcing a wry smile. It's not an illusion. It's a feeling. After cultivating that technique, it seems I can vaguely sense some things now. He refrained from elaborating on the subtle perceptions brought forth by the Xuanyuan Sword, deeming it too ethereal and elusive. Liena regarded him with a hint of suspicion, her gaze flitting to the menacing crack on the wall. The memory of the cataclysmic divine punishment from the prior day's martial arena loomed in her mind, and her delicate features contorted into a frown. In any case, I find her quite peculiar. Her thoughts are more intricate than the most convoluted soul guide diagrams within the Pope's palace. Never mind her, it's just bad luck. Focus on absorbing the medicinal essence. I shall keep watch. With that, she relinquished her inner turmoil, assuming the role of a dutiful guardian. Perched upon the smooth obsidian tiles by the pool, she hugged her knees, her amber eyes unwaveringly fixed on Ling Tian. Occasionally, she stirred the water with a jade spoon, ensuring the golden specks within rose more evenly. Ling Tian nodded, shutting his eyes and immersing his consciousness within. The medicinal energy surged like a warm tide, repeatedly washing over his damaged meridians and bones, inducing a tingling itch and profound satisfaction. The primal essence of yellow and black spiraled slowly within his dantian, each rotation seemingly refining his nascent human resonance, sharpening his perception. He endeavored to extend this awareness. In the tranquil chamber, Liena's presence was most palpable, like a warm, flickering bonfire, unreservedly filled with concern, worry, and empathy for his injuries. It was pure and ardent, devoid of any impurities. The life energy bubbling in the medicinal liquid resembled countless tiny, jubilant fireflies. The cold obsidian tiles of the walls and floor exuded a timeless silence and weight. Yet, just as Ling Tian's consciousness reached towards the stone door of the quiet chamber, a profound and chilling will resonated, akin to an ancient glacier lying dormant at the abyss's bottom, suddenly brushing against the fringes of his perception. This presence was vast and unfathomable, imbued with absolute authority, icy rationality, and an ineffable complexity. It was like a glacier that had frozen countless ages. Yet within it lay surging magma and unspeakable scars. It was Bibi Dong. Ling Tian's mind recoiled as if startled, akin to a fish darting away. The shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword in his sea of consciousness emitted a deep, resonant hum in response. She had been lurking outside the door all along. Everything that had transpired, the arrival of Renxue, their sparring, even his conversation with Liena, had been witnessed by her. A chill surged up Ling Tian's spine. Beyond the tranquil chamber, a dark and silent passageway extended, Soul guide wall lamps embedded along the corridor emitted a steady, cool white light, casting intricate, ancient religious reliefs into a patchwork of shadow and illumination. The silence was profound, save for the silent dance of dust motes in the beams of light. Bibi Dong had not departed. The opulent purple Pope's robe flowed like the night itself, seamlessly merging into the deepest shadows of the passage. As though she were an intrinsic part of that darkness, she stood quietly, approximately 10 paces from the stone door of the quiet chamber, resembling an ancient iceberg that had withstood the test of time. Everything that transpired within the tranquil chamber moments ago, from the fervent blaze in Renxue's molten golden eyes as the stone door creaked open, to the crisp sounds of wooden swords clashing and the muffled impacts, from Ling Tian's desperate attempts to block the pressure of the sacred ring's radiance, to his audacious incursion into the inner circle, delivering a stunning thrust that reversed the tide of battle, and finally, the profound shock and bewilderment that flickered in Renxue's eyes as she staggered back, and her gaze fixed upon the fissures in the wall, revealing a suppressed, instinctive trepidation towards the primal energy of the Xuanyuan. Every image, every breath of atmosphere, every subtle fluctuation of emotion unfolded like a vivid tapestry reflected in her boundless, deep purple irises. Her gaze pierced the heavy stone door, traversed the pervasive medicinal mist, and penetrated the blood and soul power coursing beneath Ling Tian's pallid skin, even faintly grazing the nascent ripples of human perception nestled deep within the boy's consciousness. As Ling Tian's tentative, questioning awareness cautiously brushed against the threshold, a minuscule ripple seemed to traverse the ancient, unyielding ice beneath the depths of Bibidong's violet eyes, akin to a trivial speck of dust disrupting the stillness of a frozen lake. She did not impede nor withdraw her formidable, frigid presence, allowing that fragile perception to retreat in trepidation like a startled creature. Her gaze returned to the direction of the tranquil chamber, more precisely directed towards the inner side of the stone door, where Ling Tian and Liena were positioned. Within the depths of her violet eyes, the previously absolute authority and chilling clarity faced outward were now swirling with an exceedingly complex and inscrutable undercurrent. Within that current lay a scrutiny directed at Ling Tian, the newly awakened Qian Huang essence within him, the rapidly evolving swordplay born of battle, and the nascent, remarkable perception emerging from the will of humanity. The secrets and potential hidden within this young lad resembled veins of or buried deep underground, each excavation revealing new wonders, particularly his ability to perceive the pure. Obsessive pursuit of perfection concealed beneath Renxue's frigid exterior indicated a sharpness that had already grazed some fundamental truth. Yet, a greater portion of her gaze seemed to penetrate the stone wall, directed towards a deeper realm where a presence, now vanished, emanated a chill akin to starlight. That solitary, resolute figure, akin to golden lightning cleaving through the heavens, repeatedly flickered within the depths of her violet irises. Renxue, her daughter. Upon witnessing her wielding a sword and entering the tranquil chamber, driven by an almost pathological obsession to spar with the recently healed Ling Tian, Bibidong's hidden fingertips within the shadows subtly curled. When she observed Renxue retreating unsteadily as Ling Tian disrupted her sword intent with his wooden sword, causing her waist to be torn once more, Bibidong remained as still as ice, the air around her seemingly thickening with a delicate tension. And as Renxue cast one last glance at the Xuanyuan fissure on the wall before departing, the nearly imperceptible weightiness and inquiry in her eyes were comprehended by Bibidong. It was not trepidation directed towards Ling Tian as an individual, but rather an acute vigilance towards a primal force capable of dismantling her divine power, capable of rending the obsidian soulstone, a force seemingly rivaling the holy radiance of angels. This vigilance stemmed from an instinctive sensitivity to threats embedded within her very bloodline. Bibidong's gaze gradually drifted to the walls of the quiet chamber, as if she could penetrate the thick stone and behold the menacing scar left by a blade within. The vast, profound aura of darkness clashed with the pure, exalted light of angelic grace, like fates destined to collide and extinguish one another. A rare fatigue, akin to the cold mists of late autumn, silently enveloped the flawless corners of Bibidong's eyes, which seemed eternally frozen in time. This was not merely a contrast of powers, it symbolized two divergent paths, two opposing destinies. As the Pope and a mother, she found herself invisibly nailed at the crossroads of these two forces and pathways. On one side lay the faith rooted in the millennium-long legacy of the Spirit Hall, the divine inheritor entrusted with high hopes by the shrine, a continuation of her bloodline. Yet also a painful entanglement of love and hatred that she could not bear to confront. On the other side stood the unexpected youth who had intruded into this intricate game, bearing a world-altering secret that she had unearthed and cast into a merciless crucible. He represented the unknown, upheaval, and a variable that even she could not fully control, yet offered her a slender possibility to shatter the stalemate of fate and glimpse a higher path. She had utilized him, casting him as a pawn into the stagnant waters of the shrine, stirring up tumultuous waves. She had also nurtured him, guiding him onto a path that resonated with the essence of the Xuanyuan Sword, exhausting her cunning. However, upon witnessing the collision between him and her daughter, akin to arch-rivals, where two distinctly supreme powers began to manifest and clash violently, the frigid sensation of tearing from the depths of her soul proved more profound than any damage inflicted by divine skills. Within the quiet chamber, faintly echoed Liena's low, pained murmurs, along with Ling Tian's weary yet steady breaths, embodying a simple yet warm guardianship, one that she had never afforded to Renxue. A fleeting, almost imperceptible self-mockery brushed past the tightly pressed corners of Bibi Dong's lips, quick as an illusion. She slowly raised a hand adorned with dark golden, intricately carved armor, her fingertips gently gliding through the void air before her. The movement was graceful yet solitary, as if sweeping away an invisible dust, or perhaps touching a moment long frozen in time. The purple sleeves of her papal robe fell silently, concealing all subtle gestures. She cast a lingering gaze at the tightly shut stone door of the quiet chamber, as if imprinting the image of the wounded youth and the girl guarding him, along with the invisible weight of the cold shadows outside, deep within her soul. There were no sighs, no words. Bibi Dong's figure faded quietly, like ink dissolving in water, dissipating without a trace. The cold, white light of the soul-guiding lamp in the corridor continued to illuminate the ancient reliefs, the motes of light dancing silently, as if no one had ever lingered there. Only the shadow where she had once stood seemed deeper and colder than the rest. Inside the quiet chamber, Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils contracting slightly, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his back. Just moments ago, as his consciousness had sunk into the brief respite of absorbing the medicinal power, the immense will that had loomed outside the door, akin to ancient, eternal ice, had vanished. Vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Yet, Ling Tian was utterly convinced that it was not an illusion. That cold, heavy, and intricately sedimented will was undoubtedly Bai Dong. How long had she been here? What had she seen? And why did she depart so silently? Countless questions cascaded through his mind like ice water, instantly extinguishing the warmth brought by the medicinal effects. Ling Tian, my brother? What's wrong? Liena immediately sensed the change in his aura, leaning in with concern. Are you unwell? Is the absorption of the medicine insufficient? No. Ling Tian forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, shaking his head and striving to maintain a calm expression. He suddenly recalled some details from their earlier sparring session and directed his gaze toward the crack on the wall. The remnants of the mysterious yellow aura had faded to the point of near invisibility. However, within his consciousness, the shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword trembled slightly, giving rise to a peculiar sense of attraction. With a subtle shift in thought, he attempted to manipulate the newly born mysterious yellow primordial energy within his dantian. The energy swirled and, with a delicate thread as fine as a hair, began to seep from his fingertips, silently drifting toward the crack in the wall. As this breath of energy made contact with the vicinity of the fissure, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A faint hissing sound, reminiscent of droplets falling into hot oil, echoed softly. In the air, a few minuscule golden specks, smaller than dust and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly materialized. These were the purest particles of holy light that had unintentionally dispersed when Renxue had departed. They had been concealed in the air, like slumbering stars. At this moment, however, they were drawn and touched by the mysterious yellow primordial energy that Ling Tian actively guided. Upon contact, there was no violent explosion, but rather a silent yet intensely fierce annihilation, like sworn enemies of water and fire encountering one another. The golden specks dissolved instantaneously, akin to snowflakes cast into a furnace, transforming into the most primal light and heat. Meanwhile, the strand of proactive mysterious yellow energy also dimmed and vanished, as if fulfilling a certain fated counterbalance. This annihilation was not the violent clash of divine skills witnessed on the martial arts arena yesterday, but a deeper, fundamental repulsion originating from the essence of the laws. Ling Tian's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. He stared blankly at the air that had returned to calmness, sensing the residual mysterious yellow energy in his fingertips mingling with the faint ripples of space left behind by the annihilation of the holy light particles. This revelation was far more shocking than Renxue's visit. The mysterious yellow primordial energy could actively attract and trace the residual aura of angelic holy light and annihilate it. This was no mere coincidence. It resembled a primal opposition of two potent forces at the level of fundamental laws. Recalling the complex expression in Renxue's eyes as she gazed at the crack, Ling Tian suddenly understood the source of her trepidation. She must have sensed this innate repulsion and threat. "Ling Tian, my brother? What are you looking at?" Liena queried, following his gaze toward the wall. Aside from the sword mark, there was nothing unusual to be found. "It's nothing." Ling Tian gradually withdrew his gaze, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within, and quietly drew the residual mysterious yellow energy back into his body. He closed his eyes once more, sinking deeper into the warm medicinal liquid, leaving only his mouth and nose above the surface for breath. Beneath the water's surface, the viscous potion enveloped him, providing profound solace. Yet, in the depths of his consciousness, a storm had already arisen. The shards of Renxue's pure will, akin to a pristine sea of stars, clashed with the vast and frigid gaze from beyond the eastern gate, as well as the silent, yet breathtaking confrontation between the mysterious yellow energy and the particles of holy light. These images intertwined and collided in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the icy words Renxue uttered before her departure. "Your broken sword style relies too heavily on seizing the fleeting moment, betting on that one in a million breath." He also remembered the deliberate marks left by her tense spirit during the shift of power at her waist and hips. Was the flaw not merely a point in the flow of power, but also a fluctuation of the mind, a gap in intention, a more nebulous thought, seemingly pointing towards a higher realm of swordsmanship, flickered like a quietly ignited spark in the weary and chaotic sea of Ling Tian's consciousness. Yet the path illuminated by this spark appeared entwined with the cold holy light and profound purple essence, becoming increasingly enigmatic and unfathomable. Chapter 38. The Holy Sword Guides and Bestows Secrets. The dual blades first ring and break the cloud barrier. Within the depths of the Pope's palace, the medicinal mist in the healing chamber lingered in the air, resembling solidified jade essence. The 9 turns rebirth soup bubbled in the obsidian pool, fine golden specks rising and bursting, releasing a continuous stream of life energy, nourishing the intertwining scars of the youth in the pool. Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, withdrawing from the void of deep meditation. Within him, the newly born mysterious yellow primordial energy flowed like a gentle river through the broad and solidified meridians, bestowing an unprecedented sense of fullness and control. Deep within the Dantian vortex, a more majestic and weighty aura was settling and compressing. The barrier of the 21st level peak had been quietly smoothed over during the extreme meditation of the previous night. At this moment, he distinctly sensed that the invisible bottleneck lay just before him, as fragile as a cicada's wing, ready to break at a mere touch. Footsteps approached, crisp and rhythmic, striking against the obsidian stone bricks of the corridor, shattering the silence of the healing chamber. The heavy stone door slid open soundlessly, revealing Renxue's figure at the threshold. The pure white hem of her skirt brushed past the doorway, and her molten golden eyes swept over Ling Tian in the medicinal pool, maintaining that icy demeanor that kept others at bay. However, Ling Tian's newly awakened human perception keenly captured a hint of difference. Beneath the frigid exterior, there was no longer the initial pure scrutiny and curiosity, nor the storm of shame and anger from the breaking of her sword technique. Instead, there was an almost mundane acknowledgement. It felt like a routine matter, yet not perfunctory. "Get up." Renxue's voice was cool and clear, like ice droplets falling onto a platter. "You have lain long enough." Ling Tian complied and rose, the warm medicinal liquid cascading off his body, revealing skin that had healed and become more resilient beneath the bandages. He donned a clean black combat outfit, moving with a grace that displayed little hesitation. The old wound at the corner of his mouth, covered with jade-colored dragon's essence ointment, greedily absorbed the residual medicinal power, reconnecting every delicate sinew. Today, the gaze of Renxue, wielding her martial soul, fell upon his empty hands, and her words were striking. Ling Tian paused, raising his eyes to meet hers. "You have already touched the limit of the wooden sword," she remarked, her tone imbued with her usual criticality, yet devoid of disdain. The fundamental sword techniques, mental acuity, and timing had reached a saturation point, leaving no further space for extraction. She slightly lifted her chin, her molten gold pupils reflecting Ling Tian's figure. "The true martial soul is the essence of power. If you merely wield your Xuanyuan sword as a heavy iron slab, that would be a tragic waste, utterly foolish." A soft white towel was deftly tossed into Ling Tian's hands, carrying a faint scent reminiscent of melting first snow. "Dry yourself and follow me," Renxue instructed, turning gracefully, her skirt trailing a neat arc as she led the way outside. The training ground remained vast and solemn. Beneath the immense dome, the obsidian tiles silently bore the weight of time, reflecting the remnants of yesterday's sword chi scratches and the charred marks of energy impact. Renxue stood firm in the center of the arena, refraining from immediately summoning her martial soul. She turned to Ling Tian, her voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the space. The application of soul power is far more than mere infusion into the sword's body or brute force cleaving. Such actions are the folly of a crude brute. She raised her right hand, palm facing upwards. A pure, radiant golden light erupted from her palm. Not the glow of a soul ring, but the brilliance emanating from the very essence of her martial soul. The golden light flowed like living mercury within her palm, coalescing into a miniature, ethereal angelic sword composed entirely of holy light. Intricate angelic runes flickered upon the blade, pulsing with vitality. Observe closely, her tone carried an undeniable authority. Ling Tian held his breath, captivated and focused. Through his newly awakened Huang and Qian perception, he could discern the soul power flowing within the miniature holy sword. Pure and unrestrained. This soul power did not surge chaotically. Rather, it followed an arcane trajectory, resembling the movement of celestial bodies, racing through the internal channels of the sword, compressing and overlapping. With each circulation, the sharpness and sanctity emanating from the miniature holy sword intensified. Soul power is like water. The martial soul is its channel. It guides, rather than spills forth. Renxue's voice sliced through Ling Tian's consciousness like a cold chisel, etching each word into his awareness, revealing the very essence of the martial soul's pathways. Where does it desire the soul power to flow? Where are the nodes? Where can it accumulate? Where must it erupt? Discover it, follow it, and guide it. Her fingertips intricately traced several ineffable trajectories in the air. With her movements, the soul power within the ethereal holy sword surged, condensing at the blade's tip into a dazzling star so radiant that it was almost blinding. In an instant, a beam of golden light, as fine as a hair, yet piercingly sharp, shot forth from the sword's tip, effortlessly crossing several yards to silently penetrate a remarkably thick obsidian soulstone target at the edge of the training ground, designed to test strength. The target left behind a smooth, mirror-like, unfathomable tiny aperture, with even the edges devoid of a single crack, precise, concise, and utterly devoid of waste. Ling Tian's pupils contracted. This was a realm unattainable through sheer brute force. It represented the exquisite mastery achieved through profound understanding of soul power and martial spirits. Do you comprehend? Renxue retracted her palm, causing the minuscule phantom of the sacred sword to dissipate. She gazed at Ling Tian, her molten golden eyes piercing like icy probes. Where lies the pulse of your Xuanyuan sword? What kind of soul power does it yearn to flow through? Where are the nodes it awaits your guidance? The pressure descended like a mountain, yet ignited a fervent flame within Ling Tian's eyes. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and his consciousness plunged into the depths of his mind's sea. Xuanyuan. His intent surged like a tide, summoning the slumbering sacred sword. A deep hum resonated, akin to a sound traversing the ancient wilderness, echoing within Ling Tian's very soul. The archaic and weighty blade gradually solidified in his grasp, the celestial bodies revolving eternally, while mountains and flora exuded renewed vitality. A chaotic aura of profound yellow coiled and ascended, embodying its unique vastness and majesty. It felt heavy in his hand, yet seemed to connect with his very bloodline. Ling Tian closed his eyes, casting aside all distractions, and cautiously guided the gently flowing primordial energy from his dantian toward the Xuanyuan sword in his hand. The moment the soul power surged into the hilt, it flowed as smoothly as rivers returning to the sea. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal resistance surged forth. This resistance did not emanate from the sword itself, but rather from the will of the Xuanyuan sword. It appeared to reject this unrefined, unacknowledged energy's abrupt intrusion. Ling Tian's soul power instantly spiraled out of control at the hilt, becoming chaotic. It crashed against an invisible dam, tumultuously surging and roiling. The Xuanyuan sword emitted a low, furious hum, while the swirling primordial energy around the blade grew agitated and turbulent. A tremendous backlash surged up through the hilt, violently impacting Ling Tian's right arm's meridians. Ugh! Ling Tian stifled a groan, his face paling instantaneously, his right arm quaking, as a tearing pain erupted from a recently healed wound, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the hilt. The force of this violent recoil staggered him, forcing him to retreat 3 steps, each step leaving distinct cracks on the hard obsidian tiles beneath his feet. What a pitiful sight! Fool! Renxue's icy rebuke struck like a whip, admonishing him for treating soul power as a flood to be unleashed recklessly. Your martial spirit is alive, not a mere object. Perceive it, communicate with it, align yourself with its rhythm. Her words extinguished Ling Tian's rising impatience, akin to a bucket of ice water. He steadied himself, gritting his teeth as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Once more, he closed his eyes. This time, he did not forcibly compel his soul power to surge, but instead immersed his entire spirit into the Xuanyuan Sword. Perceive, communicate, align. The primordial energy flowed gently within the Dantian cyclone, exuding a warm and weighty essence. Ling Tian's spirit, like the gentlest of tendrils, cautiously brushed against the cold spine of the Xuanyuan Sword. No longer was it a command, but rather an act of listening. Gradually, an exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible pulse emanated from the depths of the sword's body. This pulse, ancient and profound, resonates like the heartbeat of the earth, bearing the weighty rhythm of humanity's vicissitudes. Ling Tian felt a stirring within, attempting to draw forth a strand of the most pristine essence of the primordial yellow energy. No longer did he strive to forcefully infuse it. Rather, he allowed it to flow gently like a stream nourishing parched land, following the faint pulsation's guidance, slowly infusing it into an exceedingly minute point along the sword's spine, akin to a node in the arrangement of stars. Buzz. This time, the sword's resonance was utterly transformed, deep and delightful, reminiscent of a sigh of satisfaction after a long drought meets a refreshing rain. That strand of primordial yellow energy seemed to have found its sanctuary, instantly merging into the node, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, a warm and substantial feedback force emerged, akin to a returning spring, nourishing the meridians of Ling Tian's arm that guided the soul power, imparting an extraordinary sense of comfort. Although the feedback of soul power was exceedingly faint and the surface of the Xuanyuan Sword showed no apparent change in brilliance, Ling Tian distinctly felt that the connection between the sword and himself had deepened ever so slightly. The sword's vast and heavy aura seemed to have refined and settled a fraction more. Have you found it? Qian Renxue's voice rang out, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery, yet predominantly infused with an understanding of inevitability. Ling Tian opened his eyes, the remnants of shock and enlightenment shimmering within them. As he gazed at Qian Renxue and solemnly nodded, bit by bit, it is breathing, revealing to me where it requires soul power. Not too foolish after all. Qian Renxue snorted coldly, her molten gaze sweeping over the Xuanyuan Sword in Ling Tian's grasp, pausing momentarily on the ancient sword spine, having identified the node, merely the first step. The true art lies in how to circulate, accumulate, and unleash the soul power through the pathways of the martial soul according to the needs of battle. She ceased her words, her right hand grasping at the void. Clang! A sound resonated, clear and far-reaching, as if it could cleanse the very soul, echoing through the heavens. A blaze of holy light erupted suddenly, only to collapse inward in an instant, condensing. A sword, entirely flowing with pure golden radiance, inscribed with sacred angelic runes, resembling an angelic sword with wings unfurled, was now firmly held in Qian Renxue's palm. A divine, majestic, and impervious aura spread forth like a tangible wave. Observe well. I shall demonstrate but once. Qian Renxue's voice bore an absolute focus. Her form remained still as her wrist executed an exquisitely subtle and graceful flick. Buzz. The angelic sword emitted a deep resonance. Within the sword's body, the vast and pure soul power awakened like a resuscitated galaxy, flowing along an arcane trajectory, converging at the sword's tip. The entire process was as swift as a bolt of lightning. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only the tip of the sword condensing into a minuscule, yet hauntingly pure radiant white gleam. Qian Renxue's gaze shifted to the edge of the training ground, where an artificial waterfall cascaded from the dome above, its tumultuous waters crashing into the deep pool below, sending up a mist of spray. She lifted her fair wrist, aiming casually at the relentless torrent, and thrust forth the sword with utmost simplicity, devoid of embellishment. Only pure thrust. Swoosh. A golden beam, refined to the utmost and nearly invisible, silently pierced the air, vanishing into the heart of the roaring waterfall in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second, boom, a deafening explosion reverberated. The tumultuous cascade, imbued with immense force, was cleaved apart by that slender golden ray, not shattered, but neatly bisected. The torrent was forcibly parted to either side by an invisible and sacred power, revealing the slick, hard black rock wall behind the waterfall. A straight, smooth sword mark, a foot deep and seemingly carved by the most precise of chisels, was distinctly etched upon the rock face. The edges of the fissure shimmered with a subtle glaze, exuding a hot and pure divine aura. The surging waterfall remained split for a full 3 breaths. The waters on either side, resembling frozen ice walls, then roared in defiance, crashing together once more and cascading down with even greater splendor. Mist enveloped the scene, reflecting the solitary figure of Xuanyuan standing with her sword, and the fleeting glimpse of absolute control within her molten gold eyes. Ling Tian felt his spirit tremble profoundly. The mastery displayed was succinct, precise, and unparalleled. Compressing the immense soul power to a singular point, it erupted in a thin line. This was what Renxue referred to as guidance, alignment, and explosion. The pinnacle of the harmonious fusion between soul power and martial spirit. Far beyond the rudimentary stages he had been experimenting with. Use your sword to shatter that rock. Renxue pointed her sword towards a solid, half-person-high piece of hard blue granite at the edge of the deep pool beneath the waterfall. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock and urge to imitate. He closed his eyes, reconnecting with the Xuanyuan sword. This time, he did not focus solely on the singular node perceived within his sea of consciousness. His spirit, like an invisible web, delicately swept across the ancient sword's body. Its enigmatic patterns, and the swirling yellow and black energy. Unlike the clear, circuit-like golden veins within the angelic holy sword, the inner realm of the Xuanyuan sword felt akin to a vast, ancient earth that bore the weight of time. Its channels were not linear conduits, but rather resembled the dragon veins and energy points of the earth, deeply hidden and interconnected. He sensed several acupoints that were grander and more profound than the previous one, with his spirit guiding the yellow and black primordial energy. He cautiously infused it into one of the acupoints closer to the sword's edge. A low hum resonated, as if a slumbering giant beast was awakening a portion of its power. The mountain and vegetation patterns upon the sword's body seemed to emit a faint, imperceptible glow. Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance erupting within. Instead of opting for Renxue's exquisite condensation of power, he raised the infused Xuanyuan sword high. The essence of the 9 basic forms of Xuanyuan, particularly the essence of the collapse character, flowed through his mind, mingling with his perception of the power the Xuanyuan sword currently bore. Huh! A low roar escaped him. His wrist sank, then flicked upward. The force exploded forth. The Xuanyuan sword bore an air of profound and heavy majesty, not merely striking down, but descending like a mountain collapsing, akin to a colossal axe cleaving through the earth, towards the resilient green granite. Before the blade arrived, an oppressive force, reminiscent of a mountainous fall, had already descended. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated, and shattered stones shot forth like cannonballs. Dust clouded the air. As the debris settled, the once towering green granite had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a deep pit, its bottom adorned with a dense network of fissures resembling a spider's web. Yet, what made Ling Tian's pupils constrict was the peculiar sight at the pit's edge, where the very fabric of space exhibited subtle, wave-like distortions. Though fleeting, it was unmistakably a manifestation of space being disturbed. Even more astonishing was the behavior of the scattered stones, which did not merely scatter chaotically. Instead, they appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, momentarily hovering in midair after a brief flight before plummeting, as if they had lost their support, crumbling, shaking, delaying. This strike contained not merely pure destructive sharpness, but was more akin to a force of collapse at the level of fundamental loss. It even seemed to carry a faint effect of temporal delay. Ling Tian stared blankly at his hand, then at the Xuanyuan sword, sensing the lingering resonance of weighty, rule-infused power that had yet to fully subside. This was the natural force arising from the union of the Xuanyuan sword and the Qianhuang soul power. Renxue silently observed the area that had been utterly shattered, where even space bore fine ripples. A depth of seriousness and inquiry surfacing for the first time in her molten gold gaze. The power of this strike far exceeded what a soul master of the 22nd rank should possess. More crucially, the strange aura of collapse and delay was no mere imitation. Just then, wow, little brother Ling Tian, did you really obliterate that large rock? Liena's melodious voice, filled with surprise, echoed from the entrance of the training ground. Carrying an exquisite rosewood tray with 3 steaming jade cups, her amber eyes sparkled as she hurried towards the scene. Sister Renxue here? Liena presented one of the cups to Renxue with a sweet smile, radiating a touch of intimacy. This is freshly brewed cherry blossom dew, enhanced with a hint of evening primrose for clarity of mind. Do give it a try. Over the past month, Renxue had visited daily, significantly improving their relationship. Renxue paused momentarily, gazing at the steaming jade cup before her, then at Liena's unreserved smile. A fleeting hint of hesitation flickered in her molten gold eyes, nearly imperceptible. After a brief silence, she extended her delicate, pale fingers, gracefully accepting the jade cup, deliberately avoiding contact with Liena. Lifting the cup's lid, a crisp, refreshing mist, imbued with a subtle sweetness of cherry blossoms, wafted into the air. She lowered her gaze, delicately inhaling the aroma without immediately partaking in the drink. Liena seemed oblivious to her aloofness and cheerfully handed another cup to the still-dazed Ling Tian. Quickly drink this to replenish your strength. That last strike must have exhausted you. Ling Tian accepted the warm cup, feeling its gentle heat dispel some of the emptiness left by the intense flow of soul power within him. He glanced at Renxue and caught a glimpse of her subtle expression, slightly furrowing her brow after taking a sip of tea, as if unaccustomed to a particular flavor. Renxue, that sword strike you executed was remarkable. With a swift motion, it cleaved the waterfall in two. Liena exclaimed, while sipping from her last cup of tea. Her curiosity piqued. Ling Tian's strike was equally frightening. It shattered that large boulder in an instant. However, she continued, her tone shifting playfully as she blinked. I felt that Ling Tian's strike was rather peculiar. It didn't seem to cleave, but rather, shattered it? And the fragments flew so leisurely. How strange. Renxue set her jade cup down, leaving an almost imperceptible trace of moisture on her perfectly shaped lips. She cast a glance at Ling Tian, her voice still cold yet softened by a hint of intimacy. The essence of a martial soul determines the manner in which soul power circulates and ultimately manifests its strength. Her gaze returned to the Xuanyuan Sword in Ling Tian's hand, her molten gold pupils seemingly seeking to penetrate the ancient sword's hidden principles. My angelic holy sword symbolizes the sacred, order, and judgment. The soul power within it flows like a torrent of light, pursuing utmost refinement, purification, and penetration, capable of splitting light and severing currents. She paused, as if weighing her words. In contrast, your Xuanyuan sword embodies humanity, heavy as a mountain. Its power closer to the source, containing the essence of creation and destruction. Forcing an imitation of my luminous trajectory will only result in a backlash. Your previous strike, though crude and clumsy, with much of its power dissipated, was a natural response to its own pulsing rhythm. It shattered rather than sliced, lingered rather than vanished. This is its response to you at this moment. Crude and clumsy, with a significant loss of power, Ling Tian's lips twitched, recognizing Renxue's characteristic evaluation style. Does it imply that Ling Tian's martial soul is inherently powerful, inclined to smash things? Liena blinked, striving to comprehend. Renxue did not provide a direct answer. She merely cast a faint glance at Liena, yet her expression seemed to tacitly endorse this simplistic interpretation. Turning her attention back to Ling Tian, her tone regained its previous sharpness. Finding the rhythm is merely the beginning. The true mastery lies in precisely controlling the flow of soul power at these nodes and acupoints, regulating speed, accumulating intensity, timing the eruption, so it becomes an extension of oneself. This requires countless trials and insights. She raised her angelic holy sword, pointing its tip towards Ling Tian. Pick up your sword. Today's objective is to shatter that equally sized green granite 10 zhang away using your clumsy method. If you cannot suspend the shattered fragments for a breath within 10 attempts, you shall double your efforts tomorrow. Ling Tian's expression slightly faltered. 10 zhang away. And to control the suspension of the fragments? This challenge was manifold more difficult than the last. Liena gazed at him sympathetically and whispered, Come on, Ling Tian. I'll brew you a more invigorating tea. Renxue fell silent, standing resolutely with her sword. Her molten gaze resembled that of the most exacting examiner, fixating intently on Ling Tian and the Xuanyuan sword in his grasp. Sunlight streamed through the vast dome overhead, elongating the silhouettes of the three figures. In the training arena, the dull clang of impact and the shrill cries of shattered stones began to resonate rhythmically once more, accompanied by the boy's rapid breaths and the occasional crisp encouragement from the girl. Golden holy light intertwined silently with the vast aura of deep yellow, colliding and validating the disparate paths of power within this realm. The cup of cherry blossom tea, barely sipped and set aside by Renxue, reflected the shifting shadows of the dome on its surface, mirroring the boy's tenacious swordplay and the nearly stubborn anticipation nestled within the depths of the golden-haired girl's eyes. A sentiment she herself had yet to recognize. Chapter 39. The Purple Knight's deep command receives true transmission. The Spider Emperor bestows the path to enlightenment. The night, as dark as ink, heavily enveloped the sacred mountain of the Soul Master City. The once boisterous papal hall lay in silence, with only the rhythmic clanking of patrolling guards' armor echoing through the expansive corridors, akin to an eternal pendulum measuring the depth of tranquility. In the adjacent healing chamber, within the dedicated quarters of the disciples, Ling Tian had just concluded his evening meditation on soul energy. The warm vapors of medicinal spring water still lingered on his fingertips, imbued with the unique, rich aroma of the 9-turn resurrection soup. Barefoot, he tread upon the cool, smooth black jade tiles, donning a loose, soft cotton and linen nightgown. Within him, the 22nd level of deep yellow soul energy flowed abundantly, akin to a newborn stream widening its course, bestowing an unprecedented sense of fullness and control. The intense duel with Renxue earlier in the day, along with yesterday's clumsy yet successful attempt to awaken the Xuanyuan Sword's resonance, settled and digested within this rich cycle, transforming into a subtle resilience and brilliance deep within his bones. He approached the window and pushed open the intricately carved wooden lattice. The crisp night breeze, carrying the cool essence of the mountain foliage, surged in, dispelling the last remnants of warmth within the room. Outside, the myriad lights of the Soul Master City twinkled like a fallen galaxy, sprawling a tapestry of warmth at the foot of the sacred mountain. At the summit of the sacred mountain, in the direction of the worship hall, a faint yet pure golden beam of light silently pierced the heavens, marking the residence of Renxue, as if eternally separated from this worldly warmth by a layer of cold glass. Ling Tian withdrew his gaze, poised to extinguish the soul-guiding lamp upon his desk. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the crystal sphere of the lamp's base, a chilling, condensed will, as tranquil as an abyss frozen for millennia, unexpectedly penetrated the spatial barrier and silently descended into his modest chamber. The air thickened and grew heavy. Even the gentle glow of the soul-guiding lamp seemed to dim slightly, ensnared in an invisible aura of authority. Ling Tian's heart tightened abruptly. He spun around. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure seated upon the simple purple sandalwood chair behind his desk. It was not the elaborate and imposing purple papal robe of the day, but rather a neatly tailored, deep purple velvet attire that almost blended with the night. The long hem of her gown cascaded like water, concealing the tips of high-heeled shoes adorned with delicate amethyst. Her obsidian-like tresses, unconfined by a complex crown, were simply secured at the back with a minimalist silver hairpin, revealing her elongated, elegant neck and perfectly contoured profile. It was Bibi Dong. She sat there quietly, akin to a profound shadow that had always existed within the room. Her violet eyes, under the dim yellow light, resembled two tranquil pools reflecting the ancient stars, calmly observing Ling Tian, who had turned in astonishment. "Teacher." Ling Tian nearly believed he was hallucinating, his voice slightly trembling from sheer disbelief. He abruptly bowed in greeting, his movements swift enough to stir a gentle breeze. "I was oblivious to your arrival. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome." "There is no need for such formality," Bibi Dong's voice resonated, akin to ice pearls dropping onto a jade plate, clear yet lacking the overwhelming authority of the daylight in the papal hall. Infused instead with an ineffable quality reminiscent of a whispered conversation in the depths of night. She raised her hand slightly, signaling for Ling Tian to stand straight. Complying, Ling Tian straightened, his heart racing violently within his chest. He dared not meet the gaze of those eyes that seemed capable of piercing his very soul. His gaze instinctively dropping to the hand, casually resting on the armrest. That hand was pale and slender, with well-defined joints and rounded fingertips, exuding an almost flawless elegance. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned a faint mark on the inner side of her index finger, as if it had been grazed by the sharpest of icy blades. It was not a fresh wound, but rather a lingering imprint of some unknown power, exuding a subtle chill and foreboding. This mark starkly contrasted with Bibi Dong's previously impeccable image in his memory. "Everything has been noted," Bibi Dong's voice shattered the brief silence, drawing Ling Tian's attention back instantly. Her gaze swept over him, as if penetrating through his loose nightwear to uncover the vibrant sinew beneath, to glimpse the gentle yet potent essence of the primal energy flowing within him. To discern the core of the thousand Renxue's swordplay amidst the swirling light was to possess insight. Her tone, calm and declarative, made Ling Tian's heart leap. Could it be that the teacher was aware of every detail of his encounters with Renxue? To withstand the residual wrath of divine punishment at the awakening of the primal energy was to embody resilience. To grasp its desires at the initial exploration of the martial spirit's intricacies, summoning soul power into the acupoints, shattering mountains and stones, and manifesting the phenomenon of laws was to demonstrate understanding. To compel Renxue to yield beneath her sword's edge, Bibi Dong's lips seemed to curve ever so slightly upwards, that fleeting arc akin to an illusion. Even as she drank from Liena's cup of sweet cherry blossom tea, was a testament to her skill. Ling Tian felt a slight warmth rise to his cheeks, surprised that his teacher had noticed even such minutiae. He recalled Renxue's furrowed brow as she reluctantly sipped from her jade cup. Indeed, it was a rare sight. Although his innate talent may not be exceptional, his tenacity remained resilient, and his understanding was worthy of refinement. Bibi Dong's violet gaze, akin to the most intricate soul-guiding apparatus, meticulously dissected Ling Tian's strengths and weaknesses. More remarkably, Her eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of Ling Tian's consciousness, where the dormant shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword lay. The artifact you bear carries a rank so exalted and a path so arduous that it far exceeds the imagination of ordinary individuals. Among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, none are more suited than you to inherit this path. Ling Tian held his breath. His heart gripped as if by an invisible hand. He vaguely sensed something, an immense, ineffable anticipation and tension instantly engulfing his entire being. Bibi Dong slowly rose from the modest Zetan-wood chair. The deep purple velvet of her gown cascaded silently, accentuating her tall and graceful figure. She did not approach Ling Tian but remained stationary, her profound violet eyes, weighted with the gravity of mountains, firmly locking onto his. The air seemed to solidify into a crystal imbued with immense pressure. Ling Tian, her voice resonated clearly within the silent chamber, each word carrying an undeniable will. Indelibly etched into the depths of Ling Tian's soul. From this day forth, I, Bibi Dong, formally accept you as my direct disciple. You shall inherit my mantle and pursue my legacy. Do you wish it? A profound silence enveloped Ling Tian, his mind blanketed in astonishment. The overwhelming joy washed over him like a tsunami, obliterating all coherent thoughts. A direct disciple, not a vague teaching from before, but a genuine, recognized legacy. This was the Pope himself acknowledging him as a direct disciple. What did this signify? It meant that Ling Tian was no longer a mere pawn in the Pope's corner, needing to prove his worth. It meant he had truly stepped into the innermost circle of power and heritage within the Spirit Hall. It meant he would have the opportunity to access the unfathomable source of power and wisdom possessed by Bibi Dong. An overwhelming sense of happiness and a profound sense of belonging surged within him, even diluting the reverence he felt toward this icy Pope. Disciple Ling Tian. He suddenly knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, his voice trembling with uncontainable excitement, yet resoundingly clear and resolute. I pay my respects to you, Master. I am willing to follow you, inherit the legacy, and face any peril without hesitation. His forehead struck heavily against the cold obsidian stone floor, producing a dull sound that underscored the weight of 1,000 burdens. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he willingly bowed in genuine submission. Not out of fear, but from reverence for power, the path ahead, and for the one individual who recognized and guided him. Above him, silence reigned. Only the glow of the soul-guiding lamp silently swirled in the air, illuminating the deep purple figure by the desk. After a moment, a hand with a cool touch gently settled upon Ling Tian's head. The sensation was exceedingly soft, yet imbued with a weighty, steadfast power. The fingertips brushed through his disheveled hair, imparting a peculiar, soul-soothing chill. Ling Tian's body stiffened momentarily, then he felt a warm, tranquil yet vast and profound consciousness flow from that hand into the crown of his head, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. His fatigue vanished in an instant. The flow of soul power suddenly became remarkably smooth and vibrant. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword seemed to emit a soft, melodious hum, akin to the satisfied sigh of a slumbering dragon, under the gentle caress of this intention. Rise. Bibi Dong retracted her hand, her voice still chillingly aloof. Yet Ling Tian distinctly captured a faint, almost warm undertone within it. He complied, standing at attention with his hands at his sides, emotions surging within his chest. Yet he dared not exhibit the slightest impertinence. Upon entering my domain, one must understand my path. Bibi Dong's gaze deepened, becoming focused like that of the most rigorous mentor. In the realm of martial souls, soul power is the foundation, soul skills are the tools, and will is the essence. She slowly raised her right hand, palm facing upward. A resonant hum filled the air. No soul rings materialized, nor was there any earth-shattering radiance. Instead, a pure, nearly ethereal dark purple light ignited in her palm. This luminescence did not radiate outward. Rather, it traced an intricate, mesmerizing trajectory within the confines of her palm, silently coalescing. In an instant, a minuscule, translucent spiderweb, formed from pure soul power and will, vividly appeared above Bibi Dong's palm. The web, no larger than a hand, shimmered with a dark purple glow, its edges adorned with delicate silver runes. Each strand was exquisitely slender, yet condensed like substantial chains of law, exuding a sharpness and stickiness that sent shivers down one's spine. Even more bizarrely, this miniature web was not static. It twisted, extended, contracted, and trembled as if imbued with life, in response to the flow of Bibi Dong's thoughts, creating subtle ripples in the surrounding space. Light near the web exhibited strange refractions and bends. Behold, Bibi Dong's voice flowed like a crystalline spring. Soul power is not stagnant. It is a living essence. Where thought leads, soul power follows. Soul skills are merely manifestations of soul power operating within specific channels in particular ways, condensing and erupting. Their potency stems 70% from the cultivation of soul power and 30% from the mastery of intricacies. As she spoke, the miniature spider web underwent a sudden transformation. The once uniformly flowing dark purple soul power began to boil, wildly converging and compressing along particular strands, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A blindingly bright dark purple point of light erupted at the center of the web. Though small, it radiated an aura of annihilation, as if it could devour all. The faint emanation from this point sent tingles down Ling Tian's spine, instinctively triggering a profound sense of alarm deep within his soul. In the next moment, all the converged soul power receded like a receding tide, and the destructive point of light vanished as well. Bibidong's fingers gracefully traced several indescribable trajectories through the void. With a sharp hiss, countless strands of dark purple soul power, finer than a hair yet unmatched in sharpness, shot forth from various nodes of the web like the stingers of venomous bees. Their trajectories were cunning and ruthless, weaving an impenetrable web of slaughter, only to dissipate into the void before touching a single point in space. The intricate trajectory of soul power and the precise eruption of node strength far surpassed the inherent might of the soul skills themselves. She withdrew her hand, and the haunting phantom of the spider web dissipated silently, as if it had never existed. Your Xuanyuan Sword is a sacred artifact of humanity, with its profound intricacies concealed deep within, incomparable to mere mortal iron. The acupoints you previously discerned were merely superficial. Bibidong's gaze fell upon Ling Tian, imbued with a power that penetrated to the very essence. To forcibly channel soul power, or to invoke the breaking sword technique through sheer will, as before, may yield momentary strength. Yet, it is akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, inflicting 1,000 injuries upon the enemy while sustaining 800 upon oneself, further depleting the will of the martial soul, a path not meant to endure. A chill ran through Ling Tian's heart as he recalled the stinging emptiness in his sea of consciousness following yesterday's cataclysmic strike, and the debilitating sensation of his spirit being sapped during the ultimate eruption of the breaking sword technique. So, this is the crux of the dual-edged sword's shortcomings that Renxue had pointed out. To truly master this sword, Bibidong's voice resonated with undeniable authority, emphasizing the necessity of comprehending its inherent momentum. One must ensure the flow of soul power resonates with its primordial will. One must command the soul through intent, with soul and intent mutually nourishing each other. Beginning tomorrow, at the third quarter of the SI hour, in the martial hall behind the Papal Palace, follow me for practice. With her words hanging in the air, and before Ling Tian could respond, Bibidong's figure blended into the surroundings like an ink stain dissolving in water, quietly fading away. The deep purple hem of her gown brushed against the cold ground, leaving behind a lingering, ethereal fragrance. Only the irrefutable command remained, like a brand deeply etched in Ling Tian's consciousness. On the following day, at the third quarter of the SI hour, within the depths of the Papal Palace, in the martial hall behind the main chamber. This place was not as grand and spacious as the public training grounds of the front hall, marked by countless scars of battle. Instead, it was a more private and special space hidden behind the main hall's architectural ensemble. The vast dome, crafted from a solid block of translucent deep-sea silver, was adorned with intricate starry trajectory, soul-guiding runes, filtering and transforming the harsh sunlight from the outside into countless soft and pure silver beams that gently cascaded onto the smooth, mirror-like surface of the black jade floor, which was interlaced with enigmatic soul-guiding patterns. The air was exceptionally pristine, devoid of any dust, imbued with a tranquility that spoke of time and power. Ling Tian stood at the center of the hall, clad in the exclusive black training attire with silver trim designated for the core disciples of the Papal Palace. His posture upright and his spirit vibrant. The tumult of emotions from being formally accepted as a direct disciple had settled, transforming into a focus and anticipation that gleamed in his eyes. The sound of footsteps approached, crisp and rhythmic. Bibidong's figure appeared at the intricately carved archway of the martial hall. She had donned her regal purple papal robe once more, the purple gold crown shimmering with a profound luster under the starlit glow. Her exquisite visage bore no superfluous expression, only her deep, tranquil purple eyes resembled those of a sovereign who commanded all. She did not approach Ling Tian, but halted 10 steps away. "Release your martial soul." Her cold voice echoed through the expansive martial hall. Ling Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. Xuanyuan. His consciousness delved into the sea of knowledge, summoning the slumbering, sacred sword. Buzz. The somber resonance of the sword seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, its ancient and robust blade instantly solidifying in hand. The celestial bodies revolved, and the mountains and flora shimmered, while a chaotic, primordial aura swirled and ascended. A vast, profound essence, embodying the will of humanity, suddenly permeated the air, causing even the silver beams descending from the heavens to exhibit subtle distortions. A fleeting glimmer passed through the depths of Bibidong's violet eyes, as if she had attained a deeper understanding of the essence of this aura. Activate your first soul skill. Her command was concise and direct. Ling Tian gripped the Xuanyuan sword hilt firmly and shouted, "First soul skill, mountain and river heavy. Suppress." Boom. The bronze soul ring radiated with a deep and weighty brilliance. Centered around the Xuanyuan sword, an immense sense of gravitational pressure descended instantaneously. The gravity within a Tenjong radius seemed to be violently tugged downward by an invisible hand. The air emitted a groan under the unbearable weight, and even the descending silver light beams appeared to bend slightly under this tremendous force. The obsidian ground beneath Ling Tian's feet instantaneously spread fine, web-like cracks. This was a pure, distorted gravitational field. "Stop!" Bibidong's icy voice rang out. Ling Tian immediately ceased the output of his soul power, and the heavy gravitational field dissipated in an instant. He panted lightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Maintaining such a rule-altering soul skill was immensely taxing. "Awkward," Bibidong mercilessly critiqued. "Your soul power disperses rather than consolidates. Your will is firm, yet unrefined. The heavy pressure is overwhelming, seemingly formidable, yet it is a waste of 9/10 of your energy. The enemy is not yet crushed, yet you have already exhausted yourself. This is your prior understanding of soul power usage." With a graceful flick of her fingertip in the void, Ling Tian felt the surrounding air suddenly become viscous and heavy. It was as if he had sunk into an invisible quagmire, woven from countless resilient strands of silk. This pressure did not descend like a landslide, but rather precisely affected every force exertion point within Ling Tian's body. Wrist, elbow, shoulder, waist, knee, ankle. Every subtle movement required several times more strength than usual. What astounded him even more was that this oppressive stickiness was not constant. It fluctuated with the rise and fall of his strength, the contraction and relaxation of his muscles. As if countless minute, sentient teeth were incessantly gnawing, interfering, and delaying the flow of his soul power and bodily coordination. It felt as though he had fallen into an invisible and intricate spider's web. This sensation was far more terrifying than the mere pressure of Lei Pujun's soul-cleaving sword. More despairing. Ling Tian let out a muffled groan, his body trembling uncontrollably under this bizarre weight, while the primordial soul power surged chaotically within his meridians in resistance. Yet it collided with countless flexible and resilient walls, resulting in diminished efficiency. "Feel it." Bibidong's voice pierced his consciousness like an icicle. "What is a domain? It is not merely a crude alteration of rules, but rather weaving your own laws of confinement with soul power as the thread and will as the shuttle, creating a cage within a confined space. Your mountain and river heavy is lofty in intent, yet employed in a crude and unrefined manner." As her words fell, the invisible weight enveloping Ling Tian underwent a sudden transformation. No longer a pervasive, sticky stagnation, but rather an instantaneous convergence into several remarkably refined forces, akin to the terrifying penetrative power of a steel cone. With a series of precise thrusts, they targeted the critical nodes of his soul power, striking the edges of the Dantian cyclone, the shoulder wells of his arms, and the central axis of his spine. A sharp pain, accompanied by the sensation of his soul power spiraling out of control, surged forth. Ling Tian's complexion turned ashen, and the Xuanyuan sword in his hand emitted a mournful tremor, nearly slipping from his grasp. "Focus. Guard your intent." Bibidong's cold admonition rang like thunder. "Guide your soul power. Just as one channels a torrent back into its riverbed, concentrate the force to a single point, rather than allowing it to flood unabated. Perceive your martial spirit. Let it reveal to you the essence of your might." Amidst the excruciating pain and pressure teetering on the brink of collapse, Ling Tian experienced an epiphany. He ceased to resist the bizarre, omnipresent weight pressing upon him, no longer attempting to unleash his soul power in a frantic assault. Instead, he bore the tearing agony, immersing his entire being into the Xuanyuan sword in his grasp. Communicate. Resonate. The faint pulse from last night, reminiscent of the earth's breath, was once again vividly perceived. The chaotic surge of the Xianhuang's soul power within his Dantian no longer rampaged wildly. Rather, it followed the guidance of that ancient rhythm, cautiously flowing like a stream nourishing a parched riverbed, infusing the sword's body at points more central and profound than previously sensed. The ancient pattern at the sword's crossguard symbolizing stability, the stellar node upon the sword's spine, akin to a pillar of strength, the tip of the blade, radiating a core brilliance capable of shattering all forms. Buzz. The Xuanyuan sword emitted a distinctly different, prolonged hum, imbued with satisfaction and joy. The celestial patterns upon the sword's surface suddenly illuminated. Mountains and trees seemed to come alive, exuding vibrant vitality. The swirling Xuanyuan energy ceased its tumult, instead flowing slowly and cohesively around those three core nodes, akin to a galactic whirlpool, gathering strength. A force far more refined and substantial than before, seemingly containing the will of the earth, radiated from the Xuanyuan sword, expanding abruptly. This time, it was no longer a crude gravitational cover, but rather an invisible mountain that rose from the ground, precisely and heavily suppressing the space within 3 feet of Ling Tian. It forcefully pushed away the intangible domain woven by Bei Dong's soul power, which had clung like a spider's web, firmly repelling it beyond that 3-foot perimeter. Though the range was minuscule, and the mountain-like force field trembled violently under Bei Dong's vast will, swaying perilously like a reef in a tempest, it ultimately took shape. A nascent domain uniquely belonging to Ling Tian, and to the Xuanyuan sword. Oh, upon the high platform. A flicker of surprise glimmered in Bei Dong's violet eyes for the first time. The soul power pressure she exerted upon Ling Tian had not diminished, rather, feeling provoked. It intensified immediately. The invisible web thickened and became more tenacious, akin to the stomach of a deep-sea behemoth, fiercely compressing and wearing down Ling Tian's precariously balanced realm. Ling Tian gritted his teeth, his gums nearly bleeding. The sea of consciousness throbbed painfully, and the soul power surged forth like a deluge unleashed from a dam. Maintaining this 3-foot domain proved to be tenfold more arduous than previously exerting a gravitational field across a vast expanse. Yet, within his eyes burned an unprecedented radiance. He discerned with clarity. The omnipresent oppressive weight did not circulate uniformly. Under the microscopic manipulation of Bei Dong's formidable will, within that invisible web, existed countless nodes and seams of power. It resembled the most intricate soul-guiding formation. Break, sword form. A frenzied thought surged within him, not to pierce with the sword, but to thrust with this nascent realm of mountains and rivers, to shatter the critical nodes of the web's power flow. His intent resonated instantaneously with his soul power. The Xuanyuan sword in his grasp seemed to sense its master's desperate will to obliterate. The tip of the sword concentrated a barely perceptible glimmer of annihilating brilliance. Buzz. Ling Tian let out a low roar, abruptly retracting the power sustaining the mountains and rivers domain, channeling all his mental focus and residual soul power into the tip of the sword. With intent guiding the blade and soul condensing its edge, the sword tip, imbued with unyielding resolve, did not aim at Bei Dong, but rather at the most turbulent and unstable node of the invisible web's energy flow, located 3 feet to his left front, in an expanse of emptiness. A sound so faint, akin to the bursting of a bubble. The seemingly vacant void quivered violently beneath the piercing of the Xuanyuan sword, imbued with ultimate intent to annihilate. As if a perfect web had been precisely struck at a crucial juncture by a glowing steel needle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The thick, oppressive, suffocating weight enveloping Ling Tian unraveled, distorted, and collapsed like a punctured balloon. Though this collapse lasted less than a fraction of a breath, only to be forcefully smoothed over by Bei Dong's vast will. That fleeting moment of relief felt akin to a suffocated soul gasping its first breath of fresh air. It allowed Ling Tian to distinctly perceive the boundless potential of breaking through at the level of soul power and will. Thud. The dual exhaustion of soul power and spirit proved too much for Ling Tian, who fell to one knee, propping himself up with the Xuanyuan sword, gasping for breath. Drenched in sweat, the training hall lay in profound silence. The silver beam cascading from the dome softly illuminated Ling Tian's disheveled figure. Bei Dong stood silently at the edge of the high platform, her violet eyes deep and contemplative, gazing down upon the exhausted youth and the ancient sacred sword in his hand, which, though dimmed, still emitted a resilient hum. After a considerable pause, 2 words emerged coolly from above. Not bad. Today's here. The purple figure, merging into the radiance, silently vanished into the depths of the training hall. Ling Tian struggled to lift his head, watching the direction of Bei Dong's disappearance, breathing heavily, yet unable to suppress a fatigued but exhilarated curve at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Those 2 words shone like the first morning star in the darkness, illuminating the thorny yet boundlessly expansive path of the Xuanyuan Dao beneath his feet. Chapter 40. The twin maidens forged their swords. The golden rings shimmer in the sacred hall. Deep within the Pope's palace lies Ling Tian's exclusive meditation chamber. The air is imbued with a peculiar aroma, a blend of rich sandalwood and the essence of soul power. Invigorating and refreshing. The ground is inscribed with a soul-gathering formation that glimmers with faint silver light, gradually converging the wandering particles of energy from the heavens and the earth. Ling Tian sits cross-legged at the center of the formation, his eyes gently closed, breathing long and deep. The 22nd level of Xuanyuan soul power surges through his broad and resilient meridians, akin to a relentless river flowing forth. In the depths of his dantian, a chaotic Xuanyuan vortex slowly spins, each pulse inhaling and exhaling pure soul power, refining it into a more exquisite and condensed essence of Xuanyuan, which gradually settles at the core of the vortex. A year has passed swiftly amidst the daily rigors of cultivation and confrontation. The morning is a time dedicated to contemplation and accumulation. Here, he not only augments the totality of his soul power, but also, guided by the secret methods imparted by Bai Dong, engages in the refinement and purification of the essence of soul power. Bai Dong's cool voice seems to echo still in his ears. Soul power is chaotic, like sand and gravel constructing a tower. Though high, it collapses in the wind. Only purity and refinement serve as the foundation. Use the source vortex as a furnace, eliminating the dross and refining the soul into silk. At this moment, he concentrates his thoughts, cautiously guiding the dantian vortex to accelerate its rotation. The vortex acts like an invisible grinding stone, drawing in and refining ordinary soul power. Under the tempering of the Xuanyuan essence, the relatively loose and impure soul power is repeatedly ground, compressed, and purified. A faint sound, akin to gravel being crushed, resonates within the realm of thought. Nearly imperceptible gray-black impurities are forcibly stripped away, transforming into delicate mist that slowly escapes through Ling Tian's pores, only to be silently vanquished by the purification formation preset within the chamber. The soul power that remains becomes increasingly refined and pure, its hue drawing ever closer to the chaotic and profound essence of Xuanyuan, resembling tempered gold as it gradually merges into the source vortex, rendering its core's brilliance ever more subtle and profound. This process is immensely taxing on the mind, demanding the utmost precision in thought control. A moment's inattention could potentially harm the meridians or destabilize the source vortex. Ling Tian's forehead beads with fine sweat, his spirit intensely focused, as though he were walking on a tightrope above an abyss. In the afternoon, on the training ground, the blazing sunlight streams through the vast dome skylight, warming the obsidian bricks beneath. The air shimmers slightly under the high temperature. Two figures swiftly weave through the arena, separating and intersecting, the sharp clang of metal ringing incessantly. Each collision sparking dazzling bursts of light. Renxue wields the fully formed angelic holy sword, its blade flowing with pure divine flames. Each slash and thrust carries the weight of purification and judgment, its trajectory sharp and fierce, swift as thunder. 3 soul rings rhythmically pulse beneath her feet, their yellow, and purple radiance framing her as if she were a deity descended to the mortal realm. Ling Tian grasped the Xuanyuan sword with both hands, the blade shimmering with the eternal dance of the sun, moon, and stars. The intricate patterns of mountains and vegetation radiated vibrant life, and a dense aura of profound yellow swirled around him, forming a miniature domain that resiliently resisted the encroaching and oppressive light of the angels. His movements were succinct and swift, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. The foundational technique of profound yellow S9 forms had been honed to a level akin to instinct. Each parry, flick, and strike precisely intercepting the pivotal moments of the angelic sword's power flow or trajectory shifts. Clang! As Ling Tian's wrist dipped, the Xuanyuan sword arced upwards at a masterful angle, the spine of the blade striking forcefully at the 7-inch mark of the angel's descending sword path, causing a tingling sensation in Renxue's arm, momentarily stalling her sword's momentum. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he lunged forward with the agility of a leopard, transforming the upward flick into a thrust, the tip of his sword coalescing into a sharp, icy glint, aimed directly at the slightly delayed acupoint on Renxue's left shoulder. Swift, accurate, aimed at the flaw. Renxue's molten gold pupils constricted, her reaction remarkably swift. Instead of forcibly returning her sword to block, she arched her body backward with an extraordinary flexibility that surpassed human limits, simultaneously unleashing a lightning-fast kick from her right foot, the tip imbued with a fierce golden radiance, targeting Ling Tian's wrist at the Shenmen acupoint. To attack the enemy is to save oneself. Ling Tian was compelled to withdraw his sword for defense, pressing the hilt down just in time to narrowly evade that vicious kick, his body sliding back a foot, leaving faint traces on the obsidian ground, his chest rising and falling slightly. Quick on the draw, but alas, the power dissipates rather than coalesces. Renxue steadied herself, her molten gaze sharp as a blade, carrying an unyielding judgment. That previous thrust had not fully locked onto the core of the flaw, resulting in only 70% of the Xuanyuan Sword's piercing force being realized. The speed of soul energy gathering at the sword's tip had slowed by half a breath. If my holy sword's power were even slightly stronger, your wrist would already be shattered. Her words pierced through Ling Tian's fleeting sense of triumph from having temporarily pushed her back. Ling Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his blood, and spoke solemnly. Again, without further ado, the two figures transformed once more into streaks of light, colliding fiercely. The fiery brilliance of the angel's holy sword clashed violently with the profound yellow aura of the Xuanyuan sword, annihilating each other with a sizzling sound. Renxue's onslaught resembled a tempest, divine and fierce, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure that compelled Ling Tian to exert every ounce of focus and soul energy to the utmost. No longer did she regard him with a mocking or dismissive attitude. Instead, she treated Ling Tian as a genuine opponent worthy of serious consideration, even using this encounter to refine her own swordsmanship. Each clash was an ultimate test of Ling Tian's soul energy purity, martial spirit control, flaw perception, and adaptability. Sweat soaked through Ling Tian's black attire, clinging to his skin and delineating the contours of his increasingly resilient form. The old injuries on his palms, though healed, still throbbed with a dull ache under the repeated shocks of the holy sword's tremendous force. Yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, keenly tracking every shift in Renxue's sword momentum, every subtle shift in her center of gravity, and every change in her breath. He no longer relied solely on instinct and the broken sword technique imparted by Bibi Dong. Instead, through countless practical encounters, he endeavored to memorize, comprehend, and refine using his own body. He embedded the nuances of momentum, the explosive force, and the concentration of intent deep within his very bones. Renxue's sword became his finest whetstone. Each rebuke and guidance from her, though piercingly cold, acted like the most precise chisel, meticulously removing the impurities and errors in his swordsmanship. As the sun dipped toward the west, the fierce clashes in the training ground drew to a close, and the air still simmered with the residual heat of soul power. Ling Tian leaned on the Xuanyuan sword, gasping heavily, his body drenched as if he had just emerged from water, sweat cascading down his chin. In contrast, Renxue appeared far more composed, though fine beads of sweat adorned her brow, and her molten gold eyes bore less of their usual chill, reflecting a clarity born from battle. Unlike at the beginning, when she would leave immediately after their spar, she approached the edge of the arena, gracefully taking a warm towel prepared by her maid to dab at the perspiration on her forehead. At that moment, a voice laced with a sweet, lingering tone shattered the subtly tense silence of the training ground. "Oh, you're done? It looks quite exhausting, dear Ling Tian." Liena had somehow leaned against the column at the edge of the training ground, her pink gauzy dress accentuating her snow-white skin. Her light golden braids cascaded over her shoulders, the tiny bells at the ends chiming melodiously as she tilted her head. Her amber eyes curved into crescent moons, radiating warmth as they flitted between Ling Tian's disheveled state and Renxue's cool demeanor, tinged with an almost imperceptible curiosity and a hint of envy. "Sister Nana." Ling Tian straightened, wiping the sweat from his face and revealing a weary yet sincere smile. The year of companionship, filled with Liena's meticulous care and occasional playful reproaches, had become a vital source of warmth in the cold Pope's palace. Renxue merely cast a fleeting glance at Liena, offering no response, and continued to polish her angelic holy sword, as if that divine weapon were her sole concern. Liena gracefully approached, her steps light as a fragrant breeze, stopping before Ling Tian while disregarding Renxue's presence. With a flourish, she produced an exquisite white jade cup from behind her. "Here, seeing you work so hard, I specially had someone prepare this spirit-enhancing jade essence porridge, infused with ice heart lotus seeds and a century-old purple fungus. Perfect for nurturing your meridians and replenishing your soul power." She pressed the jade cup into Ling Tian's hands, her fingertips brushing against his hand, sending a cool sensation through him. Her voice, tinged with affectionate concern, urged, "Drink up. You look so exhausted. It pains me to see you like this." The smooth jade cup felt warm in his grasp, releasing a refreshing, sweet fragrance that warmed Ling Tian's heart. "Thank you, Sister Nana." Just as he lifted the lid of the cup, a soft, almost mocking hum emanated from beside him. Renxue had sheathed her holy sword, her gaze sweeping over the lavish soup, a flicker of barely perceptible derision crossing her molten gold pupils. As if to say that such a trivial thing was hardly worthy of display, she turned, seemingly ready to depart. "Hey, Renxue." Yet, Liena appeared to be stirred by that soft hum, suddenly calling out to her. Renxue paused momentarily, turning slightly to the side. her golden eyes calm and unwavering as they regarded Liena, silently inquiring if there was more to discuss. Liena's smile remained sweet, yet a flicker of indomitable spirit ignited in her gaze. She stepped closer, affectionately linking her left arm with Ling Tian's, her body nearly brushing against his, and tilted her delicate chin toward Qian Renxue. What is the point of merely engaging in battles? My dear brother Ling Tian possesses skills beyond swordsmanship, does he not? Today, I am in a delightful mood and wish to stretch my limbs. Why not? Shall we spar in a different manner? Within the depths of her amber-hued pupils, a hint of pink, an alluring radiance, subtly flowed, akin to ripples disturbing the stillness of a deep pool. An invisible wave of mental allure, both seductive and compelling, enveloped Ling Tian like a silken thread, gentle yet resilient. He felt a slight stir within his heart, as if countless pink petals were cascading before him. And Liena's charming smile intensified, provoking an uncontrollable desire to draw closer and yield to her. Instantly, he regained his composure, sensing a tremor within the depths of his consciousness as the shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword pulsed, an overwhelming will sweeping through him, dispelling the enchanting influence in an instant. Mental allure? With clarity returning to his eyes, Ling Tian glanced at Liena, a hint of wry amusement playing upon his lips. Sister Nana, you are resorting to this tactic again. Hee, you're quite quick to react. Liena replied, undeterred, her enthusiasm growing. Practicing swordplay is rather dull. Mental prowess is the essence of a soul master. I am merely aiding you. That brute Qian Renxue only knows how to wield a sword. What does she understand of the subtleties of the mind? Care to give it a try? I promise to elevate your experience to celestial heights. She licked her luscious lips, her gaze turning perilous and enticing, reminiscent of a cunning fox stalking its prey. Qian Renxue, who had intended to depart, halted entirely, slowly pivoting. Her molten golden eyes chilled, resembling solidified gold. Her piercing gaze akin to the edge of a blade directed at Liena. Who did you refer to as a brute? Whoever fits the description should take note. Liena retorted defiantly, tightening her grip on Ling Tian's arm as if asserting a claim, challenging, is it acceptable for you to drag Ling Tian into battles daily? While I cannot impart to him some genuine skills. In the air, an unspoken tension thickened. The cold, sacred aura clashed silently with the enigmatic allure of the mental field, leaving Ling Tian, caught between the two, feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. All right. Ling Tian hastily intervened, eager to avoid becoming a casualty of the rivalry between the two young ladies. Let us spar. A contest of the mind, beneficial for body and spirit. Sister Nana, I am ready. He gently extricated his arm from Liena's grasp, placing the jade cup aside, centering himself as his focus sharpened. Sparring with Qian Renxue's swordsmanship was a rigorous trial of strength, while contending with Liena's mental prowess promised an entirely different and far more perilous challenge. Liena, with a triumphant lift of her brow towards Qian Renxue, turned to Ling Tian and flashed a sweet smile, her amber eyes now profoundly deep, resembling two swirling pink whirlpools. Be cautious now, dear brother Ling Tian. First soul skill, alluring gaze. Buzz, a surge of mental impact, tenfold stronger than before, struck like an invisible hammer upon Ling Tian's sea of consciousness. The world before him twisted in an instant, and Liena's figure seemed to multiply into countless reflections, each adorned with a charming smile, radiating an irresistible allure. Her sweet voice echoed persistently in his ears, enticing him to lower his guard and succumb to the tender embrace of a pink ocean. Ling Tian let out a suppressed groan as his sea of consciousness quaked violently, akin to a lake disturbed by a boulder. He immediately envisioned the shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword within his mind, its ancient and weighty blade emanating a vast, yellowish aura, steadfastly anchoring his spirit. Simultaneously, he summoned the mental fortitude he had cultivated over the past year under Bibi Dong's rigorous tutelage and his own arduous practice, forming a resilient wall of intent to staunch the invasive seduction. Guard your spirit. Do not be deceived by appearances. The core of her allure lies in disrupting your perceptions and emotions. Locate the source of the mental disturbance. Bibidong's icy teachings on mental resistance resurfaced at this critical moment. Ling Tian bit his tongue sharply, the pain bringing clarity. Ignoring the myriad illusions before him and the siren songs in his ears, he focused his will with acute precision. Like the most delicate probe, piercing towards the origin of the pink mental energy with fierce intent. Break. His concentrated intent coalesced like a spear. With a soft pop, akin to a bursting bubble, the myriad illusions dissipated in an instant. Liena's true form staggered slightly, her eyes flashing with surprise. Clearly unprepared for Ling Tian's swift escape from her enchantment and his precise counterattack. Quite impressive. You've made progress. Instead of anger, Liena felt elated. her fighting spirit igniting further. Let us try this. Second soul skill, Nightmare Spiderweb. She intertwined her fingers before her chest, as if weaving invisible threads. With a flurry of hissing sounds, countless more viscous and resilient strands of chaotic and entrapping mental energy enveloped Ling Tian's consciousness space like an overwhelming pink web. This net not only bound him, but also voraciously drained his mental power while attempting to forcibly inject a torrent of fear, despair, and greed into him. The pressure within his sea of consciousness surged. The Xuanyuan Sword's yellow light dimmed under the web's entanglement. Soul power as the foundation, will as the soul. Your mental energy is derived from the primordial yellow source, as solid as the earth. How could it be ensnared by this illusory net? Visualize mountains and rivers. Shatter the illusion with might. Bibi Dong's teachings resonated once more. Ling Tian, blessed with enlightenment, ceased to merely resist the web's binding and erosion with raw mental power. His intent plunged into his dantian, invoking the concentrated essence of the primordial yellow energy. A profound and vast aura, imbued with the will of humanity, surged from within him, not as an outward projection of soul power, but as the manifestation of intent. This will instantly fused with his field of mental energy. Once ensnared and sluggish under the pink spider web, his mental power now surged with boundless strength and resilience, shaking violently. The weighty spirit, akin to the earth, surged forth like a torrential flood, crashing against the seemingly insurmountable pink web with overwhelming force. The resilient web trembles before this force, akin to encountering its nemesis, emitting a lament of overwhelming burden, fraying and dissolving inch by inch. Liena's expression shifted slightly. She let out a muffled groan and involuntarily took half a step back, clearly affected by the backlash of her own spirit. She gazed at Ling Tian with shock. When did this young man's mental fortitude become so robust and profound? He was able to channel the original will of his martial soul into a mental confrontation. Not far away, Renxue's molten gold eyes flickered with intrigue. Though she scoffed at Liena's enchanting tactics, she could not deny the perilous nature of this purely spiritual clash. The fact that Ling Tian could discover a means of counteraction in such a brief span, even invoking the unique mental will of the Xuanyuan Sword, was indeed remarkable in terms of insight and potential. Once more, Liena defiantly lifted her chin, her amber eyes swirling with a frenzied pink light, clearly intending to employ stronger measures. Enough. A cool, serene voice pierced through the air, carrying an undeniable tone of finality. Bibi Dong had mysteriously appeared in the shadows at the entrance of the training ground, her purple papal robe shimmering with a subdued brilliance in the setting sun. She cast her gaze over the three individuals, briefly lingering on Ling Tian, seemingly satisfied with his integration of mental power and martial soul will. This far sincere. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly above all other sounds. Ling Tian, your soul power refinement has reached a bottleneck. Excessive strain on your spirit is futile. Tomorrow at this time, procure a soul-condensing grass to aid in your breakthrough. Ling Tian's spirit surged, and he immediately bowed. Yes, master. Liena pouted slightly, reluctantly withdrawing her mental energy, yet her gaze towards Ling Tian remained bright, hinting at a future reckoning. Renxue, with an impassive expression, offered a slight nod in Bibi Dong's direction, choosing not to look at Ling Tian and Liena any longer. Her golden wings unfurled quietly behind her, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant towards the sanctuary at the summit of the holy mountain. Behind the Pope's palace lay a region ensconced in a formidable barrier, where a perennial freezing pond resided amidst jagged stones. The piercing mountain wind carried tiny ice crystals that struck the face like a blade. The pond's depths exuded a bone-chilling coldness, yet the surface remained eerily undisturbed. Ling Tian sat cross-legged atop a massive slab of profound ice, enveloped in a dense aura of frosty white energy. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his body radiated an astonishing heat, akin to a red-hot branding iron, melting shallow indentations into the ice beneath him, only to be instantly refrozen by the deeper cold, creating a thin layer of ice that cycled continuously. The millennium-old soul-condensing grass, personally harvested by Bibi Dong amidst the watchful presence of spirit beasts, had long since been absorbed and refined within him. At this moment, he was undergoing earth-shattering transformations. Within his dantian, the chaotic and primordial yellow energy vortex spun at an unprecedented speed, its form nearly indistinguishable, morphing into a swirling chaos of light and shadow. At the core of this vortex, the exceedingly pure yellow soul power was being frantically compressed and condensed, akin to a collapsing star, emanating a heart-stopping wave of energy. The barrier of the pinnacle at the 29th level, subjected to the dual tempering of the essence of the soul-condensing herb and the fiery ice environment, was on the verge of collapse. Now is the moment. Ling Tian roared within, his will surging forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, all converging upon the core of his Dantian cyclone. Boom! It was as if the very sound of the universe being born erupted deep within his soul. That indomitable bottleneck shattered like fragile glass, crumbling into fragments. The surging soul power instantly broke free from its confines, akin to a river bursting its banks. Swiftly traversing newly unveiled meridian pathways, a sense of overwhelming strength, exponentially greater than before, flooded through every limb and sinew. Bronze, silver, 2 rings of soul energy manifested automatically, hovering behind him, radiating brilliance. Yet, the breakthrough was far from complete. At the very moment his soul power surpassed the threshold of the 30th level, a hum resonated from the depths of his consciousness, where the dormant phantasm of the Xuanyuan Sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The celestial patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, along with the images of mountains and flora upon the blade, appeared to come alive, emanating an aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos. An ancient will, rooted in bloodline and soul, was thoroughly awakened. This will did not originate from external soul beasts, but from the Xuanyuan Sword itself, stemming from the supreme essence that embodies humanity and solidifies the 8 desolations. Above the frigid pool where Ling Tian resided, the winds and clouds transformed dramatically. The once brisk mountain breeze turned tempestuous, swirling snow into a colossal vortex. In the sky, dense clouds were stirred by an invisible force, gradually rotating to form a massive cloud swirl spanning miles. At the center of the vortex, rather than thunder, a colossal beam of light, condensed and exuding a chaotic yellow hue, descended, enveloping Ling Tian, who sat cross-legged within. This beam contained an indescribable ancient pressure and the purest essence of primal energy. This energy did not descend from the heavens. It was as if summoned from the depths of the void by the awakened will of the Xuanyuan Sword, drawn forth from the mysterious currents of humanity's fate. The yellow beam penetrated his being. Ling Tian felt every cell in his body rejoice, greedily devouring this quintessential energy that resonated with his very essence. The soul power that had just broken through within his Dantian surged, refining and transforming as if it were a snowball rolling down a hill. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. Above the 2 yellow rings of soul energy behind him, the fabric of space rippled violently. A point of pure light, seemingly forged from molten gold, materialized out of thin air. This light bore an unparalleled nobility, an essence of immortality, reminiscent of an emperor's breath reigning supreme. Buzz. The light rapidly coalesced, stretched, and took shape. A soul ring, flowing with liquid golden radiance and exuding an overwhelming majesty that suppressed all evils and governed myriad spirits, gradually formed amidst the swirling of countless arcane runes. Bronze, silver, gold. The 3rd soul ring of the Xuanyuan Sword, the imperial edict of the human sovereign. Chapter 41. The snow falls at the long pavilion, parting from Jinyu. The winds of the sacred mountain began to shift in tone since last night. The biting north wind whipped up fine snowflakes, lashing against the cold obsidian walls and opulent glass windows of the papal palace, producing a mournful rustle. The perpetually temperate magic array within the palace was disrupted by this sudden intensification of chill, causing the very air to settle with a heavy, leaden hue. Ling Tian had just concluded his morning soul power refinement and pushed open the heavy stone door of the meditation chamber, where a gust of cold air assaulted him. Imbued with a piercing finality, he furrowed his brow slightly, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the dark yellow tassel hanging at his waist, a creation of his own meticulous crafting, woven from an exceptionally fine and resilient essence of dark yellow. Its color was rich and deep, warm to the touch, serving as a rare solace during his arduous cultivation. At the tassel's end, a small, dark jade bead, intricately carved to resemble the central diagram of the Xuanyuan Sword, emitted a subtle glow in the dim corridor. In recent days, an intangible sense of oppression had descended like a heavy curtain, enveloping the depths of the papal palace, casting a shadow over the interactions between him. Renxue and Liena. Training continued, sparring persisted, yet when Renxue instructed him in swordplay, there seemed to be an added, almost imperceptible impatience mingled with her usual cold rigor. Just yesterday afternoon at the training ground, he had barely managed to deflect one of her cunning holy flashes with his newly formed 3-foot domain, and as he caught his breath, Renxue surprisingly refrained from pursuing the advantage or offering her customary critiques. Instead, she stood still, her molten golden eyes piercing through the swirling dust of soul power. Gazing far into the distance towards the soaring spire of the sacrificial hall, her gaze so distant it seemed poised to pierce through the leaden clouds. In that moment, Ling Tian discerned a fleeting stillness on her flawless profile, akin to frozen gold merging with a hint of cold iron. Ling Tian, brother, Liena's crisp voice, tinged with urgency, broke the stillness as she rounded the corner of the corridor, wrapped in a thick snow marten fur cloak. Her light golden braids tumbled messily from the edge of her hood, and the usual mischievous sparkle in her amber eyes had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable anxiety and a hint of unvoiced grievance. Hurry, come with me. That ice-cold face, Renxue, she's leaving. Leaving? Ling Tian's heart sank suddenly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The flow of dark yellow essence surged within him, a dull ache rising in his chest. Despite having sensed a vague foreboding, the impact of Liena's blunt revelation struck him with ferocity. The wind from the direction of the sacrificial hall whistled ominously as Liena stepped forward, grasping his wrist with her icy fingers. It's a sacred mission. We must depart immediately. Destination unknown. Teacher Bibi Dong summoned her to the Great Hall this morning for an extended period. Her voice dropped, laced with reluctance. Not even a farewell. If it weren't for my extensive network, Ling Tian instinctively tightened his grip on Liena's cold fingers, a warm flow of dark yellow essence quietly coursing into her, soothing her agitation. Lead the way. His voice was remarkably calm, yet beneath that calmness lay a turbulent undercurrent. The dark jade tassel was clenched tightly in his palm, its edges digging into his skin, offering a sharp reminder of clarity. Their destination was not the main entrance of the Papal Palace, but rather the Windbreaker Pavilion on the western side of the Sacred Mountain, connecting to a concealed teleportation array. The pavilion hangs precariously above a sheer cliff, offering an expansive view that is typically a prime spot for admiring the sea of clouds and the sunset. However, at this moment, the raging wind and snow have transformed it into an isolated isle. The frigid wind cuts like a blade, whipping up dense snowflakes that sting against the skin. The ebony pillars and flying eaves of the pavilion are already cloaked in a thick layer of white snow, the dark base accentuating its solitary grandeur. Within the pavilion, a figure stands with her back to them, quietly poised at the edge where the wind and snow rage most fiercely. Renxue is clad in a sharply tailored, pure white outfit that elegantly outlines her tall and slender form, topped with a similarly simple, light gold cloak that gleams with a metallic sheen. The hood of the cloak is not drawn, allowing her brilliant golden hair to dance wildly in the gale, resembling flames in their fervor. There are no elaborate skirts or dazzling crowns, only pure lines and a cold luster. She embodies a magnificent sword, unsheathed yet restrained, poised to slice through the storm and pierce the unknown horizon. At her feet lies a dark gold metal box, equally devoid of unnecessary embellishments. A short distance behind her stand two silent spirit protectors clad in platinum armor, resembling lifeless statues, their formidable aura merging seamlessly with the tempest. They are the escorts and watchers dispatched by the Qian faction. Liena pulls Ling Tian into the pavilion, battling against the nearly knockdown winds. The sound of the storm is largely muffled by the pavilion's roof, yet the biting cold still seeps through. Renxue, Liena releases Ling Tian, her breath unsteady as her voice sharpens with questioning. Are you really leaving just like this? Not even a word of farewell? After a year of training and enduring with you, do we mean nothing to you? Renxue slowly turns around. The swirling storm behind her accentuates her molten gold eyes, rendering them even more profound and tranquil, akin to golden fragments frozen within ancient ice. Her gaze sweeps over Liena's cheeks, flushed slightly from excitement and the cold, before finally landing on Ling Tian. Her eyes remain piercingly sharp, as if they could penetrate flesh and gaze directly into the essence of the soul. Yet, when her gaze grazes the dark yellow tassel of the sword that Ling Tian instinctively shields in his palm, he perceives a fleeting, subtle shift, akin to an undercurrent surging beneath a frozen lake, too swift to discern. For the sake of the task, her voice is as cold as the clash of ice, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. A trivial farewell is merely a distraction. Trivial? A distraction? Liena erupts like a powder keg, the amber hue of her eyes igniting with a pink glow, her enchanting presence sharpened by indignation. Renxue, is your heart as frigid as your cold, holy sword? How many times has Ling Tian bled and fainted trying to keep up with your swordplay? I have tirelessly devised ways to train his mental fortitude, exhausting myself in the process. Do you consider all of this a mere distraction? She steps forward, nearly confronting Renxue, her voice trembling with fervor. Yes. You are the young master, the exalted inheritor of the angelic lineage. Yet this year, upon this stage of martial prowess, amidst each clash of blades and every confrontation of wills, I, Liena, have sincerely regarded you as a formidable adversary and a companion. Ling Tian has similarly regarded you. Sister Nana, A steady and powerful hand rested upon Liena's slightly trembling shoulder. Ling Tian stepped forward, shielding her behind him, his gaze meeting the molten gold of Renxue's eyes with calm resolve. Outside, the wind and snow howled, but within the pavilion, an unusual silence enveloped the space, broken only by Liena's suppressed, choked breaths. Ling Tian inhaled the frigid air deeply, his lungs filled with the essence of the storm and the lingering, unique chill reminiscent of a pine forest after a snowfall that belonged to Renxue. "When will you return?" he inquired, his voice low yet piercing through the lament of the wind and snow. Renxue remained silent for a moment, her golden hair whipping into sharp arcs in the wind. "I do not know," she replied, her tone cold and devoid of concession. Ling Tian nodded, as if he had anticipated this response. He opened his tightly clenched right hand, revealing the warm, rich hilt of the dark yellow sword tassel, its small jade bead glimmering with a subtle, restrained radiance in the dim light. "This," he offered the sword tassel, his movements steady and resolute, "is infused with the essence of the dark yellow origin energy. Though small, I can sense its directional aura." Renxue's gaze fell upon the diminutive sword tassel, and within the depths of her molten gold pupils, a tumult of complex emotions surged and struggled. Was it the discomfort of her accustomed aloofness being stirred? Was it the unfamiliarity and resistance towards this profound attachment? Or perhaps a flicker of warmth, forcefully suppressed, of which she herself was unaware? In the end, all tumult was forcibly subdued beneath an unmelting layer of ice, leaving only pure scrutiny and a faint trace of doubt. "Tracking?" she inquired, her voice tinged with coldness. Sensing, Ling Tian corrected, gazing directly into her eyes, his expression earnest and grave. "Wherever the holy sword points, formidable foes shall surely lurk, surrounded by thorns. This is not a shackle, but a beacon. When you need to pierce through the fog, to sever despair, when you require a trustworthy ally standing behind you, no matter the mountains or rivers, no matter the trials of fire and ice." His voice suddenly rose, imbued with unwavering determination. The gilded third soul ring within his dantian seemed to resonate with the fervent will of its master, uncontrollably casting a dim yet imposing shadow behind him. A surge of majestic aura, capable of suppressing all evil and stabilizing the chaos of the world, flickered and vanished. "Following this trace of energy, I shall certainly arrive." Each word rang out, resonant as if struck against metal, firm and resonant. That aura, emanating from the original will of the Xuanyuan Sword, though fleeting, caused the two statuesque guardians in the pavilion to tense, their hands instinctively resting on the hilts of their swords. A chilling intent, as intangible as a needle, pierced towards Ling Tian. Renxue abruptly raised her hand, a subtle gesture halting the guards behind her. Her gaze remained fixed on the gilded shadow of the soul ring behind Ling Tian, and deep within her molten gold eyes, the frozen lake finally received a heavy stone, sending forth ripples that were distinctly visible. Within the ripples, a tumultuous blend of astonishment, inquiry, and an ineffable complexity of emotions converged. Was it the tremor of a profound commitment? The astonishment at the audacity of this youth to display his brilliance before the guardians dispatched by her grandfather? Or perhaps it was a long-dormant warmth, nearly forgotten, that finally pried open a corner of the impenetrable ice? At that moment, the wind and snow seemed to pause in a fleeting stillness. Renxue slowly lifted her hand. It was a delicate, elongated, and steady hand that had, countless times, grasped the holy sword of angels, radiating the divine brilliance that judged all things. Yet now, with an almost hesitant slowness, it reached toward the small, dark yellow tassel held in Ling Tian's palm. Just as her fingertips were about to graze the warm, dark jade, they imperceptibly curled slightly before gently pinching it. The coldness of her fingertips met the warmth of the substantial dark jade and the resilient dark yellow tassel, and an unusual warmth seemed to surge from her fingertips, spreading instantaneously with the weight and embrace of the earth, oddly dispelling some of the bone-chilling cold brought by the wind and snow. She swiftly retracted her fingers, tightly clutching the tassel in her palm. The hard edges of the dark jade pressed against the tender skin of her palm, eliciting a subtle yet distinct pang of pain. She did not lower her gaze. Instead, she let the hand holding the tassel fall naturally by her side, the ample hem of her light golden cloak concealing all traces. After a prolonged silence, a brief syllable, almost lost to the wind, escaped her tightly pressed lips. It seemed both a confirmation and a heavy promise. Suddenly, she turned sharply, facing once more the abyss beyond the pavilion, leaving behind a solitary and resolute silhouette. "Take care," she said, her voice regaining its customary chill, though the ending bore an elusive huskiness, akin to a stringed instrument caressed by the wind and snow. "If necessary, the spirit hall will make arrangements. Do not act recklessly." She added this final remark without looking back, as if to caution or perhaps to distance herself from something. Was it the warmth that had just been forcibly suppressed that now felt unfamiliar and perilous? I understand, Ling Tian replied solemnly, the golden shadows of his soul rings quietly dissipating. Liena stood behind Ling Tian, gazing at Renxue's icy silhouette, then at Ling Tian's composed profile, her amber eyes shimmering with moisture. The anger that had surged moments ago was now replaced by a deeper sorrow and bitterness. She opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately only managed to sniffle, suppressing the tumultuous emotions. Her voice hoarse as she exerted herself to utter a teasing yet noticeably off-key remark. Hey, Ice Queen. There are no medicinal springs as splendid as the popes in the Heaven Do Empire. In case of injury, don't push yourself. Send a signal back. And Ling Tian and I will bring you medicine. Renxue, with her back turned to them, seemed to momentarily freeze at the mention of medicine. The light golden cloak remained unmoving in the wind and snow, resembling a sheet of solid gold leaf. She did not respond, nor did she turn. She merely lifted her right hand gently toward the storm. Buzz, a clear and resonant sound, reminiscent of a soul-cleansing sword's cry, suddenly pierced through the howling wind and snow, echoing atop the solitary pavilion. A divine brilliance, pure to the utmost, erupted in her palm, then swiftly collapsed inward, coalescing. The sword, shimmering with immortal golden light and inscribed with angelic runes, resembling the outspread wings of a celestial sword, was firmly grasped in the hands of Renxue. The holy radiance, resplendent and awe-inspiring, momentarily repelled the swirling snowstorm, purifying the surroundings. The entire windbreak pavilion seemed to transform into a sacred domain in an instant. With a flick of her wrist, the sword's tip pointed sharply towards the void beyond, shrouded in tempestuous snow. The movement was succinct, decisive, imbued with an irrevocable resolution. In the next moment, the four soul rings of yellow and purple around her feet flared to life, surging with overwhelming divine soul power. Behind her, a pair of enormous golden wings, formed purely of luminous energy, unfurled with a sudden force. Each feather flowed with liquid like holy light, breathtaking in its splendor. As the wings spread, the violent wind and snow were forcibly parted, creating a vast vacuum passage. Go! A clear command, imbued with undeniable authority, was issued to the two guardians of the divine soul. The two platinum figures shot forth like arrows from a bow, instantly plunging into the snow-laden passage. Renxue cast one last glance at the bewildering tempest ahead, her molten gold eyes reflecting an endless expanse of ice, as if mirroring the two indistinct yet fervent figures behind her in the pavilion. Ultimately, she did not look back. With a mighty flap of her wings, a thunderous roar erupted. The turbulent air exploded forth. The snow atop the pavilion was instantly swept away. The golden streak of light, akin to the dawn's arrow piercing the somber sky, enveloped that solitary figure, vanishing into the swirling snowstorm, leaving behind the lingering echo of the sword's cry. As if it reverberated eternally among the cliffside of the solitary pavilion, the sacred light's afterimage searing a vivid imprint upon the retinas of Ling Tian and Liena. The snowstorm reclaimed the golden trajectory. Inside the windbreak pavilion, silence abruptly fell. Only the mournful sound of the wind and the soft patter of snowflakes against the pavilion pillars remained. Liena stared blankly in the direction where Renxue had vanished, the abyss of wind and snow, briefly torn apart by the holy light before swiftly closing again, seemed to drain her of all strength, causing her shoulders to sag slightly. In her amber eyes, tears, long repressed, finally fell silently, tracing down her cold cheeks and splashing onto the icy black jade floor, forming a small dark spot. Stubbornly, she raised her hand to wipe them away. Yet new tears quickly gathered. Ling Tian remained standing straight, like a silent black jade pillar within the pavilion. His gaze pierced through the layers of wind and snow, firmly locking onto the direction now devoid of any trace. The primal energy flowed slowly and steadily within him, deeply concealing the aura of the gilded soul ring. Beneath the wide sleeves, his hands, resting at his side, quietly clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. The sensation of the fleeting, icy touch lingered in his palm, a remnant of the moment the golden sword tassel was taken by Renxue's fingertips. She will be safe, won't she? The voice of Liena, tinged with a heavy nasal tone, shattered the stillness, resembling a plea for support. Ling Tian gradually withdrew his gaze, turning towards the trembling young girl beside him. The biting wind and snow tousled her light golden braids, a few strands clinging to her damp cheeks. Her amber eyes were swollen, yet she endeavored to widen them, refusing to avert her gaze. He did not respond directly. Instead, he lifted his hand. The warm palm marked by calluses and the faint scars of sword training, gently resting upon Liena's icy crown, his gesture imbued with a brotherly steadiness. A comforting, profound energy quietly flowed from him, dispelling the chill in her body and the turmoil within her heart. The angel's sword is not so easily broken. His voice was low and resolute, his gaze once more directed towards the snow-laden horizon, as if to penetrate the very fabric of space and lock onto the distant golden trail. And he paused, his tone decisive, merely need to grow stronger. Upon the sacred mountain, the wind continued its relentless assault. The windbreak pavilion, akin to a solitary black chess piece, hung suspended amidst the vastness of the world. Inside the pavilion, the youth stood with the stillness of a mountain, while the girl silently wiped her tears. Outside, the wind and snow wept, concealing all whispers of parting, and quietly burying a seed named Tiendo. The dark yellow sword tassel that had been taken away was like a stone cast into the river of fate. The ripples it created destined to converge into a mighty wave at some distant point in the future. Chapter 42, The Copper-Cast Battle Spear. Twin blades shining in the sacred courtyard. The wind atop the sacred mountain carried with it the harshness and sediment of 3 years, howling through the towering columns of the papal hall, polishing the onyx bricks to an increasingly cold, mirror-like sheen. At 10 years of age, Ling Tian's stature had grown slightly, shedding much of his childhood innocence, beginning to reveal a more upright form. He still donned the dark attire of the core disciples of the papal hall, the cuffs tightly bound, outlining the streamlined contours of his arms, honed through countless trials. The contours of his face began to emerge, the jawline bearing the characteristic sharpness of youth, while the calmness in his brow and eyes far surpassed that of his peers. His pupils were imbued with the distilled brilliance of countless sword techniques dissected, grasping the trajectory of soul power's flow. His dark hair was neatly tied back with a dark leather cord, a few strands damp with sweat clinging to the sharply defined brow bone. The calluses on his hands were like bronze imprints, silently narrating the passage of time and trials. At his waist hung the ancient Xuanyuan Sword, its scabbard slightly retracted, yet exuding an aura of profound weight. At 11, Liena resembled a rose poised to bloom, her beauty radiating an increasingly vibrant brilliance. Her light golden hair was intricately braided, adorned with tiny soul-guiding bells that jingled softly as she moved, producing a delicate and faint chime. Clad in a well-tailored pale golden gauze dress, she accentuated her slender waist and emerging curves, her movements reminiscent of flowing clouds brushing against jade steps. Her fair skin, under the dim light of the papal hall, seemed to emanate a soft glow, while her amber eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, transforming into a realm of spiritual energy that ebbed and flowed. Only when her gaze fell upon the figure clad in dark attire did a subtle glimmer of concern and warmth escape from the depths of her playful smile. Behind the papal hall, the forbidden cold pond awaited. The eternal chill of the primordial ice and the searing heat of the subterranean magma create a bizarre equilibrium in this place. The water of the pool is as deep as ink, undisturbed, its surface swirling with a viscous white frost that pierces to the bone upon contact. Ling Tian sits cross-legged at the center of a massive slab of dark ice, steam rising from his body. As the ice beneath him melts into indentations only to freeze instantly, emitting a faint crackling sound as ice shards scatter about. Within his dantian, a chaotic, dark yellow vortex of primordial energy has solidified, resembling the core of a star, spinning at a terrifying critical velocity. After 3 years of arduous cultivation, tirelessly refining his soul power, as if in the most stringent of forges, he has repeatedly ground and tempered his ordinary soul energy. The gray-black impurities transform into a fine mist, continuously expelled from his pores, silently annihilated by the formation beneath his feet. The remaining dark yellow soul power, dense as mercury, flows with the pulse of the earth and the rhythm of primordial chaos. The barrier of the 39th level, under the strain of last night's extreme meditation, has become as thin as a cicada's wing. Break! A silent shout from the depths of his soul erupts. Boom! The dark yellow vortex suddenly collapses. Broader and more resilient conduits are instantaneously connected by the surging torrent of soul power. Bronze, silver, gilded gold. 3 rings of soul energy illuminate sequentially behind him, radiating brilliance. Especially that gilded ring flowing with liquid gold light, exuding an imperial majesty that suppresses all evils and stabilizes the 8 directions. Yet, the tide of breakthrough does not cease. At the very moment his soul power transcends the threshold of the 40th level, from the depths of his sea of consciousness, the dormant shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword erupts with unprecedented radiance. The patterns of sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, and flora on the sword's body seem to come alive, emanating a vast aura akin to the creation of heaven and earth. A monumental will, born from the torrent of humanity, awakening the battle spirit of all beings, is fully roused. Buzz. Above the cold pool, the winds and clouds shift dramatically. A violent hurricane whirls, lifting countless ice crystals. As a massive vortex of clouds spins madly, covering miles. At the center of the vortex, instead of thunder and lightning, a singular, refined crimson beam of light, as red as molten lava yet imbued with the essence of ancient battlefields, emerges. Within the beam, countless phantoms of blades, spears, and weapons rise and roar. The overwhelming battle intent and the purest primordial energy descend with a thunderous force, completely enveloping the meditative Ling Tian. The crimson beam. The battle intent of humanity. This is not a reward from hunting souls, but a resonance of the battle intent invoked by the Xuanyuan Sword. It is the indomitable brilliance forged by the will of the people through the trials of war. Every cell within Ling Tian's being screams, greedily absorbing this ferocious battle energy that resonates most profoundly with him. The newly born soul power, under the frenzied infusion of this energy, expands, compresses, and transforms violently, akin to dark iron thrown into a furnace. Behind him, above the three rings of soul energy, the space warps and distorts to an extreme. A singular, pure, and blazing crimson light, seemingly forged from countless weapons, tears through the void, manifesting from thin air. This light carries an indomitable battle intent and the essence of the slaughter that refines myriad weapons. Buzz. The crimson light rapidly stretches, condenses, and solidifies. A soul ring, shimmering with the molten luster of reddish copper and exuding a ferocious aura capable of cleaving mountains and shattering myriad laws, took form amidst a swirling dance of ancient weaponry runes and the echoes of battle cries. Bronze, silver, gilded, reddish copper, the four rings of the soul sect. The fourth soul ring of the Xuanyuan Sword, the melting soldier's battle halberd. In the instant the soul ring materialized, a terrifying intent, capable of rending the heavens and annihilating all, erupted violently with Ling Tian as its epicenter. The ice beneath his feet silently disintegrated into fine powder, while the waters of the pool were cleaved open by an invisible edge, unable to close for an eternity. He abruptly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, it appeared as if the flames of reddish copper were igniting. Countless spectral silhouettes of battlefields and the valiant souls of warriors surged forth in a fleeting flash. A profound sense of mastery over the sharpness of battle intent and the wielding of destructive authority welled within him. First soul skill, mountainous heavy armor. Second soul skill, rending wind 100 slashes. Third soul skill, bone-eroding poison vine. In the grand and solemn hall of the Pope, the obsidian floor mirrored the cold light of the soul-guided lamps adorning the dome. Three fierce shouts erupted almost simultaneously, as three figures, forming a triangular formation, surged towards Ling Tian at the center with the overwhelming soul power of a 35-level soul master. To the left, a robust youth enveloped in armor reminiscent of granite, his fists radiating earthy hues, smashed down with the force of a mountain, embodying the dual principles of defense and control. On the right, a tall and slender man wielded his arms, instantly unleashing a barrage of intricately arced, azure wind blades, severing the air and sealing all of Ling Tian's evasive angles, showcasing the characteristics of a swift assault. Behind them, a girl with hands aglow in green summoned numerous purple-black, tenacious poison vines that slithered forth like a giant serpent, swiftly encircling Ling Tian's legs, revealing the venomous ruthlessness of control. The trio worked seamlessly together, their soul skills intertwining into a web of formidable precision. In the spectators' area, Yin crossed his arms, his fiery red hair framing a gaze that burned with intensity. Recently having reached the 30-level mark, the Flame Lord's martial soul stirred restlessly in his palms. Beside him, Xiaoyu cradled a moon blade, his cold gaze fixed on the battlefield. His 33rd level of soul power steady and restrained, akin to a blade concealed within its sheath. At the center of the field, facing this overwhelming assault, Ling Tian stood firm as a rock. Just as the heavy punch of the rock armor was about to collide with his chest, the wind blades grazed his body, and the poison vines ensnared his feet. An intense flash of reddish copper glimmered in his eyes. Fourth soul skill, melting soldier's battle halberd. Buzz. The reddish copper soul ring erupted with blinding brilliance. Instead of raising his sword to block, he gripped the Xuanyuan sword's hilt with both hands, adopting a fierce thrusting posture. In an instant, countless sharp energies of reddish copper violently converged around Ling Tian. It was as if thousands of invisible blades and spears had coalesced around him in a moment. A terrifying battle intent capable of refining all weapons and obliterating everything soared into the sky. The sound of rapid, agonizing rips echoed. The formidable rock armor, capable of withstanding the soul sect's assault, groaned under the relentless torrent of reddish copper energy, its surface instantly riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The robust youth's expression changed dramatically as he staggered back with a muffled grunt. Dozens of piercing azure wind blades collided with the torrent forged from pure battle intent, akin to a mud cow plunging into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple before being mercilessly shredded and obliterated. The tall, lean man's eyes were filled with horror. The venomous, tenacious, bone-corroding poison vines could not even graze the hem of Ling Tian's garment. As they were torn apart inch by inch at the edge of the crimson brilliance, their purple-black essence evaporating before it could splatter. The girl behind let out a muffled groan, clearly wounded in spirit. This was merely the beginning. Ling Tian's eyes blazed with martial fervor, and with a forceful thrust of his arms, he virtually grasped the sword hilt. Condense. As he uttered a low command, the rampant and devastating crimson torrent, which consumed all in its path, instantly collapsed inward, as if responding to a supreme will, consolidating. A colossal war halberd, entirely composed of crimson battle energy and inscribed with countless ancient weapon runes, materialized before Ling Tian, radiating a molten, incandescent glow. The tip of the halberd pointed directly at the core nexus of the three adversaries, where their soul energies intertwined most closely and their momentum surged most fiercely. Before the halberd moved, the terrifying sharpness that could rend everything apart sent a chilling whistle through the air. Break. Ling Tian pronounced a chilling word, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty edict amidst the clash of steel. Boom. The molten war halberd transformed into a streak of crimson light that tore through space, crashing with an invincible might upon the nexus of their intertwined soul energies. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull thud that could halt hearts. It felt as if the very heavens and earth had been pierced by this single strike. The three elite disciples, each at the 35th level, were struck as if by a heavy hammer, blood spraying forth, their faces turning ashen as their martial spirits dimmed abruptly. Their bodies, like kites severed from their strings, flew backward and collided violently against the cold, obsidian columns of the hall, producing a muted thud before crumpling to the ground, clearly devoid of any strength to continue the fight. Just one blow, shattering like dry twigs. The arena fell into a profound silence. Only the soul-guiding lamp's halo flickered silently. The veins on the back of Xie Yu's hand pressed against the moon blade stood out prominently. Yan's previously fierce battle intent was replaced by overwhelming shock and an indescribable weightiness. This was no mere display of power. It was an overwhelming force imbued with the essence of law. Sister Nana, Ling Tian called out softly, his breathing slightly hurried from the immense drain of his soul technique. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as ever. Received. Watch me, sister. Liena's laughter rang out, her figure as agile as a fox, having stealthily entered the fray's periphery. Her amber eyes transformed into an unfathomable pink vortex, the brilliance of her second soul ring erupting. Heart nightmare web, 1,000 threads entwining the soul. Countless threads, more refined and viscous than before, imbued with intense notions of descent and chaos, cascaded like a heavenly net, instantly enveloping the three opponents who had just sustained grievous injuries and whose minds were now reeling. The threads disregarded physical defenses, directly wrapping around their mental nodes, voraciously siphoning their residual willpower and weaving a tapestry of fear and despair. The trio's gazes instantly dulled, their bodies trembling violently as they emitted incomprehensible groans of pain, utterly engulfed in the nightmarish web of the mental spider, losing even the strength to rise. With grace, Liena alighted, gently clapping her hands, the bells at the tips of her hair chiming lightly. She playfully winked at Ling Tian, her amber eyes brimming with pride. At the highest seat of the spectators' platform, Bibi Dong occupied the papal throne. Her resplendent robe, adorned with purple and gold, billowed quietly, and beneath the golden crown, her visage remained exquisite, almost ethereal. She observed the scene below with calm detachment, witnessing Ling Tian unleash the red copper war spear, which tore through the trio's combined efforts, followed by Liena's precise control. In the depths of her violet eyes, a faint glimmer of approval rippled through like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, hinting at a potential alignment with the future path of the spirit hall. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall. The last grain of crystal sand in the soul-guided hourglass trickled away soundlessly. Ling Tian, standing resolute with his sword sheathed, returned the Xuanyuan Sword to its ancient form, with only the red copper patterns along its spine radiating residual heat. Beads of sweat rolled down his youthful yet resolute jawline, splattering on the smooth, mirror-like black jade floor. At merely 10 years of age, he stood tall as a pine, his red copper soul ring gradually dimming, akin to embers after a furnace extinguished. yet still harboring the lingering might to incinerate all. Liena stood beside him, her pale golden dress immaculate, her delicate chin slightly raised, resembling a victorious little peacock. Were it not for the lifeless trio on the ground and the residual tumult of soul power in the air, one might have believed that the overwhelming blow just delivered was but an illusion. I concede. Ling Tian clasped his fists, his voice clear, shattering the oppressive silence. The chime of the purple gold scepter rang out, akin to a divine proclamation, resonating throughout every corner of the sanctuary. Ling Tian, Liena. Bibi Dong's voice flowed like a crystal spring over ancient ice, clear, authoritative, imbued with the will to dominate all. Step forward. The two advanced across the smooth black jade tiles, each step leading them toward the elevated platform. Ling Tian walked with steady poise, the hem of his dark robe remaining perfectly still, his 10-year-old frame exuding a weight akin to that of a mountain. Liena glided gracefully, her skirt trailing ripples of pale gold, the bells at the tips of her hair chiming in a crisp, rhythmic melody, her radiant visage now imbued with solemnity. Below the platform, Yan's stern countenance tightened, his hand gripping the moon blade turning slightly pale. The surging battle intent and reluctance in his eyes ultimately transformed into profound reverence. Recalling the exuberance he felt upon breaking through to the 30th level just yesterday, now rendered pallid and powerless before the projection of Ling Tian's red copper war spear. The disparity was akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. 3 years of honing his sword, and the blade's edge began to take form. Bibi Dong lightly tapped the void with her fingertip, and 2 brilliant points of light coalesced from thin air. The left emblem, set against a dark background, depicted an ancient great sword piercing through a torrent of red copper, with its point commanding the submission of myriad weapons. The crossguard embedded with dark golden inscriptions of the Holy Sun's soul crystal, exuding an intent to sever shackles and forge new paths. The right emblem, shimmering in pale gold, portrayed a 9-tailed fox elegantly coiled, its tails intertwining into an arcane crown, adorned with the Holy Maiden's soul crystal, embodying an irresistible nobility amidst its enchanting allure. A psychic aura faintly manifesting. The 2 emblems descended slowly, bearing the weight of 1,000 June, suspended before Ling Tian and Liena like a brand. Fortune has favored them. In the profound depths of the Ling Tian consciousness, the shadow of the Xuanyuan Sword emitted a long and contented hum. The sword's spine, adorned with vibrant copper patterns, radiated brilliance, harmoniously responding to the sacred emblem of the sun. Behind Liena, the ethereal figure of the 9-tailed fox let out a resounding howl, its 3rd soul ring shimmering with intensity, creating a seamless spiritual field that resonated peculiarly with the emblem of the saintess. Henceforth, Ling Tian shall be acknowledged as the son of the Spirit Hall, while Liena ascends as the saintess. With this emblem in hand, they shall uphold the majesty of the Spirit Hall, embody its aspirations, and traverse its path. Thank you, teacher. Their voices, clear and delicate, merged into one, resolute and echoing throughout the grand hall. The 2 knelt on one knee, their heads bowed deeply, foreheads touching the cold surface of the obsidian stone, their posture both respectful and devout, yet imbued with an undeniable vitality, akin to a burgeoning force breaking through the earth. Beneath the immense dome, the soul-guiding lights flowed like a river of stars, enveloping the young man clad in dark attire and the maiden in a pale golden gown. The afterglow of the copper war spear intertwined with the golden radiance of the 9-tailed crown, casting a magnificent and commanding reflection upon the smooth obsidian floor. The winds of the sacred mountain whistled through the columns, stirring the remnants of fine ice crystals left behind when Renxue departed 3 years prior. As the ice shards struck the newly forged copper emblem of the sun, a clear and resonant sound rang out, sharp as a blade, reminiscent of the distant echoes of metal in the snowstorms of the heavenly Dou Empire. Chapter 43. The young eagle leaves the nest to face the winds and rain, guarded by dual Douluo shadows. As dawn broke softly, a pale golden halo pierced the silhouette of the towering walls of the spirit city, gilding the apex of the sacred mountain where the Pope's hall resided with a flowing golden trim. The massive obsidian city gates creaked open under the weighty mechanisms, akin to a colossal beast awakening, exhaling the crisp mountain mist. A carriage, crafted entirely from dark brown ironwood, exuding an ancient charm yet revealing exquisite craftsmanship, was drawn steadily by 4 magnificent steeds, their scales adorned with intricate iron armor, as it glided out of the city gates, rolling over the bluestone thoroughfare, heading towards the vast world below. The rhythmic and muffled sound of the rolling wheels intermingled with the crisp clatter of the steeds' iron hooves, shattering the morning's tranquility. Within the carriage, the space appeared far more expansive than it did from the outside, evidently employing spatial expansion technology of soul-guiding devices. The inner walls were wrapped in soft, dark-patterned velvet, insulating against the chill and noise from the outside. 10-year-old Ling Tian leaned against the broad seat. The contours of his face, shedding some of its infantile softness, began to emerge. His black hair was neatly tied back with a dark leather cord, and the black attire accentuated his stature, standing tall like a newly sprouted bamboo. He was engrossed in a peculiar square object in his hand, palm-sized and glinting with a metallic sheen. This device, a soul-guided communication apparatus, had been painstakingly crafted over several months by a master artisan in Gengxin City, based on the technology from the Spirit Hall and his memories from a past life. Though its capabilities paled in comparison to the smartphones of his previous existence, it could still store images, engage in simple light games, and even transmit encrypted information marked by specific soul power fluctuations over short distances. Seated opposite him was 11-year-old Liena, her light golden braids intricately woven, adorned with tiny soul-guiding bells that jingled softly with the gentle jolts of the carriage. She wore a practical light golden gown paired with matching soft armor, elegantly enveloping the budding curves of her youthful form. At this moment, her amber eyes were gazing discontentedly at the cube held by Ling Tian. "Hey, Ling Tian." Liena extended her delicate fingers, poking at his arm with a playful pout. "We have just left the Spirit City. Are you solely preoccupied with that metal lump? There is so much scenery outside. Aren't you going to look at it?" She leaned in closer, her warm breath carrying a faint floral scent that brushed against Ling Tian's ear. "Moreover, why must you venture outside? The Hall of Spirits has everything. The teacher values you highly, and we are doing just fine with our training." Ling Tian lifted his gaze from the captivating game of the greedy snake. Observing Liena's slightly puffed cheeks and her sparkling eyes filled with confusion and a hint of unnoticeable grievance, he carefully stowed away the so-called metal lump, a sophisticated soul guide, into the storage soul guide at his waist. A gentle smile graced his face, softening the stoic demeanor that had settled upon him through years of diligent practice, revealing the clarity that belonged to a 10-year-old boy. "Sister Nana," Ling Tian spoke with clarity. "The Hall of Spirits is indeed wonderful. The teacher's guidance, the abundant resources, and, of course, you all." He paused momentarily. "But the teacher has said that true strength arises from an understanding of the world. The will of the Xuanyuan Sword is to uphold the people, to stabilize the land. If I can find myself within the ivory tower of the Holy Mountain, only perceiving the jade-black bricks of the Hall of the Pope and the radiant soul skills of the training grounds, my sword, my path, would ultimately be nothing but a castle in the air." He gazed out of the window, his eyes seemingly penetrating the curtain, casting their vision towards the undulating mountains and the increasingly vibrant outlines of towns in the distance. "I wish to see what this continent truly looks like. To witness how ordinary people without soul power live, to observe the veins of mountains and rivers, and to learn how soul masters in other places cultivate. Only by comprehending this land and its people can my profound path, my Xuanyuan Sword intent, truly take root and have the opportunity to grow to the heights my teacher envisions." His tone carried a depth of contemplation that transcended his years. Liena stared at his earnest profile, momentarily silencing the carriage, save for the sound of the tires rolling over the road. After a brief pause, she suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the silence. "Oh dear, what a grand speech. You sound like such a little adult." She reached out, affectionately ruffling Ling Tian's hair, disheveling his neatly styled locks. "What mountains and rivers, what carrying of the people. You just want to go out and have fun. Why complicate it with so much grand philosophy?" Her amber eyes curved into crescents, sparkling with mischief, as the previous confusion and grievance seemed to dissipate in her laughter. Ling Tian, somewhat helplessly, dodged her playful antics, attempting to fix his hair. "Sister Nana, I'm being serious." All right, truly serious." Liena interrupted with a grin. Leaning forward, resting her chin on her hands, her elbows propped up on the small table between them, her bright eyes fixed intently on Ling Tian. "Then tell me, if the outside is so important, why do you still want to drag along this dead weight?" She exaggerated the words dead weight with a teasing tone. Ling Tian, looking at her radiant smile just inches away, felt a slight warmth in his ears. He averted his gaze, yet his voice remained exceptionally clear and resolute. Because Sister Nana, you are very important. The path of cultivation can be quite lonely." He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. "You promised to always watch over me. Outside, there could be danger." The mischievous smile on Liena's face gradually faded, replaced by a warmth and depth of sentiment. She quietly gazed at Ling Tian's slightly awkward yet sincere profile, and the air within the carriage seemed to soften. A few rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, dancing upon her golden strands. "Silly brother," she gently spoke, her voice devoid of its usual crispness, now imbued with a near gentle solemnity. "Danger? With your sister here, who would dare harm you?" She extended her hand, this time not to ruffle his hair, but to softly grasp the hand Ling Tian had rested on his knee. Her fingertips were cool, yet exuded an undeniable strength. Remember this, Liena articulated word by word, her amber eyes reflecting Ling Tian's figure as well as the shifting light outside. Her intent to protect was pure and fervent. Wherever you are, I shall be. Whether in Spirit City or at the ends of the earth, your sister has you covered. Ling Tian felt warmth swell within him, returning the grip of Liena's cool fingers, nodding vigorously as all words coalesced into this singular action. Humph, feeling moved now. Liena suddenly changed her expression, retracting her hand and donning a sly smile, reaching for the soul guide device at Ling Tian's waist. If you're done being sentimental, bring out that precious iron trinket of yours. That little snake in the light from before looked quite fun. Teach me quickly. Otherwise, I shall tell the teacher you secretly made a toy. Hey, Sister Nana, that isn't a toy. It's highly intricate. Ling Tian hurriedly protected it, and the carriage was soon filled with the cheerful laughter and playful scuffles of the two youths, dissipating the heaviness of parting and the gravity of their journey. The carriage, brimming with this vibrant energy and bond, gradually moved away along the official road, leaving the grand spirit city behind, blending into the vast world cloaked in morning mist. Atop the towering walls of Spirit City, chiseled from solid blocks of black jade, stood Bibi Dong, quietly poised at the edge of the highest lookout tower. Her resplendent purple and gold pope's robe remained motionless in the morning breeze, resembling a statue frozen in time. Beneath the golden crown, her visage was so flawless it seemed otherworldly, and her deep purple eyes pierced through the distance, firmly locking onto the carriage that had diminished to a mere black dot on the official road. The mountain wind was biting, tousling a few strands of her black, jade-like hair that fell beside her cheeks, yet it could not disturb the profound tranquility that surrounded her. Sunlight cascaded upon her, casting a long and solitary silhouette on the cold black jade ground. Not far behind her, two figures emerged silently from the shadows of the city walls, solidifying. To the left stood a tall individual, clad in resplendent golden attire embroidered with dark patterns of the wondrous chrysanthemum, his features delicately handsome, yet exuding an unsettlingly chilling aura. This was the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan. He delicately twirled a translucent golden petal between his fingertips, the petal revolving silently in his grasp, refracting a captivating halo of light. On the right, a figure flickered in and out of focus, as if it might dissolve into the wind at any moment. Shrouded in an oversized black cloak adorned with strange, ghostly patterns, revealing only a pair of eyes that glowed with a haunting green light, reminiscent of graveyard will-o'-the-wisps. This was the ghost Douluo Guimei. The air around him carried a viscous, lethargic quality. The two figures appeared like phantoms 3 paces behind Bibi Dong. Without stirring a whisper of wind, kneeling in perfect unison on one knee, their heads bowed deeply. Your Holiness, spoke Ju Douluo, his voice clear yet tinged with a subtle, soft magnetism. In contrast, the voice of Gue Douluo was rough and gravelly, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Together, their voices harmonized in an expression of absolute reverence and submission. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on a distant speck, unyielding as she did not turn. The mountain breeze lifted the hem of her robe, creating a rustling sound. Only through storms can a fledgling eagle transform into a true hawk. The cold voice resonated, like ice beads rolling across a jade plate, piercing through the sound of the wind and reaching the ears of the two titled Douluo behind her. Flowers in a greenhouse can never comprehend the vastness of the sky. She slowly turned around, her violet eyes sweeping over the kneeling figures of Ju and Gue, the two elders. Her gaze was calm and unruffled, yet possessed an incisive power that made them feel as though their souls had been scrutinized in an instant. Moonlight and ghost, Bibi Dong's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The safety of Ling Tian and Nana rests in your hands. Yes, Your Holiness. Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo replied in unison, their voices resolute, brimming with the confidence and determination characteristic of titled Douluo. Go. Unless it is a matter of life and death, do not reveal yourselves. Let them find their own wings. Bibi Dong cast one last glance in the direction where the carriage had vanished, waving her hand with an air of control over all. We shall obey the decree, Your Holiness. Ju and Gue bowed once more, their forms dissipating like smoke scattered by the wind, silently twisting and fading, vanishing from the city walls as if they had never existed. Only the lingering, faint scent of chrysanthemum petals and the chill of ghostly energy in the air testified that the preceding events were not mere phantoms. Bibi Dong turned once more, standing alone at the pinnacle of the towering city wall, the morning breeze caressing her flawless visage. She gazed toward the direction of the departing carriage, the vast expanse of heaven and earth seemingly bowing at her feet. In the depths of her purple eyes, a fleeting glimmer, almost imperceptible and resembling contentment, flickered at the corners of her tightly pressed lips, akin to the faintest warmth of melting snow, so swift that one might mistake it for an illusion. Soon after, her perfect countenance regained the cold, commanding demeanor befitting a pope, overseeing all life with an icy majesty. She stood like an eternal iceberg, safeguarding the dignity of the spirit city, silently observing the fledgling eagle as it prepared to take flight. Chapter 44. The Douluo Sword resounds, protecting the holy sun. The Douluo forest sprawled like a colossal green beast, sprawling across the earth with its endless canopies undulating, forming a vast ocean of verdant hues. Ancient trees towered majestically, their thick roots protruding from the ground like coiling dragons, intertwined and gnarled. The air was suffused with the damp scent of earth, a hint of decaying leaves, and a barely perceptible pressure and wildness emanating from formidable spirit beasts. The carriage had long been abandoned in a town miles away. While Ling Tian and Liena navigated through the dense thickets at the forest's edge, 10-year-old Ling Tian moved with assuredness, his dark attire seamlessly merging with the shadows below the trees, save for the striking clarity in his overly calm eyes, which glimmered with a keen light amidst the dappled sunlight. His right hand rested lightly upon the hilt of the Xuanyuan sword at his waist, his body slightly inclined forward, akin to a young leopard poised to pounce, cautiously attuned to his surroundings. The newly acquired fourth spirit ring, glowing with a molten copper hue, had yet to manifest but already imbued his aura with a subtle yet sharp edge. 11-year-old Liena followed closely by his side, her pale golden dress strikingly vivid against the dim forest backdrop, yet her movements were as silent as a woodland sprite. Her amber eyes scanned the vicinity vigilantly, delicate fingers extending threads of faint pink spiritual energy like tendrils, probing for imminent danger ahead. The soul-guiding bell at the tips of her hair had been momentarily silenced by her spiritual force, no longer producing sound. The rustling of leaves accompanied the whispering wind, carrying distant roars of beasts and the chirping of insects. Suddenly, Ling Tian halted abruptly, his grip on the sword hilt tightening. Almost simultaneously, Liena's expression shifted slightly, her gaze darting towards a direction deep within the forest. An extraordinarily sharp and concentrated aura of terror swept through, akin to an ancient behemoth stirring from slumber. Casting a chilling glance from afar, this was not the ferocity of a spirit beast, but rather a sheer, unadulterated sword intent. So formidable it seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and slicing through chaos. This sword intent flickered momentarily, yet it sent a shiver down Ling Tian and Liena's spines. The Xuanyuan sword within Ling Tian's being emitted a barely audible hum, tinged with both caution and exhilaration. Liena's threads of spiritual energy were severed as if by an invisible blade, causing her to stifle a gasp, her complexion paling slightly. What a terrifying aura of sword energy! Liena instinctively drew closer to Ling Tian, her voice trembling imperceptibly, more pure than the chilling essence of old ghost, sharper than her teacher's oppressive presence. It felt as though it could cleave one's very soul. Ling Tian's pupils constricted, his heart racing violently within his chest. Though the sword energy lasted but an instant, it left an indelible mark upon his perception, vast, magnificent, and indomitable. In stark contrast to the profound and encompassing nature of his own Huangjin Dao, this was the epitome of attack, the quintessence of destruction. Yet, beneath the shock, a potent curiosity and desire for exploration ignited within him. Who could wield such a terrifying sword intent? What manner of sword could exude such pure sharpness? What would happen to his Xuanyuan sword in the presence of such a sword master? Sister Nana, Ling Tian's voice, tinged with excitement, emerged slightly hoarse as he turned to Liena, his eyes sparkling with the fearless light of youthful audacity. Shall we go and take a look? Have you lost your mind? Liena's amber eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively grasped his arm. The aura emanating from him was terrifying. Undoubtedly, he was a formidable title Douluo. Furthermore, he was certainly a sword-wielding title Douluo with immense offensive power. We should flee while we still can. However, Ling Tian gazed intently in the direction of the sword energy. Such a swordsman was a rare sight. Perhaps he could learn something from this encounter. Moreover, Elder Ju and Elder Gui were accompanying us, were they not? His latter words were spoken in a hushed tone, laced with a hint of audacious cunning. Liena bit her lip, clearly torn. The intimidation of a title Douluo was immense, yet the fleeting glimpse of that sword intent piqued her considerable curiosity. More importantly, she noticed the flickering flame of excitement in Ling Tian's eyes. Ultimately, she relented, letting out a resigned sigh. Her fingertips glowed with a soft pink light as a more refined mental shield enveloped both of them, concealing their presence to the greatest extent possible. Just a glance from a distance. If the situation seems amiss, we flee immediately. Do you understand? Yes. Ling Tian nodded vigorously. The two moved like wisps of smoke, cautiously advancing toward the source of the sword intent, concealed by the foliage. The closer they drew, the more palpable the intangible sharpness in the air became, as if every leaf and every gust of wind had transformed into invisible blades, painfully grazing their skin. The sounds of chirping insects and roaring beasts had vanished without a trace, leaving an eerie silence. Evidently, all soul beasts within the vicinity had been frightened away by the terrifying sword intent. Navigating through a dense thicket of ferns, the scene before them suddenly opened up. It was a clearing in the woods, where sunlight filtered through the sparse canopy, casting beams of light upon the ground. In the center of the clearing stood two figures. The first to catch their eye was an elderly man. He was tall and upright, showing no signs of aging, clad in a pristine white robe that was simple yet exuded an ancient charm. Most striking was his long silver hair cascading to his shoulders, resembling a cold silver waterfall, harmonizing beautifully with his deep, star-like eyes that concealed an endless sharpness of sword intent. His face appeared to be that of a man in his 40s or 50s, with taut skin, yet his eyes held the weight of time and a profound clarity about the world. He stood there casually, yet it was as if he were the very center of the universe, exuding an indescribable aura. He was the sword, and the sword was him. He resembled an extraordinary divine weapon sheathed in its scabbard, and though it remained unsheathed, the naturally emanating sharpness was enough to pierce one's gaze. A little girl stood slightly behind him. She appeared to be around 10 years old, dressed in a delicate water blue gown embroidered with intricate cloud patterns, enhancing her fair, jade-like complexion. Her silky black hair was styled into two neat buns, each adorned with a blue ribbon. Her slightly chubby cheeks framed large eyes that sparkled like black jewels submerged in water, filled with innocent curiosity and liveliness. As she nervously observed the elderly man with her mouth slightly agape, her hands anxiously clutched the hem of her dress, exuding both charm and a sense of endearment. At that moment, the silver-haired elder slowly raised his right hand. His movements appeared languid, yet they exuded an extraordinary sense of coordination, as if he were seamlessly melding with the surrounding air, light, and even the very fabric of space. There was no visible manifestation of a martial spirit, nor any soul rings in sight. Yet, with fingers poised like a sword, he casually sliced through the empty air ahead. There was no sound, no explosion of light. However, Ling Tian and Liena distinctly perceived that the air before the elder's fingertips was akin to the finest silk, silently cleaved, revealing an exquisitely smooth, slender black line. This was neither a soul skill nor an energy shock, but rather the purest essence of sword intent and the pinnacle of mastery over power. It was a subtle rift in space, a direct manifestation of the supreme will of the sword that interfered with reality itself. Ling Tian felt the Xuanyuan sword in his sea of consciousness tremble violently, an overwhelming sense of battle intent and reverence surging within him. He fixated intently on the elder's finger, striving to grasp the boundless profundity encapsulated within that single stroke. Liena held her breath, not daring to exhale. She sensed that the razor-sharp essence, which made her soul tremble, emanated from this seemingly tranquil elder. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The spatial rift created by the white-clad elder had yet to fully close when he suddenly seemed to sense something. His sword-like gaze, profound as a starry sea, abruptly turned towards the direction where Ling Tian and Liena were concealed. His eyes were like blades, cold, sharp, as though capable of piercing through all aids and striking deep into the soul. Ling Tian and Liena felt their bodies stiffen, as if pinned in place by an invisible sword's edge, their very blood nearly freezing. The elder's brow furrowed minutely, seemingly displeased by the intrusion of prying eyes. Without turning back, he casually waved his right hand, which had only just been poised like a sword, towards the direction behind him, where Ling Tian and Liena were concealed. Still, there was no flash of soul rings. Yet, a sword intent, condensed to its utmost, formless and intangible, yet imbued with the will to sever all, surged forth as if tearing through the void, instantaneously crossing several dozen feet, and silently struck the ground less than 3 feet before Ling Tian and Liena. A soft sound, akin to a blade slicing through paper, echoed. Before the two, the ground silently bore a sword mark over 10 feet long, its depth unknown, as smooth as a mirror. The earth, stones, and roots along the edges of the mark were instantaneously vaporized, without a trace of splatter or destruction. Only the most exquisite of cuts remained. A fierce gust of wind swept towards them, lifting Ling Tian's dark hair backwards and stinging his cheeks. Liena gasped, instinctively retreating half a step, her skirt torn by the fierce air. This was a blatant warning, a display of overwhelming might and aloof superiority. Had that sword energy veered just a fraction forward, Ling Tian and Liena would have been drenched in cold sweat, for the proximity of death had never felt so palpable. The authority of a titled Douluo was not to be trifled with. The white-clad elder slowly turned, silver hair glimmering with a cold sheen beneath the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. He calmly directed his gaze towards the hiding place of the two individuals, his voice resonating with clarity and tranquility, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that distinctly reached the ears of Ling Tian and Liena. Having lingered for so long, it is time to emerge, young ones. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thicket, precisely locating their positions. Ling Tian and Liena exchanged glances, both perceiving the trepidation and gravity reflected in each other's eyes. It was evident that evasion was futile. Ling Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and fear within him, allowing his profound soul power to circulate steadily through his body, forcing himself to maintain composure. He gently patted Liena's hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then stepped forward, parting the bushes before him. Liena followed closely behind, her delicate features etched with vigilance. Her amber eyes fixed intently on the elderly figure in white, her mental focus heightened. Upon witnessing the emergence of such youthful children, especially sensing the fluctuating soul power emanating from Ling Tian, which barely reached level 40, and Liena, around level 35. A fleeting hint of surprise flickered in the depths of the elder's profound gaze. The little girl in the blue dress beside him curiously leaned forward, her large eyes scrutinizing the pair. Junior Ling Tian, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Ling Tian greeted respectfully, bowing with a humble demeanor, fully aware of the formidable presence before him, especially after experiencing the terrifying aura of the elder's sword-intent moments earlier. Junior Liena. Liena also slightly bowed, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tension. The elderly figure's gaze, sharp as lightning, lingered on Ling Tian for a moment. Particularly noting his hand poised near the sword hilt and the steadiness of his eyes, he nodded slightly. At such a tender age, possessing such cultivation, and yet maintaining composure amidst alarm, is indeed remarkable. His tone revealed no trace of emotion, but then his gaze swept towards the dense forest behind the two, his voice suddenly turning cold, laced with subtle mockery. However, allowing two little children to roam freely in the Stardoe forest, the individual trailing behind must possess considerable restraint. As his words fell, the repressed sword intent surrounding the elder surged slightly, though it was but a faint increase. It felt as if a slumbering dragon had momentarily opened its eyes, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Ling Tian and Liena like an invisible mountain. Thud! Liena was the first to feel its impact, her complexion turning pale in an instant, her delicate form swaying perilously, nearly collapsing. Ling Tian too grunted, his body trembling violently, the ground beneath him fracturing inch by inch, his soul power instinctively flaring to resist the terrifying pressure, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Just as Ling Tian was on the verge of succumbing, a soft, alluring yet chilling laughter echoed through the woods, reminiscent of a poppy blooming unexpectedly on a crisp autumn night. Accompanied by the laughter, countless golden chrysanthemum petals appeared out of thin air, cascading gracefully from above. The edges of these petals were as sharp as blades, swirling and dancing as they silently sliced through the oppressive sword intent that bore down on Ling Tian and Liena, nullifying its force. In the next moment, a figure materialized before them like a specter, appearing silently and unexpectedly. A figure approached, adorned in a resplendent golden robe intricately embroidered with patterns of mysterious chrysanthemums, exuding an air of elegance. Tall and slender, his delicate features bore an almost ethereal beauty, his skin pale to the point of translucence. His enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with a captivating allure, yet they conveyed a chilling, otherworldly essence. He delicately twirled a radiant golden chrysanthemum petal between his fingertips, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. It was none other than the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan. Casually, he positioned himself to shield Ling Tian and Liena, effectively obstructing the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the elder in white. The voice of the chrysanthemum Douluo retained its soft, melodic quality, yet it was laced with a piercing sharpness. After many years, his mastery of the sword had become increasingly refined, evoking a sense of envy. However, is it not beneath your dignity as a sword Douluo to exert such pressure upon mere children? Almost simultaneously with the conclusion of his words, a shadow on the other side began to writhe as if it were alive, coalescing into an indistinct black figure, cloaked in an oversized black mantle adorned with grotesque, sinister motifs. The figure's features remained obscured, save for a pair of eyes that flickered with an eerie green flame, illuminating the depths of the hood's shadow like the ghostly lights of a graveyard. The air around him turned frigid, thick, and sluggish, as if even light were being devoured by his presence. The ghost Douluo, a specter of shadows, He emerged silently from the darkness, a ghostly apparition that stood in stark contrast to the chrysanthemum Douluo, creating an uncanny complementary dynamic, subtly restraining the sword Douluo's sword intent. Mastery of the sword, unparalleled as it may be, requires an aura to match. A low, gravelly voice, akin to the rasp of sandpaper, emanated from beneath the ghost Douluo's cloak, brief, frigid, devoid of any emotion. The sudden appearance of both the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo's rendered the atmosphere palpably tense, akin to a taut bowstring. Although the formidable aura of these titled Douluos was meticulously contained, the intangible clash distorted the very space of the forest, causing light to flicker erratically. The immense pressure caused Liena's complexion to pale, instinctively tightening her grip on Ling Tian's arm. Ling Tian, too, felt the tension mounting, his soul power accelerating within him to counter the suffocating atmosphere. Even the young girl in the blue dress turned pale with fright, instinctively retreating behind the sword Douluo, peering out with anxious curiosity at the unexpected confrontation before them. The white-clad elder, known as the sword Douluo, Qian, remained unfazed in the face of the subtle encirclement by his equally formidable peers. His eyes, imbued with the essence of the sword, swept over both the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos with a tranquil indifference. "Ah, so it is the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos under the Pope's command," he remarked, his voice calm, yet imbued with understanding. His gaze briefly lingered on Ling Tian and Liena, noting their close protection, suggesting their significance within the spirit hall was anything but ordinary. His tone was inscrutable, neither filled with admiration nor apprehension, but the fierce sword intent gradually receded, as if it had never existed. He was not afraid, rather, he clearly wished to avoid any unnecessary conflict with the two peak Douluos of the spirit hall at that moment and in that place. As the pressure suddenly lifted, Ling Tian and Liena both secretly sighed in relief, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Is this the confrontation at the level of a titled Douluo? Merely standing off against one another rendered them as powerless as a small boat amidst a tempest. The flower Douluo smiled gracefully, her golden petals dissipating silently from her fingertips. "Lord Qian, you jest. We are merely carrying out our orders to ensure the safety of the two young friends." She then inquired, "But what brings you, my lord, away from the Seven Treasure City, accompanied by the princess of your esteemed clan to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest? Is it for training?" Her gaze subtly hinted at the little girl in the blue dress, who appeared as frightened as a small rabbit, standing behind the sword Douluo. Sword Douluo Qian did not respond to the flower Douluo's question. His attention returned to Ling Tian, his profound gaze seeming to penetrate the very essence of Ling Tian. "You are called Ling Tian?" he suddenly asked. "Yes, senior." Ling Tian steadied his heart and respectfully replied. "Your martial soul is a sword?" Qian's eyes were sharp as blades, seemingly able to sense the extraordinary sword intent within Ling Tian, which contrasted yet resonated with his own. Ling Tian's heart trembled. Indeed, the perception of a title Douluo was terrifying. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, affirming, "Yes." A fleeting glimmer of interest flickered across Qian's eyes before it vanished, returning to an unruffled calm. "Very well. I hope that by our next meeting, your sword will be ready to unsheath." Chapter 45. Tensions rise. The atmosphere in the clearing at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. The flower Douluo Yuguan and the ghost Douluo Guimei, one bright and one shadowy, had not fully unleashed the terrifying pressure of a title Douluo. Yet an invisible aura enveloped the area like an immense spider's web, quietly encompassing this region and forming a counterbalance to the imposing sword intent emanating from sword Douluo Qian, which, though not fully unleashed, stood as resolute as a drawn sword. The air felt as though it had solidified, with fine dust suspended in the beams of light filtering through the leaves, mirroring the delicate and tense relationship between the two parties. Ling Tian and Liena stood behind the two Douluos, their spirits still trembling from the astonishing sword strike they had just witnessed. Yet their attention was increasingly focused on the elderly man before them, clad in pure white, with silver hair as frosty as winter. 10-year-old Ling Tian instinctively adjusted his breathing, allowing the flow of his profound and yellow soul power to calm his turbulent blood, cautiously scrutinizing the sword Douluo, trying to glean some insight from his placid facade. 11-year-old Liena, biting her lips slightly, exhibited a blend of wariness and curiosity in her amber eyes, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her skirt. The strength of this elderly man surpassed her previous understanding of power. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, protected by the sword Douluo, appeared even more anxious. The hem of her aquamarine dress fluttered slightly as her small hand tightly grasped the pristine robe of the sword Douluo. Her large, black and white eyes timidly peered through the gap at the two youths, who appeared to be of similar age to her, yet were shielded by two titled Douluos. alongside the enigmatic and formidable titled Douluos themselves. She had never seen her grandfather Qian treat anyone with such gravity. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, with the gaze of the sword Douluo Continent resembling the most precise of chisels, swept once more over Ling Tian and Liena. His attention lingered for a moment on Ling Tian's face, which, though still youthful, bore an emerging air of composure. It was this child's peculiar sword within that had elicited the faintest of responses from his seven-killing sword. His voice betrayed neither joy nor anger, but carried a hint of understanding and a subtle detachment, explaining why the esteemed Douluo of the Chrysanthemum and Ghost had personally come to their aid. Clearly, His Holiness the Pope held significant hopes for the two. His words revealed the identities of Ling Tian and Liena, also hinting at the delicate, less than harmonious relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing the titles of Holy Son and Holy Maiden, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise, her lips parting slightly as her gaze towards Ling Tian and Liena grew more inquisitive. The Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuiguan, upon hearing this, revealed a trace of a perfectly measured smile, tinged with a hint of resignation, as he toyed with non-existent petals, his voice maintaining its characteristic tone. Your Excellency, Chunshur jests. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden are still young, embarking on their first journey of experience. His Holiness the Pope, eager for his beloved disciples, has entrusted us to accompany and protect them, lest they be recklessly disturbed by some oblivious fools. Who would have thought we would encounter you, the renowned master of swordsmanship, on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest? His words, veiled in politeness, subtly indicated that their presence was merely coincidental and protective, while implying that the Sword Dao's earlier actions were somewhat intrusive, yet he complimented the other, deftly diffusing potential conflict. Coincidental? Chunshur raised an eyebrow, a flicker of subtle mockery passing through his deep, starry eyes, clearly unconvinced by such a fortuitous alignment. His gaze swept over Ling Tian and Liena, two remarkably young souls who had already attained the Soul Emperor and Soul Sect realms. Appearing in the Stardow Forest, a circumstance far too intricate to be dismissed as mere happenstance. The ghostly figure of the Ghost Douluo shifted slightly in the shadows, his low, gravelly voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss, to acquire a soul ring. This served as a clarification, also indicating their primary objective for being there, while subtly suggesting they were not targeting the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Sword Douluo's gaze flickered as he turned towards Ling Tian, sensing the unsteady fluctuations of soul power emanating from him, indicative of having just broken through the 40th level, alongside the formidable battle intent and destructive aura of his reddish-brown soul ring. He understood well. This child's martial soul was indeed extraordinary, the fourth soul ring not acquired from hunting a soul beast, but rather from some more primordial endowment. Suppressing his astonishment, he spoke slowly. What a coincidence. I too have brought the younger generation of my sect to obtain their second soul ring. His gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, the icy demeanor softening slightly. Ning Rongrong, sensing the attention, lifted her small face, seemingly attempting to exude bravery. Yet her voice still carried a hint of childish nervousness. Grandpa Sword. A brief silence enveloped the gathering once more. The three titled Douluo-level powerhouses each harbored their own thoughts, an invisible tension clashing in the air as they tested the waters. The Chrysanthemum Douluo maintained his smile, rapidly weighing the situation in his mind. The strength of the Sword Douluo Chunshur was indisputable, his offensive capabilities unrivaled. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither he nor the Ghost Douluo held any assurance of victory, and they could very well find themselves at a disadvantage. However, this place is not solely occupied by them. There are also the sacred sons and daughters in need of protection, as well as the young princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who equally requires safeguarding. Should a confrontation arise and impact the children, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the true trump card of the two lies in their martial soul fusion skill, the polar stillness domain. Although this technique is formidable, its execution demands the right timing and incurs a substantial cost in soul power. It must not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, this is not a moment for a life and death struggle. The Sword Douluo, Qian, was likewise deep in thought. The combined forces of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo are exceedingly troublesome, particularly that enigmatic martial soul fusion technique. Should they become ensnared, even with his abilities, escape would require considerable effort, leaving Rongrong unprotected, with dire consequences to follow. The two children before him possess unique identities. If they were to be harmed at their hands, it would irrevocably sever ties with the Spirit Hall, an outcome the sect leader is keen to avoid. Furthermore, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Tian, he felt an unusual curiosity and desire to explore, ignited by the child's martial soul. Almost simultaneously, Both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the sword Douluo reached a resolution in their hearts. Yuguan chuckled lightly, breaking the silence. I see now. It appears to be a misunderstanding. The Star Do forest is vast and boundless. We are merely passing through, having sensed the fierce sword energy, and thus came to investigate without intent to disturb your excellency while hunting for soul rings for the younger generation. He lowered his stance, voluntarily characterizing the earlier conflict as a misunderstanding, providing a graceful exit for both parties. Qian inclined his head slightly, the sharp aura surrounding him receding somewhat, his tone softening. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, then let us resolve it amicably. This place is home to a myriad of soul beasts. Let us each pursue our own paths without interference. How does that sound? He proposed a mutually beneficial arrangement to avoid conflict. That aligns perfectly with my intentions. The chrysanthemum Douluo acquiesced, slightly bowing. Then we shall not disturb your excellency, Qian. I wish you success in finding a suitable soul ring for this young lady. With that, he signaled to the ghost Douluo. The ghost Douluo silently drifted backwards, merging seamlessly into the deeper shadows of the forest, as if he had never been there at all. Yet the chilling sense of being watched had vanished. The chrysanthemum Douluo beckoned to Ling Tian and Liena, indicating they should follow him and prepare to leave this contentious place. Ling Tian and Liena exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief. The pressure from the sword Douluo was indeed overwhelming, and avoiding conflict was undoubtedly the best course of action. Ling Tian cast one last glance at the solitary, transcendent figure of the swordsman, etching that image deeply into his memory before turning to follow the chrysanthemum Douluo. However, just as both parties seemed to reach an agreement and the atmosphere began to ease, a timid yet curious voice, tinged with innocence, suddenly broke the dissipating tension. All eyes turned to see Ning Rongrong, having emerged from behind the sword Douluo, her petite form partially exposed. Her large, black gemstone-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fixated intently on the iron contraption at Ling Tian's waist, the intricate and sophisticated soul-guided communication device he had just retrieved and had yet to stow away. The little girl seemed to have completely forgotten her earlier fear, her delicate face illuminated by curiosity. She extended her soft, white fingers toward the square object that shimmered with metallic coldness and subtle streams of soul power, her voice brimming with innocent wonder. What is that? It looks so shiny and fun. Qian Xian's expression froze, clearly taken aback by his little princess's sudden interest in the enemy's possession. He furrowed his brow and murmured, Rongrong, do not be impolite. Ling Tian also paused, glancing down at the soul guide in his hands. Liena blinked her amber eyes, shifting her gaze between Ning Rongrong and Ling Tian, a sly smile appearing on her face as if she found the situation amusing. Upon being reprimanded by Qian Douluo, Ning Rongrong pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged, yet her gaze remained glued to the intriguing object, mumbling softly, but it really looks so special, much more complex than my soul guide toys. Zhu Douluo Yuguan halted, turning to witness the scene, a playful glint flashing across his delicate features. He certainly would not intervene. Rather, he relished the disruption of the tense atmosphere by the child's innocence. Ling Tian observed the pure curiosity in Ning Rongrong's untainted eyes and glanced at the soul guide that Liena had dubbed the Iron Lump, a product of painstaking craftsmanship from the renowned smiths of Gongxin City. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. After all, he was still a youth at heart, with a desire to impress, particularly in the face of another child's curiosity. He hesitated for a moment, noting that while Qian Douluo furrowed his brow, he did not issue further reprimands, and Zhu Douluo appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Thus, he relaxed slightly, shaking the soul guide in his hand. He attempted to adopt a friendly tone with Ning Rongrong. This? I had someone make it for me. Well, it's a kind of special soul guide. He found himself at a loss on how to explain the concepts of a mobile phone and games to this girl from another world. Soul guide. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled even brighter. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was as wealthy as a nation, boasting countless exquisite soul guides within its ranks. As a little princess, she had encountered numerous rare and precious toys, yet she had never seen anything quite like the square, coldly shimmering object that seemed intricately and complexly constructed. What does it do? Can I see it? She could not resist taking a small step forward, completely forgetting her prior fear, her childlike nature taking precedence. Qian Douluo initially intended to intervene, but upon seeing Ling Tian's clear and benign gaze, and noting that Zhu De merely observed with a smile, he restrained his words, keeping his silver eyes sharply focused on Ling Tian's every movement to ensure Rongrong's safety. He could discern that the object was not a combat-oriented soul guide. Seeing Ning Rongrong so intrigued, and noting Qian Douluo's lack of explicit opposition, Ling Tian smiled and took a few steps closer. Stopping 3 or 4 paces away from Ning Rongrong, he crouched down, laying the soul guide flat in his palm to present it to her. Look, here you can inject a bit of soul power, like this. He concentrated a barely perceptible, mysterious yellow soul power at his fingertips and cautiously infused it into an exceedingly subtle groove on the side of the soul guide. With a hum, the soul guide trembled gently, the intricate patterns on its surface illuminating with a soft white glow. Suddenly, a smooth, mirror-like black crystal screen in the center flickered to life. A few simple yet exquisite patterns, outlined in light, emerged, including an icon of the snake from the game he had previously played. Wow! Ning Rongrong exclaimed softly, her large, contrasting eyes widening in amazement, her mouth forming a delightful round shape, completely captivated by this novel spectacle. The soul guides she had encountered were mostly for training assistance, storage, or offensive and defensive purposes. Never had she seen one capable of displaying such luminous patterns. Even the stoic Sword Douluo's deep gaze flickered with a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by the exquisite craftsmanship of this soul guide. Liena approached as well. Although she had witnessed Ling Tian tinkering with this device before, she still found it fascinating every time the screen lit up. With a cheerful smile, she said to Ning Rongrong, "How about that? You've never seen anything like it, right?" Ling Tian has plenty of curious gadgets. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, her gaze entirely entranced by the glowing screen. Unable to contain her excitement, she edged closer to Ling Tian's side, exclaiming, It's lit up. What are those images? Do they move?" "This is called a game," Ling Tian explained, lightly tapping above the screen to select the snake icon. "Look, this little snake can be controlled with soul power to move around and eat these light dots. When it eats one, it grows longer." As he demonstrated, a small snake made of light began to slither across the screen, chasing after randomly appearing light dots, and indeed, each time it consumed one, its body elongated. "Wow, it's moving. It's moving." Ning Rongrong watched with rapt attention, her delicate face lit up with excitement and wonder. Utterly enchanted by this unprecedented game, unable to resist, she extended her slender finger, eager to mimic Ling Tian and touch the screen. "Let me try? Please, let me try?" Seeing her so exuberant, Ling Tian handed the soul guide to her, guiding her faint spiritual and soul power to sense and control it. "Go slowly, concentrate. Think about making it go left. Yes, and now up." Ning Rongrong held her breath, her little face flushing slightly with concentration as she carefully maneuvered the light snake. Upon successfully consuming a light dot, she immediately cheered, "I got it. Look, Grandpa Qian, I got it." She completely forgot the two titled Douluo beside her and the previous tense atmosphere, immersed in her simple joy. Sword Douluo gazed at Ning Rongrong's excited little face, a subtle warmth flickering in his eyes. Having spent years in seclusion practicing swordsmanship, he seldom witnessed such a lively and joyful side of Rongrong. He cast a complex glance at Ling Tian, acknowledging that this young man from the spirit hall had indeed presented something quite intriguing. Liena squatted down beside them, pointing animatedly, "Hurry, go right, you'll crash." "Silly." She spoke of foolishness, yet a smile graced her lips, and soon she was chattering away with Ning Rongrong. The youthful heart is easily drawn closer by novelty and amusement. The spirit Douluo, Jugu, stifled a laugh behind her hand and whispered to the shadowy figure beside her, "Old ghost, look at this little one. She is quite amusing, having won over the princess of the seven-treasured glazed tile school with just a toy." A barely audible hum emanated from the shadows, serving as a response. Thus, at the edge of the Stardow forest, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Two renowned titled Douluos, one clad in white like snow with an imposing aura, the other draped in elegant attire with a soft, enchanting smile, maintained their vigilance and distance, the atmosphere laden with subtle tension. In their midst, three children of similar age squatted together, their heads nearly touching, gathered around a small, luminous soul guide, occasionally erupting into hushed gasps of wonder and joyous laughter. The invisible barriers and wariness seemed to dissolve, if only slightly, within the innocent play of light and shadow. Ling Tian observed the excited profiles of the two girls beside him, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps the world beyond, despite its trials and dangers, also harbored unexpected encounters and simple joys. Sword Douluo Qian stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze shifting from Rongrong's smiling face to the distant, verdant forest, casting a thoughtful glance at Ling Tian. Jugu, meanwhile, leisurely adjusted the cuffs of his splendid robes, his eyes shimmering with calculating intent. Beneath the fleeting peace, currents of intrigue still swirled. Yet, this moment of youthful innocence and laughter was akin to a ray of sunlight breaking through a cloudy sky, precious and warming. Chapter 46, titled Douluo Shadows Guarding the Path. Entitled Brat Breaking the Ice Temporarily Together. In the clearing of the forest, The imperceptible yet weighty pressure of the tidal Douluo gradually receded like the tide. Though the lingering chill of sword intent and the sinister, ethereal aura remained interwoven, creating a delicate equilibrium. Ling Tian and Liena, their taut, nerves finally easing, inhaled deeply in unison, exchanging a glance filled with shock and trepidation. They turned their eyes toward the two figures ahead. Zhugu elegantly twirled an ethereal golden chrysanthemum petal, while the ghost Douluo stood like a silent statue, seamlessly merging with the shadows. Uncle Yuegwan, Grandpa Gui how could you be here? Ling Tian spoke first, his voice tinged with incredulity and a hint of suppressed confusion. He instinctively clenched his fists, his 10-year-old visage etched with perplexity. Had these two tidal Douluos been shadowing them since they left the Spirit City? Liena, coming to her senses, widened her amber eyes in astonishment. Stepping closer to Zhugu and tugging at the sleeve of his splendid golden robe, her tone a blend of playful reproach and subtle grievance. Uncle Yuegwan, you've been secretly following us. Is this the teacher's directive? We didn't notice a thing along the way. Jiudo Yuegwan lowered his pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, gazing at Liena, who was tugging at his sleeve. A hint of helpless yet indulgent smile appeared on his androgynous, handsome face. He extended his other hand, lightly flicking the tips of his fingers against the ethereal flower petals, causing them to dissipate into specks of golden light. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, his voice still carrying that unique intonation. You two little scamps. Had it not been for His Holiness the Pope's concern that you two unruly youngsters might cause trouble and lose your lives, I and the old ghost would not have to endure this arduous journey and brave the wild winds of the Stardow Forest. His gaze swept over Ling Tian and Liena, his tone taking on a slightly more serious note. The Pope's decree is clear. We are only permitted to intervene when you are truly facing life-threatening peril. Ordinary trials, sparring, and even suffering injuries are all experiences you must endure, and we shall not interfere. He paused, casting a pointed glance at the stern-faced sword Douluo across from him. Of course, should certain esteemed seniors disregard their dignity and insist on personally troubling the younger generation, that would be a different matter altogether. The figure of Ghost Douluo, shrouded beneath a voluminous cloak, shifted slightly. His ghostly green eyes scanned the two children and his hoarse, deep voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of the earth. Your safety is my responsibility. Concise, yet imbued with a reassuring gravity. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian and Liena felt their initial shock gradually transform into a complex warmth and understanding. It was clear now that their teacher was not entirely relinquishing them. Rather, he was protecting them in this manner, granting them the freedom to explore while also safeguarding them from the most extreme risks. This silent guardianship and expectation momentarily rendered the two speechless, as if the burdens upon their shoulders had grown heavier. Just then, a crisp voice, tinged with evident dissatisfaction and a hint of coaxing, shattered the silence. Grandpa Qian, Grandpa Qian. Ning Rongrong vigorously shook the arm of sword Douluo Qian. Her little mouth pouted high enough to hang an oil bottle, her large, expressive eyes brimming with desire and grievance. Look at them. They have someone to play with. I haven't had enough fun with that shiny iron block yet. I'm about to break the record with that greedy snake. I don't want to go back now. I want to play with them too. Please, Grandpa Qian, I beg you. As she pouted, she furtively glanced at Ling Tian and Liena, particularly eyeing the soul guide communication device in Ling Tian's hand, her curiosity and eagerness nearly overflowing. The brief moments of gameplay had evidently sparked significant interest in the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sword Douluo Qian's expression remained calm and composed, though the slightest crease formed on his brow. He looked down at Ning Rongrong, who was being mischievous beside him, a trace of helplessness flickering in his silver eyes. He could certainly discern the special status of Ling Tian and Liena, as the Spirit Hall had sent two titled Douluo to protect them, indicating their considerable importance. Accompanying these two undoubtedly entailed immense uncertainty and potential risks. Rongrong, do not be mischievous. Qian's voice remained cool and steady, yet carried an undeniable refusal. Our purpose in this journey is to secure your second soul ring, not for leisure. Upon acquiring the soul ring, it is imperative to return to the sect immediately. However, one could also seek out the soul ring together. Ning Rongrong clearly remained undeterred, her little head shaking like a rattle. They appeared formidable as well. The older sister seemed to possess a fascinating mental prowess, and the older brother's sword. Didn't you just gaze at him for quite a while? Perhaps, together, we could more swiftly locate a suitable soul beast. Moreover, she lowered her voice, tinged with a hint of cunning. With you, Sword Grandpa? And should Bone Grandpa join us as well, we would undoubtedly be safe, wouldn't we? As she spoke, she shook Qian's arm with increasing vigor, her large eyes brimming with unshed tears, as if to say that if the sword Douluo did not acquiesce, golden droplets would soon fall. Sword Grandpa, please agree to accompany Renxue for a short distance. One to you? Just a little way. I promise to be good, not to wander off or cause trouble. When we return, I shall massage your back for a month. No, 3 months. The sword Douluo, faced with Ning Renxue's masterful display of charm, found even his steely demeanor softening visibly. His piercing gaze swept across the scene. The Ju Douluo appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. The Gue Douluo remained enigmatically silent. And the 2 young members of the Spirit Hall, though initially surprised, seemed to harbor no overt hostility toward Renxue's proposition, particularly the lad named Ling Tian, whose clear eyes, though steady as rock while holding the sword, reflected a sense of helplessness akin to that of an elder brother confronted with a mischievous younger sister. The peculiar sword within him piqued Xuanyuan's curiosity as well. More critically, the current situation was delicate. The Ju and Gue Douluo were evidently there to protect the 2 children. If he were to forcibly take Renxue away, it was likely to provoke conflict. Though he was unafraid, having Renxue beside him would complicate matters, increasing the risk significantly. Conversely, if they were to travel together temporarily, it would stabilize the situation and allow them to await the arrival of that old bone. With this in mind, the sword Douluo reached a resolution, maintaining his aloof demeanor. He turned his gaze toward the Ju Douluo, Yu Guan, and with a voice steady and unperturbed, remarked, "It appears my child has been enchanted by the novel wonders of your sect's young prince. If that is the case, shall we not travel together for a while? It would be beneficial for both parties to look out for one another. I have already sent word to the sect, and Elder Bone shall soon join us." His words were meticulously crafted, indicating that it was Ning Renxue who wished to play together, not his own intention, while subtly conveying that the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was not solely represented by him at this moment, but that reinforcements would soon arrive, carrying an undertone of warning and a desire to maintain equilibrium. The astute Ju Douluo, Yu Guan, discerned the underlying message effortlessly. He stifled a chuckle, his eyes sparkling. "Since your esteemed self, Lord Qian, graciously extends an invitation, and it seems my 2 little ones have found a connection with your esteemed princess, then accompanying you for a while should pose no issue." However, he shifted his tone, laced with a hint of jest. "Should any unwise soul beasts or nefarious characters cross our path, I trust Lord Qian and your unparalleled sword will take on the burden of ensuring our safety." The sword Douluo merely snorted in acknowledgement, accepting the unspoken responsibility. He lowered his head and spoke in a calm tone to the overjoyed Ning Renxue. "You may accompany us, but do not act independently. Follow my commands." "Got it. Thank you, Grandfather Qian. You are the best." Ning Renxue instantly transformed her tears into laughter, exclaiming joyfully as she released her grip on Qian Douluo's arm. Like a jubilant little butterfly, she was about to dart towards Ling Tian and Liena. "Come back." Qian Douluo extended his arm, a gentle force guiding her back to his side. "Oh," Ning Renxue stuck out her tongue, obediently standing still, yet her bright, sparkling eyes were already impatiently gazing towards Ling Tian, softly urging, "Let us go, let us go. Let us continue what we were doing." Ling Tian and Liena exchanged glances, observing this dramatic scene. Liena leaned closer to Ling Tian, whispering in a low voice, "The little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school certainly has a whimsical nature. However, she is quite adorable." Her tone carried a hint of curiosity, along with a subtle and unintentional comparison to other pampered girls of her age. Ling Tian could only smile helplessly, instinctively reaching for the soul-guided communicator at his waist. He looked ahead. Qian Douluo had already turned, his figure clad in white with silver hair, standing out amidst the dappled light of the forest, while Ning Renxue obediently followed beside him, frequently glancing back to wave at them. The figures of Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo slowly faded like phantoms into the surrounding shadows of the trees, as if they had never been there. Yet Ling Tian knew they were surely nearby. Thus, a peculiar and novel alliance formed at the outskirts of the Stardew forest, prompted by a girl's playful charm and the mutual caution and scheming of several powerful individuals. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with hidden dangers. Nevertheless, this unexpected companionship seemed to add more variables and intrigue to their journey of trial. Ling Tian took a deep breath of the crisp forest air, tightened his grip on the Xuanyuan Sword, and his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. "Let us proceed, Sister Nana," he murmured. Liena nodded, walking alongside him, keeping pace with Qian Douluo and Ning Renxue ahead. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patterns of light upon the staggered figures of the 4. In the depths of the forest, the distant roar of beasts echoed, hinting that this impromptu journey would not be tranquil. Chapter 47. The initial trial of the 7-treasure glazed tiles. Qian Doing's eyes explore the mysteries In the afternoon of the Star Doe Forest, sunlight was fragmented into tiny golden spots by layers of dark green canopies, spilling onto the ground strewn with decaying matter and dead branches. The air was humid and thick with the sweet scent of decaying vegetation mingled with the faint, acrid odor left by large beasts. The composition of the group remained peculiar and subtle. Qian Doach and Xian led the way, clad in white as pure as snow, his silver hair glistening like frost, untouched by the primal wilderness around him. His strides appeared leisurely, yet each step was meticulously placed on the most stable ground. An intangible sword intent enveloped him like the most delicate probe, silently sweeping across hundreds of feet ahead, preemptively eliminating or marking any potential dangers. His profound sword-like eyes were calm and undisturbed, yet they seemed capable of penetrating the layers of the dense forest, perceiving the very pulse of this vibrant woodland. Ning Rongrong closely followed Qian Douluo, carefully lifting the water-blue hem of her skirt amidst the underbrush. Her fair visage, flushed from the heat and exertion, contrasted with her large, jewel-like black eyes that sparkled with curiosity, simultaneously filled with trepidation for this wild and unknown world. In her hand, she instinctively clutched a corner of Ling Tian's soul-guided communication device, as if the cool sensation could offer her a modicum of reassurance. Ling Tian and Liena lagged several paces behind. Clad in dark attire, Ling Tian nearly melded into the shadows of the forest, his unusually tranquil eyes glinting under fleeting rays of light. His left hand habitually rested on the hilt of his Xuanyuan sword, while his right hand occasionally flicked to release a refined stream of mysterious yellow energy, expertly shattering the bloodthirsty vine that had stealthily lunged towards Ning Rongrong's ankle into mere powder, his movements fluid and effortless, as if merely brushing away dust. Liena trailed at the rear, her pale golden gown still striking in the dim forest, yet she moved with a lightness reminiscent of a forest specter, her amber eyes vigilantly scanning the rear and flanks. Her mental energy spread like an invisible web, sensing the distant flow of soul-beast auras. Occasionally, her gaze would meet Ling Tian's, exchanging a silent understanding. Both were acutely aware that the two titled Douluos, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, were lurking in the shadows nearby, their guardianship akin to a quiet watchfulness. A rustling sound, distinct from the wind's caress upon leaves, emanated from a hollow ahead, accompanied by an odd, metallic clicking akin to the gentle friction of gold against iron. Qian Douluo momentarily halted, raising his hand in a signal. The group immediately stopped. Ning Rongrong instinctively shrank closer to Qian Douluo, grasping the pristine fabric of his robe. Liena focused her senses, while Ling Tian squinted slightly, directing his attention towards the source of the sound. Before them, in a low-lying marsh enveloped in a faint purple miasma, an extraordinary plant was slowly unfurling its form. Its main trunk resembled a giant serpent adorned with bronze scales, twisting and coiling, rising approximately 3 meters above the mire. At its apex blossomed not leaves, but 7 flower discs, each the size of a basin and adorned in a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The vibrant hues flowed languidly across the petals, emanating a mesmerizing glow and a rich, invigorating fragrance that could elevate one's spirit. Perched upon the bronze trunk was an unusual centipede, entirely emerald and nearly translucent. The creature's girth was comparable to an adult's arm, stretching over 2 meters in length, its many legs producing a clicking sound reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Its head bore a bizarre, translucent quality, revealing a faintly pulsating core of prismatic light, echoing the radiance of the 7 colored flower discs. It cautiously raised its upper body, hissing a warning towards the unwelcome guests, its mandibles opening and closing, dripping venom that corroded the mire below, producing wisps of white smoke. 7-colored illusion flower, accompanied by the soul beast, the centipede of illusion. Qian Douluo's cold voice resonated, tinged with a subtle satisfaction, observing the flower's color flow and the intensity of the centipede's core. He estimated its age to be between 700 and 780 years. The unique characteristics of this soul ring, which can amplify spiritual power while also imparting a degree of hallucinatory or perceptual interference effects, align remarkably well with the supportive attributes of the 7 treasures, glazed tower. Ning Rongrong followed the gaze of the sword Douluo, her eyes landing on the resplendent and peculiar flower disc, as well as the menacing yet oddly beautiful emerald centipede. Initially, she instinctively recoiled in fear, yet upon hearing about the amplification of spiritual power and its compatibility with the 7 treasures glazed tower, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her previous trepidation replaced by eager anticipation. "Grandpa Qian, is it truly the most suitable second soul ring for me?" she inquired. "Indeed," Sword Douluo replied with a slight nod. though his gaze did not fully rest upon the illusory centipede. Instead, his peripheral vision subtly swept over the figure of Ling Tian positioned to the side. This young man from the spirit hall had shown no fluctuation in his aura since the moment he identified his target. His remarkable composure, far beyond his years, coupled with the precise control he exhibited in shattering the bloodthirsty vine with a mere flick of his fingers, deepened Sword Douluo's curiosity. Suddenly, his lips moved slightly, and a thread of soul power enveloped his voice, transmitting it as if through invisible filaments directly to Ning Rongrong's ears, audible only to her. Rongrong, your elder brother Ling Tian appears quite capable. Since he is accompanying us, why not enlist his assistance in capturing this centipede? Let us observe, after all, what true skills the Saint of the Spirit Hall possesses beyond mere novelty. Ning Rongrong, completely engrossed in the sight of the illusory centipede, had been envisioning how her 7 treasures glazed tower would transform upon absorbing the soul ring. Startled by Sword Douluo's voice, she blinked in confusion, turning to look at him, puzzled as to why he would not take action himself, but instead requested her to seek Ling Tian's help. Surely, with his prowess, capturing that small creature would be a trivial matter. Yet, her unwavering trust and reliance on Sword Douluo prevailed, and despite her confusion, she instinctively chose to comply. Releasing her grip on the hem of Sword Douluo's garment, she trotted over to Ling Tian and gently tugged at the sleeve of his dark robe. "Brother Ling Tian," she said, lifting her face to him, her voice imbued with the soft, pleading tone characteristic of a little girl, her large eyes gazing earnestly at him, her long eyelashes fluttering. "That big bug looks so fierce, and Grandpa Qian said it is perfect for me, but I'm a bit scared. Could you please help me catch it?" As she spoke, she discreetly cast a glance at the centipede, allowing a hint of trepidation to show on her face, which, combined with her delicate features, rendered her particularly endearing. Liena observed this exchange with keen awareness, a flicker of understanding and mild displeasure crossing her amber eyes. Her intelligence led her to quickly surmise that this was undoubtedly Sword Douluo's intent, attempting to gauge Ling Tian's capabilities. Just as she opened her lips to refuse this obviously calculated request on Ling Tian's behalf, he raised his hand and gently pressed against her arm, signaling her to remain patient. His gaze shifted away from Ning Rongrong's expectant and slightly mischievous little face, traversing over her head to meet the Sword Douluo Qian, who stood before him with his hands clasped behind his back. Though he appeared to be observing the illusory light centipede, all his senses were acutely attuned to the young man before him. Their eyes met briefly in the air. The Sword Douluo's deep, starry eyes remained calm and undisturbed, yet they seemed to harbor an invisible pressure and scrutiny. Ling Tian instantly comprehended the underlying intent. This unparalleled master of the sword did not genuinely require his assistance. Rather, he sought the opportunity to witness the power of the Xuanyuan Sword firsthand and to assess the worth of this son of the Spirit Hall. This was both a test and, perhaps, a manifestation of a strong individual's pure curiosity regarding an unknown power. He glanced down at Ning Rongrong, who was tugging at his sleeve and gazing at him with eager eyes. The little girl's thoughts were innocent. She merely wished to obtain a soul ring as per her grandfather's wishes. A gentle smile crept across his face as he instinctively raised his hand to ruffle her hair. But halfway through, he recalled her status as the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and lowered his hand, instead giving her an encouraging nod. Good. The word was clear and tranquil. Ning Rongrong's face instantly lit up with joy as she cheered. "Thank you, Brother Ling Tian. You are the best." Completing what felt like an immensely significant task, she gleefully dashed back to the Sword Douluo's side, wrapping her arms around his. Qian maintained his usual demeanor, but a subtle shift in his eyes revealed a hint of surprise at Ling Tian's straightforward acceptance. He gave a slight nod, tacitly acknowledging the situation. Liena leaned closer to Ling Tian, her voice low and laced with dissatisfaction. "Hey, are you foolish? Can't you see that old man is testing you? It's merely a century-old soul beast. He could resolve it with a mere flick of his finger. Why should he require your intervention?" Ling Tian turned his head, offering her a reassuring smile, and replied softly, "It matters not. He simply wishes to see. Furthermore, Rongrong indeed requires this soul ring." As his words fell, he took a step forward. In that singular movement, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The previous calm and restraint dissipated like mist before the wind, replaced by a sharp, mountain-like battle intent that gradually rose within him. His obsidian attire stirred of its own accord, rustling in the air. Chapter 48. 4 Rings Astonish Qian. Xuanyuan subdues the soul beast. On the outskirts of the Star Doe forest, the atmosphere in the clearing remained delicate. The 7-colored illusory flower swayed gently in the breeze, its vibrant hues reflecting upon the writhing emerald centipede in the mire. Standing not far away, Qian squinted slightly beneath his silver hair, all his senses converging like invisible threads upon Ling Tian. The auras of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo lingered in the shadows, seemingly casting their gaze upon him as well. Ling Tian stood firm, his right hand slowly rising to press against the hilt at his waist. There was no cataclysmic surge of soul power, nor dazzling brilliance. Only a deep, resonant sword hum, as if echoing from the primordial ages, reverberated within him. Xuanyuan. Accompanied by his tranquil call, an ancient and weighty long sword materialized abruptly in his grasp. Upon the blade, the sun, moon, and stars revolve. Mountains and flora shimmer with vitality. A chaotic, yellowish aura, akin to cloud and mist, envelopes and ascends, exuding a vast, profound essence that embodies the will of humanity. This overwhelming presence instantly disperses the foulness and miasma of the forest, rendering even the luminous hues of the kaleidoscopic flower momentarily dim. Yet, what is even more astonishing are the 4 concentric soul rings that ascend from beneath Ling Tian's feet. The first ring, imbued with the marks of time, resembles ancient bronze, its subdued radiance concealing an indomitable weight of meaning. The second ring flows with a pristine glow, akin to the silvery light of the moon, cold and pure, emanating a sharpness that severs illusions. The third ring, resplendent to an extreme, appears as though forged from molten imperial gold, its brilliance radiating an unparalleled majesty that suppresses all evils and stabilizes the chaos of the world. When the fourth soul ring ignites, even the unperturbed sword Douluo Qian feels his pupils constrict. It is a hue unlike any known soul ring, a crimson reminiscent of solidifying lava, yet infused with the eternal smoke and immortal sharpness of ancient battlefields, a color akin to red copper. Above the soul ring, ethereal shadows of countless weapons and blades surge and roar, overwhelming battle intent and the purest essence of lethality wash over him. Its radiance even subtly eclipses that of the preceding 3 rings: bronze, silver, gold, red copper, 4-ring soul sect. Moreover, these 4 colors cannot be obtained from slaying soul beasts. The will and power contained within them leave even Qian feeling a tremor of apprehension. What manner of soul ring is this? Ning Rongrong gasps, her large, expressive eyes filled with disbelief. Though young, she is well versed in the knowledge of soul rings from her sect's records and the teachings of her grandfathers. Yet she has never encountered such a peculiar and powerful combination of colors. Liena, who had previously witnessed Ling Tian's 4th soul ring, is once again struck by shock. She lifts her chin slightly, filled with pride. Qian's hands, resting behind him, unconsciously tighten. The astonishment in his piercing gaze is unmistakable. A 4-ring soul sect at merely 10 years of age, with these 4 soul rings containing the essence of will. The holy son of the spirit hall. What a prodigy he has nurtured. Bibi Dong, what kind of monster have you cultivated? Ling Tian pays no heed to the astonishment of the onlookers. As he grasps the Xuanyuan sword, the crimson copper soul ring's radiance flows, and his spirit synchronizes with the sword in an instant. His focus is not on the century-old elusive luminous centipede, rendered incapable of resistance in the mire, but rather on the enchanting 7-colored flower still radiating its captivating glow. He senses that this wondrous blossom, in symbiosis with the centipede, is the source of the spiritual illusionary power in this area, its roots deeply embedded in the mire, seemingly absorbing a special energy from the earth's veins, subtly emanating a faint resistance and allure, attempting to disrupt his mind. First soul skill, mountains and rivers reborn. Ling Tian's cool voice resonates, not deliberately elevated, yet imbued with the weight of authoritative power. He does not swing the Xuanyuan sword, merely directing its tip downward, gently tapping it. Buzz! The bronze-hued soul ring suddenly erupted with a profound and weighty radiance. This time, it was no longer the mere 3-foot domain used to withstand attacks. At the point where the tip of the Xuanyuan sword pointed, the gravity within a radius of 5 zhong surged dramatically. The air emitted a resonant hum, overwhelmed by the pressure, and the very light appeared to warp. Below, the mire abruptly caved in, as if an invisible hand was pressing down with great force. With a splatter, the mud was forcefully pressed back to the ground by the terrifying gravitational force. The 7-colored illusionary flower trembled violently, its myriad hues flickering madly, attempting to resist this sudden manifestation of celestial power. The mire surrounding it hardened like iron, ensnaring its roots with an unyielding grip. What was even more astonishing was that the century-old illusionary worm, still convulsing moments ago, could not even emit a cry of despair before being mercilessly pinned down by the overwhelming gravity that had suddenly descended, far exceeding anything it had encountered before. Crack! Crack! The excruciating sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly. Its emerald, crystalline shell was instantly marred by a web of cracks, its entire form pressed firmly into the ground. as if embedded within it, utterly immobile. Even the seven-colored core atop its head flickered uncertainly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. This was the true manifestation of power now that Ling Tian had reached the Soul Master level and gained a deeper mastery over the Xuanyuan force. It was no longer mere stasis, but a formidable gravitational field capable of crushing and binding. Xuanyuan's eyes narrowed once again, his astonishment transformed into gravity. It was not merely a suppression of strength. Had the rules within this limited space been altered? At such a young age, had he truly achieved such mastery over domain-type soul skills? Yet, this was not the end. Just as the illusionary worm was utterly subdued by gravity, and the illusionary flower struggled in vain, Ling Tian moved. His figure flickered like a wraith, stepping forth as he disregarded the viscous, solidified mire, instantly appearing before the illusionary worm. This was a testament to his absolute control over the mountain river domain. With a flick of his wrist, the Xuanyuan sword remained sheathed. Yet the ancient scabbard emitted a piercing shriek as it tore through the air, transforming into a series of afterimages that accurately struck the joints connecting the illusionary worm's limbs to its torso. The movement was as swift as lightning, and the precision was strikingly formidable. Crack, 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 crack. For remarkably faint yet distinct sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Those were the sounds of joints being dislocated under immense force, with some bones misaligning. The colossal body of the illusionary worm convulsed violently for a moment before succumbing completely, its limbs twisting at unnatural angles like broken twigs. Utterly devoid of strength, the intense agony rendered its cries faint and feeble, with only a steady stream of venom, glistening with seven-colored specks, oozing from its mandibles, dislocating joints, severing sinews and bones. Without taking its life, Ling Tian had, in the simplest and most effective manner, thoroughly incapacitated this century-old soul beast's capacity for resistance and movement. He presented its most vulnerable state perfectly before the one who sought to absorb the soul ring. The entire sequence, from the release of the soul skill to the swift strike, transpired in the blink of an eye. Swift, precise, ruthless. Furthermore, the mastery over his strength was exquisite. After retracting his sword, Ling Tian stepped back, the brilliance of the soul ring on the Xuanyuan sword dimming, and the terrifying gravitational field dissipating. His breath steady. He appeared as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task, turning to face Ning Rongrong. All right, Rongrong, it poses no threat now. Ning Rongrong, already in a state of astonishment, had her mouth agape in a round shape, only snapping back to reality when Ling Tian spoke. Wow, brother Ling Tian, you are incredible, absolutely incredible. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. She broke free from Liena's grasp and joyfully dashed to Ling Tian's side, seizing his arm, laughing and jumping, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In that fleeting moment, whoosh, then bang, bang a few times. Such a massive creature was rendered immobile, far more impressive than Grandfather Qian slicing it into segments with sword energy. This way, the soul ring would undoubtedly be more intact. The young girl spoke in a flurry, her excitement palpable. Coming from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, she possessed remarkable insight and could clearly discern how Ling Tian's method preserved the essence of the soul beast, ensuring the soul ring's quality far surpassed that of a violent kill. Releasing Ling Tian, she approached the limp illusory light worm, took a deep breath, and with a flourish of her hand, summoned a seven-layered treasure tower spirit, shimmering with radiant, prismatic luster, which appeared in her palm. The tower radiated vibrant colors, emanating a pure auxiliary aura. Without hesitation, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she drew a delicate short sword from her waist, aiming precisely at the flickering, multicolored core atop the illusory light worm's head, and thrust it downward with force. With a soft splatter, emerald blood oozed forth as the illusory light worm convulsed once more before lying still. Faint yellow light particles began to drift from its lifeless form, gradually coalescing into a clear century-old soul ring. At that moment, all eyes in the arena were fixated on one individual, Ling Tian. Liena approached Ling Tian, casting a triumphant glance at the distant, statue-like Xuanyuan, her gaze unmistakably conveying, "See, our holy son of the spirit hall is formidable, isn't he?" Yet, Xuanyuan remained rooted in place, his white attire as pristine as snow, silver hair glistening like frost. However, the depths of his sword-like eyes, once calm, now brimmed with turmoil, shock, gravity, inquiry, disbelief. An array of complex emotions flickered rapidly beneath the surface, ultimately coalescing into a profound solemnity. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Ling Tian, particularly on the Xuanyuan sword, which had retracted its radiance yet continued to exude an aura of boundless depth, along with the four peculiar soul rings that gradually faded, yet seemed to imprint themselves upon the air. Four-ringed soul sect, merely 10 years old, possessing a primordial soul ring, a gravitational domain, and a combat technique that was as precise and ruthless as that of a seasoned battle soul master. Xuanyuan silently recited each word in his mind, every term weighing heavily upon him. He realized that all his previous estimations had been utterly mistaken, absurdly so. This holy son of the Spirit Hall was not merely a talented genius in need of elder guidance, but a true prodigy, a genuine monstrous talent, a prodigy capable of upending the very foundations of the continent's spirit master realm. Bibi Dong conceals him not out of protection, but rather to cultivate a storm potent enough to sweep across the world. Xuanyuan exhaled a breath of murky air, suppressing the tumult within his heart. As he cast his gaze once more upon Ling Tian, an unprecedented weight of significance, even a hint of trepidation, infused his eyes. Initially driven by mere curiosity to probe into the peculiar merits of this youth, so esteemed by the Pope, he had not anticipated that merely unveiling a corner of the curtain would reveal such an astonishing spectacle. The son of the Spirit Hall, Ling Tian. Xuanyuan silently recited the name within his heart, elevating it to a level that warranted utmost vigilance, one that could potentially alter the future landscape of the continent. Chapter 49. The Fusion of Bone Sword and the Expulsion Order, the Emergence of Qian Huang in the Douluo. Ning Rongrong's youthful visage radiated excitement and anticipation as she beheld the yellow soul ring hovering above the phantom-like corpse, shimmering with enchanting brilliance. Yearning to sit cross-legged and begin the absorption, the seven-colored illusionary flower beside her swayed gently, seemingly rejoicing in the imminent fusion. But wait. Just as Ning Rongrong focused her spirit, preparing to guide the soul ring, the cold voice of the sword Douluo, Xuanyuan, pierced the air. A steady and powerful hand gently pressed upon her frail shoulder, halting her movements. Ning Rongrong looked up in confusion, her large eyes blinking at the sword Grandpa. Grandpa Qian? What is it? Isn't this soul ring perfectly suited for me? Her small face bore a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he chose to intervene at this moment. Xuanyuan did not respond immediately. His deep, starry-eyed gaze was not fixed on the soul ring, but rather scanned the surrounding dense forest with the sharpness of a hawk. His silver brows knitted slightly. In the air, aside from the faint mental fluctuations lingering from the phantom corpse and the exotic fragrance of the seven-colored illusionary flower, there seemed to be an imperceptible yet heavily oppressive wave approaching swiftly from a distance. That aura was all too familiar to him. The old bone has arrived, Xuanyuan remarked in a calm tone, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet the slight relaxation of his shoulders indicated a diminishment of his inner vigilance. Before his words could fully settle, a resonant hum echoed. The space before the group rippled violently, akin to waves upon water. And then a pitch-black rift in space was forcefully torn apart. A dense, formidable aura, heavy enough to collapse mountains, surged forth like a tidal wave from the fissure. A towering figure stepped forth. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, with a rugged countenance and hair ashen and standing upright like steel needles. Clad in simple gray attire, he could not conceal the overwhelming, mountainous physique he possessed. His eyes bore the weight of time, yet gleamed with sharpness, as though capable of piercing through the human soul. Most striking were his arms, thicker than the thighs of an average man, with skin exhibiting an unusual dark golden hue, as if crafted from some immortal metal. When they hung naturally, they exuded an aura of terrifying strength, as if capable of effortlessly crushing steel. As he made his entrance, the oppressive weight of his presence caused the surrounding air to stagnate, and even the sounds of the forest grew faint. He was none other than Yu Xiaogang, a towering figure of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a title Douluo of the defense system, known as Bone Douluo. His gaze swept across the scene, instantly absorbing the entirety of the situation. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong unharmed, and the suitable soul rings along with the peculiar multicolored illusion flower, his attention finally settled on Xuanyuan and the distant Ling Tian, particularly lingering for a moment on Ling Tian's still partially restrained yellow-black aura and extraordinary soul rings. His gray-white brows arching slightly. Ah, old Xun, you certainly acted swiftly to secure this for Rongrong. Guiyang's voice resonated, carrying a metallic timbre as he strode over to Ning Rongrong, affectionately ruffling her hair. Little Rongrong, were you frightened? Grandpa Bon. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Guiyang, the small grievances she had felt moments ago vanishing into thin air. I'm fine. It was Brother Ling Tian who helped me catch this big bug. He is truly amazing. She pointed at Ling Tian, her voice brimming with admiration. At this, Guiyang turned his gaze back to Ling Tian, this time with a more pronounced scrutiny and a hint of astonishment. He could discern that Ling Tian was merely around 10 years old, yet his soul power had already reached level 40. Even more astonishing were the 4 unheard-of colors of his soul rings and the unique willpower they contained. A young man from the spirit hall? Guiyong glanced at Qian, their exchanged looks conveying understanding. Qian nodded slightly, confirming the unspoken exchange. With Guiyong present, their combined strength would ensure that even if the chrysanthemum Douluo lurked in the shadows, Ning Rongrong's safety, while absorbing her soul rings, was guaranteed. Any lingering concerns within him dissipated entirely. He turned towards Ling Tian and Liena, his gaze regaining its previous calmness and detachment, his voice cool and distant. I appreciate your assistance, young friend. Ning Rongrong requires absolute tranquility to absorb her soul rings, and it would be inappropriate to disturb her. Since this location was initially discovered by my 7 treasures glazed tile school, I must kindly ask you both to leave. The dismissal was delivered with crisp clarity, devoid of any hesitation. Despite Ling Tian's remarkable talent and strength, Qian perceived that the identity of the young man as a prince of the spirit hall posed the greatest barrier and potential threat. To ensure Ning Rongrong's absolute safety, it was vital to have them depart. At that moment, a shadow beside Ling Tian twisted, and the figure of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Xiaogang, materialized like a specter. Still clad in resplendent golden attire, his fingers delicately playing with illusory golden petals, a bemused smile gracing his features. Ah, Lord Qian, Lord Guiyong. Was this dismissal perhaps a tad hasty? Yu Xiaogang's soft voice resonated, his gaze sweeping over the 2 bone sword Douluos, a flicker of gravity flashing in his eyes. In a one-on-one confrontation, he and Ghost Douluo would not fear either Qian or Guiyong. But the combined might of the bone sword duo was far more formidable than mere arithmetic would suggest, particularly with the bone dragon's renowned defense paired with the unparalleled offense of the 7 killing sword, making them exceedingly troublesome. Your Highness, the Saint's son. Yu Xiaogang inclined his head slightly, whispering to Ling Tian, his voice soft, yet clear to all present. With the bone Douluo also here, this situation indeed becomes rather complex. What do you think? His intentions were quite clear, inquiring whether Ling Tian wished to remain steadfast or retreat from the spotlight. After all, the 2 peaked Douluos had explicitly sent him away, and insisting on staying could potentially ignite conflict. Ling Tian raised his hand, gently interrupting Yu Guan's words. There was no trace of dissatisfaction or anger upon his countenance. He maintained that calm demeanor, transcending his years. He cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, who was eagerly preparing to absorb her soul ring, and then surveyed the stern expressions of Qian and Guiyong. He understood Qian's concerns and was acutely aware of the current circumstances. Remaining here would undoubtedly heighten the tension, yielding no benefit to anyone involved. Very well. Ling Tian spoke with tranquility, his voice resonating clearly. We are merely passing through. Since Rongrong requires tranquility to absorb her soul ring, we shall not intrude. His words were neither submissive nor arrogant. He accepted the dismissal while clarifying that he was not intimidated, but rather accommodating the needs of others. Having said this, he turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, something seemed to strike him, and he halted. Under the curious gazes of those present, Ling Tian retrieved a delicate yet incongruous soul-guiding communicator from the storage soul tool at his waist. He gently caressed the cold metallic surface with his fingers before flicking his wrist, sending the object soaring gracefully in Ning Rongrong's direction. Rongrong, he said, offering a faint smile to the somewhat dazed girl, this is for you. The snake game inside should bring you joy. When absorbing the soul ring becomes tedious, it can serve as a pleasant distraction. The artifact, infused with wisdom from another realm, traced a beautiful arc before landing precisely in Ning Rongrong's hands. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, feeling its chill. Upon seeing Ling Tian's gentle smile, her face blossomed with delight as she tightly embraced the soul-guiding device. Thank you, Brother Ling Tian, she exclaimed. Qian and Guiyong exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly, yet they ultimately refrained from intervening. They sensed that the item bore no soul power fluctuations, resembling a finely crafted toy. Since Rongrong cherished it, and it was within their sight, accepting it posed no issue. Nevertheless, Ling Tian's gesture appeared overly familiar and generous. Let us depart, Ling Tian stated, no longer lingering. He addressed Liena and Yu Guan before taking the lead, striding towards the forest's edge with steady steps, devoid of hesitation or longing. Liena cast a sidelong glance at Qian and Guiyong, snorted softly, and quickened her pace to catch up with Ling Tian. The chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, cast a deep gaze at the 2-boned swordsman before gradually merging into the shadows, vanishing from sight, as Ling Tian and his companions disappeared into the depths of the forest, and until the 2 ominous presences belonging to the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo faded completely from their senses. Qian and Guiyong finally exhaled in relief. Rongrong, focus your mind and begin absorbing the soul ring. Grandfather will protect you, Guiyong declared, his massive form resembling a mountain as it shielded Ning Rongrong. Qian then waved his sleeve, silently establishing an invisible sword aura barrier that enveloped a radius of 100 feet, isolating the area from the outside world. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, carefully storing the soul-guided communication device as if it were a precious treasure. Taking a deep breath, she sat cross-legged, guiding the purple century-old soul ring to gradually merge with her 7-treasure, glazed tile martial soul. Radiant hues began to swirl around her. Once confirming that Ning Rongrong had entered a meditative state, Gu Rong turned his gaze towards Qian, his rugged face revealing unmasked confusion and gravity. Old Qian, what on earth is happening? That lad is the newly appointed Saint Son of the Spirit Hall? His soul ring and the aura he displayed earlier are quite peculiar. Qian stood with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes still fixed on the direction in which Ling Tian had departed, as if he could still perceive the boy's composed silhouette. A myriad of complex emotions gradually surfaced on his otherwise inscrutable face: shock, solemnity, trepidation, and even a hint of disbelief. Old bones, Qian's voice dropped to a solemn tone, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. We have known and contended with each other for most of our lives, but have you ever encountered a 10-year-old soul master? Gu Rong's pupils suddenly constricted, his gray-white brows knitting tightly. A 10-year-old soul master? Are you certain? How can this be possible? This revelation astonished him even more than witnessing Ling Tian's extraordinary soul ring. Throughout the history of the Douluo Continent, such a young soul master had never existed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Qian exhaled slowly, as if trying to expel the shock from his heart. Moreover, his soul rings did not come from hunting soul beasts. What? Gu Rong's face turned pale with genuine astonishment. Not from hunting soul beasts? Then where did his soul rings originate? The colors, bronze, silver, gold, and finally that reddish copper. What could they be? He recalled the aura of the soul rings that he had perceived in a fleeting glance, realizing they did not resemble any known soul beast's soul ring fluctuations, but rather felt like a condensation of some ancient essence. I do not know what they truly are. Qian shook his head, his silver eyes glinting with a sharp light. But I can sense that each soul ring harbors an exceedingly ancient and powerful fragment of will. Particularly, that reddish copper fourth soul ring emanates a battle intent and brilliance that even my 7-killing sword intent finds exhilarating yet alarming. He paused, replaying the scene of Ling Tian employing the mountains and rivers reverse technique in his mind, his tone growing increasingly grave. What is even more terrifying is his mastery over power. The first soul skill is not merely a simple gravitational suppression. It is akin to the embryonic form of a domain, with an astonishing level of control. Gu Rong's expression shifted repeatedly, his robust fingers unconsciously cracking as he clenched them. He absolutely believed in Qian's judgment, for him to make such an assessment. That lad named Ling Tian must possess an extraordinary level of talent that far exceeds imagination. Bibi Dong, Gu Rong murmured through clenched teeth, his gaze sharpening significantly. Where on earth did she find such a monster? What does she intend to accomplish? The Saint Son of the Spirit Hall, Qian muttered softly, his eyes seemingly piercing through layers of dense forest to glimpse the distant spirit city, where the Pope's palace stood tall atop the sacred mountain. If this child were to grow, his achievements would likely surpass those of the Spirit Hall's past powerhouses and could even disrupt the balance of the continent. He withdrew his gaze and turned towards Ning Rongrong, who was absorbing her soul ring. A flicker of relief and trepidation crossed his eyes. Thankfully, enmity had not been fully established today. Yet, he must ensure that she has minimal contact with him. The waters of the Spirit Hall run too deep. Gu Yong nodded gravely, his expression exceedingly serious. This matter must be reported to the sect master immediately. With such a figure emerging from the Spirit Hall, our 7-treasure glazed tile school must prepare in advance. At this moment, the 2 renowned titled Douluos were overshadowed by a heavy gloom, all due to the fleeting brilliance of a mere 10-year-old boy. The breeze rustled through, carrying the distant wails of soul beasts. Yet it could not disperse the gravity of the atmosphere. Only the resplendent 7-colored glow surrounding Ning Rongrong and the slowly absorbing purple soul ring heralded the emergence of a new generation. While the departing boy in the distance hinted that the storm he brought with him was perhaps only just beginning to brew. Chapter 50. The Icy Fire Treasure Land emerges. The Spirit Hall seeks the immortal stock. On the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest, the 7-colored illusory flower continued to emit an enchanting glow. Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged beside it, the purple 100-year soul ring resembling a gentle light band, gradually merging into the 7-treasure glazed tile that floated in her palm. The process smooth and untroubled, with the bone Douluo Gu Yong standing like a mountain in front, and the sword Douluo Qian alert like a drawn sword at her side. The safety of this woodland clearing was virtually impregnable. At that moment, a bolt of lightning-like memory surged through Ling Tian's mind. It was a recollection from a past life, stemming from a novel he had read about a special treasure land, Sunset Forest, the poisoned Douluo Continent, the ice and fire duality eyes. This was the place formed from the demise of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, a veritable treasure trove of heaven and earth. In this extraordinary environment, ordinary plants thrived in a single day, equivalent to 10 years of growth in the outside world. Countless extraordinary flowers and herbs flourished there, with celestial-grade medicinal herbs capable of altering a soul master's innate talent, serving as unparalleled treasures for foundational cultivation. Examples include the fiery apricot blossom, the eight-pointed ice grass, and the rare mushroom of heaven-reaching chrysanthemum. Each possessed astonishing efficacy. The rare mushroom of heaven-reaching chrysanthemum. Ling Tian's gaze instinctively flicked towards the chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan. This title Douluo's martial spirit appeared to be the rare mushroom of heaven-reaching chrysanthemum. If he could obtain a true celestial-grade rare mushroom of heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, and considering the extreme cold and heat of the ice and fire duality eyes, the environment would be immensely beneficial for refining his physique and consolidating his soul power, particularly for the mysterious yellow energy he harbored, embodying the essence of yin and yang. More importantly, his teacher, Bibi Dong, had been secretly cultivating power and seeking resources from around the world. If this treasure land could be brought under the control of the Spirit Hall. At this thought, Ling Tian's heart began to race, and his breath quickened slightly. This opportunity must not be missed. His unusual demeanor immediately drew the attention of the two titled Douluos and Liena beside him. Ling Tian, what's wrong? Your face is so flushed. Did you get hurt earlier? Liena asked with concern, gripping his arm and scrutinizing him closely. Yueguan also raised an eyebrow, casting an inquiring glance in his direction. Ling Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He gazed intently at Zhu Douluo, as if peering beyond him into the distant concealed realm of Gui Douluo. His voice was suppressed yet laced with an unmistakable thrill. Elder Yueguan, Elder Gui, I have suddenly recalled a matter that may pertain to an extraordinary opportunity. Oh, Elder Yueguan's interest was piqued. For this exceptionally gifted Saint's son to refer to it as a monumental opportunity was certainly no triviality. Pray do share. I once came across a fragment of an ancient, tattered manuscript, which contained an obscure account. Ling Tian swiftly wove a narrative, transforming his knowledge from a past life into the ancient records of this world. It mentioned that deep within the Sunset Forest lies a peculiar mystical realm generated by the very fabric of the universe. There, fire and ice converge, and yin and yang find balance, giving rise to an extraordinary spring, one half intensely frigid, the other half searingly hot, referred to as the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Eye of Ice and Fire? Elder Yueguan furrowed his brow, rummaging through his memories, seemingly unfamiliar with this place. Ling Tian continued, his tone growing increasingly grave. The manuscript states that the Eye of Ice and Fire is one of the world's treasure troves. Due to its unique cosmic laws, it has nurtured countless extraordinary flora that have long since vanished from the outside world, growing at a remarkable pace. Notably, some of these herbs, reaching the level of immortal grade, possess the power to reshape one's very essence, fortify one's foundation, refine the body, cleanse the marrow, and even significantly enhance a soul master's innate talent, aiding them in breaking through their limitations. What? Even Zhu Douluo, with his composed demeanor, could not suppress a gasp, his previously gentle smile utterly replaced by shock. Enhancing talent? Breaking through limitations? Such a miraculous phenomenon truly exists? Your Highness, is this true? Where is this manuscript? For any soul master, this is a temptation potent enough to incite a tempest of bloodshed. Even the surrounding shadows quivered violently as Gui Douluo's raspy voice resonated with incredulity. The Sunset Forest does indeed harbor such a place, but its depths are rife with toxic miasma, and the soul beasts therein are peculiar, rendering it perilous for anyone to venture deep. Could such a secret realm truly be hidden within? Hyena's amber eyes widened in astonishment, her small hand covering her mouth, fearful of exclaiming in surprise. The manuscript was already in a state of disrepair. Shortly after I perused it, it crumbled to dust, Ling Tian expressed with regret. Then his tone shifted to one of determination. However, the details I recall are vivid and unmistakable. Moreover, it described several distinctive features of the immortal herbs, which bear a striking resemblance to your martial soul, the wondrous sky-connecting chrysanthemum. This last statement struck Elder Yueguan's heart like a heavy hammer. Although his sky-connecting chrysanthemum martial soul was formidable, advancing to the titled Douluo level was fraught with immense difficulty at each step. If there truly existed an herb of the same origin, the The potential benefits were beyond imagination. Elder Yueguan's gaze instantly turned sharp and fervent. He could no longer maintain his previously composed demeanor and urgently inquired, "Did the manuscript record a specific location? What distinctive markers were mentioned?" Ling Tian pondered for a moment. Striving to recall, the manuscript was incomplete, and the exact location is no longer discernible. It merely stated that it lies at the core of the Sunset Forest, where the toxic miasma is densest, and one must employ special methods to withstand the lethal toxins. However, it is mentioned that above the valley where the ice and fire 2-in-1 eye is located, a peculiar mist of red and white envelopes the area throughout the year. One half blazes fiercely like flame, while the other half is pale as ice, intertwining yet remaining distinct, creating a spectacle. Furthermore, at the entrance of the valley, there seems to dwell a highly toxic soul master, or perhaps a soul beast. The records are vague, making it difficult to ascertain. Poison? The red and white mist? A sharp glint flashed in Yueguan's eyes. As a titled Douluo, he possessed extensive knowledge of the formidable beings and perilous locales across the continent. The Sunset Forest. Known for its toxins, could it be that the old poison master, Douluo, has taken residence there? Is it possible that treasure-laden land has been occupied by him? The grim voice of Ghost Douluo interjected, "It is highly probable. Douluo is adept at using poison, and ordinary soul masters would not dare approach his domain, serving as the perfect veil for hidden secrets. That red and white mist is likely an anomaly resulting from the energy leakage of the ice and fire 2-in-1 eye." Without hesitation, Yueguan's demeanor shifted from playful to one of fervent resolve and unwavering determination. Regardless of whether it is Douluo or not, this place must be explored. If it is indeed as the Holy Sun has stated, its value is incalculable. It holds immense significance for our spirit hall. He immediately turned to Ling Tian, his tone urgent and authoritative. "Your Highness, this matter is of great importance. I fear you must personally lead the way to confirm it. The contents of that record are known only to you in detail. Perhaps only you can pinpoint the precise location." He then directed his attention to the shadows. "Old Ghost, you must promptly report this matter to His Holiness the Pope through the highest confidential channel. Clearly state the circumstances of the ice and fire 2-in-1 eye and the potential value it contains, and seek His Holiness's decision. Inform him that I will escort the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest for an investigation while awaiting further instructions." "Understood." Ghost Douluo responded succinctly, and the surrounding shadows swirled as if agitated, followed by an exceedingly discreet wave that swiftly departed, clearly employing some secretive method for long-distance communication. Once Yueguan had made the arrangements, he turned to Ling Tian. "We must not delay. We shall set off for the Sunset Forest immediately. On the way, you must recall the details of the record meticulously. Any clue could prove vital." "Yes, Elder." Ling Tian nodded earnestly. Though Liena felt a surge of excitement. She understood the gravity of the situation and closely followed Ling Tian. With a flick of his sleeve, Yueguan summoned a gentle wave of soul power, enveloping Ling Tian and Liena, their figures transforming into wisps of smoke, silently gliding into the dense woods, hastening toward the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest. Approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn after Yueguan and the others left, in the depths of the Spirit City, within the Pope's chamber. In a room filled with intricate soul-guiding devices, suffused with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs and the essence of ancient scrolls, a dark spatial rift quietly opened. The ghostly figure of Ghost Douluo stepped forth, kneeling before a violet figure standing at the center of a complex astrological diagram, deeply engrossed in calculations. "Your Holiness, urgent news." Bibi Dong did not turn around. Her purple eyes remained fixed on the glimmering stars within the astrological diagram, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement, signaling him to continue. When Ghost Douluo succinctly conveyed the extraordinary effects of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and the potential existence of celestial herbs surrounding it, a subtle yet palpable fluctuation rippled through the previously tranquil aura of soul power in the room. Bibi Dong's flawless profile revealed a slight quiver of her long eyelashes. She slowly turned, her violet eyes shimmering with the essence of countless stars, as her profound gaze settled upon Ghost Douluo, an invisible pressure nearly solidifying the air around them. Ice and fire yin-yang eyes, a creation that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing celestial herbs. She softly repeated these key phrases. Her voice remained calm. Yet Ghost Douluo, well acquainted with her, could perceive the tempestuous undercurrents beneath her serene facade. "Is the source of Ling Tian's account reliable?" she inquired. Each word weighted with gravitas. The Holy Sun has spoken with conviction, and the characteristics of the celestial herbs described indeed resonate with Yueguan's martial soul. I believe it is prudent to lean towards its existence rather than dismiss it. Even a mere chance warrants exploration. Ghost Douluo replied in a low, solemn tone. Bibi Dong fell into silence for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the experimental table beside her. Suddenly, she raised her hand. Violet light swirling at her fingertips as she punctuated the air with a few gestures. Buzz. A communications soul guide embedded in one of the chamber's walls ignited with a soft glow. At once, summon Elder Yao from his seclusion to meet with me. Her voice resonated through the soul guide, clear and authoritative. In mere moments, the stone door of the chamber was gently pushed open. An elderly man, clad in a simple gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, yet possessing a ruddy complexion and gentle, clear eyes, entered with measured steps. He held in his hand an unusual herb radiating a faint blue light, as though he had been engaged in some form of research just prior. Though he exuded no formidable aura of soul power, a refreshing fragrance of medicinal herbs enveloped him, as if he embodied the essence of nature's finest offerings. Your Holiness, you have hastily summoned this old man. Might I inquire about the matter at hand? The elder said, bowing slightly with a calm demeanor, neither obsequious nor arrogant. He was a remarkably unique figure within the spirit hall, Elder Yao, a master in pharmacology, herb cultivation, and pill refinement, whose soul power may not be at the pinnacle, yet was regarded as a treasure of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Elder Yao and directly asked, Elder Yao, have you ever heard of the ice and fire yin yang eyes? Upon hearing this, the elder's gentle eyes suddenly sharpened, and astonishment flickered across his face. Ice and fire yin yang eyes. How did your holiness come to know this name? According to the fragmented records of the Lost Herb Compendium from my sect, it is one of the legendary 3 great treasures. It should indeed exist somewhere in the world, though its precise location has long been obscured by the annals of history. His breath quickened, his gaze intensely fixed upon Bibi Dong. Hearing Elder Yao's confirmation, which even aligned with the notion of the 3 great treasures that Ling Tian had mentioned, the last vestiges of doubt in Bibi Dong's eyes vanished, and her violet irises ignited with a striking brilliance. Excellent, 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 she exclaimed thrice, revealing the tumultuous emotions stirring within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately commanded Elder Yao, Elder Yao, prepare yourself at once. Bring all your tomes on rare herbs and your gathering tools, and proceed to the outskirts of the setting sun forest with utmost speed. Turning to Ghost Douluo, she continued, Elder Ghost, you shall personally escort Elder Yao. Upon arrival, rendezvous with Yueguan and the Holy Sun. From there, all actions shall be led by the Holy Sun Ling Tian, for he possesses detailed intelligence regarding that secret realm. Elder Yao, your task is to identify, gather, and safeguard any celestial herbs or extraordinary flora that may exist there. Should it be necessary, employ all means at your disposal. Her voice resonated with unwavering determination and a hint of concealed ferocity. Remember, this matter is classified as the highest secret of the Spirit Hall. If the ice and fire yin yang I truly holds the miraculous powers recorded. The intent behind Bibi Dong's gaze swept over Elder Yao and Ghost Douluo was unmistakable. Regardless of the cost, it must remain under the control of the Spirit Hall. Yes, Your Majesty, Elder Yao exclaimed, his excitement causing his beard to tremble, as if he could see the treasures he had pursued all his life within reach. At your command. Ghost Douluo responded in a deep voice. Without any delay, shadows swirled around Ghost Douluo, enveloping Elder Yao, and the two vanished into the darkness. Silence reclaimed the chamber. Bibi Dong stood alone, her violet eyes gazing out at the magnificent expanse of Spirit City, her fingertips gently tracing the cold tip of her scepter. Ice and fire yin yang eye, Xuanyuan Sword, original soul ring, she murmured softly, a deep arc of intrigue curling the corners of her lips. Ling Tian, my dear disciple, you always manage to bring me unexpected surprises. Perhaps the balance of this continent will indeed change because of you. At that very moment, Ling Tian was traversing the forest path, following Chrysanthemum Douluo, hastening towards the setting sun forest in the northeast. An exploration and contention for the ice and fire yin yang I had silently commenced.